Ah, no, do not sit down. The excruciating pain from the bites coursed through Lin Fan's entire being, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of humiliation that filled his heart. At this moment, he found himself being drained of his life essence in the most primal manner by a seductive female zombie, who was also ravenously gnawing at his head. Ultimately, Lin Fan was oblivious to how he met his demise. Did he perish first from the depletion of his life essence? Or was it the gnawing of his head that led to his end? Yet, just as his consciousness began to fade, he was jolted awake, sitting up abruptly from the plush leather sofa, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, and utterly disoriented. What is happening? Was I not just devoured by that female zombie instinctively? Lin Fan turned his head to observe his surroundings. Everything felt so familiar that he trembled and stammered this. This is my house, swish. In the next moment, his gaze became laser-focused, instantly landing on the electronic perpetual calendar mounted on the wall, revealing the date. May 20th, 2030, 1:14 p.m. This is the day before the apocalypse. Lin Fan gasped in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched his pale thigh even harder. Yet, everything remained unchanged. Then, a radiant smile broke across Lin Fan's face. He had truly been reborn, back to the day before the apocalypse. Gurgle. At this moment, his stomach growled. Having not slept the previous night, he had engaged in an all-night gaming session with his in-game partner, reliving classic battles from Naruto, and had only just fallen asleep that morning, awakening now with a ravenous hunger. Moreover, having returned from 2 months of post-apocalyptic existence without awakening any special abilities, he had often found himself starving, surviving on just 2 types of pale yellow essences to quench his thirst and stave off hunger. Thus, the thought of food and drink from the pre-apocalypse era ignited an insatiable hunger within him that words could scarcely describe. Like a beast unleashed, Lin Fan dashed into the kitchen, flinging open the refrigerator to retrieve all the food within. An entire braised pig's head, 2 bags of spicy pig trotters, 3 pig intestines, 4 pig ears, and 5 bottles of imitation Pepsi. He devoured the food voraciously, as if swept away by a tempest, relishing a romance that belonged solely to him. However, after satiating his hunger and thirst, Lin Fan's joy of rebirth faded into despair and endless hopelessness. For in the wake of the apocalypse, he had not awakened any extraordinary powers. As calamity reigned, order crumbled, natural disasters persisted, zombies roamed freely, and mutated flora and fauna emerged. The entire blue planet resembled a bloody hellscape, even those with powers treaded carefully. Without any extraordinary abilities, he remained an ordinary person, destined to be subjugated by those with powers, and, at any moment, he could become fodder for zombies or mutated creatures. What should I do? Lin Fan lamented, completely devoid of the joy of rebirth, speaking to himself in despair. Although I have some savings, I could hastily stockpile supplies in a day. But ultimately, it would merely serve as a wedding dress for the empowered. Lin Fan, an orphan, barely completed his middle school education through various forms of aid. Subsequently, he rode his bicycle, proudly displaying a banner proclaiming bicycle grilled lamb skewers. The taste of childhood traversing the streets of his small county town, becoming a vibrant sight to behold. His willingness to endure hardship, coupled with a flourishing business, enabled him to purchase a home within a few years, leading to a more comfortable life. He even dared to engage in virtual relationships and games, as such connections often required purchasing numerous skins. Damn it, why must there be an apocalypse? If not for this impending doom, my life will be so much more enjoyable, and I could buy even more skins for meetups. In despair, Lin Fan vented his frustrations with fervent curses. Is my rebirth destined to force me to relive the agony of servitude and torment? Especially at the hands of that female zombie. I haven't committed any heinous acts. At that moment, Lin Fan sensed an unusual fruit emerging in his mind, one that felt vaguely familiar, but he could not immediately identify it. What is happening? He pondered, bewildered. Soon, this peculiar fruit began to disintegrate, akin to yellow excrement dissolving in concentrated sulfuric acid, vanishing before his very eyes. Simultaneously, Lin Fan felt his body undergoing a dramatic transformation, though he could not ascertain the specifics of these changes. His eyes, too, were altering, and he noticed blood seeping from the corners, yet he felt no pain, only an incessant itch. Instinctively, Lin Fan approached a mirror and, upon gazing into it, was horrified to exclaim, "What the hell?" He stumbled backward, collapsing onto the floor, momentarily stunned. However, this was not the conclusion, but rather a beginning. A myriad of ninjutsu techniques began to manifest in his mind. Ninjutsu from a world of Naruto Shadow, clone technique, Rasengan, Sage Mode, summoning technique, wind release, fire release, Amaterasu, Susu, lava release, boil release, dust release, Rinne rebirth, Kamui Tsukuyami, flying thunder god technique, and countless others. At that moment, Lin Fan comprehended the nature of the fruit. It was the divine tree's fruit. The transformation of his body indicated that he had become an immortal being. His left eye morphed into the Rinne Sharingan, while his right eye transformed into Kagaya's Byakugan. What the hell? Realizing the gravity of his situation, Lin Fan gasped in astonishment, his shock palpable. Then, he smiled a smile even more radiant than after his rebirth, a brilliance that seemed to illuminate the surroundings. Let me first test Kamui, an independent space perfect for storing supplies. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Fan activated his Rinne Sharingan and began to manipulate Kamui. On the couch, a crumpled piece of tissue became his initial target. This tissue, clearly imbued with stories, caught Lin Fan's eye, though he did not dwell on it. A long cry escaped him as he successfully transported the storied tissue into the alternate space through Kamui. From the intensity of his scream, it was evident that the transfer was arduous, and beads of sweat began to form on Lin Fan's brow, accompanied by a dull throb in his Rinne Sharingan. Transferring a mere roll of tissue is fraught with difficulty, let alone the vast array of supplies. Lin Fan's demeanor grew serious as he began to analyze the reasons. Could it be due to insufficient chakra? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. No, that cannot be the case. The fruit of the divine tree has completely merged within me, rendering my chakra limitless. With his eyes narrowed in contemplation, Lin Fan soon discerned the underlying cause. Firstly, it is due to my lack of familiarity with ninjutsu. Secondly, and most crucially, my level is inadequate. Those with extraordinary abilities are categorized by levels, ranging from 1 to 10, with each level further divided into early, mid, and late stages. As I stand now, I am not even at the early stage of level 1. What potency can my ninjutsu possibly possess? Time is of the essence. In hushed murmurs, Lin Fan realized he could not afford to squander a single moment, dedicating himself entirely to mastering ninjutsu. He swiftly resolved to first familiarize himself with the techniques of Godly Might and Flying Thunder God, for these two forms of ninjutsu would greatly assist in the accumulation of resources. Chapter 2. Acquire Weapons. Though the celestial body had yet to be fully developed and mastered, it was entirely feasible for Lin Fan to remain unwearied. Thus, for a continuous span of 7 hours, he toiled without a moment's respite, solely to familiarize himself with the divine might and the Flying Thunder God technique. The results were undeniably remarkable. Under the influence of divine might, he could effortlessly transport items of sofa, bed, and chairs to another realm, while the application of the Flying Thunder God allowed him to teleport distances of up to 100 meters. With such capabilities, stockpiling resources was indeed assured. Muttering softly to himself, Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at the perpetual calendar and noted that it was already 8:30 in the evening. So engrossed had he become that he was astonished to realize the time. Fortunately, it was summer, and most supermarkets remained open until 10, granting him another hour and a half ample time. His gaze then fell upon the story-laden piece of toilet paper, which he crumpled into a ball, imbued with the Flying Thunder God seal, and tossed out of the window. Afterward, he instinctively brought his hand to his nose, inhaling the scent with an unembarrassed murmur. This aroma is truly unique. Lin Fan resided on the 18th floor of an 18-story building. Thus, descending via the elevator seemed a waste of time. With an elevation of 70 meters at most, it was well within the range of the Flying Thunder God technique. As the crumpled toilet paper reached the ground, so too did Lin Fan. He promptly inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark upon the ground, cognizant that the paper might soon be snatched by a dog. Swiftly exiting the community, Lin Fan summoned a shared electric scooter, racing forth at a thrilling 47 miles per hour. Within a brief hour, he traversed all the major supermarkets in the urban area, marking each one with the Flying Thunder God seal. He then proceeded to visit various pharmacies and shops that welcomed entry without hindrance. As he sat upon the shared scooter, scanning the vibrant and bustling streets, he exuded an air of invincibility. Suddenly, an important thought struck him. How could I forget the most crucial element? He exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Weapons. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can still be quite fearsome, whether facing zombies, mutated flora and fauna, or other supernatural beings. A weapon could undoubtedly enhance one's combat prowess significantly. Particularly, firearms instill fear in zombies and mutants alike, regardless of their strength. It was imperative to acquire weapons, and in abundance. First, he resolved to procure cold weapons. Lin Fan then browsed several large general stores, ensuring to create the necessary seals. As for firearms, they were also relatively easy to obtain. In this era of Blue Star, nations had reached advanced levels of development, leading to an insatiable demand for resources. Continuous battles for these resources had resulted in an overwhelming proliferation of firearms. Any black market or underground trading venue would surely have them. Riding his bicycle while selling lamb skewers, he navigated the winding paths of the small county town he knew so well. Before long, he arrived at a narrow alley deep within the southern street of the county. Here lay an underground trading venue, a place where anything imaginable could be traded. Entering the dilapidated courtyard, a spirited young man with green hair promptly approached Lin Fan, offering him a cigarette while cheerfully inquiring, "Brother, what are your requirements?" Lin Fan, direct and to the point, softly replied, "Brother, I'm looking to play with something genuine." Upon hearing Lin Fan's intention to acquire a real weapon, the green-haired youth became even more animated, for such an item would command a minimum price of 200,000, promising him at least a 10,000 commission. Should Lin Fan procure a high-quality piece or several, he could comfortably lay low for months to come. Instantly, the green-haired youth began to flatter. Addressing Lin Fan with newfound respect, "Big brother, you've come to the right place. We have all types here, and if we can't meet your needs, then no one in the entire county can." "Indeed, I am pleased to have come here," Lin Fan replied with a satisfied smile, signaling for the youth to lead the way. Before long, under the guidance of the green-haired youth, Lin Fan took an elevator down to an underground trading venue. They navigated through several corridors until they arrived at an expansive private room. The space was guarded by a multitude of bodyguards, all wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of sophistication. "Boss," the green-haired youth called out. A scarred man emerged from a bedroom, clearly a seasoned veteran of this world. Although Lin Fan appeared quite youthful in the scarred man's eyes, the latter maintained a humble demeanor, extending his hand with a smile. "Young brother, I am Chun Dao." "Ah, it's Brother Dao," Lin Fan responded, shaking his hand. "What kind of merchandise are you looking for, and what price range do you have in mind?" Chun Dao inquired directly. "As long as Brother Dao has quality goods, money is no object," Lin Fan replied with a grin. "Moreover, I shall take as much quality merchandise as you have." At Lin Fan's words, Chun Dao's pupils widened in surprise, his heart soaring with excitement. This was indeed a substantial transaction. The green-haired youth beside them was nearly jumping with joy, realizing that his commission could last a lifetime. His gaze fixed adoringly on Lin Fan. "Quickly, bring my brother some drinks and fetch my limited edition cigars." Chun Dao commanded his bodyguards. "What are you waiting for? Where is your sister-in-law? Hurry and have her come over to share a drink with my brother." "Brother, that one tea be necessary," Lin Fan interjected, waving his hand. "I wish to see the goods immediately. If they are truly quality items, the money will swiftly find its way to Brother Dao's account." "Haha. You know how to conduct business, brother?" Chun Dao exclaimed, saliva almost spilling from his mouth in excitement, as he led Lin Fan and the bodyguards into a dimly lit chamber. As the lights flickered on, an array of weaponry unfolded before Lin Fan's eyes. Handguns, sniper rifles, and submachine guns, each type stacked in numerous crates. The abundance of arms in such a small county's underground market was an unexpected delight. Gazing at these fine goods, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. His eyes continued to scan the room until they landed on 3 rocket launchers at the back, causing his heart to race even faster. Now, this was a true surprise. "Brother, what do you think? Is it sufficient? Is it ample?" Chun Dao said proudly. "Quite remarkable," Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan nodded and turned to Chun Dao, saying, "Well then, Brother Dao, shall we settle the score? How about trading your life and that of your brothers for these items?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Chun Dao's expression instantly twisted into a grotesque snarl. "Damn it. You think you're here to mock me? You should know what my name represents in county. You, barely more than a whelp, dare to provoke me? Finish him off and feed the remains to the dogs. Yes, Brother Dao. All of the bodyguards nodded solemnly, reaching into their jackets to draw their firearms. At that moment, Lin Fan revealed a sewing needle he had purchased at a general store, each needle inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. With a grin, he challenged. Let us see whether your guns are faster than my Flying Thunder God. Chapter 3. Han Xuelu. As chakra gathered in his hand, the sewing needle shot forth in a flurry. Simultaneously, a fruit knife materialized in Lin Fan's grasp. Under the Flying Thunder God technique, Lin Fan moved like a specter, teleporting to where the needles had scattered. In the blink of an eye, all the bodyguards lay fallen, devoid of pain or lament, departing in serene tranquility. For the fruit knife was imbued with chakra, rendering it extraordinarily sharp. Having survived the apocalypse, taking lives bore no weight on Lin Fan's conscience. He had witnessed far bloodier scenes and had personally experienced the horrors. At that moment, the sewing needles finally touched the ground, their crisp sound jolting Chen Dao back to reality. As the limited edition cigar he had just ignited slipped from his fingers, he fell to his knees, a rustling sound emanating from his trousers. Fearful of even a moment's delay and begging for mercy, he fervently kowtowed, terrified that he might share the same fate as his fallen bodyguards. Spare me, noble sir. I, Chen Dao, am blind to the mountain before me. Please show me mercy. These goods are all yours. Take them without a single penny. As he pleaded, trembling, he retrieved 2 cards from his pocket, stammering, Here are 2 cards. Each with 2.5 million. No passwords. Please, take them. Lin Fan approached Chen Dao, picked up the limited edition cigar, and inhaled slowly, enveloped in clouds of smoke. Ah, this truly is a limited edition cigar. The sensation is exquisite. Young master, I will give you all the cigars. I only ask for my life. Seeing Lin Fan savoring the cigar, Chen Dao clutched at this lifeline, bowing even more fervently in supplication. After a few deep puffs, Lin Fan finally looked down at Chen Dao, smiling. Do you believe me? You should actually be grateful, for I might have just liberated you from your fate. In this apocalypse, you could have easily become a wretched zombie, neither human nor ghost. In the midst of his speech, Lin Fan swiftly plunged the fruit knife into Chen Dao's head. Time was of the essence, and he had no intention of wasting a single moment on pretense. He then utilized his divine might to transfer all the goods in the vicinity to another space, subsequently departing the underground trading venue through the Flying Thunder God technique. Lin Fan took the 2 cards with him, which contained a total of 5 million, prompting a thought to cross his mind. In the face of the apocalypse, the pursuit of sustenance reigns supreme. Yet, to attain true supremacy, one requires a chef. To achieve excellence, a master chef is indispensable. And if one desires a touch of finesse, a beautiful master chef is essential. In An County, where Lin Fan resides, there exists such a culinary gem named Han Xuelu. She excels in both Western and Chinese cuisines, holding the title of master chef in each, and her beauty surpasses that of many polished stars in photographs, with a physique that rivals the most stunning yoga influencers. Thus, any man fortunate enough to choose a chef to accompany him amidst the chaos of the world would undoubtedly select Han Xuelu above all others. Han Xuelu capitalizes on her remarkable attributes, opting not to open a restaurant, but rather to auction her culinary services, with a starting price of 50,000. Her service is unequivocally dedicated to the art of cooking, devoid of any ulterior motives. Lin Fan, who possesses a slight obsession with cleanliness, would never have considered her otherwise. Firstly, it is said that Han Xuelu's elder is a master chef for state banquets. Otherwise, how could she, at such a tender age, achieve mastery in both Western and Chinese culinary arts? Secondly, and perhaps most evidently, the competition for Han Xuelu's culinary services primarily consists of affluent heirs, who vie for her attention daily. One can only imagine that if these wealthy scions were to secure her services, they would not engage in further competition, given their notorious treatment of women. Consequently, Han Xuelu's auction for her cooking services is purely culinary, free of any other implications. The tallest edifice on Central Avenue, the On Yuen building, has been wholly transformed by Han Xuelu into a venue for her culinary auctions, which take place daily. The ability to secure such a prime location speaks not merely to financial means, but also to the influence behind it. Occupying the most coveted space necessitates a formidable backing, further affirming that Han Xuelu's services are indeed solely focused on culinary excellence. At 11 o'clock each night, the auction commences punctually. Emerging from the underground trading venue, Lin Fan hastens on his electric scooter, arriving just 10 minutes before the hour. Outside the building, an array of luxury vehicles is already parked, leaving Lin Fan momentarily dazzled. murmuring to himself that there is no rush. In this post-apocalyptic world, armed with his skills, he could acquire any car he desired. Dismounting his scooter, he strides confidently into the venue. Though clad in ordinary attire, he draws no attention, for alongside the competing heirs, many young onlookers have gathered, eager to witness the event. As the clock strikes 11, Han Xuelu makes her entrance with impeccable timing. Upon seeing her, Lin Fan cannot help but marvel. Such beauty transcends mere descriptions of sensuality, allure, and exquisite grace. Her crimson tresses cascaded like blossoms, a pair of eyes glimmering with mischief and charm, brows unpainted yet defined, lips untouched yet naturally red. Indeed, a mere glance and a smile could conjure 100 charms. Clad in an elegant black cheapao, her devilish figure was exquisitely accentuated, complemented by crimson stiletto heels and seamless, sheer black stockings that exuded grace and allure. She was undeniably more enchanting than the polished stars in glossy magazines or the beauty-enhanced yoga influencers. It was no wonder that the wealthy scions from Encounty and neighboring locales were willing to part with substantial sums to secure her culinary services. With beauty, talent, and a formidable background, it was difficult not to feel desire for such a woman. Lin Fan marveled and sighed inwardly, lamenting that after the apocalypse, all would cease to exist. Han Xuelu, I can only hope that when the end arrives, you do not become a zombie. Otherwise, my extravagant offering of 5 million tonight would be in vain. More crucially, it would be nearly impossible to find a chef who could captivate me as you do. Gentlemen, let the bidding commence. Where Han Xuelu will cook tomorrow will depend on your financial prowess tonight, she said with a graceful flick of her hand. As soon as her words fell, a plump and rather unremarkable rich heir rose confidently from his seat, declaring, Gentlemen, I, Li Tianfu, must apologize. But I have secured Miss Xuelu's services for tomorrow. I have saved diligently for 5 days, 888,000. Hearing Li Tianfu's bid, the other wealthy heirs were disheartened, falling silent and refraining from further offers. Seeing the sudden lack of competition, Li Tianfu couldn't help but chuckle, his small, rodent-like eye surveying the room, exuding an air of invincibility. Chapter 4. The Arrival. After all, as mere county-level rich heirs, a service priced near $1 million was truly exorbitant. So it was entirely understandable that no one dared to raise their offer. This fact gave Li Tianfu the confidence to display such a haughty demeanor. However, his reign of confidence was short-lived. Lin Fan slowly rose and calmly declared, 10 million. This proclamation instantly captured everyone's attention, leaving them dumbfounded, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. Once they regained their composure, they exchanged glances, ensuring they had not misheard. Li Tianfu was the first to respond with anger. Kid, this is not a place for your jokes. Get back home to your mother right now, and we can pretend we didn't hear anything. Lin Fan merely scoffed and walked directly towards Han Xuelu, producing 2 cards and saying with a smile, Miss Xuelu, I trust you accept cards. This contains exactly 5 million as a deposit. After the event tomorrow, the remaining half will be swiftly transferred to you. At that moment, Han Xuelu was genuinely taken aback, shaking her head in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. It is not that 10 million is an overwhelming fortune to her, but rather the astonishing fact that someone would spend such a sum for a single visit to prepare a meal. Even she could hardly fathom it. Upon witnessing Lin Fan produce the card, Li Tianfu was instantly rendered speechless, his small, rodent-like eyes devoid of any trace of anger or jealousy. In his mind, anyone capable of casually spending 10 million for a cooking service must undoubtedly belong to an elite echelon of wealth. Lin Fan continued speaking to Han Xuelu, stating that tomorrow at 11 in the morning, he would be at the Sunshine UFU Community, Building 6, Apartment 1801. Without waiting for a response from her, he departed, fully confident that she would acquiesce to his request. As Lin Fan exited, several wealthy heirs rose from their seats, trailing behind him in hopes of engaging in conversation, eager to integrate themselves into his exclusive social circle. The socialites, tirelessly striving to enhance their lives, were particularly stirred, each vying to pass by Lin Fan, waving and casting flirtatious glances his way. Lin Fan, however, paid them no mind, swiftly departing on his electric scooter. Immediately, the wealthy heirs who wished to follow him in their cars found themselves in a state of disarray. It was not that they looked down upon Lin Fan for riding an electric scooter, but rather that, despite their powerful vehicles, they could not navigate the bustling streets as effectively as a 2-wheeled ride could. Amidst the commotion, someone shouted about the electric scooter, prompting the group of heirs to hastily pull out their phones to scan for the ride-sharing service. The socialites admired Lin Fan even more, captivated by his charm and sophistication. One by one, they removed their towering heels, gracefully descending the steps of the shops in pursuit of his electric scooter. At that moment, Han Xuelu stepped out of the store, curiously watching the direction in which Lin Fan had departed, murmuring to herself, he does not seem like the typical fool. Devoid of intellect, so how could he spend 10 million? By this time, many pharmacies and convenience stores had closed for the night, their security shutters firmly in place, ensuring that no one remained inside. Thus, Lin Fan commenced his actions. Making a sharp turn at the alley's entrance, he swiftly entered a nearby pharmacy. With the seamless execution of his techniques, all the surveillance cameras within the pharmacy were disabled in an instant, allowing him to begin his grand heist. From pharmacies to grocery stores and supermarkets, Lin Fan continued his escapade until the early hours of the morning. Upon returning home, he wasted no time, immediately immersing himself in training and familiarizing himself with ninjutsu. He was acutely aware of the harsh and terrifying nature of the impending apocalypse. Furthermore, certain superhumans, mutated flora and fauna, and zombies were formidable from the moment of their transformation, boasting levels of 4 or 5. Diligence pays off. By nearly 11 in the morning, Lin Fan had mastered the spiral sphere, multiple shadow clone technique, and the strongest illusion technique, the heavenly deception. His own level also finally reached the early stage of level 1. The time to prepare for the apocalypse was nigh. He recalled, it would be around 12 o'clock. His heart still racing slightly. Splashing cold water on his face, Lin Fan gazed at his reflection in the mirror, suddenly feeling a wave of fear wash over him as he spoke to himself. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Han Xuelu had arrived. Lin Fan quickly composed himself and opened the door, greeted by her striking figure clad in a chef's attire, which added a unique charm to her presence. Hello. Han Xuelu greeted with a smile. Greetings, Miss Xuelu, Lin Fan replied, returning her smile. In that fleeting moment when their eyes met, Lin Fan's left eye transformed into the Rinnegan, activating the formidable Jinjutsu, Kodoamatsukami, which could alter one's will. This particular manifestation was known as Guardian Lin Fan. Han Xuelu's body trembled slightly, her gaze shifting as she began to regard Lin Fan with profound respect. Beneath that respect lay a deep-seated confusion. After all, she had not lost any memories. In her recollection, this was their first encounter, so why did she feel such a strong urge to protect him? One that echoed a willingness to sacrifice herself? Lin Fan's Rinnegan had only briefly appeared in that instant, thus Han Xuelu remained unaware. It was not merely a fleeting appearance. At that moment, he could only manifest it while activating Kodoamatsukami. Moreover, Lin Fan's left eye throbbed with intense pain, rendering his vision exceedingly blurry. Undoubtedly, this was the might of the strongest Jinjutsu. At his current level, its execution was excruciating. He silently mused, fortunately, I possess the power of the god tree's chakra. Otherwise, this left eye would be rendered completely blind. It seemed unwise to activate the Rinnegan in the days to come. Indeed, one's level truly dictated the potency of ninjutsu. Without sufficient rank, even the most impressive techniques would be rendered ineffective. Please, come in, Lin Fan said, rubbing his eyes as he addressed the respectful yet puzzled Han Xuelu. Yes, she nodded. Upon hearing this, her confusion deepened, but regrettably, she would not uncover the reason at that moment. Just go ahead and prepare the dishes, Lin Fan instructed, knowing well the ingredients available and the possibilities they offered. In the kitchen, Lin Fan had already prepared a variety of dishes from another realm. At that moment, he genuinely felt hungry. Han Xuelu, still laden with questions, stepped into the kitchen. Stealing a glance at her, Lin Fan couldn't help but reflect. Oh, Han Xuelu, I hope this is not your last meal. Otherwise, losing 500,000 would be trivial compared to the challenge of finding a chef who excels in every aspect like you do. As the sounds of flowing water and the chopping of vegetables filled the air, Lin Fan settled onto the sofa, simultaneously channeling energy to restore his Rinnegan while engaging with his phone's game chat. This would be their final conversation, after the impending apocalypse. It would not take long for various network satellites to succumb to failure. Of course, Lin Fan had previously hinted at this stockpiling, as they had shared many joyous moments together, and it was only right to extend his help. Following that, he began to scroll through videos of various female internet celebrities, which had offered him solace during his lonely moments, worth revisiting one last time. Then, it started to snow. The unexpected flurries elicited a chorus of astonished voices throughout the community. Lin Fan's gaze immediately turned towards the window as he murmured to himself, at last, it has arrived. Chapter 5. Wish fulfilled. The onset of the apocalypse began with the snowfalls of May. Of course, not every location experienced the arrival of snow. Some were ravaged by fierce winds, others by torrential rain, and some even by an oppressive heat. To his astonishment, it was snowing. In the kitchen, Han Xuelu's voice echoed with surprise. "This is no ordinary snow," Lin Fan remarked, hastily transporting the dishes Han Xuelu had prepared into the living room before shutting the kitchen door. This was a harbinger of doom, and the snowfall persisted for an entire month. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sounds of wailing, roaring, and screams from the community. Hearing these dreadful noises, Han Xuelu instinctively dropped the kitchen knife, finally grasping the gravity of Lin Fan's words about the end of days. At that moment, through the kitchen window, she glimpsed the chaos outside. The streets were in disarray, with out-of-control vehicles colliding, and those riding electric scooters suddenly convulsing and lunging towards others in a savage frenzy. Many residents had transformed into zombies, their orifices oozing blood, skin pallid, eyes appearing as if adorned with white contacts, and their nails and teeth elongated and razor-sharp. Some zombies pounced upon unsuspecting residents, sinking their teeth into exposed arteries amidst the screams of terror, while others effortlessly tore apart those who resisted, devouring their flesh with reckless abandon. Han Xuelu, pale and trembling, collapsed in shock. Lin Fan stood at the kitchen door, peering through the glass, and said, "You must have watched apocalyptic zombie films at this very moment. The entire blue planet resembles this chaos. Order has disintegrated, zombies roam freely, and mutated flora and fauna abound. Naturally, some humans will awaken extraordinary powers." The end of days left Han Xuelu in a state of sheer panic. Once, while watching zombie films with friends, she had fantasized about the apocalypse, dreaming of becoming a heroine who would slay zombies with ease. Yet now, all that consumed her was fear and trembling, even a sense of losing control. Suddenly, Han Xuelu let out a pained wail. Lin Fan murmured, "Is it an awakening of powers or a transformation into a zombie?" With chakra gathering in his right hand, he formed a spiraling sphere. If Han Xuelu exhibited even a trace of zombie characteristics, he would teleport to her side and shatter her skull. Fortunately, Han Xuelu was not transforming into a zombie. Rather, she was awakening her powers. After enduring the agony, a peculiar light began to emanate from her, gradually coalescing in her abdomen, forming her initial energy. "What powers have you awakened?" Lin Fan inquired. Strangely, after the awakening, Han Xuelu felt an unexpected calmness wash over her. Rising, she extended her delicate hand, igniting a flame that blazed forth. "Fire abilities, how fitting for a chef," Lin Fan commented. "Dear one, have you already awakened your powers?" With the flame subdued, Han Xuelu's complexion regained its composure as she inquired of Lin Fan. "Indeed, I awakened my extraordinary abilities long ago, ninjutsu," Lin Fan replied. "Is that a form of ninjutsu from Naruto?" Han Xuelu inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Not just one, but all of them," Lin Fan clarified. Han Xuelu murmured the words all, contemplating the transformation of her own inner resolve. Then, "What does this mean for my change?" "Indeed, you have fallen under the most potent illusion, Kodo Amatsukami," Lin Fan affirmed. "I see," Han Xuelu said, enlightenment dawning upon her, yet there was no trace of displeasure. Rather, her beautiful eyes brimmed with greater respect for Lin Fan. Such is the terrifying nature of Kodo Amatsukami, even those ensnared by its spell, upon realizing the truth, seldom harbor thoughts of rebellion. Perhaps only the infinite Tsukuyami could rival it. Having learned of Kodo Amatsukami, Han Xuelu's curiosity deepened. "So, my lord, does this mean I may behold your eyes? When I watched Naruto, I always dreamed of possessing either the Sharingan or the Rinnegan." Lin Fan generously showcased his Byakugan and Rinne's Sharingan. "How magnificent and striking!" Han Xuelu exclaimed in envy. "But alas, if both your eyes were Rinne's Sharingan, you would be even more formidable." "Xuelu, this Byakugan is not from the Hyuga clan, but rather Kagaya's Byakugan," Lin Fan chuckled. "Once I enhance my level, this Byakugan will hold the power to annihilate worlds." "Kagaya's Byakugan," Han Xuelu echoed, astonished. "Enough of this. Let us dine," Lin Fan suggested. "I am truly famished after tirelessly working throughout the night." Upon hearing this, Han Xuelu recalled something. "My lord, I heard that all the supermarkets and pharmacies have been completely looted. Was it you?" "Yes, I employed the Flying Thunder God and Kamui," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Flying Thunder God, Kamui," Han Xuelu whispered repeatedly, her eyes glistening with envy. "My lord, when the opportunity arises, may I learn a few ninjutsu techniques?" "Of course," Lin Fan replied, smiling. "Thank you, my lord," Han Xuelu exclaimed excitedly. "Let us check the doors and windows. Then draw the curtains in preparation for our meal. Otherwise, the sight of the chaos outside will surely ruin our appetite, Lin Fan instructed. Han Xuelu nodded in agreement. However, as they dined, tears suddenly streamed down Han Xuelu's face. Her eyes filled with worry. She hastily took out her phone, only to find it devoid of signal and internet. You are concerned for your family, aren't you? Lin Fan asked gently. Yes, my lord. My grandfather and parents are in Kyoto, where the population is dense, and at this hour, my grandfather is likely in a hotel. Han Xuelu replied, her voice trembling with concern. Xuelu, Lin Fan wished to comfort her, yet struggled to find the right words. Ultimately, he settled on. If you need to cry, then cry. Naturally, Han Xuelu had come to regard Lin Fan as her pillar of support, and she threw herself into his embrace, weeping. Xuelu, regardless of the circumstances, everything remains uncertain. Your grandfather and parents may also awaken extraordinary abilities, Lin Fan reassured her. For now, all we can do is pray for their awakening. Indeed, it seems that my grandfather and parents have also awakened their extraordinary abilities. Han Xuelu nodded in agreement. Comforting one another, Lin Fan and Han Xuelu found themselves inexplicably on the bed in the bedroom. Of course, this was entirely intentional on Lin Fan's part, as he had long been unable to contain his desires. However, if Lin Fan could have restrained himself, he would not be a man. Holding Han Xuelu's chin, he marveled at her exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a pear blossom drenched in rain, and his heart melted completely. Young master, Han Xuelu said shyly, her cheeks flushed. Lin Fan could no longer hold back. He erupted with fervor, pressing down with great intensity. After 20 years of repression, the force of his release was unimaginable. Although Lin Fan had indulged himself previously, it had resulted in countless tissues filled with stories, none of which constituted true liberation, only leading to further suppression. Therefore, Lin Fan was exceptionally vigorous, and with his celestial physique, the experience promised to be prolonged and delightful. Chapter 6. Slaying Zombies. Upon awakening the next morning, Lin Fan found Han Xuelu still deeply asleep. The celestial physique had ignited a wild passion within him, and fortunately, Han Xuelu had awakened her powers, endowing her with a constitution far superior to that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, Lin Fan would have already sensed the chill enveloping him. Even indoors, the temperature had plummeted to around -5 degrees Celsius. Although in county was not as frigid as some regions, where temperatures could drop to extreme lows, it would ultimately reach around -30 degrees. Lin Fan murmured to himself, then retrieved a luxurious silk quilt from the divine space to cover Han Xuelu. After dressing, he ventured into the living room, where he extracted 4 fireplaces from the otherworldly realm. After some tinkering, he assembled them simply and placed firewood inside. With a swift incantation, flames erupted within the 4 fireplaces, and soon the room began to warm. Though Lin Fan was still unfamiliar with the art of fire manipulation, igniting the wood was a simple task. With the electricity long gone, modern society had come to a halt. Without power, 99.9% of facilities were rendered inoperative, leaving fire as the sole means of warmth. While Lin Fan could have hoarded a generator, in this apocalyptic world, the sound of a generator would attract zombies, mutated flora and fauna, and awakened beings, hastening his demise. At that moment, Han Xuelu awoke, rubbing her bleary eyes and limping into the living room. Seeing her in such a state stirred a pang of concern within Lin Fan. Regardless, the enchanting Han Xuelu was entirely his, and he gently said, "You've awakened." Han Xuelu responded, realizing her appearance and recalling the earlier fervor, her shyness evident as she nodded. To avoid any awkwardness, she swiftly changed the subject, glancing at the 4 fireplaces and remarking, "Young master, the installation of these fireplaces seems rather perfunctory. As long as they provide warmth," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Besides, we will be relocating in a few days. This place is not suitable for our long-term base." Han Xuelu nodded. Then, "Young master, what shall we do next?" "Revenge. And simultaneously eliminate the zombies on this 18th floor," Lin Fan declared, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Revenge?" Han Xuelu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lin Fan, harboring no secrets from Han Xuelu, revealed his identity as a reincarnator. The astonishment in Han Xuelu's eyes was momentary. She quickly accepted the revelation. For in a world plunged into apocalypse, the existence of reincarnators seemed plausible. "No wonder you were able to prepare for everything in advance and awaken your abilities before the end times," she murmured. The murderous intent in Lin Fan's gaze remained unabated as he continued, "In my previous life, I failed to awaken any powers. Just 3 days after the apocalypse struck, I was violently robbed of my remaining food by that despicable couple next door. As he spoke, an uncontrollable rage surged within him. Witnessing Lin Fan's distress, Han Xuelu hastily embraced him to offer comfort. My lord. With her soothing presence, Lin Fan gradually regained his composure, though he hesitated to elaborate further, as the memories were too painful to articulate. Next door, in apartment 1802, resided a middle-aged couple, both tall and overweight, each weighing no less than 250 pounds. Following the onset of the apocalypse, they too awakened their powers, sharing the same ability. As long as they consumed food, they grew taller, heavier, and more formidable. After robbing Lin Fan of his last provisions, they spared his life, instead subjugating him to a life of servitude. Given their size, they were incapable of cleaning up after themselves, thus Lin Fan was exploited to the fullest extent. Even now, he struggled to fathom how he endured those harrowing days. Suppressing his inner fury for the moment, Lin Fan approached the door, peering through the peephole to assess the situation in the hallway of the 18th floor. 3 zombies were aimlessly wandering, presumably the residents of 1804. Just as in his previous life, the inhabitants of 1804 had succumbed to the undead. Although there should be 5 of them. Have the other 2 descended the stairs? He pondered. Adjusting his angle of view, he noted that the stairwell door was firmly shut. It seems they are still at home, he mused. Shifting his gaze once more, he discovered that the door to 1804 was ajar, and soon enough, the other 2 zombies came into his line of sight. Once confirmed, Lin Fan sprang into action. Channeling his chakra, he created 3 shadow clones. Every corner of the hallway had already been marked with his flying thunder god technique. Thus, as the shadow clones wielded fruit knives, they appeared behind the 3 zombies, swiftly plunging the blades into their skulls, bringing them down effortlessly. Roar. The 2 remaining zombies from 1804 immediately charged towards the shadow clones. As they stumbled into the hallway, 2 of the clones activated the flying thunder god technique to position themselves behind the zombies, delivering fatal strikes once more. In less than 10 seconds, the 3 clones had effortlessly dispatched all 5 zombies. My lord, the flying thunder god technique is indeed an invincible ninjutsu, Han Xuelu remarked in awe. No wonder the 4th Hokage was practically unbeatable with just this skill. Indeed, the flying thunder god is formidable, yet one must never grow complacent, Lin Fan replied. Suddenly, Lin Fan retrieved a silenced pistol from the alternate dimension. In truth, he yearned to test the might of the spiral sphere. Yet he harbored concerns that its overwhelming power might create considerable commotion. Regardless, his rebirth assured that many circumstances would diverge from his previous life. Thus, it was entirely plausible that this building harbored potent zombies and supernatural beings from the very beginning. Xuelu, prepare yourself mentally. Once we deal with the couple in room 1802, I shall take you to cleanse the zombies in room 1803. There should be 3 of them. And I will let you slay those 3 zombies. With the gun loaded, Lin Fan turned to Han Xuelu and declared. Upon hearing these words, Han Xuelu was momentarily taken aback. Having awakened her abilities and with Lin Fan by her side, she felt significantly less fear towards the apocalypse. However, the thought of personally slaying a zombie still made her heart tremble. Lin Fan, perceiving her trepidation, reassured her, Xuelu, this is unavoidable. You must experience your first time. Young master, I understand. Han Xuelu took a deep breath and resolutely replied, determination flashing in her beautiful eyes as she braced herself for this harsh initiation. Under the flying thunder god technique, Lin Fan's true self appeared in the corridor, concealed behind 3 shadow clones, the pistol hidden behind him. Subsequently, he activated the reincarnation Sharingan. After a day and a half, the reincarnation Sharingan had fully restored. With divine might, the lock on the door of room 1802 was swiftly relocated. The foremost shadow clone immediately kicked the door and charged inside. Awaiting this clone was a powerful fist that shattered it instantly. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and beheld a middle-aged man, an imposing figure weighing over 300 pounds and nearly 6 feet tall, standing at the threshold, glaring angrily. You little bastard, I haven't even broken your door yet, and you dare to smash through my door first. Chapter 7. Revenge. From your tone, it seems you indeed have some thoughts brewing, Lin Fan's true self remarked, concluding that his preemptive strike was justified. Humph, you little bastard. What can you do with that puny frame of yours? The portly middle-aged man scoffed. No matter how many clones you have, in my eyes, you're merely a child. I can take you down with a single punch. As he stepped out from the doorway, he added, you little bastard. I won't hesitate to tell you that I've long wanted to eliminate you. Initially, I took pity on you as an orphan and bought land from you to help you earn some income. only to find out you were charging more than the supermarket by $2. Get lost. Lin Fan retorted furiously upon hearing the man's words. You two plump fools have the audacity to claim pity for me? What kind of lamb does the supermarket offer, and what kind do I sell? Premium lamb leg meat. How dare you ask me for the price of lamb brisket and ribs? I shall not hesitate to confess. I have long desired to end your lives as well. The middle-aged man, incensed by Lin Fan's words, became increasingly agitated, his flesh quivering as supernatural power surged from his visibly coarse pores, causing his already massive body to swell even further. At this moment, within the confines of the room, a voice filled with impatience and fury echoed, expressing disdain for the trivialities of conversation. It's the end of days, simply crush him, it insisted, frustration mounting as interest waned. My dear, please refrain. Just as the excitement reaches its zenith, do not let it dissipate so swiftly. The overweight middle-aged man, driven by urgency, resolved to prolong the moment. Convinced that the conclusion was imminent, he ceased his idle chatter, his hefty hands lunging toward the necks of the two shadowy figures with forceful intent. In that instant, Lin Fan smiled, for he had awaited this very moment. The middle-aged man's approach to subduing the two doppelgangers rendered him nothing more than a target. Lin Fan, seizing the opportunity, extended his arms from behind, brandishing a loaded handgun, and pulled the trigger. Blood erupted from the man's forehead as he collapsed, lifeless and unblinking. With a chilling remark, Lin Fan commanded his two doppelgangers to charge into the room, following closely behind. Upon entering, all three Lin Fans were momentarily taken aback. The woman before them was not only larger but also more grotesque, adorned in pink lace lingerie that only accentuated her numerous folds of flesh. She must have weighed at least 400 pounds and towered over 2 meters tall. Upon witnessing the fall of the middle-aged man, the woman's eyes bulged with fury, her excess flesh quivering as she unleashed a formidable force, a display of her supernatural abilities that sent the three Lin Fans reeling backward. With a whoosh, two of the doppelgangers disintegrated under the assault. Lin Fan, startled, recalled how in his previous life, this grotesque couple had breached his defenses when they were merely at the initial stage of their powers. Clearly, in this second life, many things had shifted. In his astonishment, he murmured to himself. The woman, intent on avenging her fallen companion, recognized the firearm in Lin Fan's grasp and swiftly understood why her partner had perished so quickly. She turned to flee, intent on escaping through the window. Though the 18th floor loomed, her mid-tier abilities could likely sustain her survival from such a drop, especially given her ample mass to cushion the fall. At the moment of her retreat, she summoned her powers once more, conjuring a massive hand of energy between herself and Lin Fan, its thickness rivaling half a meter, meant to shield her from his bullets. Foolish woman, do you think you can escape? Lin Fan thought, the memory of past humiliations igniting a fierce resolve within him. As his reincarnated eyes awakened, he unleashed his divine prowess, redirecting his bullets to bypass her formidable barrier and strike directly at the back of her head. Blood splattered as the woman fell without a sound, her demise swift and merciless. Lin Fan had inscribed a mark of teleportation upon the bullet, allowing him to materialize beside her in an instant. Producing a fruit knife, he infused it with chakra and relentlessly ensured her demise, not pausing until he was certain that this mid-tier ability user was irrevocably defeated. In a world beset by chaos, vigilance was paramount. One could never afford to be complacent. At this moment, Lin Fan finally relaxed, taking a deep breath. He then activated his divine power, transporting the corpses of the two treacherous individuals to an alternate dimension, as their remains held considerable value for him. The 5 zombies outside were similarly significant, so Lin Fan also brought them into the other realm. Subsequently, with a swift application of his Flying Thunder God technique, he returned to his room. Young master, are you all right? Han Xuelu inquired with concern. Lin Fan replied, I never anticipated that the treacherous woman was already a mid-level ability user. It truly caught me off guard. Fortunately, she is merely at mid-level. If she had been at level 2, it would have been a different story. Mid-level? But isn't this just the second day of the apocalypse? Han Xuelu exclaimed in surprise. Xuelu, during the apocalypse, many ability users, zombies, and mutated flora and fauna are exceptionally powerful from the outset, often at levels 3 or 4, with some even reaching levels 6 or 7, Lin Fan explained. Moreover, I suspect some may be even stronger. Is it truly so? Han Xuelu's tone grew grave. Therefore, Xuelu, even though I have amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies and weapons, absolute safety is not guaranteed, Lin Fan continued. Only by continuously strengthening ourselves and elevating our levels can we hope for any semblance of security. This is also the reason I want you to adapt to killing zombies as swiftly as possible. Of course, it involves taking lives as well. You have seen apocalyptic zombie films. You should understand the nature of humanity in such dire circumstances. You must also be aware of what women like you will face if they become failures. We shall not become demons, but we must uphold the brilliance of our humanity. However, we cannot be Navi. Young master, I understand. I am prepared. Please take me to 1803, Han Xuelu stated resolutely. No need to rush. Let us first savor our battle spoils, Lin Fan replied, and with that, he activated his divine power, transporting Han Xuelu to the alternate dimension. Standing before the corpses of the treacherous duo and the 5 zombies. Wow. Han Xuelu could not hold back, immediately retching. Simultaneously, she gazed in shock at the corpse of the overweight woman, exclaiming, "This weight, this height, could it be due to her abilities?" Indeed, it is due to her abilities. Before the apocalypse, this treacherous woman was quite tall, but only around 1.80 meters. In just a day and a half, she has grown to over 2 meters. Given a few more days, she would undoubtedly become a dominant force in this neighborhood, perhaps even the ruler of the entire county region. However, let us set aside that for now, Xuelu. It is not easy to overcome the mental barrier of killing zombies for the first time. Let us begin with the zombie corpses. With that, Lin Fan handed Han Xuelu a watermelon cutting knife. You must cleave the heads of these 5 zombies in twain and retrieve their brainstems. Chapter 8. Mutated plants. Han Xuelu did not refuse the watermelon knife and resolutely approached the 5 zombie corpses. Though fear flickered in her eyes, she decisively swung down the blade. Excellent, Lin Fan praised. With the first encounter behind them, the second proved to be a mere formality, and the third became even simpler. Soon, the heads of 5 zombies lay cleaved in 2, revealing decayed remnants save for the blackish-blue brainstems. The entirety of a zombie's energy converges within the brainstem. If we wish to elevate our realm swiftly, we must absorb the energy contained therein, Lin Fan remarked. Although repulsive, a simple cleansing would suffice, agreed. Her gaze shifting towards the bodies of the fallen. Young master, the energy of the supernatural beings should reside entirely in their dantians, correct? Indeed, Lin Fan confirmed. However, unlike the brainstems of zombies, we cannot extract the dantian. We can only absorb directly. Xuelu, begin. You shall absorb the energy from the corpulent man, while I will take from the corpulent woman. In less than half an hour, had completely drained the energy from the man's dantian. Though still in the mid-stage of the first level, her supernatural power had significantly increased, enhancing her combat prowess by several tiers. Lin Fan, on the other hand, took a full 4 hours to deplete the woman's dantian. Yet, the time was not wasted. He advanced 2 small levels, reaching the late stage of the first level. Young master, I have reached the late stage of the first level, exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded. As I suspected, the energy within this woman's dantian was considerable. In retrospect, I am fortunate to have acted promptly. Had I delayed a few more days, the consequences would have been dire. Young master, why not absorb these 5 brainstems as well? Perhaps it could elevate me to the early stage of the second level, suggested. I am already at the late stage of the first level. Absorbing more ordinary zombie brainstems would yield little benefit. Even the brainstems of early-stage zombies would have minimal impact on my progression to the second level. You should absorb them. It should elevate you to the mid-stage of the first level, Lin Fan replied. Then I shall not hold back. Laughed. Proceeding to cleanse the 5 brainstems with a bottle of mineral water. After dedicating half an hour to absorption, she reached the mid-stage of the first level, just as anticipated. Young master, shall we head to 1803 now? Inquired, her eagerness to confront zombies palpable. As her fear of slaying the undead dissipated, the audacity of a heroine from a post-apocalyptic film surged within her. There's no rush. First, you must familiarize yourself with your fire abilities, Lin Fan advised. Young master, would you teach me the fire escape technique? Asked hopefully. As you are a fire wielder, it is only fitting that I teach you, Lin Fan responded. However, I must admit that I am not yet fully versed in the fire escape technique. How about this, Xuelu? You take the time to master your fire abilities while I familiarize myself with the technique, and then I shall instruct you. For the next half day, immersed herself in her fire abilities while Lin Fan practiced the fire escape techniques, including the Great Fireball technique, Phoenix Fire technique, Great Fire Dragon technique, Dragon Fire technique, Great Fire Extinguishing technique, and Storm Dance. Once became adept with her fire powers, she developed her unique signature move, compressing flames into a lotus shape and launching it with her supernatural force towards her adversary, detonating it upon proximity, akin to a fiery grenade. Named this technique the Lotus of the Buddha's Wrath. The name Buddhist Fury Lotus resonates with familiarity, yet Lin Fan could not recall where he had encountered it. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought and commenced instructing Han Xuelu in the art of fire-release ninjutsu. This tutelage extended throughout the day. Lin Fan, not one to remain idle, began to familiarize himself with the various ninjutsu associated with the sage body, as well as would release techniques, along with the powers of the Rinnegan and Byakugan. As Lin Fan activated his divine might to unlock room 1803, 3 zombies, drawn by the noise, lunged towards the pair with ferocious intent. "Ah, a level 1 early stage zombie," Lin Fan remarked. A glance at the floor of the living room revealed a heap of skeletal remains, likely that of a dog, prompting Lin Fan to recall that this family indeed owned a pet. It seemed the creature had evolved as a result of consuming dog flesh. "Xuelu, I leave this to you," he instructed. "Rest assured, my lord," Han Xuelu replied confidently, extending 3 fingers from her right hand, which promptly coalesced into 3 miniature Buddhist fury lotuses, directed straight towards the zombies. The 2 ordinary zombies, seemingly oblivious, devoured the micro-lotus, leading to their heads being reduced to ashes. With the flames unleashed, Han Xuelu entrusted the spinal cords of the 2 zombies to Lin Fan, who temporarily stored them in a spatial realm. The level 1 early-stage zombie, however, displayed greater cunning. It tilted its body to evade the miniature Buddhist Fury Lotus and immediately turned, its decaying arms morphing into putrid tendrils that reached for the lotus in an attempt to extinguish its flames. Unfortunately for it, being merely a level 1 early-stage zombie, its rotting appendages were no match for the explosive power of the lotus, resulting in the obliteration of its arm. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xuelu unleashed the fire-release ninjutsu, the Great Fire Dragon technique, exhaling flames that transformed into a miniature fire dragon, piercing through the skull of the level 1 early-stage zombie. Consequently, she also secured the spinal cord of this zombie. "Well done," Lin Fan commended. "Next, let us proceed to the 17th floor to eliminate the zombies there." "Certainly, my lord. But remember, you must not intervene," Han Xuelu replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall refrain from interference," Lin Fan said, affectionately stroking Han Xuelu's hair. After disposing of the 3 zombie corpses, Lin Fan and Han Xuelu prepared to leave room 1803. However, just as they took a few steps, Lin Fan's expression suddenly sharpened. He swiftly pivoted, positioning himself behind Han Xuelu. At that moment, having activated his Byakugan, the veins on the right side of his face became pronounced. A fruit knife appeared in his hand, infused with chakra, as he brought it down with force. Dark green juice splattered, and the ground birthed a grotesque bud adorned with menacing fangs, which continued to gnash. "This is astonishing," exclaimed Han Xuelu. "A mutated plant," Lin Fan explained. "Although my understanding of the sage body is still superficial, I sensed anomalous energy beyond those 3 zombies upon entering." "Xuelu, observe the flower pot on the balcony," he instructed. On the balcony, what appeared to be an empty pot concealed a mutated plant, now revealed under the scrutiny of Lin Fan's Byakugan, which clearly perceived the flow of energy within. In that moment, the mutated plant exited its state of invisibility, sensing its energetic fluctuations. This was a late-stage variant plant of the 1st rank, thus it undoubtedly possessed a degree of consciousness. Upon realizing that Lin Fan could perceive it, it withdrew from its cloaked state to conserve energy. The leaves were a deep shade of green, accompanied by green flower buds. Alongside the 1 flower bud that Lin Fan had severed, there were a total of 10, each teeming with repulsive fangs capable of extending and retracting at will. Chapter 9. 2nd Rank. As this variant plant fully manifested, Han Xuelu's expression turned grave as she solemnly remarked on its late-stage 1st rank. "Xuelu, retreat to the corridor," Lin Fan instructed her. In that instant of manifestation, the variant plant launched another assault. "Excellent." Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. He had been troubled by his inability to attain the 2nd rank in such a short time, but now an opportunity had presented itself. The core of a late-stage 1st rank variant plant would undoubtedly enable him to ascend effortlessly to the 2nd rank. The plant, sensing Lin Fan's formidable strength, unleashed all 9 flower buds in a coordinated attack, 3 from the ceiling, 3 from midair in the living room, and 3 from the floor. So a 3-pronged assault. Showcasing impressive intelligence, Lin Fan murmured. "If it were an ordinary late-stage 1st rank ability user, they would likely become your meal today. Alas, you have encountered me," Lin Fan. In truth, Lin Fan could easily deploy a large-scale fire technique to obliterate this variant plan in one move. But the resulting commotion would likely attract powerful zombies and ability users. A smaller fire technique, however, would probably be insufficient to vanquish this creature. Swiftly forming hand seals, Lin Fan instantaneously created 9 shadow clones, each heading towards one of the flower buds. The clones did not employ any ninjutsu and were swiftly devoured by the buds. Nevertheless, Lin Fan achieved his objective, marking the 9 flower buds with the flying thunder god seal, with a series of rapid movements. He swiftly dispatched the 3 flower buds on the ceiling. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth as he turned his attention to the 3 buds suspended in the living room. However, at that moment, he felt a chill creeping up his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. There was no time to ascertain the source of the sensation, nor did he wish to initiate the flying thunder god technique, for he was poised to sever another flower bud with his fruit knife. Susanoo, the Rinne Sharingan flashed, enveloping Lin Fan in a cocoon of blue chakra, while skeletal ribs materialized, forming an absolute defense. As he severed one of the flower buds, Lin Fan finally discerned the nature of the attack against him. It was none other than the 3 flower buds he had previously cut down on the ceiling, which had astonishingly regrown. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Fan pondered, in addition to its cloaking ability, it possesses regenerative capabilities. Without delay, he activated the flying thunder god technique and returned to the vicinity of the entrance. In that fleeting moment, the variant plant had completely recovered, revealing all 10 flower buds for the first time. Young master, be cautious. The formidable nature of this mutated plant took Han Xuelu completely by surprise, filling her with concern for Lin Fan. Rest assured, all is well, Lin Fan replied, as the Rinnegan began to gather chakra. Having discovered the plant's regenerative abilities, he prepared to employ a suitable ninjutsu. A delicate embroidery needle reappeared, scattering around the living room, while Lin Fan continuously utilized his teleportation technique. Although the 10 flower buds were numerous and swift, they paled in comparison to the flying thunder god technique. For a full 3 minutes, not even the hem of Lin Fan's garment was touched. However, the mutated plant soon reacted, with the 10 flower buds abruptly altering their trajectory and swiftly extending towards Han Xuelu in the corridor. Quite intelligent, Lin Fan scoffed, but alas, it was ultimately too late. In that moment, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Lin Fan's Rinnegan. As the blood flowed forth, the mutated plant ignited in black flames, writhing in agonizing torment, prompting the 10 flower buds to retreat and open their grotesque mouths in an attempt to consume the black fire. Yet, in the end, they were reduced to mere ashes. Soon, the core of the mutated plant emerged, resembling a dark green seed. And Lin Fan could distinctly sense that the energy contained within was several times greater than that of the corpulent woman. Now, we are firmly in the 2nd tier, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. Young master, is this Amaterasu? I can feel its relentless, destructive burning power. It is truly unsettling, Han Xuelu inquired curiously as she entered. Indeed, this is Amaterasu. Thankfully, we have it. Otherwise, exterminating this mutated plant would likely have caused quite a commotion, Lin Fan responded. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted from the 18th floor. Accompanying it was a deep, guttural roar. Clearly, the zombies from the 17th floor had been drawn up. Young master, Han Xuelu immediately prepared for an assault. However, Lin Fan halted her, stating, we shall cease for today, for once I activate Amaterasu, I will be unable to use the Rinnegan for at least half a day. It was still due to insufficient levels, were it not for that. If the sage body were fully developed, my regenerative capabilities could almost achieve resurrection. Lin Fan then enveloped Han Xuelu in a spatial anomaly and activated the flying thunder god technique, returning to his residence. He subsequently entered the alternate space, absorbing the energy contained within the core of the mutated plant while recovering. Han Xuelu too was not idle, drawing energy from the brainstems of the 3 zombies. Lin Fan's absorption lasted nearly an entire day, aside from the necessities of life. However, he successfully reached the initial stage of the 2nd tier. Although Han Xuelu remained in the mid-stage of the 1st tier, she had made noticeable progress. Lin Fan, now in the initial stage of the 2nd tier, felt a significant enhancement in his physique, the most striking sensation being an abundance of energy, as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. He then cast a mischievous glance towards Han Xuelu. Young master, Han Xuelu instinctively understood Lin Fan's intent, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Soon, on the plush bed in the grand bedroom, the two resumed their intimate encounter, destined to last longer this time. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Bang! 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 At that moment, voices emerged from outside, pleading, "Brother, please let us in to warm ourselves. One of us has caught a cold, and we can hardly bear the chill. Brother, we implore you, open the door. The apocalypse has arrived, and we, the survivors, can only endure together. We have a few bags of instant noodles to offer, all of them, if you grant us entry to seek warmth." It was evident that the individuals outside had spotted the chimney and deduced that Lin Fan possessed heating facilities, prompting them to ascend to the 18th floor. Lin Fan and Han Shuelu hastily donned their clothing and approached the door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, all in their middle age. Among the men, one had a buzz cut, his eyes appearing vacant, resembling a blind man. Another was bald, missing a front tooth. And the last sported a disheveled hairstyle, stout and dark. The woman, with long hair and an appearance difficult to describe, was wrapped in a blanket, lethargic, her complexion pale. Trembling all over, cradled in the arms of the stout man, clearly suffering from a severe cold. Upon catching sight of these 4, Lin Fan and Han Shuelu exchanged knowing glances, for both recognized them. Immediately, Lin Fan led Han Shuelu into an alternate space. Humph! Lin Fan scoffed. Who would have thought it would be the 4 internet celebrities of Encounty? Quite intriguing. Chapter 10. The 4 internet celebrities. Han Shuelu sneered, remarking coldly, "Young master, I never expected it to be these 4 rascals who incessantly berate this and that in their live streams, resorting to various lowly tactics to garner views and attention. They've been detained numerous times, and together they barely muster 1,000 followers, yet they dare to call themselves the 4 internet celebrities of Encounty." The buzzcut man, with his seemingly vacant eyes, went by the online moniker in County Little Dongsy, colloquially known as the 2nd generation of Brother Wendong, notorious for domestic violence, which ultimately drove his wife and children away, leading him to a life devoid of fear or restraint. The bald man, known as Encounty Mad Dragon, symbolizing a wild dragon emerging from the mountain, was a confirmed bachelor whose missing tooth was said to have been lost in a confrontation with a subordinate of a truly formidable individual. The stout man with the disheveled hairstyle was known online as Encounty Divine Fat, claiming to be the best in Encounty S10 streets. The woman, whose appearance was difficult to articulate, was known as Encounty Little Black Sister, nearly 50 years old, who daily indulged in coquettish behavior in her live streams, addressing everyone as brother or father, and never failing to utter a phrase about sending a little flower. Yet, it must be acknowledged that these 4 individuals were indeed quite notorious. Lin Fan chuckled. "Why are these 4 here?" Han Shuelu inquired, perplexed. "Aren't they all from the remote village?" "Shuelu, it seems your attention to them is rather insufficient." Lin Fan remarked. That young lad, Xiaodongzi, secretly sold dozens of his father's sheep and subsequently purchased a residence here. Upon hearing the news, his father suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, while he, day after day, indulged in frivolity with 3 prominent internet personalities within his new abode. It was indeed unexpected to find him residing in the same building as I. He is truly a scoundrel. Han Shuelu replied coldly, "Young master, what is the capability of these 4 individuals? They all exhibit fluctuations of energy indicative of supernatural powers. They are all endowed with abilities." Lin Fan responded. "However, they have yet to unleash their powers, so I cannot ascertain their precise levels with my current celestial body. All of them possess abilities. It seems that good people do not live long, while calamities endure for millennia." Han Shuelu lamented upon hearing that these 4 were endowed with powers. Suddenly, a spark of realization crossed Han Shuelu's eyes. "Young master, since they are all endowed with abilities, how could that girl with dark skin be merely suffering from a cold? Although the temperature outside is steadily dropping, it is only around -10 degrees. She is certainly not ill. Through the perception of my celestial body, I can detect that her supernatural attribute is ice. She is masquerading as a sick person in an attempt to deceive us into opening the door," Lin Fan explained. "It appears they are intent on seizing our residence, which is why they have not forced their way in," Han Shuelu stated. "What shall we do? Simple. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. However, should they wrong me, I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth," Lin Fan declared, leading Han Shuelu out of the alternate space and opening the door. As the door swung open, the girl with dark skin instantly perked up and was the first to enter the room, followed closely by the other 3. The 4 had intended to act swiftly, but upon seeing Lin Fan, they were momentarily taken aback, for they recognized him. In unison, they exclaimed, "Lamb skewers, is that you, brat?" Dear sirs, have you not had your fill of free lamb skewers? Even in this apocalypse, you dare to seek me out? Lin Fan replied icily. Oh, lamb skewers. Your words suggest some discontent with us, Xiao Dongzi retorted, his tone now frigid. If it weren't for us promoting your lamb skewers in our live streams, would your business thrive as it does? Would you even be able to purchase a residence here? Do not flatter yourselves with your filthy faces, Lin Fan shot back coldly. Were it not for your incessant visits to my stall for free meals, I would certainly have more customers. Perhaps I could even afford a villa. Lamb skewers. You usually appear so meek. I did not expect you to be so arrogant after the apocalypse. It seems you have awakened your powers, Shinpeng sneered. Come. Let me see what sort of abilities you possess, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, lamb skewers, is this the woman you acquired in the apocalypse? Truly captivating. Quang Long's lecherous gaze fixated on Han Xuelu, saliva pooling as he spoke. Allow me, Quang Long, to have a few days with her, I assure you. You shall thrive in this apocalypse, he continued. Ah, lamb skewers. I seem to recall this woman. She is the one who provides home cooking services, Han Xuelu. Quang Long finally recognized her. TSK, lamb skewers, you are indeed fortunate, my friend. This Han Xuelu is considered the most beautiful woman in our Anxian County, and it is rumored that she is still a maiden. Who would have thought you would be the one to seize the opportunity first? However, Brother Quang Long is not bothered by this. He then reached out towards Han Xuelu. Oh, is she the Han Xuelu? TSK, lamb skewers. How did you get so lucky? Xiaodongzi and Shinpeng were also astonished, wearing lewd expressions. A cold glint immediately flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he prepared to act. At that moment, the little black girl spoke up, glaring at Brother Quang Long and his companions with indignation. What is this? Last night you called me Little Black, and today you've already moved on? She then slapped Brother Quang Long. Is your Quang Long number 2 not wanted anymore? Upon hearing this, Brother Quang Long immediately stiffened, hastily waving his hands to retreat. Xiao Dongzi and Shinpeng also felt a tightening in their lower bodies, not daring to look at Han Xuelu any longer. Before the little black girl could act again, they each slapped themselves hard. This scene made Lin Fan realize that the little black girl was the leader among the 4 internet celebrities, undoubtedly the most formidable one. At that moment, the little black girl looked at Han Xuelu with an infinite killing intent. Jealousy often breeds hatred towards beauty. However, she quickly concealed that malice. Smiling at Lin Fan, hee, brother lamb skewers, you and I truly seem destined. How about you stick with me, and I'll have you grill lamb skewers for me in the future. Of course, in this apocalypse, I'll protect you. Hee. Brother lamb skewers, how come I never noticed before that you are so handsome? Saying this, she reached out to caress Lin Fan's face. Before Lin Fan could react, Han Xuelu stepped in front of him, swatting away the little black girl's hand, coldly stating, Old hag, how dare your wrinkled, filthy hands touch my noble friend, vile woman. What did you just call me? Hearing Han Xuelu's words, the little black girl immediately exploded with rage, hissing in a low growl, her cold powers enveloping her body, causing the temperature in the room to plummet several degrees. Did you not hear me call you an old hag? Han Xuelu scoffed. Chapter 11, A Stalwart Rival, Vile Woman. Say that again? The little black girl's eyes were filled with icy shards, and frost extended beneath her feet, brimming with fury. If you insist on such demands, I truly cannot refuse. Han Xuelu spoke with feigned helplessness, then seriously called out, Old hag. Yet this was not the end, but rather the beginning. Han Xuelu continued. You are certainly deserving of the title Old Hag. You could take a look at yourself, with a face full of wrinkles, a flat nose covered in blackheads. And your heavy makeup makes you look like a ghost. Your lips, caked with layers of lipstick, resemble a pancake. Looking at you from every angle, the term cute is utterly unfitting. Hearing Han Xuelu's words, Lin Fan could not help but laugh. The trio, led by the formidable Brother Long, found no solace in laughter. Instead, they were engulfed by an escalating dread, their bodies trembling with trepidation. A furtive glance exchanged among them solidified their unspoken consensus, prompting them to retreat from the room. For they sensed that the fierce little black girl was on the verge of unleashing her wrath. They had witnessed her formidable prowess firsthand. Otherwise, how could 3 prominent male influencers ever heed the words of a mere girl? With a sharp crackle, piercing sounds erupted as the little black girl summoned 3 icy spikes, glistening with a chilling radiance from each of her shoulders, launching them towards Han Xuelu in an instant. Reacting promptly, Han Xuelu ignited flames in the palm of her right hand, swiftly compressing them into 6 miniature Buddha's Fury Fire lotuses, which collided with the icy spikes. The clash of fire and ice was expected to be fierce. However, no backlash of supernatural energy transpired. The 6 icy spikes penetrated the 6 fire lotuses effortlessly, freezing them in that very moment. At this juncture, Han Shualu comprehended the little black girl's formidable level, leaving her momentarily paralyzed with panic, causing her to forget to gather her strength to defend against the icy spikes. Nevertheless, for Han Shualu, whether she amassed her powers to resist or not, the outcome remained unchanged. As a mid-level first-stage wielder, she could not possibly withstand the assault of a mid-level second-stage opponent like the little black girl. Fortunately, Lin Fan activated his Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before Han Shualu, where he concentrated a significant amount of chakra in his right hand, forming a massive Rasengan to intercept the icy spikes. However, he too was met with a formidable recoil, staggering back several steps. The chilling energy clung to his right hand, spreading rapidly, intent on encasing him in ice. It was only through the exertion of his sage body's might that Lin Fan managed to repel the icy energy. Wielding powers of the early second stage and possessing 2 distinct abilities, Lin Fan's strength astonished the little black girl, who analyzed him intently. One of his abilities was likely teleportation, while the other involved condensing energy into a spiral form, utilizing the rapid rotation of energy to generate immense destructive force. Given that the little black girl was nearly 50, many of her generation were unfamiliar with Naruto, which explained her failure to recognize the Rasengan. However, her analysis was undeniably accurate. It was evident that this little black girl was not only powerful but also astute. "You truly surprise me, little lambskewer," she remarked. Her regard for Lin Fan tinged with caution. Mutual admiration, Lin Fan replied solemnly. The little black girl's strength had far surpassed his expectations, revealing her to be at the mid-level second stage. Fortuitously, he had absorbed the core of that mutated plant, achieving the early second stage. Otherwise, he would have been incapable of shielding Han Shualu from this strike, let alone repelling the invasive icy energy with such ease. In the ensuing moments, the entire 18th floor descended into an eerie silence. Han Shualu and the other 3 influencers dared not move, while Lin Fan and the little black girl exchanged intense glares. At a certain moment, the temperature within the room abruptly plummeted further, accompanied by the ominous sound of ice coalescing. At this moment, Lin Fan did not perceive any imminent danger. He swiftly turned around, activated his Rinnegan, and utilized the Kamui technique to transport Han Shualu to an alternate dimension. The instant Han Shualu vanished, 8 ice spikes materialized in her previous location. As Lin Fan had anticipated, the target of the black girl's assault remained Han Shualu. Concurrently, Lin Fan employed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing behind the black girl, where he concentrated a miniature Rasengan in the palm of his hand and unleashed it forcefully. Crack! However, the mini Rasengan ultimately collided with an ice wall, merely shattering it slightly. Once the power of the mini Rasengan was fully absorbed by the ice wall, it cracked open, and an ice blade shot forth towards Lin Fan. He activated the Flying Thunder God once more and returned to the living room. Space, instantaneous movement, and the rapid rotation of compressed energy. How remarkable that you possess 3 distinct abilities. The expression of the black girl turned thoroughly grim, alongside 3 other prominent figures. She had descended from the 5th floor, cutting through all opposition, subjugating ordinary individuals and turning them into slaves. As for zombies or other ability users, they were no match for her. All were slain. Just as she thought she would seize this room equipped with heating, she realized that regardless of the 3 abilities, a slight difference in level ultimately meant she could not kill him. Mini Rasengan, you are formidable, and your powers are impressive. At this moment, I earnestly invite you to join me, so we may traverse this apocalyptic world together, she proclaimed, faced with Lin Fan's spatial manipulation and instantaneous movement. The black girl was reluctant to continue the fight. With a shift in her gaze, she sincerely extended her invitation. Not interested, Lin Fan replied flatly, providing his rationale for rejection. My refusal stems not from arrogance nor from a lack of strength on your part, but rather from the fundamental impossibility of our alignment. Ultimately, it would only lead to mutual suspicion. It is far better to regard each other as enemies from the outset. Moreover, I truly wish to eliminate you. Firstly, to avenge the grievance of you taking my mini Rasengan without recompense on the eve of the apocalypse, and secondly, to absorb the energy within your dantians to enhance my own power. This area harbors numerous potent ability users and some exceptionally powerful special zombies. Mini Rasengan. Remember your words and do not regret them, the black girl warned, her murderous intent reaching its zenith, her voice chilling. Humph. Regret? Lin Fan scoffed dismissively. His disdain only fueled the black girl's fury as she spoke sternly. Listen well, all food from the 5th to the 17th floors has been thoroughly plundered. While you may possess instantaneous movement, I doubt its range is limitless. Furthermore, I do not believe you dare to leave this building now. There are terrifying entities on the 4th floor. Should you wish to avoid starving, bring me the head of that wretched woman and come to the 5th floor. With that, the black girl turned and exited the room, preparing to leave with her companions. Come and go as you please, Lin Fan remarked coldly. You seem to have forgotten one crucial detail. This 18th floor is my territory. If you wish to depart, you must leave something behind. Chapter 12. Fierce Combat. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the young girl chuckled, turning around with a resigned smile. You truly overestimate yourself, lamb skewers. Were it not for your spatial abilities and teleportation, you would have perished 1,000 times over. However, I am curious to know what you wish for us to leave behind. Brother Crazy Dragon of Encounty, is it? You incessantly shout for the Crazy Dragon to emerge in the live stream, leaving no trace behind. I must inform you that today, this is the last time you shall emerge. Lin Fan declared with a chilling demeanor. Lamb skewers, do you wish to kill me? Brother Crazy Dragon retorted, anger bubbling within him. I am not one to forget easily. Lin Fan replied, Han Shualu is my woman. The words you spoke in my presence seal your fate. With that, Lin Fan instantaneously appeared beside Brother Crazy Dragon. A fruit knife imbued with chakra poised to pierce his skull. The young girl reacted swiftly, conjuring a wall of ice beside Brother Crazy Dragon to thwart the lethal strike. As the power of the divine might in the reincarnation Sharingan activated, Lin Fan aimed to carve a path for the fruit knife with utmost speed. Lamb skewers. Your eyes, the young girl exclaimed in shock. Is this peculiar gaze the source of your spatial abilities? Instantly, she became encased in ice, unleashing her powers to their fullest extent. The ice that had been nearly displaced by the divine might twisted back from an alternate dimension. The divine might was obstructed, leaving Lin Fan gravely concerned. What was happening? Although this young girl was of a higher tier than he, it should not have been possible for her to halt the divine might so abruptly. Boom. Just then, the energy within the ice-encased girl surged dramatically, catapulting her from mid-second tier to late second tier in an instant. Lin Fan's apprehension deepened. What could have caused this sudden elevation? Initially, she had not reached the threshold for advancement. His gaze shifted, and Lin Fan recalled the young girl's earlier words. They had killed all the ability users and zombies from the 5th to the 17th level. It dawned on him that the 4 of them must have absorbed a substantial amount of energy, yet it had yet to be fully refined. Combat would expedite their energy refinement. Damn it! In the near future, these 4 would ascend rapidly in strength, particularly this young girl. Reaching the 4th tier in a short span would likely pose no challenge. Regrettably, he had spent too much time in the company of Shuelu. Although it was merely twice. It spanned 3 days, time enough for him to clear from the 17th to the 5th level. At that moment, Lin Fan felt a pang of guilt. He began to berate himself, cursing, "It's all my fault. I must exercise restraint in the future. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can I earn the privilege to enjoy such tenderness." Unyielding Gale Palm. Brother Crazy Dragon would not let the opportunity pass, utilizing the gap created by the young girl to unleash a tempestuous strike. The energy of the late 1st tier coalesced in his palm, launching a fierce storm palm shadow towards Lin Fan. Brother Crazy Dragon's ability was wind. Assimilation. At that moment, the stout man also made his move, pressing his right hand against the elevator door, instantly turning his body to steel. Together with Brother Crazy Dragon, they attacked Lin Fan from both sides. This divine figure is indeed at the late stage of level 1. Susanoo. Lin Fan squinted, his Rinnegan swirling as he summoned Susanoo, effortlessly blocking the formidable assault from Brother Dragon and the divine figure. Another ability? The defense of the little black girl was filled with an increasing trepidation. How many abilities do you possess, Lamb Skewer? Little Black, he likely does not possess multiple abilities. If my conjecture is correct, he has but one ability, that of ninjutsu. At this moment, Little Dongzi spoke up. My wayward son has a penchant for a certain anime called Naruto. With nothing else to do, I watched it alongside him. Initially, I did not draw a connection to Naruto, but as he employed more abilities, I could not help but think of it. That instant teleportation is Flying Thunder God. The so-called spatial manipulation is the power of that eye, the Sharingan. This defense is yet another manifestation of the Sharingan's prowess. The spiraling sphere of energy that shatters your ice needle is the Rasengan. Lamb Skewer, your abilities are singular, are they not? Naruto, the ninjutsu of the little black girl. Brother Dragon and the divine figure murmured. Though they had not watched it, they had certainly heard of its fame. Humph, does it matter whether it is true or not? Lin Fan scoffed. Whether it is ninjutsu or a plethora of supernatural powers, they all belong to me. And you, Brother Dragon, your only fate today is death. I assure you, no one can save you. Lamb Skewer, your arrogance knows no bounds, the little black girl retorted angrily, gesturing grandly to conjure a suit of icy armor for Brother Dragon. Kill him? Can you truly? Do not gaze into his eyes. He can cast illusions, little Doomsday warned. As his own powers erupted, his eyes suddenly wide open, an abyssal crimson hue. This blood blackness coalesced into patterns, swiftly enveloping little Doomsday's entire body. Once at the late stage of level 1, little Doomsday immediately ascended to the early stage of level 2, nearing the mid-stage. However, his complexion turned pale, the vitality within him waning. Clearly, this was a power that consumed his own life force to temporarily elevate his level. Little Black, together we shall strike with lethal force. Agreed. The little black girl nodded, channeling all her supernatural energy into her hands and striking the floor of the corridor. Two streams of icy power rapidly spreading towards Lin Fan. Freeze. With her chilling words, Lin Fan transformed into an ice sculpture. This freezing was not merely a transformation into ice, it was a suppression that rendered Lin Fan incapable of utilizing Flying Thunder God. Moreover, the icy energy swiftly infiltrated Lin Fan's body, incessantly sealing his chakra, preventing him from gathering sufficient chakra. Soon, the protective Susanoo around Lin Fan dissipated. Shatter it. At that moment, little Doomsday stood before the frozen Lin Fan, his blood-black infused fist crashing down with tremendous force. Crack, crack, under such a formidable fist. The ice sculpture Lin Fan was reduced to mere powder. Ha ha ha, a trivial lamb skewer daring to challenge us, the 4 internet celebrities, is courting death. At this moment, Brother Quanglong erupted in arrogant laughter, declaring that from the 5th to the 18th floor, it was all under our dominion. The little black girl, alongside the small creature and the divine chubby one, joined in the laughter. However, soon after, the little black girl sighed, lamenting the loss of the extraordinary energy within that lamb skewer. In this way, his dantian was utterly shattered. Little Black, one must gain and lose, now. This warmly lit room belongs to us, and we can revel in its warmth, even in our nakedness, without a hint of chill. Brother Quanglong was elated, subtly hinting at the little black girl. Chapter 13, A Temporary Ceasefire. You worthless thing, your mind is always preoccupied with your Quanglong number 2. The little black girl scoffed at Brother Quanglong with a sidelong glance. Yet, all her attention lingered on his number 2, and she could not help but lick her lips. Brother Quanglong, upon hearing her words, tempered his arrogance, breaking into a silly grin. At this moment, the 4 internet celebrities had let their guard down, and the icy armor enveloping Brother Quanglong gradually dissipated. Fire escape, dust concealment technique. A chilling voice resonated at that instant. Suddenly, scattered sparks ignited in the corridor, and as the light burst forth, an endless cloud of dust engulfed the entire passageway. Be careful. The little black girl, Xiaodongzi, and the divine chubby one all cautioned. The little black girl unleashed a more potent, extraordinary ability. Downpour of ice. In an instant, the corridor was filled with icy rain, densely packed, overwhelming the dust. As the icy rain fell, all the dust was cleared, and the corridor returned to normal. Yet, there lay an additional corpse, Brother Quanglong's, his head pierced by a fruit knife, his mouth torn apart. Brother Quanglong's companions trembled and cried out. He had to die, Lin Fan's voice echoed. Snapped back to reality by Brother Quanglong's demise, Xiaodongzi snarled. Impossible. This cannot be. You are already dead. You were just encased in ice, and could not possibly be a shadow clone. A shadow clone lacks such realism. And I can distinctly sense it with my blood energy. Lord Xiaodongzi is well versed in ninjutsu. May I inquire if you have heard of the wood release clone technique? Lin Fan's cold laughter reverberated. As Xiaodongzi's eyes widened in shock, he gasped, the wood release clone technique? Damn it, how many types of ninjutsu do you possess? While mastering the wood release, Lin Fan had already conjured a wood release clone. The moment he laid eyes on the 4 internet celebrities, he sensed danger emanating from the little black girl. At that moment, his celestial body could not perceive her true level, yet he could feel the immense extraordinary energy within her. Thus, to be safe, when Lin Fan declared his intent to kill Brother Quanglong, it was indeed his wood release clone that utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the corridor. Humph, many kinds, Lin Fan coldly retorted. You have thoroughly crossed my bottom line, lamb skewer. The little black girl radiated an aura of cold fury, her voice a sharp hiss. She no longer dared to be careless, summoning icy armor for both Xiao Dongzi and Xin Pang. But you cannot kill me, can you? Lin Fan remarked calmly. The only action you can take is to destroy my room, but let me inform you that if you do so, from this day forth, you shall not sleep soundly. The little black girl bared her teeth, cold energy swirling around her, her presence seemingly capable of freezing everything in its path. Alas, her power was rendered ineffective. I will smash your sheep pin, she threatened. Xiaodongzi and Shinpeng could no longer contain themselves and clenched their fists, ready to strike Lin Fan's door. However, they were stopped by the little black girl. You too, stand down, she commanded, her icy gaze silencing them instantly. What? Do you both wish to remain trapped here on the 18th floor like that madworm? The little black girl coldly inquired. She then turned her attention back to Lin Fan. Let us converse. Her tone softened slightly. Very well, let us talk, Lin Fan replied with a smile, stepping out from the alternate space. Yet, to be cautious, only a shadow of him emerged. The little black girl had mastered the manipulation of ice, and her formidable freezing power could significantly hinder Lin Fan's flying thunder god technique and divine might, necessitating his vigilance. Shall we cease hostilities? The little black girl proposed. We could divide the territory from the 6th to the 17th floors, ensuring that we do not interfere with each other. There is no need to share. Since the territory from the 6th to the 17th floors was conquered by you, it rightfully belongs to you, Lin Fan replied indifferently. Agreed. The little black girl nodded. And she departed with Xiao Dongzi, Xin Pang, and the corpse of the mad dragon brother. Upon reaching the 17th floor, she constructed a formidable barrier of ice, layer upon layer. Each subsequent floor below mirrored this fortification. Lin Fan's true self also emerged from the alternate space, splitting into 2 shadow clones to guard the elevator entrance on the 18th floor. Inside the room, Han Xuelu emerged from the alternate space, her expression filled with concern. My lord, are you all right? Do not worry, I am fine. They may be strong, but they cannot approach me, Lin Fan assured her. Moreover, I have dealt with that insolent mad dragon brother. Upon hearing that the mad dragon brother had been slain, Han Xuelu's admiration for Lin Fan deepened, and she shyly said, My lord, you are so kind to me. Thank you. She then attempted to leap into his embrace, though Lin Fan had resolved to limit their intimacy. His arms instinctively opened to welcome her. Damn it, I can't help myself, he scolded internally. All right, just 1 hour, at most 1 hour, not a second more. Time flew by, and soon 3 hours had passed. Ah, so it is true. Tenderness can be a hero's grave, Lin Fan sighed helplessly within. Fortunately, it was merely 3 hours, far less than the previous day. My lord, those 3 will not relent, Han Xuelu warned. They will wait until all the zombies and superhumans from the 6th to the 17th floors have been eradicated. The energy they absorb will be unimaginable, and their levels will rise rapidly in a short time. Lin Fan responded, indeed. At that time, not to mention the little black girl, even the likes of Xiao Dongzi and Xin Pang would likely surpass me. My lord, are we to leave this place? Han Xuelu inquired. However, even if you possess the flying thunder god and divine might, with so many wandering zombies in the neighborhood, as well as numerous zombie dogs and zombie cats, it would be quite perilous for us to depart. Moreover, many of the zombies appear to be exceptionally formidable. Some of those roaming zombies stand as tall as 3 meters. Alongside these powerful zombies, there are also numerous mutated plants and animals. Lin Fan responded. Did the little black girl not mention that there are terrifying entities on the 4th floor? Thus, we are not yet in a position to leave this place. Besides, where would we go from here? What shall we do, my lord? We lack the zombie brains we require for absorption, Han Xuelu said, her anxiety evident. Xuelu, if it were anyone else, it would indeed be impossible. But as for your lord, do not forget that I possess the body of an immortal. Lin Fan replied with a grin. The prowess of an immortal body extends beyond mere pleasures of the bed. Upon hearing this, Han Xuelu could hardly suppress her embarrassment. Lin Fan chuckled mischievously but took no further action, continuing, the true strength of the immortal body lies in its ability to absorb natural energy. Chapter 14. Defeating Lin Fan with food. Absorbing natural energy, Han Xuelu murmured. Lin Fan wasted no time, immediately sitting cross-legged to activate his immortal body. In an instant, his hair began to turn white, and he gradually emanated a hazy, ethereal glow. Before long, the surrounding energy began to converge towards Lin Fan's body. My lord, this is an immense amount of energy, Han Xuelu exclaimed in astonishment. The energy of the little black girl in her late second stage paled in comparison, akin to a firefly against the full moon. Xiuelu, this is natural energy. How vast it is. Lin Fan replied. Do not waste it. Quickly sit down and absorb it as well. Understood, my lord. Time passed, and before long, Lin Fan and Han Xiuelu heard voices. Delicious. Haha, come, take another bite. At that moment, Lin Fan also received a message from his shadow clone, and could not help but scoff. These fellows are truly naive and endearing. My lord. What is it? Han Xiuelu asked. The three of them have set up 2 tables at the 17th staircase, Lin Fan explained. Oh, really? What have they laid out? I'm quite curious, Han Xiuelu remarked with a smirk. They intend to defeat me with food, hoping to coerce me into submission. Such vivid imagination. Lin Fan chuckled heartily. Come, let us see what delightful offerings await us. Thus, Lin Fan and Han Xiuelu arrived at the 18th staircase. The little black girl had already dismantled the ice wall. Upon seeing Lin Fan and Han Xiuelu approach, Xiaodongzi and Shenpeng exchanged glances. One grabbed a piece of 5-spice beef while the other seized a chunk of pig's head meat, devouring it heartily, and one of them downed a cup of strong liquor. Ah, delightful. The little black girl sat alone at a table adorned with red wine and packaged cake sandwiches. What exquisite taste you all possess. Lin Fan remarked with a smile. Though it may be the end of days, the spirit of enjoyment must not be absent. Little Dongzi jested, yes, lamb skewers. Just look at this piece of pork head, so plump and sizable. How does its flavor compare to your lamb skewers? Delicious, Lin Fan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise. Ha, mere words cannot capture its essence, Shin Peng chimed in, carefully examining the 5-spice beef in his hands. I bet you wish you could taste it, but alas, fortune does not favor you. How about this? Call me father, and I shall grant you a bucket of braised beef noodles. Little black girl remained silent, but found her voice in a graceful manner. Sipping a small amount of red wine before slowly unwrapping a sandwich cake and taking a delicate bite. Young master, I truly am hungry, Han Xiuelu remarked. In this place, with this temperature, I believe hot pot would be most suitable. Shall we indulge in hot pot? Absolutely. It's been ages since I last had hot pot. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Ha, it seems hunger has indeed struck, inspiring daydreams. Little Dongzi and Shin Peng laughed together. Then, Little Dongzi spat out the chewed pork head onto the staircase between the 18th and 17th floors. Oh well, who could resist being kind? Just a taste, he mused. Dongzi. Hearing you say that makes me want to show some kindness as well, Shin Peng replied, also spitting out a mouthful of 5-spice beef. Gentlemen, such wastefulness is rather unbecoming. Lin Fan admonished playfully. In this apocalyptic era, food is paramount. Such squandering may invoke divine retribution upon you both. Moreover, do you truly believe these morsels will return from whence they came? Why subject yourselves to such suffering? Lamb skewers, I've discovered your true nature, Little Dongzi exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Since you emerged, you've remained so composed. Lin Fan chose not to respond to Little Dongzi, invoking divine power. Tables and chairs materialized from another realm, accompanied by a large copper pot and charcoal. Upon witnessing this, little black girl suddenly felt uneasy. Her previously composed demeanor began to shift. Lin Fan smirked coldly, continuing to summon items from the other dimension. Hot pot base, beef tallow, sesame oil. Various cuts of beef and lamb, tripe, fish fillets, duck intestines, luncheon meat, lobster, crab, scallops, an abundance of fresh hot pot ingredients. After stockpiling the provisions, Lin Fan swiftly conjured an ice shield to preserve the food. Gazing at the table brimming with hot pot ingredients, little black girl and her companions were momentarily stunned. Their reactions delayed as they realized their mouths were watering. Indeed, the most noticeable change was the shadow that loomed over their expressions. Lin Fan smirked, addressing Han Xiuelu. Do you think we have too much? Surely, the two of us cannot consume it all. My lord, it is not excessive. You still have your 3 shadow clones. And can create even more, Han Xiuelu countered. Shadow clones can partake in meals too. Though it may seem wasteful, it adds a certain charm, after all. More people make for a livelier atmosphere, Lin Fan exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. In an instant, he formed hand seals and conjured 5 additional shadow clones. 8 shadow clones. 1 Lin Fan, and 1 Han Xiuelu, totaling 10 individuals, gathered around a grand table. You two have devised an excellent plan. The little black girl glared at Xiaodongzi and Shenpeng, her expression fierce. Without hesitation, she transformed into a frosty arrow, shooting towards the 5th floor. This fellow has indeed enhanced her control over ice, Lin Fan thought to himself, narrowing his eyes as he savored the hot pot while absorbing natural energy with his celestial body. To avoid drawing the attention of the little black girl and her companions, he refrained from excessive absorption, opting for a gradual approach. The 8 shadow clones also joined in the endeavor of absorbing natural energy. This reminded Lin Fan that he could utilize his clones to aid in the absorption, a realization he had momentarily forgotten. Xiaodongzi and Shinpeng wiped the corners of their mouths, their expressions menacing as they glared at Lin Fan and Han Xuelu, having mentally slain the two countless times. They wished to speak, but found their words trapped within. Ultimately, they, like the little black girl, hastened back to the 5th floor. Hiki, my lord. I truly cannot suppress my laughter. Han Xuelu finally burst into joyous laughter. Since they have departed, let us retreat to another dimension. The aroma of the hot pot is quite potent and may attract some terrifying entities with keen senses, Lin Fan suggested. On the 5th floor, in room 504, 2 women were massaging the little black girl's shoulders, while 2 men attended to her legs. All 4 were ordinary individuals, posing no threat, which is why the little black girl allowed them to remain, serving her whims. Despite the enjoyment, she remained overwhelmingly furious, cursing the hot pot. It had been far too long since she had indulged in one. Before the apocalypse, during the month of May, the weather had warmed considerably, and for nearly 3 months. She had not tasted hot pot. As the snow continued to fall and the temperature dropped, the thought of hot pot became increasingly appealing, causing her mouth to water incessantly. Chapter 15. Pig-headed Xiaodongzi. You 2 wretched fellows, why aren't you rushing in? The little black girl's frustration grew the more she thought about hot pot. As she coldly addressed the doorway, Xiaodongzi and Shinpeng promptly entered, grinning, and took their positions beside the little black girl, replacing the 2 men and 2 women and giving her a massage. Little black, don't be angry. We didn't expect that brat with the lamb skewers would have hot pot. They spoke softly. It's just that we need you now, otherwise I'll drain both of your dunderheads' stanchions, the little black girl retorted coolly. Listen well, I can endure not having hot pot, but this grievance must be avenged. The death of that wild worm, coupled with this humiliation of hot pot, marks the 2nd time I have been bested by that brat with the lamb skewers. I refuse to endure a 3rd. Little black, do you want to eat hot pot? Xiaodongzi asked with a mischievous grin. What? Do you have some? The little black girl immediately perked up, excitement coursing through her as she urged, speak quickly. Did you discover hot pot ingredients in some room? No, little black. All the houses have been thoroughly searched. What I mean is, we can threaten that little rascal selling lamb skewers to hand over the hot pot, Xiaodongzi remarked. With what threat? Little black sister pressed sternly. With that terrifying thing on the 4th floor. We can use it to intimidate that little rascal selling lamb skewers. If he refuses to surrender the hot pot, we shall unleash that thing, Xiaodongzi explained. However, before Xiaodongzi could finish his sentence, little black sister rose from the couch, her eyes narrowing, and she froze him in place, leaving only his head exposed. Little black, what are you doing? Xiaodongzi stammered, trembling from the cold and fear, for he could sense that little black sister was genuinely furious. What am I doing? Little black sister retorted coldly. Are you a fool? How could you even consider bringing that thing from the 4th floor? Do you not realize that the little rascals selling lamb skewers might possess some extraordinary power? Damn it. And it's because you watched that anime and thought his abilities were ninjutsu. What if he takes his woman and hides in his alternate space? Can that thing even enter his realm? You truly are reckless. No wonder you dared to secretly sell off several of your father's sheep, causing him to have a brain hemorrhage right on the spot. Are you thinking that the first thing the creature will sense is the strongest presence, which would be me? And then while it's preoccupied with me, you'd make your escape? Slap, slap, slap. Little black sister could no longer contain her anger. Her hand transformed into ice as she struck Xiaodongzi's face repeatedly. Each blow was crisp and resonant, relentless, leaving Xiaodongzi no opportunity to plead for mercy. It was only when little black sister grew weary that she ceased her assault. At that moment, Xiaodongzi's face had become akin to that of a pig's head. Yet he dared not voice any complaint and immediately begged for mercy. Little black, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please let me go. My mind was so consumed with thoughts of the hot pot that I completely forgot that the little rascal selling lamb skewers possesses ninjutsu. Is that the best you can call me now? Little black sister's fury had not subsided. Rather, it intensified. For if she truly allowed that thing from the 4th floor to come forth, she would be the first to perish. She could endure not having the hot pot. But this time, it was her life at stake. Instantly, little black sister switched hands and resumed her ferocious strikes. Soon, Xiao Dongzi's face was entirely swollen, and he was left gasping for breath. Although Shinpeng was exceedingly afraid of little black sister at that moment, he still mustered the courage to intercede. For if Xiao Dongzi were to die, there would be no one left to share the burdens beside little black sister. Setting aside various trivial matters, the sheer intensity of their encounters was something he could never handle alone. Little black, you can't hit him anymore. If you do, Xiao Dongzi will perish. And that would only benefit that little rascal selling lamb skewers. Moreover, that thing from the fourth floor is indeed formidable. We cannot harm ourselves. Upon hearing Shinpeng's words, little black sister finally relented, releasing the icy grip on Xiao Dongzi. The extraordinary beings are indeed remarkable, possessing exceptional physical prowess. Without the freezing grip of ice, Xiao Dongzi swiftly regained his strength and promptly declared his resolve. Xiao Haihei, have no worry. I shall certainly reclaim this hot pot establishment today. This proclamation was somewhat agreeable. Xiao Haimei nodded, scrutinizing Xiao Dongzi from head to toe before inquiring, "Are you up to the task?" "Absolutely." Xiao Dongzi straightened his posture and asserted confidently, "Without a doubt. And I guarantee it will be vigorous." As he spoke, his once invisible eyes provocatively glared at Shinpeng. He felt no competition with the formidable brother Quanglong. Yet he harbored no fear of Shinpeng. In that moment, Xiao Dongzi summoned his extraordinary abilities. His eyes flared wide open, and dark crimson patterns swiftly spread across his body, enhancing his might. "Let me witness your vigor," Xiao Haimei exclaimed, her excitement reaching its zenith as she pulled Xiao Dongzi toward the bedroom. "Shinpeng, what are you still dawdling for?" she called, beckoning Shinpeng to join them. After their hot pot feast, Lin Fan divided his essence into 20 shadow clones, alongside his true self, to absorb natural energy. In a mere 3 days, he ascended to the late stage of level 2. Yet, he understood that this was far from sufficient, as it was highly probable that Xiao Haimei had reached level 3. Han Xuelu also followed Lin Fan's lead, attaining the late stage of level 1 and nearing level 2. Although Lin Fan could create more than 20 shadow clones, he discovered that increasing their number diminished efficiency. The absorption of energy was limited, and exceeding this threshold would yield counterproductive results. Besides the essential activities of eating, drinking, and resting, Lin Fan and Han Xuelu devoted nearly all their time to absorbing natural energy, which stirred a sense of unease within them. They resolved to seek solace and relaxation. However, at that moment, a shadow clone stationed at the stairway's 18th level reported that Xiao Dongzi and Shinpeng had once again set a table on the 17th floor. "Why have they set the table again?" Han Xuelu inquired, perplexed. Did that last hot pot not disrupt their sleep these past few days? Or have these two managed to scavenge some delectable treats? Lin Fan replied, "I suspect they haven't found anything particularly good. Rather, they believe our supplies must be depleted," prompting them to flaunt their presence once more. "How endearing," Han Xuelu remarked with a hint of disdain. "Very well. Let us confront these two and ensure they struggle to find restful slumber in the days to come, while also making them lose their appetite for the food they have hoarded," Lin Fan suggested. "So, what shall we prepare for the table this time?" Han Xuelu asked. Chapter 16. The Resilient Duo. Within this building, the predominant residents are retirees and office workers. Lin Fan remarked, retired individuals generally prepare one meal at a time, with their households containing little more than beef and pork head. Indeed, the freezers of retirees typically harbor these two types of cooked meat, while other fresh meats are consumed sparingly. Han Xuelu concurred. As for office workers, their diets mostly consist of various snacks, bread, and instant noodles. Previously, they attempted to vex us with beef and pork head, further confirming this observation. Thus, beef and pig's head meat undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of their culinary delights. Lin Fan chuckled mischievously, suggesting, "Let us indulge in a roast suckling pig and a roasted beef leg." "You are truly wicked, my lord," Han Xuelu replied with a laugh. "If we proceed with this, their enjoyment of pig's head and beef may not be as savory." "Xuelu, did they not drink red wine last time?" Lin Fan inquired further. Indeed, it was likely a modestly priced variety, perhaps a few hundred yuan, acquired by some office worker seeking a taste of the high life without splurging on premium red wine, Han Xuelu explained. "Very well. Let us each open a bottle of the 1972 Lafite," Lin Fan replied with a grin. Soon, Lin Fan and Han Xuelu utilized fire techniques in a separate dimension to roast the suckling pig and beef leg to perfection. Before stepping out the door and ascending the 18th staircase, Lin Fan himself remained behind, employing a wooden clone, a preliminary level 2 technique. Although only Xiao Dongzi and Shen Peng were present, making it unlikely they would discern Lin Fan's true identity, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. What on earth happened to you, Xiao Dongzi? Why do you resemble a pig's head? Lin Fan exclaimed upon seeing Xiao Dongzi, who was gnawing on a spiced pig's trotter. Ah, it is merely a pig's trotter. No wonder you look like a pig's head. After all, pig's head and trotter make for the most exquisite pairing, he remarked. Fear not. More delights await. Han Shuelu couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Dongzi, unimpressed by Lin Fan's jest, retorted, Lamb skewers, stop boasting. I do not believe you still have hot pot to enjoy. Right now, immediately, I implore my little black companion to spare you. I might offer you a piece of pig's trotter bone. As he spoke, he spat a piece of pig's trotter bone onto the staircase. By the way, Shen Peng, bring forth our hidden treasures. Shen Peng's demeanor instantly transformed as he extended his hands from behind, producing a piece of beef. Oh, you startled me. I thought it was something exquisite. Alas, it is merely a piece of beef, far less impressive than the pig's trotter in Xiao Dongzi's mouth. Lin Fan feigned shock. Lamb skewers, what do you know? This is shank meat, the finest cut, interspersed with sinew and muscle, Xiao Dongzi proclaimed. Indeed, you have truly whetted my appetite. Gazing upon your shank meat makes my roasted beef leg seem rather bland, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head in jest, before producing the roasted beef leg from the separate dimension. Oh, the way you are relishing that pig's trotter makes my roast suckling pig seem utterly unremarkable. The aroma of the roasted beef leg had barely dissipated when a golden brown suckling pig appeared once more. Perhaps I have overdone it, Lin Fan mused. Using shadow clones. He prompted Xiao Dongzi and Shen Peng to engage in familiar banter, resulting in 10 shadow clones materializing, each armed with a fruit knife and fork. Let the feast commence. With Lin Fan's command, the sound of meat being torn apart sent exhilarating shivers through Xiao Dongzi and Shen Peng. The two individuals were already in a daze, their mouths chewing on the pig's trotters and beef shank, which suddenly became utterly tasteless and dry. Shuelu, how about we open a couple of bottles of the 72 Lafite? This roasted piglet and beef leg are simply unbearable, nearly impossible to swallow. A sip of the vintage Lafite will surely help it go down, Lin Fan remarked, his mouth glistening with grease as he looked at Dongzi and Xintian. He then retrieved red wine and glasses from another realm. My dear sir, you truly suffer. Consuming meat daily without even a single fresh lettuce leaf, and you must wash it down with expired red wine, Han Shuelu replied, dutifully bringing Lin Fan a glass of wine. After taking a couple of sips, Lin Fan promptly expelled it along with the roasted meat, finding it insipid and lacking the savory essence of pig's trotters and beef shank. Damn it, I can't go on. It's truly awful, he declared. Then produced several bottles of expensive mineral water to rinse his mouth. Dongzi, this mineral water has utterly overwhelmed Xintian's last shred of patience, he roared, lunging at Dongzi with both hands. I told you not to come up, but you insisted. I said to wait a few more days, yet you Xintian, you're choking me. Can you blame me? Dongzi gasped, realizing the situation and swiftly retaliating. The two engaged in a scuffle, and in a moment of carelessness, they tumbled down the stairs. My dear sir, considering their state, shouldn't the little black girl make her appearance? Han Shuelu inquired as she approached Lin Fan's wooden clone with curiosity. The little black girl is likely immersed in her power advancement, Lin Fan replied solemnly. Once she assimilates the energy she has absorbed, she will undoubtedly reach level 4. No. Not perhaps, but certainly. For Dongzi and Xintian are merely the temporary reserves of her extraordinary ability. Upon hearing this, Han Shuelu gasped, Sir, do you mean that the little black girl will eliminate Dongzi and Xintian? If these two could keep pace with the little black girl, she would surely spare them. But alas, they cannot, Lin Fan stated. Shuelu, we must hasten our efforts. Understood, sir, Han Shuelu nodded earnestly. 3 days later, Dongzi and Xintian returned, both convinced that Lin Fan had run out of food and produced instant noodles and sausages. Clearly, they had exhausted their meat supply. Braised beef noodles and sausages, how amusing, Lin Fan thought, dropping the pretense with a faint smile, and instructed Han Shuelu to prepare authentic braised beef noodles and freshly sliced ham in front of them. The beef was no ordinary cut. It was the most succulent beef shank, and the noodles were made with egg whites, kneaded thrice. As for the egg yolks, they were discarded. The ham slices were not mere luncheon meat, but exquisite black label ham crafted from purebred acorn-fed black pig hind leg, with a single slice costing a month's salary. Lamb skewers, I simply refuse to believe you can consume so much. One day, I shall make you kneel before me, begging for my offerings and to partake in my sacred essence. Xiaodongzi furiously hurled the bucket of braised beef noodles from his grasp, his voice rising in an almost deranged manner. Chapter 17. The Cruelty of the Apocalypse. Xiaodongzi, your words have once again inspired me, Lin Fan remarked with a mischievous grin, his imagination conjuring a vivid scene. Just then, the black label ham was expertly prepared, and Han Shualu presented a beautifully arranged plate to Lin Fan. He savored a few slices with great pleasure. Come on, don't you want to see someone indulge in authentic braised beef noodles? The rotund Shinpeng drooled, angrily whispering in Xiaodongzi's ear. Naturally, he also issued a stern warning to Lin Fan regarding the lamb skewers, indicating that it was far from over. It was evident that Shinpeng's mental state was becoming increasingly unstable. Master, I fear they may be nearing their limits, Han Shualu stated, adding, moreover, I've noticed something peculiar. They haven't flaunted any snacks like chips or cake sandwiches. Those treats had undoubtedly been monopolized by the little black girl, Lin Fan concluded. It appeared that these two fellows were running out of time. Han Shualu scoffed coldly. Shualu, to be honest, I was tempted to eliminate those two and harness the energy within their dantians for you, Lin Fan said with narrowed eyes, but alas. Under the perception of the immortal body, I sensed that the little black girl had implanted her icy power within them. Master, if that is the case, it is indeed troubling. The little black girl could eliminate them at any moment and absorb their energy herself, Han Shualu expressed her concern. It was important to note that these two had made significant advancements recently, reaching the mid-phase of second level, with vast energy stored in their dantians. This little black girl is particularly cunning, leaving me no opportunity to eliminate Xiaodongzi and Shinpeng, Lin Fan lamented. Master, perhaps it is because you are a reincarnator who awakened your powers before the apocalypse. You are unaware, Han Shualu suggested. Unaware of what? Lin Fan inquired. The awakening of one's abilities transforms not only the body but also the mind, willpower, and other intangible aspects, Han Shualu explained. Of course, these intangible changes vary in strength. In every aspect, this little black girl excels, making it clear that defeating her is no simple task. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Master, my fire counters her ice, but unfortunately, my level does not match hers, Han Shualu sighed, shaking her head. Let us not dwell on that. We must focus on elevating our own levels, Lin Fan said, casting a deep glance at Han Shualu, who sighed in return, feeling the weight of Lin Fan's gaze. Han Shualu shyly lowered her head, both aware of the root cause of their stagnation in advancement. In truth, both had exercised restraint in this regard, understanding that their levels were paramount, yet each shared a longing that was difficult to suppress during their exchanges of glances. Within 2 days, Xiaodongzi and Shinpeng returned once more. At this moment, the two individuals appeared disheveled and emaciated, their eyes devoid of spirit, resembling beggars in a far better state. This time, they had neither instant noodles nor sausages. Each held merely half of a hard bun, a small segment of scallion, and 2 cloves of garlic. Their mental state had long since unraveled as they chewed on the scallion, bit into the garlic, and gnawed at the tough bun, growling, lamb skewers, ha ha ha, gone. Right? This time, you wretch surely have nothing to eat. Lin Fan felt compelled to make his presence known, for he needed to demonstrate his current level to the little black girl. Naturally, he emerged as a wooden clone. This time, the wooden clone had advanced a tier, now at mid-second level, for if he remained at the initial stage for too long, the little black girl might not believe him. Han Shualu retaliated in kind, preparing a dish of cold noodles mixed with bun, a plate of scallion scrambled eggs, and several garlic oysters. Bun, scallion, garlic. You do not consume them like this. Lin Fan sneered. Yet at that moment, Xiaodongzi and the corpulent figure laughed, their grins radiant yet sinister, sending shivers down one's spine. Was the little black girl preparing to strike? Witnessing their reaction, Lin Fan couldn't help but speculate, growing immediately vigilant. Signaling to Han Shualu as a shadow clone appeared beside her, ready to whisk her away to another dimension at a moment's notice. Xiaodongzi guffawed. Lamb skewers. Have you begun to eat buns, too? The only meat left is the eggs, right? No more meat, is there? Ha ha ha. Lamb skewers, you're out of meat. But we have divine pork. Following Xiaodongzi's words, the portly companion laughed arrogantly. Oh, you still have meat? Did you play a trick on me earlier and hide some? Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Lamb skewers, just wait for my meat, Xiaodongzi exclaimed, dancing excitedly as he dashed down to the 5th floor. Before long, several large pieces of fresh meat, along with ribs, were brought up by Xiao Dongzi. Upon seeing the meat and ribs, Lin Fan's expression darkened instantly. Realizing that after over 20 days post-apocalypse, they had finally reached this stage. Where on earth did these two acquire such fresh meat and ribs? Han Xuelu was astonished. But her surprise quickly morphed into concern as she noticed something amiss with the ribs when Xiao Dongzi returned. "Young master, what is this?" she inquired, looking at Lin Fan. He nodded in response. Ugh. Han Xuelu felt a wave of nausea wash over her. "Xuelu, in this apocalypse, the true cruelty has only just begun," Lin Fan remarked. Meanwhile, Shenpeng busied himself, retrieving a pile of books and shattered wooden tables and chairs from the 17th floor, alongside a collection of seasonings and a lighter. Promptly initiating the barbecue mode. "Ha ha ha, lamb skewers, I'll make you crave it," they exclaimed, sprinkling seasonings as they spoke to Lin Fan, reiterating, "Lamb skewers. As long as you come down and beg me for a bite of my delicacy and sip my holy water, I shall reward you with a taste of this fresh roast." Xiao Dongzi, Shenpeng, rest assured, you shall soon experience firsthand the essence of that flavor. Lin Fan chuckled coldly, and in a casual moment, his would clone and true self exchanged positions through the flying thunder god technique. Lin Fan was poised to strike. With a glance at Han Xuelu, she was transported to a different realm. "Young master, are we ready to act?" Han Xuelu inquired of the would clone in the alternate space. "Did you not say these two possess the icy power of that little black girl?" "Young master. Has it vanished?" "No, they still harbor the icy strength of the little black girl, and it has indeed intensified. However, my opportunity has arrived, and I must seize it." Lin Fan replied. "Xuelu, do you understand why I have been so earnest in using food to provoke these two?" Han Xuelu shook her head. "To prepare for an illusion." Lin Fan explained. "Not the heavenly god?" Han Xuelu exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 18. The Battle Against the Little Black Girl. "It is not the heavenly god. They are unworthy of my employing such a technique," Lin Fan stated. "It is another form of illusion, Tsukuyami. When their minds are intact, they will instinctively resist my Tsukuyami. Even if ensnared, there will remain lucid at first. At that moment, combined with the icy power of the little black girl, the illusion will likely fail. Now that they have begun to consume this meat, it indicates their spirits and wills have completely shattered. At such a time, using Tsukuyami, even with the little black girl as power shielding them, they will inevitably succumb to my illusion." "I see. No wonder you have responded so earnestly each time they taunt with food," Han Xuelu nodded. "It is to dismantle their spirit and will." Outside, Lin Fan had fully activated the reincarnation Sharingan. "Xiao Dongzi, Shenpeng, after today, this building shall no longer harbor your so-called 4 great internet celebrities," Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. "Lamb skewers, what did you say?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, the two immediately turned to him again, scoffing derisively. In that moment of distraction, they fell directly into Tsukuyami. Rendered momentarily dazed. As anticipated, the icy power of the little black girl surged rapidly within them, transforming into icy armor and attempting to penetrate their foreheads to aid in breaking the illusion of Tsukuyami. However, the little black girl's icy strength faltered. Firstly, Tsukuyami is not an ordinary illusion. Secondly, their spirits had already shattered, and at the moment they were ensnared in Tsukuyami, they were virtually under Lin Fan's complete control. Thirdly, the little black girl lacked understanding of illusions and possessed no experience in dispelling them. Having failed, it is time for you to reveal yourself. You will not allow their dantians to fall into my grasp, Lin Fan murmured softly. Crack, crack. Just as Lin Fan's words fell, an increasingly frigid aura coalesced into a towering ice sculpture. As shards of ice cascaded from the sculpture, the little black girl made her appearance. Transcendent. Upon witnessing the appearance of the young girl enveloped in darkness, Lin Fan could not help but feel a sense of awe. Her ice-based abilities bore a striking resemblance to the freezing fruit of the natural system from One Piece. As soon as she manifested, she personally initiated the moon reading for Xiao Dongzi and Shenpeng. Too late, Lin Fan remarked with a calm demeanor. Even a mere 2 seconds had proven to be too long. They were now completely ensnared within his realm of moon reading. Even if she were to slay him, the spell could not be undone, for the moon reading he had established harbored certain qualities akin to an infinite loop. "You seek death, lamb skewers," the girl exclaimed with fury, her mid-4th level aura erupting violently, aiming to drain the essence from Xiao Dongzi and Shenpeng. Yet, her icy powers were thwarted by the Susanoo. "You have indeed reached this level," Lin Fan said coolly, having teleported before her with the Flying Thunder God technique. "Mid-4th level? How could that be possible?" Feeling Lin Fan's formidable energy, the girl was unnerved. This cannot be. The energy of all the zombies and superhumans in this building has been absorbed by us. At that moment, Lin Fan activated his reincarnation Sharingan, breaking Xiao Dongzi and Shun Pang out of their stupor, prompting them to laugh maniacally. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. They then headed toward the 5th floor, where it was likely they had accumulated a considerable amount of waste over the past few days. Lin Fan was not malevolent. Yet he was no paragon of kindness either. After being repeatedly taunted by these two to consume their excrement, he decided that a taste of their own medicine was in order. The girl attempted to intervene, but even her accelerated icy form could not match Lin Fan's speed with the Flying Thunder God. During their initial confrontation, Lin Fan had already marked her with his technique. After several tests, the girl quickly grasped this reality. She understood that she had no choice but to eliminate Lin Fan first. You seek death, lamb skewers. Do not blame me, she declared, her fury igniting as she conjured several massive ice spears aimed directly at him. Divine Might. The Magatama within the reincarnation Sharingan spun rapidly, severing each ice spear mid-flight. In an instant, Lin Fan materialized behind the girl, his right hand gathering mini Rasengan before delivering a powerful strike to her head. However, this was thwarted by the sudden emergence of her icy armor. Although Divine Might continued to operate, gradually transferring portions of the armor to an alternate dimension, revealing her form. It seemed her body was an inexhaustible source of ice. Often, before the transfer was complete, fresh ice would already replenish the lost sections. Having reached the 4th level, my form has fully crystallized. I am the embodiment of ice. No matter how formidable your instantaneous techniques or spatial ninjutsu may be, you cannot contend with ice, she proclaimed triumphantly. Lin Fan chose not to respond and immediately distanced himself from her using the Flying Thunder God technique. Suddenly, however, every floor began to be enveloped in ice, including every corner of the space around them. Ice storm. The girl exploded into countless shards of ice, inundating Lin Fan with a torrential downpour of icy blades. Reluctantly, Lin Fan summoned his Susanoo once more. At this very moment, Lin Fan had successfully manifested a complete Susanoo. With fully formed ribs and a head, its defensive capabilities unparalleled, shielding him from every icy blade. Humph, how long can you hold out? The voice of the little black girl echoed ominously. A colossal ice spear, measuring 20 meters in length, surged upward, aimed directly at Lin Fan. Humph, hold out? Did I ever say I would endure your strike? Lin Fan retorted defiantly, entering his celestial body state, as natural energy surged like a tidal wave, rapidly coalescing into a wind-style spiral shuriken, which he hurled with force. At that moment, he was indifferent to the scale of the commotion, for he had reached the 4th level, possessing sufficient power to vacate the building, even if he encountered insurmountable foes. His mastery over Shinsaku and Flying Thunder God assured him a seamless escape. Boom. The clash of their attacks unleashed a monumental explosion of energy, rippling outward, causing the staircase to collapse, walls to crumble, and shattering nearly all the glass within the building. Roars of the undead reverberated from outside. Thud. Beneath the 4th floor, the sounds of fierce collisions could be heard. Utilizing the recoil, Lin Fan ascended to the 18th floor, swiftly forming hand seals as a torrent of fire erupted forth. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. The flames blazed fiercely, instantly engulfing the stairwell from the 5th to the 17th floors, eradicating any trace of icy presence. However, Lin Fan was not naive enough to believe the little black girl would fall so easily. Indeed, as an intensely frigid aura invisibly infiltrated Lin Fan's body, the roaring flames were extinguished in an instant, encasing everything from the 5th to the 18th floors in ice. Lin Fan sensed the spatial confinement intensifying, significantly hindering his Flying Thunder God and Shinsaku. Chapter 19, Zombie Octopus Dog. The Ice Age. The little black girl's indifferent voice reverberated. Layers of ice sealing off the space, extending into its deepest recesses, achieving a profound limit on the spatial seal. Lamb skewers, this space has been sealed by me. Even if you possess spatial ninjutsu, escaping is futile. Humph, having decided to engage, I never contemplated retreat, Lin Fan replied coldly, as his Susanoo continued to enlarge and solidify, now encompassing half of his form. Under such a Susanoo, the icy power of the little black girl's ice age could not reach Lin Fan's body. Glacial force. The little black girl unleashed another chilling ability, causing the sealed space to distort, as countless shards of ice appeared to come alive, inch by inch encasing the Susanoo, only to shatter piece by piece. With each shatter, the energy surrounding the Susanoo diminished. I refuse to believe I cannot dismantle your shell. Subsequently, her true form coalesced, personally manipulating the glacial force. Humph, this disintegration process is far too slow. Lin Fan scoffed dismissively. With a mere thought, my Susanoo can be restored. Too slow? The little black girl sneered. Immediately, with a gesture of her right hand, countless snowflakes swirled through the shattered windows from outside. She had even begun to manipulate the chilling forces brought forth by the weather. Lin Fan was taken aback slightly. Harnessing the power of the frigid winds and icy storms outside, the little black girl amplified the disintegration speed of Susanoo by several hundredfold. In mere moments, nearly one-third of Lin Fan's Susanoo was shattered. Isn't it too slow? He retorted, acknowledging the remarkable ability with a hint of envy. However, he deemed it insufficient. With that, Lin Fan propelled his celestial body to its utmost limits, drawing boundless natural energy into his being, much like the snowflakes swirling through the shattered window. The little black girl, stunned into silence, wore an expression of renewed ferocity. Could it be that this is why you have broken through to the early stages of level 4? She queried. Indeed, Lin Fan replied coolly. But do not worry. I shall not prolong this. I have stated my intent to end you today. Gradually, he extended his right hand towards her. At that moment, the only transformation of the Rinnegan was into its Rinnegan state. Shinra Tensei. Lin Fan uttered softly, and in an instant, the little black girl was violently repelled, crashing down the staircase from the 18th floor to the 5th, leaving her battered, bloodied, and barely clinging to life. In her attempt to gather her icy powers for defense, she found the force of Shinra Tensei too overwhelming, rendering her unable to conjure even a hint of frost. After employing Shinra Tensei, Lin Fan felt momentarily drained, but fortunately, the regenerative capabilities of his celestial form were exceptional, allowing him to recover swiftly. Under the Flying Thunder God technique, he appeared beside the barely conscious little black girl and coldly remarked, "It was not easy, but it is finally over." She did not plead for mercy, nor did fear flicker in her eyes. Instead, she smirked defiantly. "I never imagined that even at mid-level 4, I would still fall to your hands." "Such is the will of fate," Lin Fan replied icily. "Indeed, the will of fate. Huh. I await your demise, and trust me, you shall suffer far worse than I." The little black girl raved. Then, before Lin Fan could deliver the final blow, she disintegrated, her last words echoing, "Ice prison." Lin Fan's expression hardened as he sensed impending danger. Without hesitation, he activated his divine might to retreat to an alternate space, only to find it impossible. At that moment, the spatial barriers within the building had been sealed to such an extent that he could no longer utilize his divine might. With that avenue blocked, he resorted to the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport outside. He succeeded in teleportation, yet was met with an obstruction. The walls of the building were coated in ice, intricate patterns shimmering with freezing power. "Damn it, I'm trapped," Lin Fan remarked coldly. It appears this move is one that the little black girl executed at the cost of her own life. Otherwise, it would not possess such formidable power. However, it should not last long, right? Suddenly, the sound of cracking ice pierced the air, drawing Lin Fan's attention to the dozens of icy barriers between the 5th and 4th floors beginning to shatter. Through the chilling azure ice, Lin Fan could faintly discern a figure incessantly colliding against the icy barriers below. In that moment, he comprehended that the so-called ice cage crafted by the little black girl enveloped the 4th layer as well. Once the icy barriers shattered, he would confront the terrifying entity dwelling within the 4th layer. Lin Fan cursed the wretched woman in his mind. Through the ocular prowess of his Sharingan and his sage body, he had long been aware that the fearsome creature in the 4th layer was at the late stage of level 4, nearing level 5. With no other recourse but to engage in battle, Lin Fan immediately marked every inch of the ice cage with his Flying Thunder God technique. 5 minutes later, as all the icy barriers crumbled, the dreadful being finally revealed itself before Lin Fan's eyes. It was not particularly large. Standing just over a meter tall and less than 3 meters in length, its form resembling that of a dog but devoid of fur, exposing a grotesque amalgamation of skeletal structure interspersed with decaying, bloodied flesh of a sinister crimson hue. Numerous tentacles lined with vicious fangs sprouted between the bones and rotting flesh, while its head bore 8 larger tentacles, lacking eyes, mouth, and ears. A zombie octopus dog, Lin Fan muttered coldly, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Roar, roar, roar. The 4th layer had already amassed a multitude of zombies, ranging from ordinary to level 1, level 2, and even 3 level 3 entities. Initially, the octopus dog refrained from attacking Lin Fan directly, opting instead to command the zombies to assail him. The zombies moved with incredible speed, some imbued with wind attribute energy, reaching Lin Fan in an instant, madly charging at him with the intent to tear him to shreds. Lin Fan, disinterested in entangling himself with these creatures, formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball jutsu, incinerating nearly all of the zombies. Concentrating a large Rasengan in his hand, he swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies through the instantaneous teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the zombie octopus dog launched its attack, with its tentacles swiftly extending and intertwining to form a terrifying strangulation assault. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. Lin Fan's entire being radiated with a purple glow, and torrents of lightning surged forth, obliterating the constricting tentacles in an instant. Though the zombie octopus dog lacked eyes, it demonstrated remarkable accuracy in its assault, evidently possessing formidable sensory capabilities. As the strangling tentacles were annihilated, it immediately charged at Lin Fan with wild abandon. Amaterasu, having accumulated sufficient chakra within his Rinnegan, Lin Fan unleashed the Amaterasu upon the zombie octopus dog. As blood trickled from the corner of his eye, the pitch-black, fearsome flames of Amaterasu ignited every part of the creature, consuming it entirely in mere moments. Chapter 20. Late Stage of Level 4. Every ounce of flesh and bone upon its body was engulfed in the searing flames of Amaterasu. "You must be finished now," Lin Fan snarled, clutching his bleeding Rinnegan. This use of Amaterasu had far exceeded the limits of his Rinnegan, and even with his sage body, he now felt his strength waning, his left eye succumbing to dizziness and impending blindness. Regrettably, the formidable prowess of this zombie octopus dog far surpassed Lin Fan's expectations. It continued to charge relentlessly towards him, its flesh rapidly disintegrating, bones falling away. In less than 3 breaths, it had shrunk significantly, yet the flames of Amaterasu had vanished. How astonishing! Lin Fan was taken aback, accompanied by a hint of a wry smile. No wonder that little black girl held such trepidation towards it. However, the zombie octopus dog's capabilities did not end there. Its 8 tentacles swiftly extended, ensnaring numerous zombie corpses, and the flesh and bones from these corpses were rapidly assimilated into its own. In no more than 3 breaths, the zombie octopus dog was restored. How remarkable! This was not mere absorption, but direct fusion. Both flesh and bone melded seamlessly in an instant. Lin Fan marveled. Swish, swish, swish. After assimilating the flesh and bones of the zombies, the 8 tentacles launched an offensive towards Lin Fan, forming a lethal web once more. With a single hand, Lin Fan formed seals and unleashed the lightning release, 1,000 birds technique. Yet this time, the technique only momentarily numbed the tentacles. Left with no choice, Lin Fan resorted to the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, simultaneously attempting to recover. The zombie octopus dog quickly detected Lin Fan's ability to teleport, ceasing its attacks and instead continuing to merge the flesh and bones of the zombies. What is this creature up to? Lin Fan pondered, and through his Byakugan, he discerned that while the zombie octopus dog could directly fuse flesh and bones, it could not assimilate the energy within the zombie's brainstem. Thus, at best, it would merely increase in size, with little enhancement in rank or combat prowess. Before long, Lin Fan understood the rationale behind the zombie octopus dog's actions. As its body expanded to a certain size, it began to split. One zombie octopus dog transformed into 2, then 2 into 4. Once all the zombie corpses had been merged, the number of zombie octopus dogs reached 32. The sheer quantity was not alarming. What was truly frightening was that each of these 32 remained at the late 4th level. What on earth is this creature? Lin Fan couldn't help but curse, his expression growing increasingly grave. 32 zombie octopus dogs, each with 8 tentacles, amounted to a total of 256 tentacles, pervading the entirety of the icy prison's domain. Under such circumstances, the utility of the Flying Thunder God technique was nearly nullified, as no matter where Lin Fan teleported, the tentacles would arrive instantaneously. Susanoo could not be utilized, and Shinra Tensei was also unavailable. Lin Fan was relegated to relying on the Byakugan's Heavenly Spin defense. However, his proficiency in the Byakugan was far from reaching Kagaya's level, rendering the Heavenly Spin defense not absolute. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Fan found himself panting heavily. Meanwhile, his sage body could no longer absorb natural energy, as it had been entirely drained within the icy prison. Damn. I never imagined that one day I, possessing a sage body, would find my chakra insufficient. Lin Fan could not suppress his expletives. It seemed that sealing techniques imposed significant limitations on him, necessitating greater vigilance in the future. There appears to be no alternative. I must resort to this tactic. If this method fails, I fear I shall have to fight with all my might. With that, Lin Fan concentrated all his chakra into his hands. Just release. Boundary stripping technique. In the next instant, everything enveloped by the icy prison was submerged in a blinding white light that erupted violently, reducing all to dust and rendering it void. Earth release. Light rock technique. As Lin Fan utilized the light rock technique to hover midair, his form became visible, and the white light of the dust release began to dissipate. Surely, this will bring about the demise of my foes, Lin Fan thought, panting heavily. With his Byakugan activated, he observed that no zombie octopus hounds or remnants of flesh remained, allowing him to finally relax. He then scrutinized the icy prison, noting numerous cracks forming within it, and smiled. This icy prison is on the verge of collapse. He stretched languidly, but before he could complete the motion, a sense of unease washed over him as his celestial senses detected a surge of energy. Rushing to the source of the energy fluctuation, Lin Fan found weak remnants of flesh stirring in the space, rapidly coalescing into a brainstem the size of a fist. The brainstem emitted energy, and formless tendrils extended forth, attempting to merge with the zombie's flesh. Astonishingly vibrant, this creature clung to life even in such a state. Had it retained its zombie flesh, it would have recovered in an instant, Lin Fan mused, unable to suppress his astonishment. However, a grin soon crossed his face. For the brainstem of this zombie octopus hound now belonged to him, a source of late-stage level 4 energy. Without hesitation, Lin Fan began to absorb it. With this newfound energy, he swiftly regained his peak condition. Within a day and a half, he had completely drained the substantial energy from the zombie's brainstem, advancing to mid-level 4, and he was certain that in a few more days, he would attain late-stage level 4. As 2 days passed, the icy prison finally began to disintegrate, the frost crumbling piece by piece. Yet, Lin Fan lamented the lost energy within the little black girl's dantian. What a pity, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he laughed, for he sensed the little black girl's energy. Every shard of the shattered ice contained traces of her essence. Fortune favors me. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan urged his celestial body to absorb the energy frantically, simultaneously bringing Han Xuelu from the alternate space to partake in the absorption. However, they could not indulge for long, as a horde of zombies and undead beings surged in with the collapse of the icy prison. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for both. Lin Fan successfully reached late-stage level 4, while Han Xuelu attained late-stage level 2. They then retreated to the alternate space. The 6th building was rendered uninhabitable, but it mattered not. Our objective now is to cleanse the entire community and transform it into the most formidable base, Lin Fan declared. Xuelu, the truly brutal combat is about to commence. Understood. My lord, Han Xuelu nodded. Then, the two individuals found themselves in an alternate dimension. Their levels had both risen once again, resulting in an abundance of energy that seemed inexhaustible. In an unguarded moment, 2 days slipped by unnoticed. Goodness, 2 days have gone by, Lin Fan exclaimed, smacking his forehead in self-reproach. He turned to Han Xuelu with utmost seriousness. Xuelu, we must exercise restraint, mutual supervision from now on. All right, young master, Han Xuelu replied with a shy smile. Her laughter captivated Lin Fan once more, igniting a warmth in his abdomen. To avoid further impulsiveness, he hastily departed from the alternate space, using chakra to ascend to the ceiling of the 18th floor corridor. In the span of 2 days, the horde of zombies should have dispersed and settled down. However, upon his emergence, Lin Fan was met with the deafening roars of numerous zombies, more fervent than 2 days prior. Chapter 21. The Limits of Humanity. What is happening? Lin Fan pondered, a sense of confusion washing over him. Yet, soon his bewilderment deepened. With the heightened perception of his celestial body, he scanned down from the 18th floor to the 3rd, finding no zombies or undead creatures. A few were present on the 2nd floor, but all were congregated on the 1st. Continuing his sensory exploration, he discovered that the 1st floor was surrounded by a throng of zombies. What transpired on the 1st floor? Lin Fan murmured, intensifying his focus. Suddenly, his expression shifted, growing grave. A 5th-level zombie, and not just one. No, the aura felt distinctly unlike that of a typical zombie. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Lin Fan arrived at the 6th floor, where the proximity sharpened his celestial perception. Through this heightened awareness, Lin Fan discerned that it was a skeletal zombie. These creatures possessed no flesh, only bones and a brainstem. The emergence of skeletal zombies occurred much earlier than in his previous life, he reflected. The area where the Sunshine Joy residence was developed had once been a vast expanse of farmland, dotted with numerous graves, many of which had turned into skeletal remains, transforming into zombies. The skeletal zombies were typically of at least level 3, often ranging from levels 5 to 6. In his past life, skeletal zombies first appeared 2 months into the apocalypse, their sudden emergence leading to Lin Fan's encounter with a female zombie. What could possibly be on the first floor that even 5th-level skeletal zombies were drawn to? Lin Fan's curiosity intensified. For a 5th-level skeletal zombie, only the essence and energy of a level 3 ability user could attract them. Just then, the sound of an infant's cry resonated, emanating from the basement of the first floor. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan understood. The pure, fragrant essence of an infant, along with its blood, would be even more enticing to the skeletal zombies. I don't recall there being an infant in this building during my past life, Lin Fan murmured. As he pondered this, an instinctive shiver raced down his spine. A sense of danger enveloped him. Upon sensing, he realized that several skeletal zombies were charging towards him. Have they discovered me? With a slight murmur, Lin Fan swiftly conjured a multitude of shadow clones, while his true self retreated into the alternate space. Lin Fan naturally did not contemplate using shadow clones to defeat the 5-level skeletal zombies. Rather, his intention was to inscribe the Flying Thunder God mark upon these skeletal creatures, as well as to leave his mark from the 4th to the 1st floor. Young master, how is the situation outside? Upon Lin Fan's return, Han Xuelu inquired. Lin Fan succinctly recounted the events. The infant Han Xuelu murmured softly, perhaps the baby has run out of formula, or her mother, due to insufficient nourishment, is unable to provide breast milk, which is why she has been crying incessantly, Lin Fan remarked. Young master, I recall that you have stockpiled a considerable amount of formula. Han Xuelu suddenly exclaimed with excitement, her eyes sparkling, only to fall silent as she remembered Lin Fan's warning that in the apocalypse, the greatest taboo was to exhibit a nurturing, maternal instinct. Furthermore, she had personally experienced the harshness of the apocalypse in recent days. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded and continued, Xuelu, are you afraid I will accuse you of being overly sentimental? Han Xuelu slightly nodded. I knew it, Lin Fan replied. However, Xuelu, I must tell you that I intend to save this infant and will exert every effort to do so. Hearing this declaration from Lin Fan, Han Xuelu was taken aback, as she had not anticipated such a decision from him. Xuelu, saving lives and being overly sentimental are two distinct matters, Lin Fan explained, observing her disbelief. I have endured an apocalypse once and witnessed the depths of human malice. In such times, many can no longer be referred to as human. The evils I encountered cannot be articulated in words. I abhor such malevolence, and how could I allow myself to become one with it? I remain human, and thus, I have principles I must uphold. If it were an ability user, or even an ordinary adult, I would feel no remorse for not saving them. But an infant, a pure and innocent child, if I were to ignore her plight, I doubt I could sleep soundly at night. If there comes a day when I find peace in slumber, indifferent to such suffering, I fear my heart would have morphed into the very evil I despise. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Han Xuelu felt a deep respect, her admiration for him intensifying. Young master, I shall assist you in the rescue, she declared earnestly. Lin Fan shook his head, were it not for the skeletal zombies. I would allow you to intervene, but these skeletal creatures are far too terrifying. Their level of horror surpassing even that of the little dark girl and the zombie octopus dog. Young master, Han Xuelu attempted to plead once more. But Lin Fan had already departed from the alternate space. At that moment, the zombies on the first floor were roaring more fiercely, and the skeletal zombies began to issue commands for the other zombies to clear a path. Lin Fan sensed the presence of an ability user at the entrance of the basement, their level being that of early stage 3. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the skeletal zombies, Lin Fan activated his Byakugan. Indeed, within the basement lay an infant and a woman. It was apparent that this ability user was the father of the infant and the husband of the woman. Under the perception of the celestial body and the observation of the white eyes, Lin Fan discerned that this extraordinary individual possessed a metallic ability, capable of condensing the energy of this metallic power into a golden battle armor, thus enabling him to withstand the onslaught of the horde of zombies. However, being merely at the initial stage of level 3, when confronted with the skeletal zombies, even the formidable defenses of his golden armor would prove futile. Lin Fan mused to himself. This extraordinary individual was named Ming Lei, appearing to be of a similar age to Lin Fan. He was not devoid of fear of death. Yet the basement had become devoid of any sustenance. Not only was there no food, but he was also unable to relieve himself, as evidenced by his emaciated frame. The absence of nourishment had deprived his wife of milk, leaving his child without sustenance for a full 2 days. During this time, he had even resorted to feeding his child with his own blood. Golden Fury. The sheer number of zombies overwhelmed Ming Lei as he emerged from the basement. Even before he could ascend a single step, he was engulfed and rendered immobile. With a roar, golden energy surged around him, manifesting as an invisible wrath. This fury instantaneously augmented Ming Lei's combat prowess, allowing him to tear apart several zombies and ascend to the first floor. Yet, in his skeletal state, he could hardly maintain such a condition for long, merely a few seconds at best. Thus, upon reaching the first floor, his anger dissipated. Not only was he unable to face the skeletal zombies, but even the ordinary zombies swarming around him became insurmountable. Ming Lei bellowed, yearning to unleash the golden fury once more, but regardless of how he roared, the anger eluded him. Moreover, with the relentless assault of the zombies, his golden armor began to crumble. Nevertheless, Ming Lei refused to surrender. A resolute glint flickered in his sightless eyes as he envisioned his wife and child awaiting him. He bit down hard on his tongue. Chapter 22. You are worthy of my rescue. Instantly, blood poured from his mouth. The intense pain coursed through his entire being, and he swallowed several mouthfuls of his own blood, which felt like ambrosia, filling him with renewed vigor. He summoned the golden fury once again. I, Ming Lei, shall carve a path and find sustenance. He roared as the golden fury surged around him, accompanied by an invisible heat. A golden axe materialized in his hand. Golden Fury Axe Slay. With a sweeping strike, 7 or 8 zombies were cleaved in half. Lin Fan, who had been observing the axe, couldn't help but murmur to himself. This does not seem to be merely a manifestation of power. It resembles an ethereal forging. This individual had evidently developed his metallic ability with considerable skill, having undoubtedly endured numerous battles. Through the profound perception of the celestial body, Lin Fan also sensed the extraordinary energy of the zombie octopus dog within Ming Lei, indicating that he had indeed fought against such a creature. Quite intriguing. However, despite Ming Lei's remarkable prowess, it was not long before he was once again overwhelmed by the horde of zombies. This time, he had reached his limit. Despite his unwavering will, he found himself unable to rise. In despair, Ming Lei shouted, Duoer, I'm sorry, I have failed. I am useless and can no longer provide sustenance for you and our child. Use your soul energy to sense the right moment and open the basement door. Remember the technique I mentioned? I will use it to return to the basement and with my lifeless body, continue to survive alongside our child. We must endure. Please. My husband, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from within the basement. You are gone. How can our child and I possibly survive? Simultaneously, the wails of the infant reverberated once more. This only incited the 4 formidable skeletal zombies and the other undead, who, unable to wait for the others to clear the way, began to slaughter their kin as they advanced towards Ming Lei. We must survive, he urged himself once more. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength to concentrate his supernatural energy, preparing to execute that technique. Hold on, it is too soon to speak of death. Lin Fan's voice rang out. Under the Flying Thunder God technique, he appeared on the first floor, crouching against the ceiling. At the same time, a flurry of needles was launched from Lin Fan, taking down several zombies in the process. The sight of Lin Fan astounded Ming Lei, engulfed in disbelief, as he had long since resigned himself to the notion that no one would come to his rescue. I am here to save you, Lin Fan replied with a smile, flicking his fingers to send a needle hurtling toward Ming Lei. Catch! Upon hearing Lin Fan's promise of salvation, Ming Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet he managed to catch the needle. In the next moment, Lin Fan stood beside him, swiftly forming hand seals before striking the floor. Earth style, earth flow wall. Instantly, walls of soil erupted around them, encasing both Lin Fan and Ming Lei while simultaneously crushing numerous zombies caught in the gaps. This is ninjutsu. Ming Lei exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the earth style, as he and Lin Fan were of similar age and had both seen Naruto. Is that really earth style? Was that just now the Flying Thunder God? Now is not the time to admire my ninjutsu, Lin Fan urged. Tell your wife in the basement to continue using her soul energy to sense and find the right moment to open the door. Understood, Ming Lei nodded emphatically, immediately calling out for his wife. At that moment, fine dust began to fall as the earth flow wall began to crumble. In the next instant, sharp skeletal spikes pierced through the wall, revealing the skeletal zombies' assault. Susanoo! Lin Fan exclaimed, activating his Rinne Sharingan to summon Susanoo. straining to block the oncoming spikes. Truly formidable were the level 5 skeletal zombies. Even Susanoo struggled to withstand such a casual strike. As expected of the level 5 skeletal zombies, Lin Fan murmured, retreating from the earth style. He then unleashed a fire technique at the basement door. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Instantly, the zombies in its path were reduced to ashes, and the immense fireball forced all skeletal zombies, including the 4 level 5 ones, to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the two individuals swiftly dashed to the long-neglected iron door of the basement, which had become riddled with imperfections. At that very moment, the door creaked open, and they hurriedly entered. As they crossed the threshold, an invisible force swept by, sealing the door behind them. Ming Lei immediately unleashed his extraordinary abilities, placing his hands upon the iron door, causing it to shift through several states of golden solidity, rendering it even more robust. It appears that this very skill is what has enabled this seemingly frail iron door to withstand the onslaught of the outside zombies, particularly the 4 formidable skeletal zombies of level 5, Lin Fan remarked. Ming Lei nodded in affirmation. At that juncture, Ming Lei's wife approached, cradling their child. Like Ming Lei, she had become little more than skin and bones, and the sight of them in the dimly lit basement was akin to encountering phantoms. The infant in her arms had ceased crying, but not in the usual manner. Lin Fan could sense a force that had silenced the child, emanating from the soul power of Ming Lei's wife. The couple exchanged a glance and then knelt before Lin Fan, expressing their heartfelt gratitude for his timely rescue. Thank you, they implored. It was merely an act of compassion, motivated by the child, Lin Fan replied. Yet you are certainly deserving of my assistance. For despite the dire circumstances you face, you have not forsaken your wife and child. In this apocalyptic world, individuals like you are worthy of my intervention. Thank you, the couple reiterated, deepening their expressions of gratitude. Channeling his divine prowess, Lin Fan retrieved 10 canisters of formula, along with some instant noodles, bread, and bottled water from his otherworldly space. Upon seeing such provisions, the couple's expressions transformed beyond words, their throats constricting in disbelief. Ming Lei's mouth was bloodied, while his wife had not a drop of saliva to spare. Their bodies trembled with anticipation, yearning to rise, yet they restrained themselves, remaining kneeling before Lin Fan. There's no need for formality. Partake in the food and do ensure your child is fed as well, Lin Fan said, then we can discuss other matters. Hearing his words, the couple struggled to believe, cautiously glancing up at him. Ming Lei tentatively inquired, is this truly real? I cannot be here merely to toy with you. Lin Fan replied softly, now eat. Thank you. Realizing that Lin Fan genuinely intended to provide them with food, the couple fervently bowed in gratitude before simultaneously lunging toward the formula. Their primary concern was for their child. Oh, and remember, the formula should be mixed with warm water, Lin Fan added, preparing to summon some hot water from his otherworldly space. No, that's unnecessary. We can manage, Ming Lei asserted, channeling his metallic energy to heat one of the bottles of mineral water. Concurrently, his wife utilized her soul power to gauge the water's temperature. A few moments later, she announced, it's perfect, precisely 45 degrees. Witnessing this, Lin Fan marveled once more at the potency of soul power, capable of discerning the precise temperature of water. Chapter 23, The Big Dipper. Once the child was fed, Ming Lei and his wife exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions radiant and filled with contentment. The two individuals could no longer contain themselves and swiftly consumed instant noodles and bread, finishing 10 bags of instant noodles and 2 bags of layered bread, along with 8 bottles of mineral water in less than 30 minutes. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they approached Lin Fan, with Ming Lei introducing himself, benefactor. I am Ming Lei, and this is my wife, Shui Yangang. My awakened ability is an extraordinary soul power, allowing me to sense and discern many things. Lin Fan nodded, recognizing the merit of such an ability. He proceeded without preamble, stating, now, you two have 3 choices. Firstly, for the sake of the infant, I will provide you with some food. Secondly, you may become my subordinates, ensuring that you and your child will want for nothing. Though this entails a price, the acceptance of the BT Anshin. Rest assured, my BT Anshin will not alter your personalities, emotions, or memories. You will remain yourselves, with the sole distinction of being absolutely loyal to me, Lin Fan. As Lin Fan was about to articulate the third option, Ming Lei and Shui Yangyang promptly chose the second. In unison, they declared, benefactor, we choose the second option. Our family of 3 is willing to accept the BT Anshin. Lin Fan replied, excellent. You have made the most astute choice. However, let us exclude the child from this process. Upon hearing that Lin Fan would not impose the procedure on the child, the couple looked at him, overwhelmed with joy, and tears of happiness streamed down their faces. After bestowing upon them the Btianshin, Lin Fan guided the family into the alternate space. Han Shuelu was elated to see that Lin Fan had indeed rescued the infant and immersed herself in the joy of entertaining the child. It was a girl, exceptionally adorable. At this moment, Lin Fan took a moment to observe the child, and as he beheld her innocent and radiant smile, he could not help but smile back, experiencing a profound sense of joy and relaxation that was unfamiliar to him. Young master, is this the miraculous realm of divine power? It is truly wondrous. Ming Lei and Shui Yangeng marveled as they surveyed their surroundings from the moment they entered the alternate space. Due to their newfound status, they began addressing Lin Fan as young master. After the apocalypse, have you visited other buildings in our complex? Lin Fan inquired. Young master, I have been to Building 5 and Building 7, Ming Lei replied, and then curiously asked, by the way, young master, regarding that zombie dog in our building. It seems to be something other than a dog, more of a monster, perhaps? Was it you who dispatched it? I heard a tremendous commotion a few days ago. Ah, the zombie octopus dog? Yes, I killed it, Lin Fan confirmed. You must have had some encounter with that beast. Young master, you flatter me. I could hardly call it a confrontation, Ming Lei chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. Each time I ventured out in search of food, if it spotted me, it was a near-fatal experience. Let us not dwell on that. Are you inquiring about the other buildings with the intent to launch an assault and expand your territory? It is not merely a matter of a few buildings. I intend to cleanse the entire Sunshine UFO community and establish a stronghold for survival within it, Lin Fan declared. Whether it be the various zombies, superhumans, or mutated flora and fauna, they will only grow increasingly formidable. Additionally, the extreme weather conditions will become ever more terrifying. The alternate dimension remains merely a realm where one can temporarily seek refuge, yet it is not a place to truly reside. Thus, without a genuine Doomsday stronghold for defense, the consequences are all too predictable. Furthermore, the most critical resources in this apocalyptic scenario are food and water. In the first 2 or 3 years following the apocalypse, we may indeed survive by scavenging the supplies from before the cataclysm, but what of the years that follow? Almost everything would have expired by then. The variety of viruses in the air will proliferate, particularly the zombie virus, which continues to evolve. Would you dare to drink water that has not been purified? The same goes for food. Would you truly consume produce that does not originate from your own territory? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Ming Lei nodded thoughtfully. You are right, my lord. As the apocalypse progresses, it will only become more brutal. We must establish a Doomsday stronghold that ensures the normalcy of our daily lives. My lord, what should we do? First, we must eliminate the superhumans. Though zombies are fearsome, human malice is far more terrifying. We should eradicate all superhumans within the community before turning our focus to the zombies, Lin Fan replied. How much do you know about the situations in Building 5 and Building 7? My lord, I am not well acquainted with the specifics of Building 5. But I know quite a bit about Building 7, as I was enslaved there for 3 days, Ming Lei said. There is an organization known as the Big Dipper, comprising 6 men and 1 woman, who dominate the entire Building 7. Oh, the Big Dipper. What a striking name, Lin Fan remarked. What is their true strength? I believe the only one who poses a threat to you, my lord, is the leader of the Big Dipper, Chen Beidou. I encountered him once. He is at the initial level of 5, although that was nearly 10 days ago, Ming Lei explained. As for the woman, namely Xiner, I cannot ascertain her level. But Chen Beidou is quite courteous towards her. My return was also due to her intercession on my behalf. Chen Beidou, Lin Fan murmured, a fierce killing intent welling up within him. The name was etched in his memory. In his previous life, he had fallen victim to that female zombie, with Chen Beidou being one of the principal culprits. The desire for vengeance surged through Lin Fan as he thought, Humph, Chen Beidou, have you been living more comfortably this time around? Not only do you control Building 7, but you have also established your so-called Big Dipper organization. Ming Lei, let us commence with Building 7. With that, Lin Fan made his decision. By the way, you mentioned returning because of Li Xiner. Do you know her? My lord, Li Xiner is a high school classmate of my wife's. Their relationship is decent. It was precisely for this reason that she persuaded Chen Beidou to release me from Building 7, Ming Lei replied. He then earnestly implored Lin Fan, my lord, when you attack Building 7, could you spare Li Xiner? After all, she is the savior of my family. At that moment, Shui Yangyang also approached, pleading with Lin Fan. Let us assess the situation, Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan could only express his thoughts, pondering the abilities of Qin Beidou and this Li Xianer. Young master, I have no knowledge of Li Xianer, as I have never witnessed her in action. However, Qin Beidou has encountered her once, Ming Lei remarked. On that day, a mid-level 4-tiered zombie capable of traversing walls invaded building number 7, devouring numerous ordinary individuals and even several adept supernatural beings. Consequently, Qin Beidou had no choice but to engage the zombie himself. Its entire body radiated a starlit brilliance, capable of attracting and repelling objects, and could also condense miniature celestial bodies that would explode. There were discussions suggesting that this was a manifestation of stellar powers. Chapter 24, The Poisonous Old Man. Indeed, it is the stellar ability, Lin Fan mused to himself. Ming Lei continued, Young master, aside from Qin Beidou and Li Xianer, you must also be wary of another individual. The third of the Big Dipper, whose power is poison. He is known as Old Gua, a rather unsavory old man, hunchbacked and afflicted with toxic sores on his back. However, these sores have now become the source of his poisonous abilities. He single-handedly supports the defenses of building number 7. His poison permeates every door and window of the building, making it nearly impossible for any zombie, aside from that wall-traversing one, to enter unnoticed. So, it seems that if I wish to enter building number 7, I will undoubtedly be detected, Lin Fan stated. That appears to be the case, Ming Lei nodded in agreement. If I am to be discovered, so be it. It matters little, for I intend to storm in directly and swiftly cleanse building number 7, Lin Fan declared. Regardless. Young master, please exercise caution, Ming Lei advised. By the way, young master, do you require shurikens? I noticed you used a sewing needle when employing the Flying Thunder God technique. I can create sufficient shurikens for you using my abilities. Can you manufacture darts? Lin Fan inquired. Naturally, Ming Lei affirmed with a nod. Then produce some darts, and also procure a few suitable knives for us, Lin Fan instructed. Understood, young master. Over the course of the following day, Ming Lei utilized his supernatural abilities, Golden Fury and Golden Refinement, to craft numerous proficient darts for Lin Fan. Having previously looted various general stores, Lin Fan had ample iron available in his spatial realm for Ming Lei to work with. Ming Lei, your skills will be essential for the construction of our base in the future, Lin Fan expressed with satisfaction. Rest assured, young master. I will focus my abilities on refining and forging from now on, Ming Lei replied, his enthusiasm invigorated by Lin Fan's praise. The entrance to the first basement, having lost the reinforcement of Ming Lei's powers, was breached by skeletal zombies 3 hours after Lin Fan and the others departed. Alas, the poor zombies, having toiled for 2 days and nights, ultimately achieved nothing. Consequently, after a day, these zombies vacated building number 6, gradually dispersing and continuing to roam the community. With only a small contingent lingering around building number 6, a spatial fluctuation surged, and Lin Fan, Han Xuelu, Ming Lei, and Shui Yangyang materialized on the 18th floor. Xuelu, along with Ming Lei, the task of fortifying the 18th floor has been entrusted to you both, Lin Fan declared, handing each of the 3 a handgun while simultaneously creating 3 shadow clones to swiftly transport them into an alternate realm should the formidable skeletal zombies re-emerge. Rest assured, my lord, upon your return, the 18th floor shall be transformed into an absolutely secure haven, Ming Lei asserted, thumping his chest with confidence. Han Xuelu pulled Lin Fan into a corner of the corridor, her voice delicate and tinged with concern. My lord, please be cautious and return promptly. Otherwise, as a married couple, they shall return to pamper you while I am left alone. Lin Fan playfully pinched Han Xuelu's nose, flashing a mischievous grin. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with her, Lin Fan produced a sniper rifle, positioning it at the window of the 18th floor, directly aimed at Building 7. As the sniper bullet pierced through the window of the 18th floor of Building 7, Lin Fan found himself within its confines. Upon landing in the room, a dark green toxin swiftly spread from the windows, engulfing Lin Fan and assimilating the air, transforming it into a new poison. Lin Fan was taken aback, realizing that the adversary Ming Lei had referred to was far from ordinary. Wind release, wind fist. Lin Fan unleashed a gust of wind, directing a vortex-like punch towards the shattered window, expelling the toxins from the room. A clever strategy to utilize wind to disperse the poison, but alas, the moment you arrived, the old foe was already aware of your presence. A hoarse voice echoed as the toxins coalesced into a thick mist, flooding the room. Then, a grotesquely hunched Mediterranean elder, gnawing on a chicken leg, emerged from the fog. The old foe of the Big Dipper, Lin Fan, remarked calmly. You know me? The old foe inquired, perplexed. Though we of the Big Dipper have prepared to cleanse the entire community, we have yet to act. Suddenly, his lecherous eyes glimmered with realization. Ah, you're from Building 6. Li Xianer has released one from Building 6. As he spoke, the old man began to fantasize openly about Li Xianer, exclaiming, Tiska Hiske, what a university student. Such beauty and figure, truly tantalizing. Hey, old man, do you truly underestimate me? Lin Fan remarked, touching his nose with a smirk. Humph, a mere trifle. What merit do you have to command my attention? The old foe scoffed disdainfully. However, your arrival is timely. The number of survivors is scarce. So Chief Chen has forbidden me from using the residents of this building for experiments, yet he did not specify that I could not use individuals from other buildings. Furthermore, you are an ability user, likely at level 3, for it would be impossible for you to enter otherwise. Level 3, with such vibrant life force, will surely allow me to conduct several experiments. With that, the old foe ceased his chatter, his gnarled, dark hand waving, transforming the single mass of poison into 10. Surging towards Lin Fan from all directions. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, and he launched a dart in the direction of the old foe. The child, with a dismissive squint, remained motionless, yet his right hand flickered, deftly pinching Lin Fan's dart between his fingers. Well, would you look at that? This dart is rather exquisite, he remarked. His gaze sweeping over Lin Fan's projectile, his interest piqued, noting its apparent gold content. What a shame it is in this apocalyptic era. Otherwise, this single dart could fetch several $1,000s. Suddenly, the old man's eyes sharpened with focus, his demeanor shifting slightly as he reflected. It seems the gold within this dart is not ordinary. It possesses a certain otherworldly quality. However, before he could finish his musing, his voice trailed off. Lin Fan had already approached him from behind, his right hand coalescing a spiraling energy ball, aimed directly at the festering sore on the old man's hunched back. Despite being clothed, Lin Fan, with his keen perception, could distinctly identify the location of the sore. He couldn't help but express his admiration, smiling slightly as he noted. Though merely a pair of aged eyes, your vision is indeed remarkable, discerning that this dart is forged through extraordinary means. Boom. In the next instant, the energy surged forth. The spiraling ball crashing into the old man's sore with tremendous force. Repugnant, blackish-green venom splattered everywhere as the old man collapsed onto the floor, his body flattened. A large pool of blood quickly forming beneath him. The early stage level 4 old man exhaled his last breath. Chapter 25, The Annihilation of the 7 Stars of the Big Dipper. Hungry Ghost Path. After dispatching the venomous old man, Lin Fan placed his hand over the old man's dantian, activating the reincarnation Sharingan. The energy within the old man's dantian was absorbed at an astonishing rate by Lin Fan. Completely depleted within merely 3 breaths. The Hungry Ghost Path is indeed swift, Lin Fan mused. A wave of relief coursing through him as he felt his level inch closer to early stage level 5, with his current level 4 late stage. Wielding the various abilities of the reincarnation, I had become effortless. At that moment, the toxin defenses throughout building number 7 began to falter. The remaining members of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, along with their associated special abilities, quickly realized that the old man had perished, and they sprang into action. Within half an hour, they ascended to the 18th floor, approximately 20 individuals. Leading the pack was Chen Beidou. Lin Fan's reputation preceded him. Several of the ability users recognized him, pointing and exclaiming, Boss Chen, we know him. He is the one from building number 6 who sells lamb skewers by bicycle. Building number 6, Chen Beidou murmured, his starry eyes swirling with intensity before he declared, I understand now. He must have learned from that trash let go by Xianer that we possess ample food, and he has come to seize it. As Chen Beidou spoke, he signaled to the other 4 members of the 7 stars. They nodded in silent understanding, their expressions quickly morphing into fury. Brothers, did you see that? Did you hear? This guy not only killed the old man, but dares to steal our food, the sustenance of everyone in building number 7. Instantly, the remaining ability users descended into a frenzied rage. Kill him. Just kill him. The individuals from building 7 who dared to assault us and seize our provisions must be dealt with decisively. With this fervent resolve, they charged towards Lin Fan. It was evident that aside from the 5 members of the Big Dipper, the remaining supernatural beings were gaunt, clearly suffering from hunger. Thus, food was of utmost importance to them. The mere mention of food theft ignited their fury to unprecedented heights. How clever it was to incite the wrath of all these supernatural beings by manipulating their desperation for sustenance. causing them to overlook the fact that even a level 4 early-stage veteran had perished at my hands, instilling no fear within me. This enabled me to utilize these supernatural beings to gauge my own capabilities. Coldly gazing at Qin Beidou, Lin Fan felt a surge of murderous intent. Unfortunately, with swift hand seals, Lin Fan conjured 20 shadow clones in mere seconds, incapacitating the dozen or so charging supernatural beings without killing them, merely rendering them temporarily powerless. The 5 from the late level 4 stage, possessing the ability to create clones, exchanged glances filled with disdain. Each word they uttered was steeped in condescension. They were not intimidated, confident in their strength. Indeed, while the ability to create clones was formidable against mere minions, it was insignificant when faced with genuinely powerful adversaries. At this juncture, Lin Fan spoke, his tone frigid. So you are Qin Beidou, the leader of the Big Dipper. As the leader, you ought to refrain from embarrassing yourself by sending your subordinates into battle while you cower behind them. Why not engage directly? What are you? Merely a late-stage level 4 with the ability to create clones, daring to act so brazenly in Building 7? The other 4 echoed in unison, baring their teeth in mockery. Do you even comprehend the nature of our leader's abilities? Are you aware of his rank? Do you believe you are worthy of his personal intervention? As they encircled Lin Fan, 2 young men with flamboyant hairstyles and 2 towering middle-aged men, 1 at late level 4 and 3 at mid-level 4, prepared for confrontation. Lin Fan, disinterested in further discourse, extended his right hand, channeling a vast amount of chakra that swiftly coalesced into a crackling storm. Lightning release, 1,000 birds, sharp spear. With a cacophony of thunder, the electric current surged forth, incapacitating the 4 before they could react, rendering them unable to gather any energy. In an instant, the 1,000 birds technique transformed, manifesting 4 piercing spears that pierced through their hearts. Before they could comprehend their fate, they were dead. The leader of the Big Dipper, Qin Beidou, had to be eliminated. This act was essential to instill fear in the other supernatural beings, compelling them to serve my interests in the future. With the swift demise of the 4 from the Big Dipper, the disdain that once lingered in Qin Beidou's eyes was replaced by a deep-seated dread. He rasped, "You possess dual abilities, and it is this lightning power that constitutes your true weapon. Lightning is formless. No wonder you could approach Building 7 undetected." Qin Beidou's fury intensified with each word, his anguish palpable. "You shall pay for this. You have killed all 5 of my trusted companions." These 5 individuals were undoubtedly Qin Beidou's right-hand men, and their sudden demise left him seething with rage and sorrow. A resonant roar of anger surged forth as Qin Beidou's entire being became enveloped in celestial energy, intricate patterns radiating from him. His mid-level 5th-tier aura shook the very foundations of the 18th floor. 5th tier splendid. Absorbing the energy from your Dantian shall elevate me to the same level. Lin Fan declared with fury. But to end you today would be too merciful. Otherwise, I would have made you experience the torment of that enchanting female zombie. Celestial exploding fist. Qin Beidou bellowed, striding towards Lin Fan and unleashing a devastating punch. The force of his strike rippled through the air, generating violent waves, while the celestial patterns swirled like a tempest, coalescing into explosive power. Faced with this onslaught, Lin Fan felt as though he were caught amidst a multitude of stars on the verge of detonation, fearing he would be obliterated in an instant. Aware of the gravity of the situation, he immediately entered his celestial form. A sharp sound echoed as he swiftly gathered his wind release, spiraling shuriken, hurling it forth to shatter Qin Beidou's fist. What is this ninjutsu? Qin Beidou recognized Lin Fan's peculiar abilities as ninjutsu, shock and disbelief washing over him. Correct? But the reward is death, Lin Fan retorted, his Rinnegan manifesting as Amaterasu ignited upon Qin Beidou. The searing agony jolted Qin Beidou back to reality, prompting him to counter the Amaterasu flames. Celestial repulsion. Qin Beidou's body trembled as a formidable repulsive force emanated from him, deflecting the flames back towards Lin Fan. The repulsive force between the stars is akin to Shinra Tensei, Lin Fan mused, acknowledging the formidable prowess of Qin Beidou's celestial abilities. It was no wonder he had once been a dominant force in this area. Susanoo. Lin Fan rapidly summoned Susanoo, allowing the rebounding Amaterasu to ignite upon its form. The Rinnegan continued to whirl, manipulating the flames of Amaterasu as they shifted and danced. Fire release, additive earth technique. The Susanoo and Amaterasu fused, launching a black flame arrow towards Qin Beidou. Chapter 26. Manipulation. Qin Beidou scoffed. Your celestial repulsion can deflect Amaterasu. Yet I fear not the flames of your additive earth technique. No matter how your Amaterasu transforms, it will only consume you. With arms outstretched, he conjured 2 miniature stars in his palms. As they drew closer, the repulsive force he commanded intensified, forming a beam of repulsion that collided with Lin Fan's additive earth technique. This overwhelming repulsive force indeed thwarted Lin Fan's assault, dispersing the energy and allowing the Amaterasu to inch towards him. What of ninjutsu? I am the stars. Shun Beidou, consumed by arrogance, believed that as a mere late-stage level 4 practitioner, he could topple me, a mid-stage level 5, with his ninjutsu. Such delusions. The clash of celestial bodies unleashed a formidable force, indeed. Lin Fan sneered, yet no matter how powerful, it cannot deter my resolve to end your life. The reincarnation Sharingan activated, entering its formidable state. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the tremendous repulsive force of Shinra Tensei empowered the Jizo, directly crushing Shun Beidou's celestial defenses. Boom. First, the 2 small stars in Shun Beidou's grasp erupted into oblivion, followed swiftly by the collapse of his stellar repulsion. Ah! A scream pierced the air as the Jizo penetrated Shun Beidou's left shoulder. It appears that your celestial defenses fall short when compared to my Shinra Tensei. Lin Fan remarked coldly. So, what can a mid-stage level 5 practitioner like you do now? This time, Amaterasu will spread through your wound and ignite from within. Ah! As Lin Fan's words fell, Shun Beidou's cries grew increasingly agonized. Just as Lin Fan had foretold, Amaterasu had begun to infiltrate his body through the wound, coursing through his veins. Hearing such anguished wails from Shun Beidou, a satisfied smile crept across Lin Fan's lips. This torment must surely rival the pain he endured when that seductive zombie had ravaged him while feasting upon his brain. Witnessing Shun Beidou's dire predicament, many of the previously felled practitioners trembled in fear, their eyes darting towards Lin Fan before they recoiled in terror. Lin Fan was quite pleased with this effect. To establish a base, numerous allies were necessary, yet he could not extend the power of the otherworldly god to everyone. Thus, this intimidation was essential. The agony stripped Shun Beidou of any semblance of a mid-stage level 5 practitioner's dignity, as he wailed for mercy, pleading for his life. From this day forth, the 7th building is yours, I shall be but your dog. By the way, I possess food, an abundance of it, all for you. These provisions are contained within a star's space that I alone can access. I shall give it all to you. Ah! It seems you have indeed condensed space with the power of the stars, Shun Beidou. I must admit, you are quite the genius of abilities. Lin Fan remarked with slight astonishment. However, regrettably, I must end your life. The grievances between us can only be resolved with your demise. Only then will I find peace. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the tormented Shun Beidou wept bitterly, urgently exclaiming, We have no past grievances. We have never even met. Have you mistaken me for someone else? I beg you, extinguish this Amaterasu. I cannot bear it any longer. This is merely the beginning, Lin Fan scoffed coldly. Fear not. Amaterasu will not consume your flesh so quickly, but will rather burn slowly, piece by piece. First, your veins, then your bones, and finally, each morsel of flesh. Ah, no. If I perish, you shall never claim those provisions. Truly, an abundance of food, fish, chicken, braised pork, hawks, and cold beef, Shun Beidou cried out in terror. That doesn't seem to be your food. It appears to have been seized by you, Lin Fan remarked with a mischievous grin. I recall that this food was from a family in Building 7 who were celebrating their relocation. Is that not so? With a disdainful glance, Lin Fan directed his attention towards Shun Beidou's dantian, where a small star was suspended. The food is likely concealed within the space derived from that diminutive star in your dantian. In his previous life, Lin Fan had witnessed Shun Beidou casually conjuring food from thin air, clearly indicating that it resided within him, most plausibly in his dantian. Oh, no. You mustn't discover the location of the food. Shun Beidou bellowed in a furious roar. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of stellar power emanated from Shun Beidou, converging towards his dantian. As his very form began to undergo transformation, a sensation akin to becoming one with the stars. Are you attempting to achieve complete stellar transformation for self-detonation? How absurd. Lin Fan scoffed. Do you think you are worthy of taking me down with you? Celestial method, gate of clarity. With a single hand forming seals, 3 ethereal gates manifested, instantly restraining Shun Beidou and rendering him incapable of harnessing any trace of stellar abilities within him. In that moment, all that remained for Shun Beidou was helpless wailing and overwhelming despair. The blazing light of the sun god within him inflicted excruciating pain akin to being torn apart by 1,000 blades. Lin Fan's eyes reflected no compassion. In his previous life, Qin Beidou and the local tyrants had cast him into the clutches of a seductive female zombie for their amusement, showing no mercy. While they laughed heartily, proclaiming that even the zombie was capable of love. Universal attraction. Coldly observing Qin Beidou, Lin Fan activated the universal attraction, extracting the star imbued with spatial properties from Qin Beidou's dantian. Subsequently, he unleashed his divine might, transferring the food into an alternate dimension. At that moment, Lin Fan produced a dozen roasted chickens and tossed them to the fallen ability users. Those willing to follow me may remain and enjoy a roasted chicken now. Those unwilling, leave Building 7 at once. These ability users, recognizing the allure of the roasted chickens, had no intention of departing and immediately knelt before Lin Fan. Boss, from this day forth, we are your dogs, your cattle, your horses. We shall obey your every command. Rise. Here, there are no such distinctions. As long as you remain loyal to me, Lin Fan, you shall always be regarded as human, Lin Fan declared. However, should you betray me, believe me when I say your fate will be 1,000 times worse than that of Qin Beidou. We shall forever remain loyal to Boss Lin. The ability users trembled as they reiterated their fealty. Excellent. Eat up, Lin Fan gestured. Just then, a figure ascended the stairs swiftly towards the 18th floor. It was a woman, none other than the last member of the Big Dipper, Li Xianer. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, has she finally made her appearance? Let me see what ability she possesses that can command Qin Beidou, the leader of Building 7, to obey her. Surely it cannot be merely for her physical form. Chapter 27, Li Zuner. Soon, Li Zuner arrived on the 18th floor, clad in loose-fitting athletic attire that obscured her figure. However, her striking beauty was undeniable, rivaling that of Han Xuelu. Her demeanor was cold, exuding an air of grace and poise. She cast a penetrating glance at Lin Fan before approaching the writhing and lamenting Qin Beidou. Zuner, save me, save me. Upon seeing Li Zuner, a glimmer of hope ignited in Qin Beidou's despairing eyes as he pleaded desperately. Qin Beidou, this is the 3rd time I am rescuing you. After this, I, Li Zuner, shall owe you nothing, she declared resolutely. I understand. Please save me quickly, Zuner. Qin Beidou cried out, his voice filled with urgency. I recall stating that you lack the privilege to call me Zuner, Li Zuner remarked, visibly displeased as he addressed her again by that name. Miss Li, I implore you. Save me. Qin Beidou immediately altered his plea. Li Zuner swiftly took action, retrieving a scalpel from her pocket, its blade infused with her extraordinary energy. With a few deft movements, she shattered the 3 Mingxin gates. Lin Fan observed this with mild astonishment. The Mingxin gates, one of the most formidable sealing techniques, were reputed to be capable of sealing anything. Even attempts to destroy the gates from the outside would be significantly hampered by their sealing power. However, Li Zuner's extraordinary energy was seemingly unaffected, leaving Lin Fan utterly amazed. Intriguing. What kind of ability is this? Lin Fan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Without responding to Lin Fan's question, Li Zuner spoke. What? Do you not intend to stop me? Not necessary, Lin Fan shook his head. You may break the Mingxin gates, but you will undoubtedly be unable to prevent the Amaterasu burning within him. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's unwavering confidence, a disdainful smirk graced Li Zuner's lips as she unfastened her outer garment, revealing a form-fitting black woolen top that accentuated her devilish figure. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The inner side of her attire was adorned with an array of items, syringes, small vials, needles, threads, various surgical instruments, and several rolls of gauze. This woman possesses a profound understanding of the brutality of a post-apocalyptic world, carrying all her life-saving essentials on her person. Lin Fan mused with admiration. So, her extraordinary ability must pertain to the medical field. Li Zuner first extracted a small vial containing alcohol, followed by a lighter from her pocket, using it to sterilize the scalpel and scissors. Then she produced another small bottle and drew the liquid into a syringe, administering an injection to Qin Beidou, who soon ceased his lamentations. A tranquilizer, perhaps, but that shouldn't be effective. Ordinary anesthetics cannot alleviate the agony of Amaterasu's burning, especially when it originates from within. Lin Fan pondered, perplexed. This is not an ordinary anesthetic. It is a concoction of my own creation, Li Xianer proclaimed. Impressive. Lin Fan commended. It appears your extraordinary ability lies within the realm of medicine. Li Xianer did not deny this and continued. Now that you are aware, you should intervene. Since I previously stated I would not act, I shall refrain, Lin Fan replied. Moreover, To disrupt a doctor while they are saving lives would be exceedingly disrespectful. If you choose not to act, then I shall commence. I hope you do not come to regret your decision, Li Xianer declared. Roar. At that moment, a multitude of zombies and their wretched kin had gathered outside building number 7. Lin Fan swiftly conjured 2 wooden clones, both at the mid-level of the 4th rank, accompanied by 10 shadow clones. He then instructed the other psychics, having filled your bellies, it is time to work. Join my clones and do your utmost to prevent the zombies from breaching the first layer of defense. Yes, Boss Lin, the psychics responded, wiping the grease from their mouths, showing no hesitation as they followed Lin Fan's wooden clones and shadow clones to the first floor. The strength of roasted chicken is indeed formidable, Lin Fan mused, and promptly added for the psychics, as long as you can help my clones hold back the zombies until I am finished here. Each of you will receive a bowl of braised pork and a rib tonight. Upon hearing braised pork and ribs, the psychics instantly seemed to elevate several levels. Charging eagerly toward the first floor, Li Xianer had begun the operation, swiftly making several incisions at the wound of Qin Beidou. With Lin Fan's keen eyesight, he could discern that these incisions followed the meridians scorched by Amaterasu. As the flesh was parted by the scalpel, Li Xianer deftly separated the charred meridians, snipping them with precision. In a matter of seconds, all the flesh within Qin Beidou that had been consumed by Amaterasu was meticulously excised, including the remnants clinging to his bones. In less than 20 seconds, Li Xianer had completely eradicated Amaterasu from within Qin Beidou's body. Soon after, she stitched the wounds with a needle and thread and retrieved a small vial, instructing Qin Beidou to drink the liquid within. After consuming it, he rapidly returned to near his peak condition. Once completed, Li Xianer coldly stated, "From this moment forth, we are even, Qin Beidou." Remarkable. Lin Fan offered unreserved praise for Li Xianer. This time, Li Xianer did not respond. She merely collected her belongings and stepped back. For the matter between Lin Fan and Qin Beidou was far from resolved. Observing Qin Beidou, Lin Fan smiled with amusement. "I believe you understand why I chose to wait for Li Xianer to save you." Qin Beidou hissed vehemently, "Of course I know. You merely wish for me to relive the agony of being scorched by Amaterasu, don't you? Let me assure you, that will not happen this time." As he spoke, Qin Beidou summoned his celestial powers, manifesting layers of stellar armor, with the starry patterns rapidly solidifying. In an instant, this transformed into a magnificent celestial halberd in his grasp. "Regardless of the circumstances, you are merely at the 4th level's late stage, while I stand at the mid-stage of the 5th level." Qin Beidou roared in fury, his assault imminent. With a thunderous crash, an intense light of the stars erupted, illuminating the 18-story corridor like a radiant rainbow. Simultaneously, Qin Beidou hurled the celestial halberd fiercely towards Lin Fan. However, the ensuing scene unfolded quite differently than anticipated. For a moment, Lin Fan was left dumbfounded. Even Li Xianer, who had retreated to the staircase, was taken aback. Qin Beidou, without a hint of hesitation, turned and fled, racing towards the nearest room with the intention of escaping through the window. Lin Fan quickly regained his composure and offered a sincere compliment. "Well done, quite commendable. Choosing to flee. It truly impresses me, for this is your only correct path." But after his praise, Lin Fan's demeanor shifted to one of cold determination. "Unfortunately, you cannot escape." "Would escape? With dragon technique?" In an instant, a scream echoed from within the room. Soon, Qin Beidou was ensnared and rolling out, entangled by a small wood dragon. Witnessing this, Li Xianer mused, "It seems this fellow possesses all the techniques from Naruto. Each technique can indeed be deemed a unique ability. He is likely invincible." At this moment, the fact that Lin Fan, at the late 4th level, could utterly dominate Qin Beidou at the mid-5th level served as the finest testament to his prowess. Under the suppression of the wood dragon, Qin Beidou could not muster even a trace of his powers, reduced to mere cries of anguish. 10 minutes later, he succumbed to his pain, which alleviated some of the grievances Lin Fan harbored from his past life. Lin Fan promptly dispelled the wood dragon, aware that the energy within Qin Beidou's dantian was pivotal for him to reach the 5th level. Simultaneously, he collected the bodies of the other 5 members of the Big Dipper. Turning to Li Xianer, he inquired, "What is the nature of your relationship with Qin Beidou? Why have you saved him thrice?" "A transaction. A week's worth of food in exchange for my assistance," Li Xianer replied. "Ah, I see," Lin Fan nodded, cutting to the chase. "So, what do you say? Are you interested in becoming part of my team? Your abilities are impressive, and I could certainly use an ability doctor like you. Moreover, you have witnessed my strength. The most crucial point is that I possess ample supplies, far exceeding the meager provisions Chen Beta had. Oh, and by the way, Ming Lei and Shui Yonggong are already under my command. Your old classmates can keep each other company. That's wonderful news about Ming Lei and Yonggong, Li Xian'er exclaimed, momentarily delighted, before promptly responding to Lin Fan's proposal. Lin Fan, if I am not mistaken, I prefer not to be beholden to anyone at the moment. Such a pity. Lin Fan shook his head, a smile spreading across his face. However, Lin Fan, we can engage in a transaction, Li Xian'er proposed. Akin to the arrangement I have with Chan Beidou, 1 week's worth of food in exchange for a single opportunity for me to strike. It sounds appealing. Yet it seems devoid of allure for me, Lin Fan replied with a chuckle. Taken aback by Lin Fan's refusal, Li Xian'er momentarily faltered. For she had not anticipated such a rejection, especially given that Lin Fan had witnessed her abilities firsthand. Lin Fan, are you certain you wish to decline such a deal? Upon regaining her composure, Li Xian'er pressed earnestly. This transaction holds no value for me. Why should I partake? Wouldn't it be a sheer waste of provisions? Lin Fan maintained his light-hearted demeanor. Of no use to you? Li Xian'er scoffed. Lin Fan, though formidable, we dwell in a perilous world rife with zombies and supernatural beings. Not to mention mutated flora and fauna. Can you guarantee that you will never sustain serious injuries? Moreover, as time progresses, the virulence of various pathogens will only intensify. Therefore, Lin Fan, 1 week's food for a single opportunity to act. Yet, as Li Xian'er spoke, her voice suddenly trailed off, and her expression shifted dramatically as a realization dawned upon her. Seeing Li Xian'er abruptly silent, her countenance transformed, Lin Fan smiled. Sensing she had grasped the reason behind his refusal. The celestial body, Li Xian'er exclaimed, her voice laced with resignation. Indeed, with my celestial body. Any injury heals in an instant. Why would I require a doctor? Lin Fan gestured with open palms. Thus, Li Xian'er, my compliments to you about your abilities are sincere. Merely an expression of my admiration. Of course, I must add that you possess an appealing appearance as well. I did not expect you to be such a lecher. Upon hearing Lin Fan praise his own looks, Li Xian'er felt genuine anger swell within her, responding coldly. Haha, feel free to say whatever you wish, Lin Fan chuckled. Then inquired once more, are you willing to become one of my subordinates, to accept my offer of the divine power of another realm? And to pledge unwavering loyalty to me? Not a chance, Li Xian'er replied firmly. Very well, then I can only wish you good fortune in finding sustenance and building No. 7. Lin Fan stated with a smile, preparing to depart. Li Xian'er seethed with frustration, her breath quickening in anger. Where could one possibly find food in building number 7? As for searching other buildings, her level was not particularly high, only at mid-level 3, and entering other buildings would certainly be a matter of life and death. Left with no other option, Li Xian'er's striking eyes darted around before she spoke again. Lin Fan, true, you possess a celestial body and require no assistance from me. But what about those under your command? They lack a celestial body. I am aware that your celestial body possesses significant healing capabilities, yet as my level ascends, your healing prowess will undoubtedly pale in comparison. Furthermore, my abilities will allow me to develop increasingly advanced medicines, which are essential for everyone. You make a valid point. But Li Xian'er, it seems you have overlooked one critical detail. At this very moment, we inhabit a world in ruins. Lin Fan remarked with a smile. Do you truly believe I would be overly concerned about the supernatural beings under my command? However, that is merely 7 days' worth of sustenance. Hardly a fair exchange for a single opportunity to aid those under my command. Moreover, should I part with this food, I would find countless extraordinary beings kneeling before me, imploring to receive my divine intervention. Lin Fan, you truly have infuriated Li Xian'er. Calm yourself. After all, anger also requires energy to sustain. Lin Fan chuckled. What if we trade 1 day's rations for a single chance for me to act? Li Xian'er, having little food left, found herself begrudgingly bargaining with Lin Fan despite her indignation. To so drastically undercut her own worth, there lies a certain fierce tenacity within her. Lin Fan remarked, yet I reiterate, I do not require it. I merely admire your abilities. To obtain my sustenance, you must fully embrace my divine intervention and pledge your unwavering loyalty to me. In truth, Lin Fan possessed the capability to forcibly alter Li Xian'er's will through his divine powers, with a certainty of success given that she was only at the mid-3rd level. However, he recognized a significant issue. Employing his divine powers on others would demand a substantial expenditure of mental and willpower, and in the long run, maintaining such effects would necessitate ongoing sacrifices of these resources. Conversely, should another willingly accept his divine intervention, the toll on his mental and willpower would be negligible. with little to no subsequent cost. For instance, with Han Xuelu, he continued to expend mental and willpower, yet with Ming Lei and Shui Yangyang, there was no further cost as they had willingly accepted his divine influence. Li Xian'er's resistance would likely require even greater expenditure than that of Han Xuelu, as she was entirely opposed to the notion. Furthermore, Lin Fan anticipated that the number of extraordinary beings requiring their will to be altered would only increase. Should he resort to force each time, the burden on his mental and willpower could become overwhelming, potentially leading to backlash. Thus, he preferred to encourage others to accept his divine influence voluntarily. Lin Fan, there is no possibility that I, Li Xian'er, will ever accept your illusionary powers, she declared resolutely. Chapter 29. Xian'er, I act for your own good. Then there is little more to discuss, Lin Fan replied coolly. Nevertheless, you have indeed saved Ming Lei and Shui Yangyang's lives. I, Lin Fan, am not entirely devoid of compassion. If you are willing, I can escort you to Building 6. At the same time, Lin Fan conveyed a message to his wood clone and shadow clone to guide those extraordinary beings into the alternate space, returning to Building 6. Li Xian'er instinctively felt a refusal rising within her, but upon opening her mouth, she quickly adjusted her response. Because you attracted a horde of zombies, you bear the responsibility to ensure my safety. Then do not resist, Lin Fan said, spreading his hands with a smile. Once Li Xian'er had gathered her belongings, Lin Fan led her into the alternate space, returning to Building 6. In Building 6, Ming Lei, Shui Yangyang, and Han Xuelu had already fortified the defenses of the 18th, 17th, and 16th floors, with all windows reinforced with steel plates. Though the trio lacked electric welding equipment, Ming Lei's methods of gold smelting were far superior, exhibiting a remarkable level of skill. Upon encountering Li Xian'er, Ming Lei and his spouse expressed their gratitude and engaged in casual conversation. A total of 14 gifted individuals were brought back, which Lin Fan divided into 2 teams, assigning them to the 17th and 16th floors respectively. Li Xian'er was specifically arranged by Lin Fan to reside on the 18th floor, in room 1804. Subsequently, Lin Fan entrusted the bodies of the 5 members of the Big Dipper to Han Xuelu, Ming Lei, and Shui Yangyang, allowing the trio to absorb their energies together. While Lin Fan absorbed the energy of Chen Bei to himself, this sight evoked a wave of envy in Li Xian'er, as in this apocalyptic world, each advancement in level equated to an increase in safety. Shui Yangyang, noticing Li Xian'er's envious glances, was tempted to invite her to join in the absorption process to elevate her level, but she refrained, knowing that Li Xian'er had not yet accepted the powers of the otherworldly beings and thus was not a core member under Lin Fan's command. Furthermore, Lin Fan had not suggested that Li Xian'er partake in the absorption, leading Shui Yangyang to suppress her urge to speak, casting an apologetic glance towards her instead. After a lengthy session of absorption, both Han Xuelu and Shui Yangyang reached the mid-stage of level 3, while Ming Lei advanced to the late stage of level 3. Lin Fan, however, did not achieve the anticipated early stage of level 5, remaining at the late stage of level 4. Yet he was on the cusp of the next level. Lin Fan had anticipated this outcome, understanding that the energy required for each elevation increases exponentially as one ascends in level. Thus, he felt no dissatisfaction. Shaking off his thoughts and stretching his neck, he addressed Han Xuelu, Xuelu, let us prepare a meal. I find myself quite hungry. Of course, young master. What would you like to eat? Han Xuelu replied cheerfully. Please prepare some ribs and braised pork for those below. As for our meal, I shall ponder it for a moment, Lin Fan instructed. Han Xuelu nodded slightly and promptly returned to her room. Ming Lei, continue fortifying our defenses with those below, Lin Fan commanded. Yes, young master, Ming Lei acknowledged. Lin Fan also bestowed upon Ming Lei a wooden clone and several shadow clones, just in case. Young master, I shall first check on the children and return to assist Xuelu afterward, Shui Yangyang stated, preparing to head back to room 1803, where she and Ming Lei resided. Wait, I have something to ask you, Lin Fan interjected, gesturing for Shui Yangyang to enter room 1801. Young master, is it about Xian'er? She inquired softly once inside. Indeed. Do you know what this classmate of yours enjoys eating? Lin Fan asked with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this question, sympathy for her old friend flickered in Shui Yangyang's eyes, and she thought to herself, Xian'er, I am sorry, but I must answer the young master's inquiry. Moreover, she reassured herself, Xian'er, this is for your own good. Once you become the young masters, you will truly enjoy a life of luxury. Thereupon, Shui Yangyang divulged everything she knew to Lin Fan. After listening, Lin Fan waved his hand, saying, "Very well, you may go check on the children. You need not assist with Shiwelu. I can manage with shadow clones. Young master, have you thought of what culinary delights might entice our dear Shienner?" Han Shiwelu asked with a hint of playful melancholy as Lin Fan entered the kitchen. "Having made up my mind, I shall indulge in a bowl of shrimp tail noodles, accompanied by a delightful Westlake beef soup," Lin Fan stated. "However, the most pressing matter at hand for me is to right this vinegar jar and ensure it is thoroughly satiated." Upon hearing this, the melancholic Han Shiwelu's face flushed crimson, as she softly murmured that she was not a vinegar jar. "Ha ha ha, there is no need for fear, as long as it is righted and well fed. All will be well." Lin Fan's mischievous grin widened as he scooped up Han Shiwelu and stepped into the alternate space. Naturally, he also summoned several shadow clones to assist Han Shiwelu with the preparation of ingredients. Alas, it is eternally burdensome for us shadow clones, tasked not only with managing these troublesome ingredients but also with shielding the scenes within the alternate space as much as possible. Oh, what a torment this is. Why must there be a technique like the shadow clone in Naruto? The shadow clones exchanged resigned glances, lamenting their plight. Within the confines of 1803, after Shui Yongyang had fed the child, Li Xianu inquired with confusion, "Yao Yang, why did you and Ming Lei accept Lin Fan's Bietianshin? This way, he can do as he pleases with you both." "Xianer, allow me to recount what transpired that day," Shui Yongyang replied, proceeding to narrate the events in detail. Upon concluding, Li Xianer fell silent, gazing at Shui Yongyang, her lips parted, yet at a loss for words. "Xianer, do you now comprehend what manner of person our benefactor is? In such dire circumstances, who else would have come to our aid if not him?" Shui Yongyang asserted. "Moreover, after he rescued us, he did not threaten us. Rather, he provided us with ample food and milk powder. You must consider, in this apocalyptic world, how much merit must Ming Lei and I have accumulated in our past lives to encounter a person like him. What reason do we have to not choose to follow him? That Lin Fan?" Li Xianer found it hard to believe, but suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed her eyes, and she asked earnestly, "Yongyang, are you saying this because of the Bietianshin?" Shui Yongyang shook her head, responding, "No. Our benefactor's use of Bietianshin has not altered any fragment of our original memories or personalities. It merely redirected our sole intent towards unwavering loyalty to him. Furthermore, Xianer, do you not think he should act in this manner? On the contrary, it is imperative, for this is the end of days. And you have personally experienced the cruelty and rules of this world. We partake of his sustenance, thus we must assure him of our absolute fidelity." "Did it truly change that one aspect?" Li Xianer questioned incredulously. "Then Xianer, do you perceive any change in me aside from my belief in our benefactor?" Shui Yongyang asked. "You are an ability user as well. Though not a perceptive type, your understanding of me allows you to sense many subtle nuances." Li Xianer shook her head, murmuring, "Though we have only just met, I have a strong conviction that you remain the same Yongyang, unchanged in any way. Xianer, since we have ventured this far in conversation, may I share a bit more? I wonder if you are willing to listen," Shui Yongyang continued. Chapter 30. Let us see how long you can endure. "Speak." Li Xianer nodded. "Xianer, we are all acutely aware of the brutal rules that govern the apocalypse. Shui Yongyang remarked that in such dire circumstances, women like us, lacking in formidable strength yet possessing a modicum of beauty, though, Xianer, your beauty surpasses ours, must inevitably face grim fates. One cannot realistically expect equitable exchanges when one's power is insufficient. Thus, aligning oneself with a powerful man, especially one of admirable character, is indeed a stroke of fortune in these trying times." Li Xianer fell silent once more. Observing her quietude, Shui Yongyang mused inwardly, "Oh, Xianer, as a close friend, I cannot speak so bluntly, but I sincerely hope you seize the opportunity with the young master. To catch his eye amidst this apocalypse is truly a blessing accrued over lifetimes." Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Han Shiwelu exerted considerable restraint as they had to prepare a meal, managing to do so in just half an hour. Once the meal was ready, Lin Fan promptly relayed a message to his wooden clone, inviting Ming Lei and the others to join for dinner. Upon learning that Lin Fan had prepared braised pork and spare ribs, the 14 ability users were overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrating themselves in appreciation. Each was also given a bottle of red tea. Previously, when they were with Chen Beidu, their meals consisted of merely 3 leaves of cabbage, 2 spinach leaves, and a small bowl of unbearably dry noodles, while water was obtained by placing a board behind the window to collect melting snow. "Dear friends, under my guidance, Lin Fan, I may not be able to provide you with lavish feasts, But a small portion of meat every 3 days and a grander serving every 5 days is certainly within my means, Lin Fan declared during the meat distribution. Long live Boss Lin. The 14 ability users exclaimed in unison. Stop, stop. Lin Fan quickly interjected, fearing they would attract zombies. The 14 promptly fell silent. Before they began their meal, Lin Fan added, I have one more announcement. For the time being, Ming Lei will be responsible for coordinating your activities. His word shall carry my weight. Understood? Yes, Boss Lin. The 14 ability users nodded in unison, turning to Ming Lei in a gesture of respect. Upon receiving such significant authority, Ming Lei was elated and assured Lin Fan, rest assured, young master, I will establish an absolutely safe base amidst this apocalypse. I have complete faith in your abilities, Lin Fan replied with a nod, scanning the 14 ability users with a serious demeanor. Now, let us eat. Within 3 minutes. The large pots of braised pork and spare ribs were nearly emptied by the 14 ability users, who then returned to the 17th and 16th floors to indulge heartily. At that moment, only one individual remained discontent, Li Xianer. As she watched the bowls of braised pork and ribs being taken away, her mouth quickly dried up, her lips cracking with thirst. She then glanced into her bag, revealing only a few packets of instant noodles, a hardened piece of bread, and half a cabbage alongside a handful of spinach. All is but insipid. In her dealings with Chen Beidou, how could Chen Beidou possibly part with meat? To procure meat from him, she must pay a different price. Out of sight, out of mind, Li Xianer closed the door to room 1804. In that fleeting moment of closure, she silently prayed, not merely for braised pork and ribs, but just a glance at the fragrant white rice. If only I could savor a morsel of rice right now. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly, yet you have already glimpsed the braised pork and ribs. How could you not crave them? In your bag, there lie merely a few packets of instant noodles and some hard bread. How could one resist? Let me see how long you can endure this. Moreover, the braised pork and ribs are merely the beginning. Shui Yangyang also witnessed Li Xianer closing the door and sighed in resignation. Oh, Xianer, what are you still holding back for? My previous words were in vain. If this continues, only your own stomach will suffer. Ultimately, you will relent. So what is the purpose of this initial resistance? Young master, I shall join them for dinner, Ming Lei remarked, seizing the opportunity to better understand their respective capabilities during mealtime and to arrange for patrol duties. Indeed, quite astute. Go ahead, Lin Fan nodded in approval. Once Ming Lei departed, Lin Fan promptly instructed Han Xuelu to serve the shrimp noodle soup and Westlake beef soup. Upon seeing the dishes, Shui Yangyang could not suppress her sympathy for Li Xianer and silently prayed, My dear Xianer, I hope you cannot smell this aroma. Otherwise, you shall find no sleep tonight. Yet how could Li Xianer have failed to catch the scent? The shrimp noodle soup and Westlake beef soup were among her favorite dishes. Moreover, she had not fully closed the door, leaving a narrow gap, for she was unwilling to miss the sight of the braised pork and ribs. This reluctance led her to directly witness the shrimp noodle soup and Westlake beef soup, prompting her stomach to protest audibly. What is that sound? Does it resemble a chicken's cluck? Lin Fan, having keenly observed Li Xianer, heard it distinctly and feigned a search. Shui Yangyang shook her head in exasperation. Han Xuelu could no longer contain her laughter and suggested to Lin Fan, Young master, why not invite Sister Xianer to join us? After all, there is more than enough for the 3 of us. Xuelu, is this not excessive? You are well aware of my appetite, Lin Fan replied, adding, furthermore. Would calling her disturb her enjoyment of dry bread and raw cabbage? Surely not, Han Xuelu countered. How about this, Xuelu? Out of kindness, I shall refrain from disturbing Miss Li Xianer's enjoyment of her dry bread and raw cabbage, so please take a chopstick of food to her. Lin Fan stated earnestly. Very well, young master, Han Xuelu replied, suppressing her laughter yet solemnly nodding in agreement. At that moment, the door to room 1804 swung open violently, revealing Li Xianer, who glared fiercely at Lin Fan, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Lin Fan, you're the one making a ruckus, and your entire family is too. She chastised vehemently. Moreover, remember this. I, Li Xianer, have never partaken of food that is not earned through my own efforts. With a sharp clap, the door slammed shut once more. Lin Fan, far from being angered, chuckled instead. Ah, indeed, you possess a certain spirit. It has truly awakened the competitive desire within me. Let us see whether your resolve is stronger than your hunger and how long you can endure. Chapter 31. Young master, I am hungry. Throughout the night, thoughts of braised pork, ribs, shrimp noodles, and Westlake beef soup gradually faded from Li Xianer's mind. Yet, sleep eluded her. How hungry she felt. Gazing at the dry bread and instant noodles on her bedside, accompanied by cabbage and spinach, she found them utterly unappetizing. Compelled by her cravings, Li Xiannu approached the window, contemplating a venture to another building in search of meat. Through the narrow crack of the window, illuminated by the moonlight, she peered outside. However, the zombies were even more animated and aggressive at night, howling as they scoured for any edible prey. This sight sent shivers down her spine, and the thought of seeking sustenance in another building dissipated instantaneously. Moreover, the snow outside had accumulated to nearly 2 meters in thickness, and the biting cold air intensified her tremors. At this moment, tears streamed down Li Xiannu's cheeks. Despair had unveiled the fragility of her heart. Resigned, she picked up the dry bread that she had long since lost her appetite for, wrapping it in a slice of cold cabbage. In truth, after over 20 days of apocalypse, the combination of dry bread and cabbage was not entirely unpalatable, and instant noodles were quite delicious. Yet, in comparison to ribs, braised pork, shrimp noodles, and Westlake beef soup, it was hardly satisfying. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door of room 1804, accompanied by a faint calling, "Xianner, Xianner. Are you asleep?" "It's me, Yang Yang." Upon recognizing Su Yang voice, Zhu Xiannu hastily concealed her meager meal, quickly wiped away her tears, and forced a smile as she opened the door. Yang, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Zhu Xiannu inquired, puzzled. "Let us talk inside," Su Yang replied. Once inside and the door securely closed, Su Yang promptly produced a bag from her bosom, revealing a dozen shrimp tails. "Xianner, aren't you tempted? Quick, eat while the young master is asleep." Li Xianner's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yang, when you were enjoying the shrimp noodles, I secretly activated my soul power to make the child cry, allowing me to carry the bowl back to my room. In that moment, I managed to leave you some shrimp tails," Su Yang explained. "Though it's not much, at least it will satisfy your cravings, so hurry and eat." Yang, won't Lin Fan punish you if he finds out?" Zhu Xianner asked anxiously. "Rest assured, the young master will not discover it," Su Yang assured her. "Now, eat quickly, I must return to my side." Yang, thank you, Zhu Xianner said, moved to tears. "Between you and me, there is no need for gratitude." Shui Yang said, however, "Zunner, I sincerely hope you contemplate my words from earlier today. As you can see now, the Master's divine intervention merely altered my unwavering loyalty to him. Nothing else about me has changed. Otherwise, how could I have brought you the shrimp tails?" After speaking, Shui Yang departed, bowing respectfully at Lin Fan's door in the corridor, inwardly expressing, "Master, I hope you do not mind my clandestine gift of shrimp tails to Zunner. After all, you never explicitly forbade it. Moreover, dear master, my intentions are solely to expedite the union between you and Zunner." Upon returning to her room, it wasn't long before Lin Fan materialized in the corridor. How could Shui Yang's secretive act of gifting shrimp tails escape his notice? A mischievous smile played on Lin Fan's lips as he thought, this Shui Yang has inadvertently rendered me a significant service. Just a handful of shrimp tails. Yet how could they truly satiate one's cravings? If Zunner refrains from indulging, it may hold for a day or two, but once she tastes those shrimp tails, her resolve will surely falter. With a playful grin, Lin Fan waved his hand, and tables and chairs appeared, laden with 2 grand bowls of crayfish, one infused with garlic, the other spicy. Accompanying them were a few small jars of peach blossom wine. The long night stretched endlessly, sleep eluding him, while outside, snowflakes danced through the biting cold winds. Only the crayfish could soothe his restless heart, Lin Fan mused. He then called out, "Shui Lu, come forth." "Ming Lei, Shui Yang. You two have not succumbed to slumber, have you? Join me for a meal." Within room 1803, Ming Lei looked at Shui Yang and remarked, "See, I told you." The master cannot be deceived. His silence implies he does not mind. Shui Yang, with a playful tone, retorted, "Moreover, there are nuances here that you may not comprehend." Consequently, the couple stepped outside. On Zunner's side, everything unfolded as Lin Fan had anticipated. Abstaining was one thing, but once she indulged, she truly savored the flavor of the shrimp. The pangs of desire in her stomach were unbearable, and in that moment, everything around her transformed into shrimp tails. Just then, the commotion in the corridor captured her attention. Upon seeing the garlic and spicy crayfish, she realized that if she continued in this manner, her sanity would surely unravel. Finally, Zunner pushed open her door and approached Lin Fan, kneeling before him with a pitiful expression. "Master, I am hungry. I too wish to partake in the shrimp." "Ha ha. If you are hungry, then eat. They were always meant for you. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Shui Lu and Shui Yongyang joined in the laughter. Ming Lei, gazing at Lin Fan, could not help but feel envious, suddenly realizing that perhaps he had married too early. However, before he could finish his thought, he quickly covered his mouth, aware of the repercussions he was about to face. What did you say? Shui Yongyang instantly transformed into a fierce tigress and, like an eagle seizing its prey, whisked Ming Lei back to their room. Ming Lei, do not raise your voice. It is the dead of night, a time when the zombies are most active and perceptive, Lin Fan cautioned. If you attract them, I shall not show mercy. You will be rewarded with an abundance of female zombies. I understand. Young Master Ming Lei is on the verge of tears. With a resounding clap. As the door to room 1803 closed, Lin Fan, Han Shuelu, and Zhu Xian'er immediately heard another series of claps. TSK, Ming Lei's visage is indeed fortunate. After all, he dares not let his handsome face be gilded in front of Shui Yongyang. Lin Fan remarked with evident envy. Suddenly, a glint flickered in Lin Fan's eyes, and he continued, You know, at times I genuinely envy Ming Lei, for he can be entirely gilded. When Lin Fan emphasized the word entirely, he deliberately cast a glance at Han Shuelu and Zhu Xian'er. The two ladies instantly caught on, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they lowered their heads, unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Hee, eating shrimp. Observing their reaction, Lin Fan's grin turned more mischievous and wicked, yet he refrained from any further antics, merely urging them to continue eating shrimp, as Li Xian'er was already impatient. In another sudden shift, Lin Fan's laughter ceased, and Han Shuelu and Zhu Xian'er quickly returned to their usual demeanor, for someone had ascended to the 17th floor. Lin Fan's expression immediately turned frigid, and in an icy tone, he declared, Who permitted your ascent? Did I not inform you that no one may ascend to the 18th floor without my consent? Among the 14 extraordinary individuals, a woman emerged, disheveled and indistinguishable in features. Yet her silhouette suggested a hint of beauty. Chapter 32. I am not charitable here. Upon her arrival, others from the 17th and 16th floors trickled into the corridor, peering curiously from the stairway entrance. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan swiftly recognized that his earlier leniency had been excessive. He had not only allowed these extraordinary beings to satiate their hunger, but also to indulge in lavish feasts. My cruelty is still insufficient. I reserve my utmost ruthlessness solely for the enemies of my past life, while my severity towards others is far from adequate, Lin Fan mused coldly. At that moment, Ming Lei and Shui Yongyang also emerged from the room. Upon witnessing the scene, Ming Lei furiously addressed the woman, Pan Lili, are you seeking death? Who permitted your ascent? Get down at once. However, Pan Lili disregarded Ming Lei's admonition and turned her gaze to Lin Fan, exclaiming with excitement, Boss Lin, I may not look my best, but it's merely due to several days without a bath. Once I clean up and apply some makeup, I assure you I will not pale in comparison to Han Shuelu and Li Xian'er by your side. Boss Lin, allow me to stay close to you. I possess skills they do not, and I excel in what they do. Pan Lili, do you think you are worthy to stand by young master? Ming Lei was utterly enraged. He stepped forward, pointing a finger at her, his voice icy. Do not presume that I am unaware of your true nature in building no. 7. You have attended to all 6 of the Big Dipper stars, haven't you? A worthless wretch, daring to aspire to be by young master's side? It is already your utmost fortune that young master would consider taking you in, yet you still dare to harbor such delusions. Faced with Ming Lei's revelations, Pan Lili visibly panicked, her expression betraying her as she instinctively recoiled. Yet, she would not concede, and noticing that Lin Fan remained silent, she quickly regained her composure and retorted, Ming Lei, do not think that just because you are by Boss Lin's side, you can spout nonsense. At this very moment, Pan Lili was filled with confusion as to how Ming Lei had uncovered her secrets. Her clandestine service to the 6 members of the Big Dipper had been conducted in secrecy. She had envisioned a long-term strategy, aiming to maintain an aura of pride and purity before other practitioners of supernatural abilities, ensuring that when she encountered stronger individuals, she would always remain exalted and untouchable. Now that the 6 from the Big Dipper were deceased, she believed that no one else knew her true nature. Damn it, how could Ming Lei possibly know? Was it that someone had inadvertently witnessed her actions in building number 7? Pan Lili's mind raced. No, that was impossible. She had been meticulous in her secrecy. Moreover, those 6 men had long been captivated by her prowess in bed. It was unlikely they would divulge anything. Furthermore, those men had no reason to speak of her to others. Surely Ming Lei must have merely conjectured. in a world ravaged by apocalyptic chaos. It was not surprising to speculate about a frail woman managing to survive. Yes, that must be it. As long as she did not confess. Her beauty would ensure that Lin Fan would keep her by his side, indulging her and providing protection. Besides, how could the likes of Han Xuelu and Zhu Xian'er, such mere fledglings, ever compare to her? In due time, Lin Fan would listen to her, and that scoundrel Ming Lei would be left to stew in his own ire. Moreover, Lin Fan was destined for greatness, for his supernatural ability was ninjutsu. It was not in vain that she had approached him openly. Casting aside her concerns about maintaining her proud and pure faade before so many, perhaps Lin Fan would even be moved by her audacity. Lost in these daydreams, Pan Lily found herself enveloped in a blissful reverie, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. But reality swiftly delivered a harsh blow. Ming Lei scoffed, "Oh, you choose not to admit it? Wretched woman. You remain oblivious to the fact that you have already fallen victim to the illusion created by the wood clone of young master." What? At these words, Pan Lily's dream shattered instantaneously, her body jolting in shock and panic. Ming Lei regarded her coldly, casting a glance towards the individuals gathered at the stairway of the 16th and 17th floors. "Today, while you assisted me in fortifying building number 6, I had young Master S. Wood Clone seize the opportunity to cast illusions upon each of you. My duty is to safeguard the young master and ensure the absolute security of his domain. How could I possibly remain ignorant of the backgrounds of these external practitioners?" Upon hearing Ming Lei's words, Pan Lily felt utterly defeated. The other practitioners were equally shaken. "Pan Lily, do you still wish to argue?" Ming Lei pressed heavily. Boss Lin, I truly did not intend to deceive you." Pan Lily immediately cried out to Lin Fan, "Please believe me, once I take a bath, even without makeup, I am far superior to these two women by your side." "Boss Lin, for heaven's sake, you're courting death," Ming Lei growled, seizing Pan Lily, his arms and hands turning to gold, ready to crush her. At that moment, Lin Fan rose. Lin, the leader, stood up and cast his gaze upon me. "You, Ming Lei, you rascal, put me down at once." Seeing Lin Fan rise, Pan Lily was filled with joy. At that moment, Lin Fan also addressed Ming Lei, saying, "Ming Lei, let her down." "Yes, young master." Ming Lei nodded and gently released Pan Lily, swiftly retreating. Lin Fan's command left Pan Lily utterly bewildered. She dashed toward him, yearning to leap into his embrace, coquettishly exclaiming, "Leader Lin, you surely like me. Just wait until I finish my bath." However, before her flirtatious words could fully escape her lips, they morphed into a chilling scream, for Lin Fan had kicked her down the stairs. In that instant, rage and murderous intent erupted from Lin Fan, his eyes transforming as he activated the Byakugan and the Rinnegan, an invisible chill enveloping the 18th, 17th, and 16th floors. "It seems my earlier actions against those 6 from the Big Dipper in front of you were insufficient to convey the rules of this apocalypse," Lin Fan remarked coolly, his voice laced with an inexhaustible malice. Suddenly, he shifted his tone. "Oh, no. This scene is not merely a result of your ignorance regarding the apocalypse's rules from our time at Building 7, but rather due to the braised pork, ribs, white rice, and delightful red tea from earlier that has emboldened you. You have mistaken my kindness for weakness, believing my establishment to be a charitable organization. Let me clarify, I do not engage in charity here. I have allowed you to stay and partake in meals solely because you still possess some value. However, that value is minimal. Thus, you are expendable." He continued, "Today, you have provoked my wrath. For the next 3 days, you shall have nothing to eat. And for the subsequent 2 months, you will not see a drop of oil." Upon hearing these words, the ability's users turned pale, filled with regret, wishing they had never emerged. In unison, they knelt, pleading with Lin Fan, "Leader Lin, we were wrong. We were wrong. Please spare us this time." Chapter 33, Young Master. "So soon? Wrong?" Lin Fan scoffed coldly. "Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. You all hoped that Pan Lily might remain by my side, obtaining some crayfish from me. Had it been possible, you would have approached me as well, either through charm or by playing the victim. However, I offer you an opportunity. This woman disgusts me, and I wish to see her no more." Pointing at Pan Lily, who writhed in fear and pain, he continued, "If your handling of this matter pleases me, the 3 days without food may be reduced to 2, and the 2 months without oil to 1. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, the 13 abilities users turned their eyes toward Pan Lily, their gazes filled with hatred and murderous intent. With Lin Fan's command, They naturally placed the blame for their impending hunger and deprivation of oil squarely upon her. Before Pan Lily could utter another cry, the 13 abilities users had already overwhelmed her. Xiaolu, Yu, and Xin'er carried the crayfish back to the room. At that moment, Lin Fan addressed Han Xiaolu and Li Xin'er. Yang, you should also return with them. Understanding the situation, Han Xiaolu and Shui Yang each took a basin of crayfish and led Zhu Xin'er into room 1804. Just as the three women closed the door, the 13 ability users completed their task, leaving Pan Lily in a state of utter disarray. Observing Pan Lily's unfortunate fate, the 13 ability users began to tremble, filled with regret and fear, yet relieved that they had not been the first to act. This was the price of defying the rules set by Lin Fan. This was the consequence of greed. Lin Fan coldly stated, "Now, dispose of this mess through the window. We wouldn't want to dirty my sight. Additionally, it may quiet the zombies outside. And clean this place thoroughly. I do not wish to see blood while dining." Understood. Boss Lin. The 13 ability users immediately rushed to comply. Ming Lei, let us go, Lin Fan declared. Young master, given that this incident has drawn the attention of the zombies outside, I should patrol and reinforce the vulnerable areas, Ming Lei suggested. That is prudent. Safety must be absolute. Without a hint of negligence, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Inside room 1804, the three women had already begun their meal. Initially, Li Xin'er found it difficult to eat due to the incident with Pan Lily, but as she savored the tender crayfish, she thought to herself how delicious it was. Soon, she forgot about Pan Lily's fate and began to eat voraciously. The two large basins of crayfish were nearly consumed by Li Xin'er. Once finished, Shui Yang excused herself to check on the children, and Han Xiaolu claimed she needed to wash the pots. Watching the two leave, Li Xin'er felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and a twinge of fear. She truly wished to have them stay, yet as she let out a faint belch, the reminder of the two large basins of crayfish she had just devoured, accompanied by a small can of peach blossom wine and several bottles of drinks, silenced her. Now it was time for her to repay Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained silent, watching Li Xin'er with a smile that only intensified her shyness and fear, causing her to tremble slightly. After what felt like an eternity, Li Xin'er, with determination in her beautiful eyes, lifted her gaze to Lin Fan and said, Young master, I would like another bottle of peach blossom wine. Of course, Lin Fan replied with a smile, promptly retrieving a bottle from his space. Li Xin'er drank it down in one go, feeling a bit tipsy. Then she stood and said, Young master, tonight. Though her words trailed off, she began to remove her clothing. Seeing this, Lin Fan chuckled, for in that moment, he knew Li Xin'er had been completely won over. However, he stopped her from undressing, playfully saying, Tonight, we shall only accept the offerings of the heavenly beings. As for everything else, that can wait for another day. From the moment the apocalypse descended until now, your spirit has undoubtedly been taught, and with Building 7 under the control of Chun Beidou and his cohorts, you have scarcely enjoyed a full night's rest. Soon, you shall indulge in a warm bath, followed by a rejuvenating slumber lasting 2 days and nights, restoring your spirit to its fullest. Upon your awakening, I shall have Xiaolu prepare a grand feast, laden with all your favorite delicacies. Hearing Lin Fan express such genuine concern for her, Li Xin'er felt her eyes welling with tears. It was the first time since the cataclysm that she sensed the warmth of another's care and affection. Lin Fan's concern was indeed sincere, otherwise, he would have hastily urged her to bathe and attend to matters, or even accompanied her to the bath. Young master, she murmured softly, tears streaming down her cheeks as Li Xin'er could no longer suppress her inner vulnerability, collapsing into Lin Fan's embrace. Why are you crying? You should be happy now. Lin Fan comforted her. Young master, I am indeed happy, Li Xin'er replied, a hint of stubbornness in her voice. After soothing her, Lin Fan exited room 1804. Though he felt an insatiable urge, he restrained himself, for having accepted the divine being, Li Xin'er was wholly his. Who else would cherish her if not he? Ming Lei had returned and immediately pressed against the wall with Shui Yang, eavesdropping, only to find Lin Fan emerging sooner than expected. Wow, young master, so soon? This shouldn't be. Isn't he a celestial being? Even if the understanding of celestial beings is merely superficial, it shouldn't happen this quickly, Ming Lei mused, perplexed. His confusion earned him a sharp smack on the back of his head from Shui Yang, who retorted, Do you think the young master is like you? Oblivious to the fragility of a woman? Can't you see the state Xin'er is in? She probably hasn't had a good night's sleep since the apocalypse began. Her spirit on the brink of collapse. The young master must be worried for her, hence his prompt exit. Is that so? Ming Lei chuckled, if that's the case. Then tonight, Han Shualu is in for a rough time. After all, men understand men. The young master's inner flames have already been ignited, and there's only one way to extinguish them. As he spoke, Ming Lei's mind shifted, and he suddenly became serious. By the way, dear wife, when did you say that your husband is unaware of cherishing a woman? When have I ever been so careless? If you say that, I might just feel hurt. Dog of a man, have you forgotten? Shui Yangyang replied with a hint of annoyance. However, before she could finish, Ming Lei enveloped her in an embrace. Yet he remained earnest. Wife, when your husband feels hurt, there is but one remedy. Just as Lin Fan had anticipated, Li Xiana fell into a deep slumber for 2 full days and nights. During this time, Lin Fan refrained from any significant actions, focusing solely on his cultivation. With the aid of the celestial body, he finally reached the initial stage of level 5. As Li Xiana awakened, the 5 of them prepared to feast. It was at that moment that Lin Fan heard a melody, an extraordinary melody. Chapter 34, Music and Rocket Launchers. This extraordinary music was only heard by Lin Fan. Ming Lei and the 3 women did not perceive it. However, Ming Lei and the 3 women could hear the howls of the zombies. Ming Lei hurried to the window in the corridor to observe and discovered that all the zombies in the community were converging towards Building 6. Young master, Ming Lei said gravely. Upon observing, Han Shualu and the 3 women also wore serious expressions. There is a peculiar kind of music. You did not hear it, did you? Lin Fan inquired. Ming Lei, Han Shualu, and Li Xiana shook their heads. Shui Yangyang immediately unleashed her spiritual power to sense, then said, Young master, my spiritual energy has detected the presence of musical runes with extraordinary abilities. These energies have infiltrated the brains of many powerful zombies, controlling them and using them to attract other zombies. The music controlling ability user must have seen the chimney of our fireplace and intends to seize it, likely with the same goal as ours, to cleanse the community. Han Shuelu, increasingly serious, turned to Lin Fan and asked, Young master, in your previous life, the 4 of us here were all subjected to the heavenly deity's spell. Thus, Lin Fan revealed no secrets regarding his rebirth. The female manager of the community property, Yang Ting, Lin Fan stated coldly. Ming Lei, Yangyang, Xianer, do you know this woman? Oh, we know her all too well, that wicked woman. Ming Lei exclaimed with a hiss. During the renovation of the house, she and her handful of security guards made things difficult at every turn. One day, she wouldn't allow the sand truck in, the next day the tile truck, and the day after that, the renovation materials. Reluctantly, I had to pay her off. A total of 20,000, and I even had to bribe those dog-like security guards with a few bills. Li Xianer added. This community was developed on land within the realm of Le Village, and the village chief essentially monopolized the community's property management. His daughter, Yang Ting, naturally became the property manager. I heard that before managing the property, Yang Ting ran a music training class. Who would have thought she would awaken musical powers after the apocalypse? There's no choice but to blame ourselves for being deceived by the developer and the village chief. Lin Fan remarked. When we bought the houses, the property management was not from Le Village. Once the houses were sold out, they replaced them with people from Le Village. If we had known in advance, who would still buy here? After all, the saying about Le Village is well known throughout the entire county. Once you ascend the Le Village slope, you enter a den of bandits. Yet, none of this mattered anymore. The apocalypse had arrived, and the opportunity for revenge was at hand. If this life mirrors the last, and the changes in property management are not too significant, then most of the people there have likely become ability users, which is just perfect for us to exact our revenge. Young master, you speak wisely. In this apocalypse, we can seek our vengeance. Ming Lei nodded solemnly. Initially considering cleaning up the property management last, since they were now attacking proactively, let them have their wish. Lin Fan's murderous intent was palpable. Yang Ting. Lin Fan hissed vehemently. In his previous life, that zombie who exuded seductive gas was controlled by Yang Ting's music. Subsequently, Yang Ting and Shin Beidou engaged in several skirmishes, neither able to best the other. Thus, they forged an alliance, purging the 10 buildings on the eastern side of the community and establishing themselves as the sovereigns of these structures. In moments of ennui, the two resorted to gambling, with food as their stakes. On one occasion, Yang Ting introduced a beguiling female zombie, challenging Chen Beidou to select an individual to confine within the same cage as the zombie, compelling him to guess whether the person would succumb first to the draining of their life force or to being devoured. If he guessed correctly, Chen Beidu would receive 2 bottles of nutritional supplement from Yang Ting. If he guessed incorrectly, he would owe her 10 bananas. Lin Fan, by a stroke of fortune, became the chosen one. Then, young master, let us proceed to the property management office. I am filled with a fervent desire to wield the golden axe against those despicable creatures there, Ming Lei declared, fully prepared for confrontation. Young master, this is dire. The zombies have begun to stack upon one another, Han Xuelu said gravely after peering downstairs. Moreover, some zombies possess the ability to scale walls. This community is not small, encompassing nearly 50 buildings, each at least 18 stories high. There must be at least 15,000 zombies, Shui Yangyang remarked. If they all converge upon us, no matter how formidable our defenses, we are unlikely to withstand the onslaught. Cursed be it, it seems our efforts over the past few days have been in vain. Ming Lei lamented. Young master, if we could resolve the issue with Yang Ting swiftly, would that not alleviate our predicament? Han Xuelu suggested. Lin Fan shook his head, stating, it is unrealistic to expect a swift resolution with Yang Ting. She has the ability to control zombies, and within her abode, numerous formidable zombies are entirely under her command, making the likelihood of a quick elimination exceedingly low. Then we must temporarily abandon Building 6, Han Xuelu conceded. No need for that, Lin Fan replied. Yang Ting's control over the zombies outside is insufficient. If we create a loud disturbance elsewhere, it will draw the zombies away. Even if we cannot lure them completely, it will certainly disrupt her control over them. As he spoke, Lin Fan retrieved a rocket launcher from an alternate dimension. You intend to use a rocket launcher? Ming Lei gasped in astonishment. Indeed, we must utilize the rocket launcher, for we aim to cleanse the entire community, Lin Fan explained. We cannot afford to eliminate each zombie individually. That would be an egregious waste of time. If every zombie were of value to be slain, it would be one matter. But the ordinary first-level zombies have become obsolete to us, and even the second-level zombies hold little worth. Therefore, it is merely a colossal waste of our precious time. A single rocket will swiftly draw away nearly all ordinary and first-level zombies, and many of the initial and mid-level second-level zombies as well. Thus, every remaining zombie we eliminate will possess value, preventing any further time wastage. You speak wisely, young master, Ming Lei nodded. However, could I be permitted to fire the shot? Very well, Ming Lei, please prepare the rocket launcher for me. We only have 3 shots, Lin Fan instructed. Rest assured, my lord, it shall be done. But where shall we aim? Ming Lei responded, positioning the rocket launcher on his shoulder. There is a deep trench to the east, bordered by vast fields. Let us strike there, ideally landing our shot within the trench, Lin Fan suggested. Understood, my lord. Without hesitation, Ming Lei opened the window in the corridor and, after careful aim, launched the rocket. Boom! The sound echoed, and flames erupted, instantly drawing the attention of all the zombies in the vicinity, as well as those nearby. The moans of the undead resonated all around them. Chapter 35, The Final Revenge. My lord, the rocket launcher truly is remarkable, Ming Lei exclaimed with delight. The shot had attracted nearly all the zombies, and the sight of the rapidly approaching horde created a whirlwind of snowflakes on the ground, a rather spectacular sight. However, there was a tinge of regret. We cannot fire at the property itself. If we did, we would soon be overwhelmed by the tide of zombies. What were you thinking? Shui Yangyang chided. Ha ha ha, Ming Lei chuckled foolishly. Li Xianer surveyed the scene and remarked, my lord. Have you noticed that many zombies are beginning to take on a purplish-blue hue? It feels as if they are merging with the cold. With the incessant snowfall, Lin Fan mused, it is likely that our region will descend into an ice age. Climate, after all, is the fundamental force behind the mutation and evolution of living beings. These zombies, exhibiting a purplish-blue coloration, seem to coexist with frost. I suspect they may evolve into a unique type, ice zombies, which could become the most formidable faction of the undead. If that is the case, it would indeed be terrifying. Ming Lei's smile faded. That is a concern for another time. Our immediate task is to establish a base as swiftly as possible, stockpile food, and find ways to produce our own sustenance. We must also gather everything related to warmth, Lin Fan declared. As I mentioned, this snow may be endless, potentially ushering us into an ice age. My lord, if we face an ice age, can we relocate to other areas? Han Xuelu inquired. Xuelu, in this apocalypse, where is there truly a safe haven? Other regions may not be snow-covered, but they too face rain, hail, extreme heat, or fierce winds. Some are even submerged in lava. Our only option is to adapt. Prepare yourselves. We must be ready to fight. Once these zombies are drawn away, Yang Ting's side will be ready to launch a true offensive. Understood, my lord. Ming Lei and the three women nodded in agreement. Shinner, are you prepared to slay both zombies and humans? Lin Fan asked Li Shinner. She nodded confidently. Absolutely. The property building housed a large 3-story commercial space. At this moment, Yang Ting, nearly 40 and still single, wore a displeased expression as she coldly remarked. Was that guy in Building 6 once a weapons dealer? How could he possess ammunition? This is infuriating, after days of effort. I managed to control a formidable horde of zombies, and now it's all in vain. Big sister, should we still launch an attack on Building 6? A burly man named Yang Dehu, a security guard, respectfully inquired from behind her. Accompanying Yang Dehu were two others, a woman named Yang Jingjing, who worked as the property's cashier, and a man named Niu Jianxi, the maintenance worker. Of course we must attack. The temperature is dropping, and I've had enough. The chimney of Building 6 cannot be mistaken. It must be a fireplace, Yang Ting declared. Tonight, we must stay in a house with a fireplace. With the zombie army dispersed, we still have those ability users to deal with. You three. Rally all those misfits and tell them that they can earn a spicy chicken foot and a large piece of winter melon for every person they kill in Building 6. Understood, big sister, Yang Dehu replied. As nearly all the zombies in the community were lured away, Yang Dehu and the three others, accompanied by 17 ability users, stormed towards Building 6 with fierce determination. That tall, skinny one, you know him, right? Lin Fan inquired. I know, young master, Niu Jianxi, the maintenance worker. Ming Lei nodded. He is quite competent. He repairs things quickly, unlike the other useless staff. Do you mean we should keep him? Lin Fan asked. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, keep him. His ability to invent and construct is essential for building our base, and as you said, his character was decent before the apocalypse. Got it, young master. Ming Lei replied, promptly leading the ability users into battle, followed closely by Shui Yang, Han Shuelu, and Li Xianer. This is the final revenge, Lin Fan coldly stated. To ensure Ming Lei and the three women achieved absolute victory, he dispatched 2 wooden clones to join the fray, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Lin Fan ascended into the air, swiftly employing Earth Release. He executed the Earth Release, Heavy Stone technique, then rapidly flew to the 3rd-floor window of the property building, using lightning to sever the security bars and gain entry. Upon landing, Lin Fan was immediately met with a piercing roar. A creature resembling a lizard, hairless and eyeless, with its brain exposed, swiftly approached him from the ceiling. Its 4 claws were razor-sharp, capable of gripping the concrete ceiling, and a long, blood-red tongue, lined with sharp barbs, flicked out between its fangs. This was a licker, one of the most ferocious types of zombies. Lin Fan remarked indifferently, Yang Ting, I must say, you were truly fortunate to have controlled a licker at the onset of the apocalypse. Is that you, the one selling lamb skewers? I never expected a worthless scum like you, from the lowest echelon of society, to still be alive. Yang Ting's voice resonated in Lin Fan's ears, melding with the music. Before the apocalypse, Lin Fan would return from selling lamb skewers at around 1 or 2 in the morning. If he did not prepare some fresh lamb and grilled skewers for the property management personnel, entry into the community would not be so easily granted. Hence, Yang Ting was thoroughly acquainted with Lin Fan. Humph, if I don't make you regurgitate all that lamb, I shall not perish. Lin Fan scoffed, adding, moreover, the enmity between us extends far beyond this. In our previous life, it was a blood feud. Consuming your offerings is a courtesy, a privilege for someone of your lowly status. Yang Ting sneered, otherwise, how would you come to know someone of my caliber? She suddenly questioned her own disdain, realizing the folly in her words. In this current state, you are merely fit to be the sustenance for my kind. At that moment, the creature known as the licker descended from the ceiling, its grotesque, blood-red tongue dripping with a foul, corrosive saliva. It opened its maw wide, revealing razor-sharp fangs, poised to sever Lin Fan's head. Sensing the energy fluctuations, Lin Fan deduced that this licker was at the late stage of level 4. Thunder Escape, Thousand Birds Sharp Spear. With a casual flick of his hand, Lin Fan unleashed the technique, sending a bolt of lightning through the licker's head, ending its existence. Although formidable, this licker was still too weak, merely a primitive evolution of its kind, insufficient to pose a threat before me. Yang Ting, it appears you must take matters into your own hands, Lin Fan stated coolly, revealing that he had no need to conceal his abilities. Your stealth could not elude my senses. Chapter 36. No matter how many zombies, ninjutsu prevails. As Lin Fan's words echoed, A corner of the third floor shimmered with translucent musical runes, resembling an opening door, revealing Yang Ting within. At that moment, she no longer dared to look down on Lin Fan. Her expression turned cold and sinister. I never anticipated your level to be at the early stage of 5. And your powers, flight and thunder, dual abilities, indeed. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes at Yang Ting. Yet, you remain at the late stage of 4, vastly inferior to Qin Beidou. It seems your strength lies solely in your control over zombies, which is sufficient. Yang Ting replied, since the liquor does not impress you. Let us see how you fare against the white demon. Instantly, music filled the air. In that moment, Lin Fan sensed imminent danger and instinctively entered a state of heightened awareness, swiftly evading. Boom. Each time Lin Fan dodged, the walls crumbled. The white demon, Lin Fan grinned, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. You, a woman of such fortune, to command a liquor and even a white demon. The white demon, an exceptionally powerful zombie, possessed remarkable speed and strength, ranking among the elite of its kind. Most formidable was its ability to blend seamlessly with nature during the day, quietly executing its victims. Seeing Lin Fan effortlessly evade the white demon's onslaught, Yang Ting's composure faltered for the first time, panic setting in. Why? How can you evade the white demoness attacks? Didn't I just mention it? Your concealment cannot escape my perception, whether it be my body or my eyes, Lin Fan replied coolly, his eyes wide open as he activated the mystical martial arts of the celestial body and engaged in a fierce clash with the white demon. With a resounding crash, a profusion of pale flesh and bone scattered, revealing the white demon from its hidden state. It was diminutive in stature, less than 1.50 meters, with a long, pointed face and devoid of hair. Its entire being was pallid, yet the decaying flesh had transcended its former state, evolving into something far more resilient. A creature of initial level 5. Lin Fan's punch obliterated the right half of the white demon's upper body. Yet, it howled in agony, and the flesh rapidly regenerated, restoring itself within mere breaths. However, this recovery significantly drained the demon's energy, destabilizing its initial level 5 status. Your eyes, Yang Ting hissed. They resemble something I've seen before, those white eyes from that ninja technique anime? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. Your ability is indeed ninjutsu. Lin Fan merely regarded the white demon with admiration. Truly, it is a formidable type of undead. Under the might of my celestial martial arts, only the right half of its upper body was destroyed, and yet it can recover so swiftly. I genuinely wish to harness it for my own purposes, but alas, illusions cannot control the undead, he lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. The medium for illusion is the eyes and the mind, whereas the undead possess unique white membranes in their eyes that can directly negate illusions. Furthermore, their will is concentrated in the brainstem, rendering the brain itself insignificant to them. Seeing that Lin Fan disregarded her, Yang Ting felt her pride deeply wounded. Nevertheless, she had confirmed one thing. Lin Fan's power was indeed ninjutsu, as he himself had mentioned illusions. How dare you underestimate me, you lowly vendor of lamb skewers? Yang Ting roared, her form twisting under the aura of musical runes, blood streaming from her 7 orifices. Lin Fan could sense that in this state, the control she exerted through her music had significantly intensified, affecting him as well. Under the perception granted by the celestial body, 2 formidable undead emerged. One approached rapidly from a ventilation shaft, a skeletal zombie. The other surged up the stairs from the basement. Resembling a larger version of the white demon, its body colored like that of a liquor. By heavens! Lin Fan exclaimed, unable to suppress his exclamation upon seeing the latter. A tyrant zombie, a behemoth among the undead. Enjoy the agony of being torn apart by them, Yang Ting screeched, her tempo quickening. This is the price you pay for underestimating me. As the skeletal zombie emerged from the ventilation shaft, the 2 undead advanced, one in front of the other. The skeletal zombie, condensing viral bones, lunged at Lin Fan with a vicious thrust, while the tyrant zombie unleashed a punch like a tempest, the shockwaves distorting the very fabric of space. Both zombies were at the late stage of level 5, surpassing Yang Ting by a significant margin, which explained her struggle to control them in combat, resulting in her earlier bleeding from the orifices. Thus, Lin Fan could easily retreat into a different space, for he knew Yang Ting could not sustain her efforts for long. However, Lin Fan did not act in such a manner. Strength is continuously honed, and the perils will only escalate. There will undoubtedly be moments when he cannot evade the alternate dimension. Thus, if he is capable of fighting, he must engage. Moreover, as a newly minted level 5 practitioner, he wields various ninjutsu and harbors no fear of any level 5 zombie or supernatural entity. A shuriken appeared in his hand, aimed not at the skeletal zombie, but rather aimed to pierce through the crevices of its bony structure. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan positioned himself behind the skeletal zombie, activating the reincarnation Sharingan to unleash the divine power. With a thunderous crash, the skeletal zombie was forcefully embedded into the floor, causing the entire third floor to collapse in that instant. Lin Fan would not grant the skeletal zombie any reprieve following the divine power. He swiftly condensed a wind release, spiraling sphere shuriken, and struck down with great force. Under such a dual assault, the skeletal zombie was utterly obliterated. Naturally, Lin Fan would not overlook the brainstem of a late-stage level 5 zombie, especially one of such unique nature. With his Byakugan perceiving all, he activated the reincarnation Sharingan's divine might to transfer the brainstem to an alternate dimension before it could be destroyed by the wind release, spiraling sphere shuriken. However, this provided the tyrant zombie a chance. It roared as its massive form rapidly expanded to a height of 3 meters, growing additional arms beneath its original ones. In an instant, it unleashed 4 fists, each capable of demolishing a 2-story building, all aimed ferociously at Lin Fan. But how could Lin Fan neglect such a behemoth among the zombies? Susanoo manifested around him in an instant, and at that moment, he executed the multiplication technique. With the ninja art, partial multiplication technique, Lin Fan's right arm and hand swiftly enlarged, effortlessly grasping the tyrant zombie in his colossal hand. Coupled with the power of the sage body in Susanoo, the tyrant zombie was crushed into a mist of blood, leaving behind only its brainstem. Witnessing her protective talismans effortlessly dismantled by Lin Fan in mere moments, Yang Ting was consumed by rage, spewing blood and becoming utterly despondent, soon to be engulfed by concrete debris. "You cannot perish so easily." Lin Fan's voice was cold and mocking as he swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, invoking wood release, wood dragon technique. Instantly, a small wooden dragon materialized, rescuing Yang Ting while simultaneously ensnaring her. His other hand activated the universal pull, drawing the white demon toward him, enmeshed in the thousand birds technique to paralyze it, before swiftly seizing its brainstem. Chapter 37. An eye for an eye, regardless of gender. After obtaining the brainstem of the white demon, Lin Fan turned once more to Yang Ting, who appeared pale and desperate, frantically begging for mercy, belittling herself while narrating her potential utility. "Spare me. I am but a worthless wretch, controlled by illusions. My powers can command zombies for you, and in the future, you will possess a legion of the undead at your command." Lin Fan scoffed. "A legion of zombies? That does sound enticing. Very well. Since you are a woman I have longed to slay, I shall grant you a chance. If you can endure the trials I have faced, I will let you go." "Good, good, good," Yang Ting exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. "May I ask what the matter is?" "You shall soon find out." Lin Fan replied with a mischievous smile as he employed the moon reading technique, uncovering the knowledge he sought. He then confined Yang Ting to an alternate space. Meanwhile, the battle outside had reached its conclusion, with Yang Dehu and Yang Jingjing slain, and Niu Jianxi subdued. With 2 wood-clone avatars at his disposal, defeat was indeed an arduous task. The remaining unscathed abilities on Yang Ting's side were naturally to be recruited by Ming Lei for his own purposes. In truth, Lin Fan was reluctant to gather such a multitude. He would have preferred just himself and a few beautiful companions. However, necessity dictated otherwise. Establishing a base required personnel, and the daily operations, alongside the fundamental needs of sustenance and shelter, were inextricably linked to human resources. In essence, a base functions as a society, necessitating a variety of roles. Moreover, it was imperative that Lin Fan commanded his own army of ability wielders. The emergence of numerous frost zombies signified that a myriad of factions and varieties of undead would arise in the future, and only a formidable army could withstand such an onslaught. Through communication with the wood clones, Lin Fan instructed Ming Lei to escort the 3 women back to Building 6, while he proceeded to the supermarket adjacent to the property management office. Despite the apocalypse having lingered for several days, Yang Ting appeared remarkably well off. Beside her, Yang Dehu, Yang Jingjing, and Niu Jianxi were equally thriving, clearly indicating they possessed ample provisions, sourced undoubtedly from the supermarket next door. Lin Fan had initially employed the moon reading technique on Yang Ting partly to ascertain where she had concealed her food supplies. In the supermarket's underground cold storage, although the power was out, the frigid conditions provided a natural refrigeration system. Within the cold storage and the staircase leading to the first floor, 11 zombies were present, a level 4 skeleton zombie among them, with the remaining 10 classified as level 3, serving as Yang Ting's guards. After swiftly dispatching the 11 zombies and retrieving their brain stems, Lin Fan opened the cold storage door, revealing it filled with snow. Burying all the supermarket's provisions beneath its icy blanket, he immediately summoned shadow clones while utilizing his divine might to collect the supplies. Gazing at the snowy cold storage, Lin Fan mused that establishing a base to implement agriculture and livestock rearing was essential for securing fresh food. Otherwise, no matter how formidable his ice abilities or how frigid the temperatures, even the finest ingredients would lose their appeal after being frozen for 7 or 8 months. This was especially true for various meats, which were best enjoyed freshly slaughtered. Having collected the food, Lin Fan utilized Flying Thunder God to return to the property management building and swiftly descended into its basement. Here, he was about to encounter the unforgettable female zombie. As the basement door swung open, a putrid stench of blood assailed his senses. The floor was littered with blood and severed bones, unmistakably human in origin. Simultaneously, tendrils of pink mist surged toward Lin Fan, a toxic miasma of the undead. Wind release, Gale Palm. Lin Fan immediately unleashed a wind technique to disperse the noxious vapor. A somber roar reverberated through the air as a female zombie, adorned in a pink gown and with hair of the same hue, leapt from the ceiling and lunged at Lin Fan. Shinra Tensei, Lin Fan uttered coolly, invoking the technique to instantly repel the female zombie. Would release, for Pillar's prison technique. He immediately employed the would release, ensnaring the female zombie within its confines. Gazing at the creature, Lin Fan felt a tidal wave of hatred swell within him. This animosity, however, was not directed at the zombie, but rather at Yang Ting. The humiliation he had endured lingered in his heart, and even in his rebirth. He found it impossible to articulate. Clenching his fists, Lin Fan spoke with a fierce countenance. Yang Ting, you have truly been spared, solely because you are not a man. With a grimace, Lin Fan extracted Yang Ting, who was suppressed by the wooden dragon, from the alternate space. What do you intend to do? Yang Ting asked in a panic, sensing the ominous turn of events as Lin Fan bound the alluring zombie with his ninjutsu. Simple, he replied coldly. Enter my would-release prison and remain with this seductive female zombie. If you can endure for 3 days, I shall release you. Upon hearing this demand, Yang Ting disregarded Lin Fan's demeanor and tone, her face lighting up with unparalleled joy. After all, this alluring female zombie was only at the mid-level of Tier 3, while she herself had reached the peak of Tier 4. Even without her instrument, she believed defeating this creature would be a trivial task. However, at that moment, Yang Ting felt her energy rapidly depleting from within her dantian, causing her own level to plummet. Hungry Ghost Path. Lin Fan's chilling voice echoed as he unleashed the technique upon Yang Ting, draining nearly all the energy from her dantian before she could react, reducing her to the early stages of Tier 1. No, Yang Ting screamed, desperately struggling against the restraints, but she was no match for the wooden dragon's suppression. Ultimately, she was tossed into the would-release prison. What of being a woman? I, Lin Fan, shall return the favor in kind, he declared menacingly. As Yang Ting succumbed to the poison and allure of the zombie, Lin Fan felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. The vengeance of his past life had finally dissipated from his heart. From this moment forth, his sole focus would be to confront the increasingly perilous apocalypse. You, the one who sells lamb skewers, how cruel you are. Yang Ting roared in desperation. Cruel? Lin Fan replied with a faint smile. I would hardly consider this as such. What is this compared to your actions? You have been using living men to nourish this female zombie. Moreover, is she not your prized possession? You utilized this zombie to attract powerful special zombies, controlling them through her allure. Whether it be the lickers, the white witch, the skeletal zombies, or the tyrant. Were they not all lured and manipulated by this very creature? Now, I am granting you the opportunity to be together with your precious one forever. You should be thanking me, not cursing me. Well then, I shall take my leave. After all, it is unseemly to witness such indecency. And this particular display does possess a certain degree of bloodshed, rather unsuitable for the young. With that, Lin Fan exited the basement. Soon, the echoes of Yang Ting's screams faded into silence. Yet, at that moment, Lin Fan's expression grew grave. It was not the seductive female zombie that had slain Yang Ting, but rather a devourer that had inexplicably materialized in the basement. At the moment of its appearance, Lin Fan was struck by a sense of foreboding. Chapter 38. Within the ancient tomb. What transpired? How did this devourer come to be in the basement? In a state of gravity. Lin Fan was filled with confusion and promptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the basement. At this moment, the Devourer exhibited a hue vastly different from the one controlled by Yang Ting. It was not a blood red, but rather a muted yellow, its level being in the late stage of the 5th tier. This Devourer had undoubtedly been lured by the alluring corpse poison emanating from the female zombie. After it had breached Lin Fan's wooden prison and dispatched Yang Ting, it had disregarded her remains, choosing instead to snuggle closely with the female zombie. Their interaction tender and affectionate. Roar. Upon Lin Fan's sudden appearance, the Devourer instantly fell into a rage, howling and launching an attack, leaping towards Lin Fan with its claws poised to rend. It was evident that both its speed and strength surpassed those of the 5th-tier Tyrant Zombie and the 5th-tier Skeleton Zombie, controlled by Yang Ting. The disparity in their physical nature was undeniable. Furthermore, as its claws tore towards Lin Fan, they inexplicably hardened into stone, becoming even more formidable. Utilizing his divine perception, Lin Fan deftly evaded the strike and marked the Devourer with the Flying Thunder God seal. Subsequently, he activated his divine might, transporting himself into an alternate space. Lin Fan was not driven by fear. Rather, he sought to discern the origin of this Devourer and how it had appeared in the basement. The sudden disappearance of Lin Fan only served to infuriate the Devourer further, which began to frantically assault the walls, floor, and ceiling of the basement. It was not until the seductive female zombie emitted a sound that the Devourer ceased its rampage. Soon after, the two zombies nestled together once more. Time eluded Lin Fan's grasp, and after an indeterminate duration, the Devourer and the seductive female zombie consumed Yang Ting's corpse. Following this, the female zombie clambered onto the back of the Devourer, which instantly transformed, its form rapidly solidifying into concrete, assimilating the female zombie along with it. They then strode directly through the wall and made their way outside the property. Lin Fan re-emerged, exclaiming, "What an impressive assimilation ability." This process evidently converts any energy within into concrete, which is why the divine perception of the celestial body was unable to detect it. Only upon its complete manifestation could it be sensed. Moreover, it allows any contacting zombies to undergo assimilation as well. Then, Lin Fan activated his Byakugan, faintly perceiving the outlines of the assimilated Devourer and the seductive female zombie. Fortunately, my Byakugan is of the Kagaya lineage, were it merely of the Hyuga clan. I would see nothing, Lin Fan mused. He then executed the Flying Thunder God to reach the 3rd floor and utilized the Earth Style, Heavy Rock technique to ascend into the air. Water Style, Mist Concealment technique. In midair, Lin Fan also employed a localized mist concealment technique to shroud himself, following the assimilated Devourer and the seductive female zombie. The Assimilation Devourer, despite having observed the site of the rocket bombardment multiple times, remained unperturbed and proceeded directly across the street opposite the residential area, weaving through several fields until it reached the river, which had long since frozen over. There, it swiftly merged with the alluring female zombie, both becoming encased in ice as they ventured deeper. In mid-air, Lin Fan once again activated his Byakugan. At the base of the ice layer, he discerned an opening through which the Assimilation Devourer and the alluring female zombie descended underground. After approximately 40 meters, they entered a spacious chamber. Could this be an ancient tomb? Lin Fan mused to himself. At a depth of around 40 meters, the expansive area could only be attributed to an ancient burial site. As he continued to observe with his Byakugan, Lin Fan was astonished to discover the presence of other zombies, under the influence of his celestial perception. He identified these as special types of zombies: Devourers, Tyrant Zombies, White Sorcerer Zombies, and another kind with a breath that starkly contrasted with the White Sorcerer Zombies, which Lin Fan surmised to be Night Demon Zombies. The sheer number of special undead beings perplexed Lin Fan further. An ancient tomb situated at such a depth should have been from a bygone era, with the remains interred long reduced to mere bones. Even if they had transformed into zombies, they ought to have been skeletons. Or was there something within this ancient tomb that had drawn all the nearby special undead beings? Focusing his chakra through his Byakugan, Lin Fan continued to observe and sense. As the Assimilation Devourer returned to the tomb with the alluring female zombie, the other special zombies became noticeably agitated, evidently desiring the alluring female zombie for themselves. This scene compelled Lin Fan to reflect on the undeniable allure of beauty, which seemed to captivate even in the realm of the undead. However, the majority of the other special zombies dared not act rashly, except for one tyrant zombie, who, unable to contain itself, pounded its chest in challenge to the Assimilation Devourer. This tyrant zombie was also at the late stage of level 5, but tragically, Its combat prowess was no match for the assimilation devourer. Within a few exchanges, it was toppled to the ground, losing an arm and half its face to the assimilation devourer. Yet, rather than annihilating the tyrant zombie, the assimilation devourer expelled it from the tomb. Following this, the other special zombies ceased their ambitions toward the alluring female zombie, all prostrating themselves in submission. This marks the initial scale of the zombie horde, Lin Fan murmured. Weaker zombies fear the stronger ones and choose to submit, much like those with special abilities. Gradually, a true zombie horde will take shape. And as their levels rise and intelligence increases, a realm of the undead will emerge. At this moment, Lin Fan also realized the source of the devourers, white sorcerers. And tyrant zombies controlled by Yang Ting, they must have originated from this ancient tomb. After defeating the tyrant zombie, the assimilation devourer immediately approached the alluring female zombie to showcase its might, which further pleased her. Subsequently, the assimilation devourer engaged in yet another encounter with the alluring female zombie. How shameless, Lin Fan thought. Lin Fan could not help but curse. For it was evident that while the term arousal had seeped into the consciousness of the intelligent beings, the concept of shamelessness remained elusive. Shortly thereafter, the assimilated devourer, accompanied by the alluring female zombie, unlatched a door within the ancient tomb. To his astonishment, Lin Fan discovered that there was yet another tomb within the ancient tomb. This revelation struck him with surprise, as his perceptive gaze had failed to unveil this hidden space. In that moment, Lin Fan was certain that this inner tomb harbored something significant. As the door creaked open, he beheld a colossal coffin, its lid ajar, revealing a corpse within. However, it was not an intact body. It was evident that the corpse had been gnawed upon, and yet, at every gnawed section, flesh and blood regenerated at a visibly rapid pace. The assimilated devourer and the enticing female zombie commenced their feast upon the flesh of the corpse. No matter how much they consumed, it seemed insatiable, for the flesh continuously grew back, even when only bones remained. What manner of corpse was this? Lin Fan was left astounded. Chapter 39, Slaying the Assimilated Devourer. Yet, Lin Fan's astonishment was only beginning to unfold. As the flesh was consumed, the alluring female zombie's form began to transform. Her flesh surged, becoming more robust and supple, her appearance shifting. Were it not for her ghastly pallor in Lin Fan's eyes, he might have been compelled to commend her beauty as that of an unparalleled enchantress. Indeed, in the eyes of the zombies, she was the epitome of allure. The assimilated devourer, witnessing this transformation, howled in excitement, its entire being invigorated, the dragon beneath its abdomen stirring with fervor. This corpse's flesh possessed not only the extraordinary ability to regenerate endlessly, but also enhanced the capabilities of the zombies. Lin Fan's expression turned grave. These unique zombies were undoubtedly the tomb's sacrificial attendants, initially transforming into skeletal forms before developing flesh through the consumption of this corpse. It was imperative that this corpse did not resurrect as a zombie, otherwise, it would undoubtedly give rise to a formidable army of special zombies, posing a significant threat to the Sunshine UFO community, where he intended to establish a stronghold. With that, Lin Fan activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself into the depths of the ancient tomb. The assimilated devourer was remarkably perceptive. Despite its restrained excitement, the moment Lin Fan appeared, it launched an immediate assault. Lin Fan swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the assimilated devourer. Upon recognizing Lin Fan, the creature erupted in fury, bellowing orders for the other special zombies to converge upon him, encircling him in an instant. Susanoo. With a grand gesture, Lin Fan summoned Susanoo, which rose majestically within the tomb, its immense force toppling the approaching special zombies. Lightning release, Thousand Birds technique. His arms extended from within Susanoo, manifesting like hands of thunder from the storm clouds, unleashing a torrent of blinding lightning that filled the ancient tomb, instantly incapacitating the special zombies. However, the assimilated devourer was not paralyzed. The moment it glimpsed the lightning, it transformed into thunder itself. The seductive female zombie was also unaffected, as the assimilated devourer protected her well, and together they morphed into a manifestation of thunder. This nearly unrestrained assimilation ability was indeed formidable. Yet one could only wonder if it could assimilate Amaterasu, Lin Fan remarked coldly. At the instant the blood flowed from the corner of his rinnegan, a fierce black flame ignited on the assimilated devourer, causing it and the seductive female zombie to roll on the ground in agony. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Fan swiftly formed hand seals and executed would release. Tree binding eternal burial. Nearly 20 vines burst forth from the ancient tomb stone bricks, ensnaring all the special zombies, including the assimilated devourer and the seductive female zombie, both of whom were being scorched by Amaterasu. The vines grew rapidly, voraciously absorbing the energy from the special zombies. In mere moments, these creatures were reduced to desiccated corpses. Is this the power of wood release? Lin Fan marveled. Predapath. Simultaneously, Lin Fan invoked the Predapath, drawing energy from the vines to enhance himself. In no time, he advanced from the initial stage of level 5 to its latter stage. Although the special zombies posed a significant threat, the energy contained within their brainstems was unparalleled. Lin Fan mused. Nevertheless, the battle was far from over. The assimilated devourer proved to be truly formidable. It had assimilated the seductive female zombie and acquired serpentine traits, quickly shedding its skin to escape Amaterasu's flames. It then transformed into the hardest rock, effectively blocking the tree binding eternal burial. With its claws, it tore through the vines, while its crimson tongue morphed into 8 tentacles that advanced menacingly toward Lin Fan. Even in its rocky state, the Susanoo in Lin Fan's hand materialized a sword, sweeping forth to sever the assimilated devourer's assault, swiftly transforming the sword into a bow. Add Earth attribute. Wind release. Spiraling shuriken. The amalgamation of wind, thunder, and Amaterasu culminated in the creation of the most powerful arrow. With a thunderous roar, even though the assimilated devourer had transformed into the hardest diamond, it could not withstand the might of this supreme arrow, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered its form and unleashed devastation through wind and thunder, igniting Amaterasu. Yet, the assimilated devourer was not defeated. A mass of flesh enveloping its brain shot forth, and in the blink of an eye, the flesh regenerated. Infinity flesh trait. Lin Fan murmured, his expression turning grave. The ferocity of Lin Fan incited continuous howls from the assimilated devourer, which entered a state of ultimate assimilation. Its body swelled, grotesque tumors erupting forth. When they burst open, they revealed gaping, bloody maws that instilled a profound sense of dread in Lin Fan. The enormous mouths extended, and within 3 seconds, the vines from Lin Fan's earlier wood release were entirely devoured, while the Susanoo's chakra rapidly dissipated as the monstrous mouths gnawed at it. Rinnegan Predapath. Lin Fan hastily invoked the Predapath again, reclaiming the chakra to sustain his Susanoo. In that moment, both sides found themselves locked in a tense stalemate. The devouring force exhibited here is astonishingly comparable to my own reincarnation of the Hungry Ghost Path. At this moment, I have reached the late stage of level 5. And my rank is undeniably on par with this assimilation devourer. Lin Fan gasped, pondering the nature of this creature's consuming power. The alluring female zombie, eager to assist the assimilation devourer, incessantly unleashed her highly corrosive corpse poison, yet she could not breach the defenses of Susanoo. Furthermore, the flames of Amaterasu burning atop Susanoo could repel all forms of corpse toxins. It seems that obtaining the brainstem of the assimilation devourer is beyond my reach. Lin Fan reflected reluctantly amidst the stalemate. At this juncture, the assimilation devourer's formidable abilities necessitate a fatal strike to its brainstem. Otherwise, Lin Fan would find it exceedingly difficult to vanquish it. As he activated his celestial body, Lin Fan's reincarnation Sharingan transformed, aligning with the patterns of the Rinnegan. At the core of his gaze, a black sphere gradually coalesced, embodying the Quest Pearl. Subsequently, the Quest Pearl morphed into an arrow, precisely aimed at the head of the assimilation devourer. The creature roared incessantly, continuing its assimilation of beings endowed with such a consuming power, as its flesh tumors multiplied, erupted, and grew terrifyingly large mouths. As these monstrous orifices proliferated, the assimilation devourer's devouring strength began to surpass Lin Fan's own Hungry Ghost Path. If this continued, Lin Fan would surely be drained dry. However, at that moment, the arrow formed from the Quest Pearl was launched, piercing through the head of the assimilation devourer and targeting its brainstem. In a swift reaction, the assimilation devourer erected a formidable flesh tumor to shield its brainstem, sensing an overwhelming regenerative power emanating from it. This tumor possessed such potent regenerative capabilities that even the slightest damage would result in an instantaneous resurgence of flesh and blood. This can undoubtedly be classified as an absolute defense. Unfortunately for it, Lin Fan's arrow, comprised of the Quest Pearl, shattered the flesh tumor and penetrated the brainstem of the assimilation devourer. Chapter 40. A more terrifying zombie. Flesh and blood scattered, the brainstem shattered, and the assimilation devourer ceased to reconstitute. As for the alluring female zombie, Lin Fan showed no mercy. The arrow of the Quest Pearl swiftly changed direction and surged towards her. A howl of despair erupted from the alluring female zombie. Yet, in that instant, a bone obstructed the quest pearl, not only stopping it, but also rebounding it back towards Lin Fan, causing him, who was channeling Susanoo, to collapse to the ground. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering echoed, as Susanoo crumbled into nothingness. Lin Fan, overwhelmed, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly as he clutched his abdomen in agony. At that moment, at least 5 of his ribs had fractured. What was that? Lin Fan exclaimed in shock. In his celestial body state, he felt not a hint of it. A deep, resonant growl reverberated from the ancient coffin. Even upon hearing the growl, Lin Fan's celestial form remained oblivious to its presence. Indeed, it must be the corpse within the coffin that has resurrected. At the same moment, a voice echoed, announcing its emergence as the zombie queen. With a thunderous crash, several skeletal forms pierced through the ancient coffin crafted from purple gold, and the body rose upright, its flesh and blood rapidly regenerating, transforming in an instant into a complete zombie. This creature bore a human visage, its flesh a pallid hue, adorned with hair, and its eyes a vivid crimson. Its nostrils were stained with blood, and its lips curled to reveal fangs, while sword-like bones sprouted from its arms and back. Despite witnessing this zombie, Lin Fan felt no trace of fear, as if it were an entity beyond his perception. Yet this very indifference was what rendered it most terrifying. Under the pale gaze, Lin Fan discerned the immense energy coursing within the zombie, at least at the 7th level. A zombie of royal lineage. Lin Fan's heart thumped heavily. Above the 10th level lies the rank of kings. A zombie born at the 7th level undoubtedly possesses royal potential, with continuous consumption. It could effortlessly ascend to the kingly rank. Moreover, its ability to articulate human speech unequivocally confirmed its regal qualifications. My luck is truly extraordinary, Lin Fan cursed inwardly. Assimilation. The realm of immortality. The zombie coldly intoned, and the entire ancient tomb swiftly morphed, transforming into an independent world. Lin Fan immediately summoned his divine might, attempting to breach the alternate space, but it was too late. Once again, he encountered an enemy capable of sealing off space, and this time, he faced an existence that could easily crush him. Therefore, Lin Fan's expression was gravely serious. I am the immortal Tai Sui zombie, craving fresh blood and flesh. A delicacy after a millennium. As the zombie spoke, it greedily inhaled the scent emanating from Lin Fan. Immortal Tai Sui zombie, Lin Fan murmured. Tai Sui, as described in the classic of mountains and seas, is said to devour endlessly, seeking rebirth, never succumbing to death. When devoured, it regenerates anew. The essence of infinite flesh stems from this. Immortality, then, must be the capacity to assimilate everything, thus achieving eternal existence. Lin Fan's grave demeanor deepened. This was the true horror of zombies. This was the genuine peril. Compared to such a creature, all other zombies were insignificant. Moreover, this was merely a newly birthed entity. Given time to mature, its strength would be unimaginable. The immortal Tai Sui zombie advanced steadily toward Lin Fan, its body trembling, as it sprouted additional arms beneath its original, culminating in 6 limbs. Under its assimilation abilities, its hands morphed into claws, poised to rend Lin Fan into fragments. He had but one opportunity to strike. Observing the relentless approach of the immortal Tai Sui zombie, Lin Fan compelled himself to remain calm, devising a strategy for a decisive blow. However, the Taoist Jade was repelled. Lin Fan's mind raced, yet he could conceive no technique capable of delivering a single fatal strike to the immortal Tai Sui zombie before him. At that moment, Lin Fan's Byakugan suddenly twitched, causing him pain. Simultaneously, a peculiar anguish coursed through the meridians of his entire body, emanating from his Byakugan. However, this painful state dissipated swiftly, preventing Lin Fan from experiencing excessive distress. Subsequently, he sensed the formidable power of the Byakugan. A wave of jubilation surged within him as he thought, indeed, Kagaya's Byakugan has not let me down. This power will surely vanquish the immortal Tai Sui zombie before me. Raising his right hand, he concentrated chakra into it, forming a staff reminiscent of a transformed Taoist jade, appearing in a pale black hue. With a surge of chakra from his hand, the staff shot forth towards the immortal Tai Sui zombie. Bone of destruction. Lin Fan cried out internally, urging, go forth and eradicate this immortal Tai Sui zombie. However, as the bone of destruction was unleashed, Lin Fan collapsed to the ground, his Byakugan closing, almost devoid of chakra, making even the recovery through sage body arduous. Thus, all of Lin Fan's focus was fixated on the bone of destruction. It was his final glimmer of hope. The immortal Tai Sui zombie, dismissive of Lin Fan's assault, made no effort to defend itself, allowing the bone of destruction to pierce its abdomen, believing that its flesh would swiftly regenerate after the penetration. Witnessing this, Lin Fan smiled. The immortal Tai Sui zombie had ultimately underestimated him, which was precisely what he desired. Fresh blood, flesh, and bones drew near. As the immortal Tai Sui zombie let out an excited roar, its 6 sharp claws descending towards him. However, the claws halted mere inches from Lin Fan. Observing the zombie's abdomen, it gradually transformed into ash, resembling paper consumed by flames, scattering in small fragments. A howl of agony echoed as the immortal Tai Sui zombie immediately activated its assimilation power, pushing its regenerative capabilities to their utmost limit. Yet, regrettably, no matter how its flesh regenerated, it could not withstand the potency of the bone of destruction. Moreover, as the speed of the immortal Tai Sui zombie's regeneration accelerated, the effects of the bone of destruction spread even more rapidly. Before it could emit 3 cries of anguish, it was utterly reduced to ashes. Thus, the immortal Tai Sui zombie, endowed with kingly qualifications, revived quickly but perished just as swiftly, leaving nothing behind but a name. The bone of destruction proved to be an unequivocal killing technique. Lin Fan was overwhelmed with excitement with this technique. As long as he could find an opportunity to strike his adversary, their demise was assured. Yet, Lin Fan's peril was far from over. For the alluring female zombie remained alive and was stumbling toward him, enveloped in a thick miasma of corpse poison and allure. This scene suggested that Lin Fan was poised to reenact the tragedy of his previous life. Chapter 41. The True Power of Li Xianer. Gazing upon the alluring female zombie, Lin Fan let out a cold chuckle. Surely, these wretched undead would not presume that the narrative would unfold as it did in the previous life. Here and now, all grievances and entanglements from the past should be irrevocably concluded. The might of divine power surged forth as another Lin Fan emerged from the alternate dimension. It was his wood clone, in the face of such perilous apocalyptic dangers. How could Lin Fan not leave behind a wood clone and a shadow clone in the other space for unforeseen circumstances? Once again, divine power manifested, and he swiftly crushed the seductive zombie's skull. In my previous life, you feasted upon my head. This moment serves as retribution in kind, Lin Fan stated calmly, then closed his eyes as he was absorbed by the wood clone into the alternate dimension, entering a state of repose. The wood clone not only collected the brainstems of all the special zombies but also procured a piece of flesh from the assimilated devourer. Upon returning to Building 6, Lin Fan rested for a full 2 days to recuperate. The terrifying technique of corpse annihilation placed an unbearable strain on him. It must remain unused unless in dire circumstances, he mused to himself. The term adjustment refers to the ability to modulate the range and intensity of ninjutsu according to one's own level. For instance, the true Shinra Tensei possesses the power to obliterate the very heavens, yet Lin Fan, at his current level, could hardly wield it. However, he could adjust it for a minor application. In contrast, corpse annihilation, from the moment of its inception, is inherently destructive. Any contact with the target results in certain death, with no possibility for modulation. Thus, it can only be executed freely upon reaching a certain level, if one lacks sufficient rank. Attempting to deploy it forcibly imposes unimaginable strain on the body. Over these 2 days, Han Xuelu, Li Zuner, Ming Lei, and Shui Yangyang experienced enhancements after absorbing the brainstems of the special zombies Lin Fan had brought back. The greatest improvement was observed in Han Xuelu, who directly caught up to Ming Lei, reaching the early stage of level 5. Li Zuner attained the early stage of level 4, while Shui Yangyang progressed to the mid-stage of level 4. As for the other ability users, Lin Fan naturally refrained from sharing the special zombies' brainstems with them. Nevertheless, due to the continuous extermination of zombies and the other ability users in the building, they each experienced their own advancements. Upon Lin Fan's recovery, Han Xuelu was overjoyed and had already prepared a meal for him, comprising 4 dishes and a soup: spicy boiled fish, dompa pork, deep-fried meat, assorted casserole, and winter melon soup with ribs. Young master, you have fully recovered, haven't you? Han Xuelu inquired. Hee. With you attending to me with your delightful 4 dishes and a soup at every meal, it would be impossible not to recover, Lin Fan teased, pinching Han Xuelu's nose with a mischievous grin. Not only have I recovered, but I have also grown stronger. Soon you will experience it for yourself. As he spoke, he began to act a bit unruly. Han Xuelu's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly replied, Young master, Zener is still in the small bedroom studying. Cough. Cough. At that moment, A cough echoed as Li Zuner emerged from the small bedroom. Her cheeks also flushed as, with Lin Fan's recovery. She too had to confront the reality of their situation. "Young master," Li Zuner murmured softly. "Hee, Zuner, we are like family now. There is no need for such restraint." Lin Fan's mischievous hand did not cease its antics as he grinned wickedly, delivering a resounding slap to Han Xuelu's pert posterior. He then approached Li Xianer and firmly pinched her beautiful bottom, applying just the right amount of pressure. The two young ladies blushed profusely. "Haha, let us dine. For one must be well fed to attend to serious matters," Lin Fan chuckled. Upon hearing mention of serious matters, the two women's heads bowed almost to their shoulders. "Enough of the jesting," Lin Fan said, tempering his playful demeanor as he regarded Li Xianer earnestly. "Xianer, how is the research on the flesh from the assimilator progressing?" The flesh Lin Fan had retrieved was intended for Li Xianer's study. Healing and surgery were merely a fraction of her capabilities. Her true potential lay in discovering pharmaceuticals and potions that had never existed on Blue Star before the apocalypse, aimed at altering genetics. If she could derive a rebirth and assimilation potion from the assimilator's flesh, Lin Fan would gain another card to play in facing the apocalypse. Li Xianer immediately adopted a serious demeanor, replying, "My lord, I have made some progress. Please, do let me share." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's excitement surged. "My lady, I have indeed sensed powerful rebirth and assimilation genes within that mass of flesh through my abilities," Li Xianer stated, brimming with confidence that she could extract them. "Haha, I knew my Xianer could do it," Lin Fan exclaimed with growing enthusiasm. "So, can you manufacture the rebirth and assimilation potions?" At this, Li Xianer responded with a hint of exasperation. "My lord, it is not as simple as that. Extracting them is merely the first step. We must also analyze the various structures and arrangements of the genes, as well as the necessary environments. This requires extensive experimentation. Moreover, we need an array of sophisticated instruments, none of which existed on Blue Star prior to the apocalypse. This means we need to invent and create. But, my lord, both genes have been contaminated or rather fused with the zombie virus. To obtain the genuine genes, we must find a way to eradicate the zombie virus. Otherwise, the consequence is zombification. As for eliminating the zombie virus, it is an exceedingly daunting task. I have sensed its structure through my abilities, and it is incredibly complex, akin to a universe in itself." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan found it hard not to feel disheartened. Indeed, after the apocalypse, it seems we have returned to a primitive society. All theories and technologies from before are no longer applicable. Everything requires us to explore, invent, and create anew. Li Xianer continued, "It appears that to truly establish ourselves in this apocalypse, we have a long and arduous journey ahead." Lin Fan reflected. "My lord, as Xianer has pointed out, it underscores the importance of talent. To establish ourselves, we need individuals with various abilities and skills," Han Xuelu added. "Indeed," Lin Fan nodded. "By the way, what of Niu? Has he been dealt with?" "Ming Lei has confined him to room 1804. Han Xuelu remarked, "Young master, I must say that Niu Jianxi is indeed a remarkable talent. He has already invented numerous tools that were previously unheard of before the apocalypse. If he were to join us, alongside Ming Lei and Yang Yang, they would undoubtedly establish extraordinary defenses for our base." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "However, Xuelu, Xianer, do you know what I am currently most eager for?" "What is it, young master?" The two women inquired with curiosity. "Electricity," Lin Fan replied. "With electricity, everything comes to life. It puts everything on the right track. Only with electricity can our base truly be deemed a base." Chapter 42, The Order of Submission. Indeed, electricity, once a commonplace element, was something I had never regarded as particularly important. Now, it haunts my dreams. Han Xuelu's eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation as she expressed her yearning for electricity. Li Xianer nodded in agreement. "Yes, electricity, such a nostalgic concept. However, young master, while it may sound simple, it can also be quite challenging, depending on whether we have the right talent." "Talent," Lin Fan reiterated. After finishing their meal, Lin Fan promptly sought out Niu Jianxi. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, Niu Jianxi stated, "Young master Lin Fan, I am willing to accept your divine illusion technique." "Excellent, brother Niu. That is precisely what I was hoping to hear," Lin Fan responded. "Rest assured, the divine illusion technique will only alter your loyalty towards me. Everything else will remain unchanged." "Thank you, young master," Niu Jianxi expressed respectfully. "There is no need for thanks. We shall be in this together from now on. I hope we can all survive well in this apocalypse," Lin Fan said. You and Ming Lei will handle the defensive construction. Do not worry. Old Niu will certainly do my utmost, Niu Jianxi assured. Together with brother Ming Lei, we will create an impenetrable defense for you. However, young master, regarding the materials, I find myself powerless, he continued. In this apocalypse, an array of zombies emerges incessantly, many of which are formidable. Additionally, there are those with special abilities, as well as mutated flora and fauna. Even the sturdiest of ordinary materials cannot withstand the assaults of truly powerful zombies and those with extraordinary powers. We require new materials. Recently, I have also invented some tools, and during this process, I discovered that many soils, mudstones, sands, various metals, and even some water have undergone mutations. Yet, to synthesize new materials from these mutated elements, we truly need skilled scientific talent. Talent once again. But fear not, it will come, Lin Fan assured. At that moment, Ming Lei entered room 1804, holding a letter and smiling as he said, "Another fearless soul has arrived. Someone has issued us an order of submission." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Fan took the envelope, which boldly bore the words order of submission. He couldn't help but smile and asked, "Which building is it from?" "I am not certain, but it is not from the 10 buildings to the east, as I have already cleared those with my team in the past couple of days," Ming Lei replied. At this moment, Han Xuelu and her companions entered the room. With a hint of excitement, Han Xuelu remarked, "Young master, the essence of this letter is not its content, but rather its origin." "What do you mean?" Lin Fan inquired. Li Xianer interjected, "Young master, this letter was delivered by a flying device. I observed it closely, and it is undoubtedly not a relic from before the apocalypse. It must be a new invention." Upon hearing Li Xianer's words regarding the novel flying apparatus, Lin Fan chuckled, for it seemed that thoughts manifest into reality. Moreover, the existence of such a device indicated the availability of electricity. "The talents we seek have presented themselves to us," he laughed heartily, swiftly tearing open the letter. It was from Building 17. The content, of course, demanded submission, urging all surviving individuals to gather at Building 17 within 3 days. After this period, the Twin Heroes gang would thoroughly cleanse the entire community. Those who failed to comply would meet their demise. The letter detailed the strengths of the 2 gang leaders, the second leader at the initial stage of level 6 and the main leader at the mid-stage of level 6. With one leader at the mid-stage and another at the initial stage of level 6, it was no surprise they dared to issue such a decree to the entire community. Ming Lei asked, "Young master, what shall we do?" "Naturally, we must pay them a visit," Lin Fan replied. "We cannot afford to overlook individuals with technological abilities, as it is technology that truly enhances our quality of life, whether before or after the apocalypse." He instructed Ming Lei and Niu Jianxi to secure Building 6, while he ventured alone to Building 17. Given the current state of the community, the Twin Heroes gang was indeed the most formidable force within. Subduing them would effectively cleanse the entire area, allowing him to initiate the construction of a base utilizing the community's existing facilities. The absolute deterrent power of the initial and mid-stage level 6 leaders meant that upon the issuance of the submission decree, nearly all survivors within the community hastened to Building 17. After enduring the apocalypse for so many days, they had come to grasp a fundamental truth. Survival of the fittest is the unyielding rule of the new world. Defiance equates to death, leaving no room for complacency. This development was advantageous, sparing Ming Lei and the others from the arduous task of clearing building by building. Observing this scene, Lin Fan felt no urgency to head to Building 17. After preparing the Flying Thunder God seal, he returned to the alternate space, deciding to return on the 3rd day when all the superhumans and survivors would have gathered at Building 17, thus allowing him to capture them all in one sweep. Utilizing the alternate space, Lin Fan promptly arrived in the small bedroom where Li Xianer was conducting her research, wearing a mischievous grin. "Young master, weren't you headed to Building 17? Li Xianer exclaimed in surprise upon his sudden appearance, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Venturing to Building 17 is a perilous endeavor, thus, before I proceed, I must attend to unfinished matters." Lin Fan's grin widened. "Young master, it is daytime now," Li Xianer whispered almost inaudibly. "Haha, precisely because it is daytime. How exhilarating." Lin Fan laughed heartily as he lunged toward her. Outside, Han Xuelu naturally heard that familiar sound, letting out a helpless sigh of melancholy. This young master always appeared so suddenly, without a word of forewarning. She then sought out Shui Yongong, for if she continued to listen, it would surely torment her. In the following 2 days, Lin Fan led a remarkably fulfilling life. At this juncture, He truly experienced a lifestyle of wielding power over the world while indulging in the company of beautiful women. Perhaps I have grown somewhat fond of this apocalypse, slaying those I disapprove of without hesitation, eliminating anyone who dares to provoke me, seizing whatever I desire, and doing as I please. Amidst this embrace of pleasure, Lin Fan could not help but reflect upon himself. However, all of this was predicated upon strength. Only through might could the current state of affairs be sustained. On the third day, Lin Fan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive outside Building 17. He promptly approached the entrance and announced, "Building 6, Lin Fan, has come to pledge allegiance. I kindly request that the brothers inside open the door." A voice immediately responded, "Oh, it's the fellow from Building 6. We thought you wouldn't dare to submit to our twin heroes." "Dare I?" Lin Fan chuckled. "But why are you alone? Our leader mentioned that there are numerous ability users and survivors in Building 6. The voice inside expressed confusion. Chapter 43, The Thunderous Twin Heroes. Brothers. Although the zombies in the community are fewer now, everyone is genuinely terrified and dares not venture out. Thus, I volunteered to implore the two leaders to allow them to remain in Building 6, Lin Fan replied. "Humph, kid, you're quite noble. Volunteering to speak on behalf of others?" The individuals inside scoffed. "A hero in the apocalypse? Aren't they all just fools in the end?" Laughter echoed through the air. Nevertheless, they opened the door, allowing Lin Fan entry. 4 ability users were stationed as guards, 1 at the late 3rd tier and 3 at the early 3rd tier. All armed. The 3 early tier users wielded baseball bats, while the late tier user carried an electric baton. Lin Fan's attention was immediately drawn to the electric baton. Realizing it was rechargeable, his conviction grew stronger that there were indeed individuals here who had managed to generate electricity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a rechargeable baton to still be in use after such an extended period of apocalypse. The 4 ability users scrutinized Lin Fan with increasing disdain. "Kid, you're just 2 shoulders and a head. We thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms to dare defy our leader's order of submission." As they spoke, they surrounded Lin Fan, brandishing their baseball bats and electric batons, preparing to beat him to death. Their leader had given strict orders that anyone who did not come to submit unconditionally was to be killed. "Brothers, how could I dare?" Lin Fan smiled and clasped his hands. At that very moment, he activated Tsuki no Mi. The reincarnation Sharingan manifested, and the 4 men fell into an illusion without any reaction, while the one wielding the electric baton directly escorted Lin Fan into the elevator, ascending to the 28th floor of Building 17. Building 17 is a grand edifice, comprising 28 stories, each accommodating 8 households. The elevator is operational. Lin Fan muses once more. He then begins to delve into the memories of this extraordinary individual using his unique ability, moon reading. The leaders of the Double Heroes gang are twin brothers nearing their 50th year. The elder, Zhao Jiejuan, has awakened the power of thunder, while the younger, Zhao Bojun, possesses electrical abilities. Prior to the apocalypse, both were single, ordinary laborers, and during the onset of the cataclysm, they happened to be renovating the 17th building. As they awakened their formidable powers, they established the Double Heroes gang, seizing control of the building and now aiming to cleanse the entire community. The nature of the electrical abilities is revealed, dispelling Lin Fan's initial belief that they were merely technologically gifted individuals. Upon learning that the electricity in Building 17 originates from Zhao Bojun's electrical powers, Lin Fan feels a pang of disappointment, murmuring his discontent. However, he soon recalls Li Xian's words, that the flying device bearing the submission order was undoubtedly a post-apocalyptic invention. This ignites a perplexing thought within Lin Fan, as he muses whether an individual with electrical abilities could truly create such a device under these circumstances. He continues to probe the memories of this ability wielder but finds little, as the gatekeeper would possess limited knowledge. Yet, as he persists, Lin Fan uncovers a remarkable secret within Building 17. The residents receive fresh vegetables and steamed buns daily. How could this be? Lin Fan is utterly astonished. Each floor, every individual is granted half a bun and a variety of vegetables each day. Some receive half a tomato, others a small piece of pumpkin, and some a quarter of a zucchini. After a few days, they even receive a small segment of green onion and a clove of garlic to enhance the flavor. What is happening? Could there be a spatial ability wielder among them? Perhaps someone akin to himself, a reincarnator, has stored a vast supply of fresh vegetables in a timeless space? Lin Fan speculates. Soon, the elevator reaches the 20th floor. As the doors open, a surge of electricity fills the elevator, crackling ominously, threatening to turn Lin Fan to ash. Would escape. Wooden wall. Lin Fan swiftly reacts, employing his would escape to shield against the onslaught of electricity. Have I been discovered? Lin Fan murmurs, quickly realizing that the building's electricity is entirely derived from Xiaobo's electrical abilities, thereby placing nearly all areas within the building under his perception. Amidst the crackling current, a middle-aged man appears, slicked back hair, a prominent mustache, a stout build, and calloused hands. Zhao Bojun, the second in command of the Double Heroes gang. What keen reflexes, Zhao Bojun remarks appreciatively. Likewise, Lin Fan replies with a smile, retracting his wooden defense and stepping cautiously from the elevator. An ability that can manipulate others, coupled with wood powers, dual abilities indeed. And at the late stage of level 5, another voice emerges as a flash of lightning reveals yet another middle-aged man, nearly identical in appearance to Zhao Bojun, Zhao Jiejuan, the leader of the Double Heroes gang. He nods slightly and continues, very well, how about joining us? The Double Heroes gang could become the Triple Heroes gang. Let us be direct. Lin Fan smiled. I have but one purpose here, to command your submission. In this community, there can only be one sovereign, and that is I. Lin Fan, not the duo of your alliance. Rest assured, after today, your faction shall cease to exist. You wretched brat. Your demeanor is akin to that of those unscrupulous contractors who withhold wages. I shall annihilate you. Zhao Bojun erupted in fury upon hearing Lin Fan's words. With a swift motion, he conjured 5 bolts of electricity, each as robust as his arm, aimed squarely at Lin Fan. Such a surge would undoubtedly breach the defenses of the wooden barrier. As the reincarnation Sharingan flickered to life, Lin Fan activated his divine power, redirecting the 5 currents of electricity. What? Zhao Bojun gasped in disbelief, his pupils constricting as he let out a hoarse bellow. Realizing Lin Fan's formidable strength, Zhao Jiejuan immediately sprang into action, raising his right hand, causing innumerable lightning patterns to entwine around Lin Fan like chains. Crackling sounds filled the air as the lightning surged forth, seemingly engulfing Lin Fan, threatening to obliterate him in an instant. Lightning release, Qilin, Lin Fan calmly declared. And in a heartbeat, he absorbed Zhao Jiejuan's thunderous energy, coalescing it into his right hand, taking the form of a Qilin's head. Impressive lightning power. I welcome more. Lin Fan remarked with a subtle smile. How many extraordinary abilities do you possess? In that moment, Zhao Jiejuan was utterly shaken, trembling as he pointed at Lin Fan. Allow me to ask once more, will you submit? Lin Fan continued to smile. The two brothers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from fear to a ferocious resolve. In unison, they roared, You insolent brat, you dare to demand our submission? Such delusion. One brother transformed into a shadow of thunder, while the other morphed into an electric specter. Merging their powers. Combined lightning strike, 3,000 volts. Boom. The air erupted with a devastating light of electricity, filling the entire 28th floor corridor, distorting the very fabric of space. Die, the brothers howled, their voices echoing with anguish. Humph. Lin Fan merely shook his head in disdain. He then summoned Susanoo, channeling the lightning released Qilin through it. 3,000 volts? Lin Fan maintained his earlier expression of contempt. That merely allows my Qilin technique a taste. Continue your assault. Blend your lightning until you reach 300 million volts. Only then might it overwhelm my Qilin and possibly defeat me. The brothers could no longer contain themselves upon hearing Lin Fan's taunts. Their dantian nearly burst as they unleashed their powers to the utmost limit. 3,003 volts. With such a minimal increase, Lin Fan let out a chuckle. You truly frighten me. It seems this is your limit. What a pity you did not reach 300 million volts. Otherwise, you might have had a chance to vanquish me. Hungry Ghost Path. After speaking, Lin Fan infused the lightning release Kirin technique with the Hungry Ghost Path. In but a fleeting moment, he siphoned away over 99% of the brothers' electrical energy, leaving the duo utterly depleted and collapsed on the ground, stripped of all combat capability. Defeating the twin brothers made Lin Fan acutely aware of his limits. He was invincible below the 7th level. As for those at the 7th level and above, as long as he could strike with the gray bone, he remained unconquerable. How many extraordinary abilities do you possess? At that moment, the brothers transformed into timid bears, their eyes filled with terror as they trembled uncontrollably. How to explain this? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, stating, in short, you two haven't seen Naruto, which makes it difficult to elaborate. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in how you choose now. Will you submit to me, or shall you receive my lightning release Kirin? Help us, master. The twin brothers suddenly cried out. In the next instant, the space along the corridor twisted, revealing 3 small aircraft resembling one another, spinning rapidly while continuously firing lasers. Goodness, they can fire lasers. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but curse, stepping into the alternate space without a hint of hesitation. Indeed, it is ninjutsu. A deep voice echoed as the space behind the twin brothers warped, revealing a remarkable woman adorned with red-framed glasses, her high ponytail swaying elegantly. Dressed in a professional outfit that exuded an extraordinary aura. Master. The twin brothers immediately expressed their utmost respect. The woman nodded slightly, signaling for them to exit the 20th floor. The brothers hurriedly scrambled down the stairs. My friend, emerge from your formidable alternate space. Perhaps we can engage in a dialogue. The woman said in an inviting tone after the brothers departed. To decline the lady's invitation would be unchivalrous. Lin Fan's voice resonated as he gracefully stepped out of the alternate space, appearing entirely transformed from his earlier demeanor. To think that someone has acquired ninjutsu abilities in this apocalyptic world. The woman remarked in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Fan, and not merely one technique, but potentially all of them. Your keen observation is commendable, Lin Fan replied with a smile. It seems you are indeed a hidden powerhouse behind the twin brothers gang. However, I suspect your true secret runs deeper. If I am not mistaken, you are a reincarnator. As Lin Fan uttered the words reincarnator, a palpable stillness enveloped the corridor of the 28th floor, and the woman's expression turned icy. The aircraft on either side resumed their rapid rotations. Yet, they did not unleash their lasers, as it would be futile. Lin Fan could enter the alternate space at will. Haha, judging by your demeanor. You must indeed be a reincarnator, Lin Fan continued with a laugh. How do you know? The woman inquired coldly. Everyone in this building has access to fresh vegetables daily, albeit in small quantities. Given that this is the onset of the apocalypse and amidst frigid conditions, it is implausible to cultivate fresh produce, Lin Fan explained. Once again, it is the ability of spatial manipulation. Even if one were to ponder with their toes, only a rebirth individual could achieve such a feat, rebirth. Utilizing space to hoard ample provisions in an array of items. Perhaps, the young lady possesses not only spatial abilities but also another extraordinary talent in the realm of technology. These flying machines, which did not exist before the apocalypse, can launch lasers. Such marvels were unheard of prior to the cataclysm. Truly, she must be a wielder of the reincarnation Sharingan. The woman rasped. Yet you, like myself, are likely a reborn soul. Only those who have experienced rebirth can deduce my nature, and only they would remain unfazed by another rebirth individual. In your gaze, I discern no trace of astonishment. Lin Fan did not refute her, merely nodding slightly. Indeed, I too am a reborn soul. Just as I suspected, the woman declared emphatically. It appears that the incident we endured has not confined rebirth to solely myself. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's smile vanished instantly, and he fixed his gaze intently upon her. What do you mean? What do you imply by stating that rebirth is not exclusive to you? Curious to know? The woman chuckled, a playful glint in her eye. It is simple. Submit to me. Allow me to implant certain knowledge within your mind, and I shall reveal all. Young lady. Igniting a man's curiosity without satisfying it is an exceedingly perilous game, Lin Fan replied coolly. Therefore, I suggest you divulge the nature of the incident you speak of. Otherwise, in this lawless apocalypse, I cannot guarantee that I won't resort to unspeakable acts. The woman scoffed at Lin Fan's threat. Humph, you possess space, yet so do I. What grounds do you have to intimidate me? At that moment, Lin Fan chuckled. The fact that the young lady could utter such words indicates she has not witnessed the conclusion of the Naruto saga. Allow me to speculate on her reasons for ignoring the conclusion. Might it be that the incessant recollections and the tedious infinite Tsukuyomi arc in the latter part of Naruto led her to abandon it? And what of it? The woman replied nonchalantly. There is nothing of consequence. It merely implies that the divine might can perceive other dimensions and open them, though challenging. It is achievable provided one has sufficient chakra, which is the essence of extraordinary power. Lin Fan remarked with a smile. Young lady, you stand before me. So your spatial proximity is quite close. With my current level, I believe I can accomplish this. Is that so? The woman remained incredulous, still dismissive. Very well. Seeing is believing, Lin Fan stated, as the reincarnation Sharingan transformed into the divine might Sharingan, simultaneously channeling immense chakra within this new form. With a chilling cry. Blood flowed fiercely from the divine might Sharingan, yet as the space before Lin Fan warped, another dimension unfolded in his vision. Within this realm lay a plethora of food, an abundance of daily necessities, numerous experimental apparatuses, and a variety of colorful undergarments, including many black stockings. Chapter 45. What is yours is mine. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan could not help but utter a profanity as he was struck by an intense visual shock that momentarily disrupted his Sharingan's divine state, causing the distorted space to begin mending. Instantly, Lin Fan seized the opportunity to inscribe a flying thunder god mark within the woman's domain. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to bleed from his nose. The vivid crimson blood served as a stark reminder to the astonished woman of what Lin Fan had witnessed. In an instant, her fury peaked, her body trembling as she pointed at him, hissing, "You lecherous scoundrel! I shall pluck out your eyes." "Is this my fault?" Lin Fan retorted, finally realizing his own nosebleed as he wiped it away, a hint of irritation in his voice. The earlier visual shock, though not overwhelmingly potent, had indeed taken him by surprise, resulting in a backlash that affected his eyes. At this moment, Lin Fan's Sharingan remained closed. He continued, seeking to provoke the woman further. Who would have thought that someone as poised, capable, and noble as you could harbor such a lascivious side, and such a repressed one at that? Enough. Silence. The woman, incensed, began to control 6 flying drones to bombard Lin Fan while simultaneously launching a punch. Although her fist was initially far from him, it pierced through the fabric of space, reappearing behind Lin Fan. Yet, he vanished in an instant. Her frustration morphed into rage as she shouted, "Come out. Show yourself. Don't move." Immediately, she retreated to her own space. As she did, Lin Fan emerged, his Sharingan still closed, yet he held an intriguing item in his hand, smirking. "I must say, this feels rather good, not cheap at all. Some even appear to bear letters." The woman, now visibly enraged, emerged once more, her expression beyond words as she seethed. "Return it to me. Heh, now I can enter your space at will, so what is yours is now mine. What are you going to do about it?" Lin Fan replied with a wicked grin, bringing the item to his nose and inhaling its scent with unabashed lewdness. The woman's eyes widened in fury, her delicate hands trembling as ripples of spatial energy began to manifest. Is she about to unleash a powerful attack? My apologies, but I shall not partake in this any longer. Lin Fan chuckled, swiftly retreating to another dimension, leaving behind the furious woman. In his haste, he had forgotten to inquire her name. Within the alternate space, Lin Fan sighed, "But it matters not. There is plenty of time." He then turned his attention to the assortment of tantalizing items in his grasp. Alas, had I foreseen the apocalypse, I would have stockpiled these delights, surely. The past few days would have been much more entertaining. After placing the items aside, Lin Fan concentrated all his energy to restore his Sharingan. An hour later, he had fully recuperated. An hour feels rather lengthy for me now. I must be more cautious of such unexpected visual shocks in the future, Lin Fan mused. With a twist of his head and a shake of his shoulders, Lin Fan unleashed a charming smile and activated the Flying Thunder God, reappearing once more in the realm of the woman. The instant he arrived, the space around him began to contort with alarming speed. A chilling voice echoed, announcing the onset of spatial annihilation. The distorted environment instantaneously birthed countless invisible blades that rained down upon him in a chaotic frenzy. Lin Fan had no time to react, and was obliterated in an instant. Yet, his voice rang out, "Miss, how ruthless you are. Such cruelty truly breaks my heart." At that moment, the pulverized remnants of flesh transformed into its shavings. "What do you think of this would release clone? Even a late-stage level 6 with spatial abilities like you didn't see through it, did you?" Just a moment ago, Lin Fan had been sorrowful. Now, he was jesting as he re-emerged within the space. The woman paid him no heed, having already prepared her flying apparatus. A total of 16 devices ascended into the air, unleashing intense lasers that interconnected to create an independent space, enveloping Lin Fan within. Laser confinement. At this moment, the woman spoke, her tone menacing. "A remarkable blockade of space. You've indeed developed such formidable lasers," Lin Fan remarked. "However, I must say, you're still lacking. The intensity of this laser confinement falls far short of level 7 capabilities." With that, Lin Fan returned to the alternate dimension, only to emerge once again. Seeing that her efforts were futile, the woman's expression turned pale, a manifestation of her deep-seated hatred. This intense loathing spurred her to continue the fight. As she spread her hands, the space around them began to solidify, resembling shards of glass that shattered with each inch. Suddenly, this state enveloped Lin Fan. "Sisanu." Lin Fan summoned the protective entity, shielding himself from the shattering. With a wicked grin, he teased, "What is your name, dear lady? I promise I won't disturb you for 3 hours if you tell me. You are unworthy." The woman hissed, once again spreading her hands, summoning a handgun. "I have a gun too," Lin Fan replied, producing a sniper rifle. The two faced each other in a tense standoff. "If you don't tell me your name soon, I might just have to pull the trigger," Lin Fan warned. Taking aim. He had never adhered to the warrior's code. As he spoke, he squeezed the trigger. Of course, he had no intention of harming her. His aim was directed at the gun's barrel. In that moment, as Lin Fan fired, the woman also pulled her trigger, not with a bullet, but with a searing beam of laser that erupted like molten lava, completely engulfing Lin Fan's sniper round. The bullet was instantaneously vaporized, and the blazing laser penetrated through the Susanu's defense. Yet, Lin Fan evaded the attack using the Flying Thunder God. Deep within, he marveled at the gun's might. The laser, akin to molten rock, had effortlessly pierced through the Susanu's shield. This handgun's combat power was undoubtedly at least mid to late level 7. At this moment, Lin Fan felt an even stronger desire to bring the woman under his command. Cursed be the times, I couldn't even touch a hair on Lin Fan's fur. And the woman's mentality had truly crumbled. "Hee, dear lady, you truly are formidable, yet regardless of your prowess, I can traverse your domain at will. Your fate is inextricably entwined with mine," Lin Fan continued to jest with the woman. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her heart and, with a fierce countenance, inquired, "Do your previous words still hold weight? If I divulge my name to you, will you refrain from disturbing me for 3 hours?" "Indeed, they hold weight," Lin Fan affirmed with a nod. "I hope you keep your word," she rasped. "My name is Gao Yu. Hee, see you in 3 hours." Lin Fan replied with a mischievous grin before returning to the alternate space. "Rascal, scoundrel," Gao Yu seethed, vehemently hurling the laser gun in her hand at the spot where Lin Fan had vanished. Chapter 46, An Utter Expanse, Forcing You to Submit. Although Gao Yu was seething with rage, she quickly regained her composure. She had merely 3 hours to contend with Lin Fan. With a flick of her wrist, a computer materialized in her grasp, alongside a disk. Prior to the apocalypse, she had downloaded an array of information onto this disk, enabling her to uncover whatever she desired. Flying Thunder God, Divine Might. These were the 2 ninjutsu she sought to investigate. Gao Yu had perused Naruto, albeit sporadically with others, thus she possessed a rudimentary understanding of ninjutsu. Though her knowledge was limited, through her inquiries, Gao Yu discerned that to counter these 2 forms of ninjutsu, she required one of 2 approaches, either to surpass the speed of teleportation or to seal the space. Regrettably, she was incapable of executing either at present. Cursed scoundrel. Why must he awaken such ninjutsu abilities? One form of ninjutsu is akin to an extraordinary power, and formidable ninjutsu is tantamount to a godly ability, Gao Yu lamented, her heart heavy with frustration and resignation. Yet, despite her despair, she had to act, to seek a solution. Otherwise, she would merely be a plaything in Lin Fan's hands. This time, she activated all 30 of her spatial laser aircraft. Reflecting on every location Lin Fan had appeared in her space, she enveloped these areas with her spatial lasers. Spatial barrier, she proclaimed, subsequently employing her spatial abilities to inscribe intricate patterns upon each laser beam. These patterns were in a perpetual state of extension. The moment Lin Fan entered, he would be ensnared along with the spatial laser aircraft. At the very least, it should seal him for a second, Gao Yu mused. Just 1 second. 1 second is all I need to vanquish this rogue. Having prepared everything, Gao Yu gently waved her hand, concealing all her arrangements with her spatial powers. After concealing them, she then set up a spatial strangulation. The first time that rogue appeared, he must have used a wooden clone. By employing spatial strangulation to eliminate his wooden clone, she could simultaneously divert his attention, allowing her concealed lethal move to catch him off guard. Gao Yu murmured to herself. 3 hours swiftly passed, and Lin Fan arrived. "Haha, dear Gao Yu, it's been 3 hours. Did you miss me?" The mocking laughter of Lin Fan echoed through the air, followed by his appearance. The space constricted, suffocating shards of reality. Awaiting Lin Fan was nothing less than Gao Yu's most formidable killing move. The fabric of space twisted, forming a blade of annihilation, while fragments of space shattered like glass, seemingly endless in their onslaught, threatening to engulf Lin Fan entirely. "Hee, still not willing to give up?" Lin Fan remarked, unleashing a flurry of strikes in an instant. His Byakugan already brimming with immense chakra, which erupted forth in an instant. Return to heaven. A radiant white light surged forth as a circular shield of power expanded from Lin Fan, not only repelling all assaults of spatial annihilation, but also shattering the very fabric of space in its wake. Under the gaze of the Byakugan, the defensive force was undeniably on par with that of the Susanoo in its prime. "Isn't that a wood-release clone?" Gao Yu muttered. Immediately, Layers of spatial ripples emanated from her center, swiftly revealing everything that had been concealed. A dual-layered spatial blockade instantaneously enveloped the area, and at that moment, all miniature bombs detonated in unison. The reverberations echoed boom, boom. The explosive force consumed everything, leaving Gao Yu unable to sense Lin Fan's presence. And with no indication that anything had escaped her grasp, she believed in her heart that Lin Fan had truly been obliterated. Thus, a smile crept upon Gao Yu's lips. She had finally rid herself of this scoundrel. However, just as her lips curled upward and she expressed this sentiment, her body seemed to freeze. For Lin Fan's voice once again resonated in her ears. Women can indeed be ruthless. In the next moment, a black sphere appeared before Gao Yu's eyes. It was the Tao-seeking orb, and Lin Fan was within it. Emerging from the orb, Lin Fan bore no injuries and remained impeccably pristine, which plunged Gao Yu into despair. Tears streamed from her beautiful eyes as she cried, "I have been reborn. Why must I encounter such a scoundrel and pervert again?" At this juncture, Lin Fan was not foolish enough to indulge in sympathy, for he knew that every strike from this woman was lethal. Thus, he continued with his course of action. Multiple shadow clones. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from within him, as Lin Fan created 1,000 shadow clones, beginning to transfer all of Gao Yu's possessions from the space. He intended to empty the area completely. In doing so, he doubted Gao Yu would remain obstinate. If she truly refused to compromise, he would have no choice but to impose the heavenly deity upon her. Release my belongings. Gao Yu naturally sought to obstruct him, pushing her spatial annihilation techniques to their utmost limits. Yet, alas, her ability to dismantle the shadow clones could not keep pace with Lin Fan's speed in creating them. Within half an hour, nearly everything within Gao Yu's domain had been relocated to the alternate space of the divine might. Witnessing this, Gao Yu's inner fragility burst forth, and she collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. "I ask you, dear lady, do you truly believe this tactic will work against me? We are both beings who have been reborn, having faced death, and thus we comprehend the brutality of an apocalyptic world. Surely, you do not think I would show mercy?" Lin Fan stated with indifference. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Gao Yu immediately ceased her weeping, rising to her feet and shouting in anguish, "What do you truly desire?" Lin Fan replied with a serious smile, "Have I not made it clear? Submit to me and embrace my otherworldly divine illusion. Moreover, I have informed your sister that you are destined to be mine. Should you refuse, I shall subdue you and forcibly enact the otherworldly divine upon you. This coercive enactment will alter not only your unwavering loyalty to me, but also transform your memories, your thoughts, and your very character. So, dear Gao Yu, which path will you choose? Do not contemplate escape. Despite your spatial abilities, you cannot flee from me." Gao Yu closed her eyes, grappling with the unacceptable notion of failure. As a reborn individual, she had meticulously prepared for the apocalypse, possessing an almost invincible spatial ability. With the last reluctant tear cascading down her cheek, she opened her eyes, resigned to her fate, and softly uttered, "Very well, I accept your otherworldly divine. I hope you will not break your word, and that you will only alter my loyalty to you. Rest assured, I, Lin Fan, would never go back on my word to my own. You will remain the same. You will simply belong to me," Lin Fan assured with a smile, ready to bestow the otherworldly divine upon Gao Yu. Yet, she closed her eyes once more and earnestly asked, "Could you promise me one more thing? I know you desire my original self, for it is that self which can best harness the strengths of my abilities. If you grant me this request, I will accept your otherworldly divine without any resistance, with absolute willingness." Chapter 47. The Truth. "What is it? Speak and let me hear," Lin Fan inquired. "Revenge," Gao Yu replied. "I thought it might be something serious. Is it not merely revenge? Simple enough. Once you are mine, your enemies will become my enemies." Upon hearing that it was simply revenge, Lin Fan readily agreed. "My enemies are not ordinary foes. They are among the architects of this apocalypse," Gao Yu stated. "What?" Lin Fan exclaimed in shock, realizing that this apocalypse had been deliberately orchestrated by someone. How is that possible? How could it not be? "Do you think the zombie virus and various abilities appeared out of thin air?" Gao Yu retorted. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan gently placed his hands on his chest, calming his tumultuous heart before asking, "Now, tell me everything. What is truly happening, and what of this rebirth? You are Lin Fan, correct? Are you familiar with the prodigious youth of our Yinhuang nation, the unparalleled national hero?" Gao Yu asked. "How could I not know? Ji Yichen, the genius youth, who is said to have solved numerous academic conundrums in his teens and excels in every field, elevating our Yinhuang nation to one of the strongest countries, Lin Fan responded. Indeed, at merely 20 years old, he became the unparalleled national hero of Yinhuang, truly one of a kind. I must ask, your enemy is not him, is it? Correct? It is indeed him, Gao Yu confirmed with a nod. Ji Chen, at first glance, appears to be an elegant youth, seemingly harmless. However, beneath this facade lies a demon clad in human skin, who has long employed living beings as subjects for his experiments, particularly infants. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and hissed. You can't tell, can you? Gao Yu responded with a cold laugh. Is no one paying attention? Lin Fan inquired. Do you perceive any distinction between the world before and after the apocalypse? Gao Yu replied with a faint smile. In essence, there exists not a single difference. It is eternally the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, and the powerful wield absolute control. The so-called rules have always been merely imposed upon the feeble at the bottom. Perhaps the only distinction is the absence of the sheer brutality and bloodshed characteristic of the post-apocalyptic world. Upon hearing Gao Yu's words, Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging. You speak the truth. The world has always adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest. Gao Yu continued. Ji Chen's abilities have rendered him discontent with the status quo, and he is not alone in this. Many in positions of power, as well as prodigies across various domains, strive for a higher echelon of existence. Eternal life? Lin Fan queried. Indeed, Gao Yu affirmed, throughout history, who has not yearned for immortality? They have come to realize that it is indeed achievable. Their explorations have unearthed numerous ancient and extraterrestrial civilizations. They have learned of supernatural abilities, the zombie virus, and various advanced technologies. Subsequently, they deliberated for an entire year before orchestrating this apocalypse. I am one of Ji Chen's researchers, yet I am also among his experimental subjects. But such details are inconsequential, for this world embodies the principle of survival of the fittest, a truth I deeply understand. However, as Ji Chen's powers have grown, so too has his cruelty. He has transcended humanity, becoming a demon. I have always held steadfast to one belief, that I am human. Therefore, even though he relies heavily on me, I chose to escape him. Regrettably, I failed. Gao Yu shook his head in resignation. Yet, by chance, I stumbled upon a sophisticated relic of an alien civilization, within which I discovered a machine capable of enveloping the entire blue planet and its myriad timelines. This machine can transport the consciousness and souls of all living beings, excluding their corporeal forms, back through time. Naturally, I envisioned my own rebirth. However, when the machine activated, it inadvertently encompassed numerous timelines of the blue planet, selecting one individual from each, which could also include animals, plants, or even zombies. I understand, Lin Fan nodded, momentarily dazed, clearly struggling to accept such a revelation. By the way, what level is Ji Chen? Before the apocalypse, he reached level 9. Now, he likely surpasses level 10. Gao Yu replied. Not just Ji Chen, but every orchestrator of this apocalypse was at least level 7 prior to the cataclysm. Furthermore, each possesses their own army of superpowered individuals. Hearing Gao Yu's words, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This is the reality. I believed myself invincible, only to discover I am but a jester. If you possess only a singular ability, you may indeed be perceived as a mere jester. However, should you master all ninjutsu, you would transcend that role, emerging as an unexpected anomaly in this apocalyptic scenario, one that none could foresee, as Gao Yu articulated. Lin Fan, perhaps encountering you is my fortune, for on my own, I could never hope to defeat Ji Chen in the future. A mutual stroke of luck, Lin Fan replied. Had I not crossed paths with you, I would have remained a frog in a well, easily devoured by someone like Ji Chen. Then, Lin Fan, will you promise to assist me in avenging my grievances? Gao Yu inquired earnestly. This transcends the mere question of vengeance. Once Ji Chen discovers me, he will undoubtedly seek to study me, and I have no desire to be his subject of research, Lin Fan responded. Moreover, my capabilities ensure that I shall never be subordinate to anyone. In this apocalypse, I shall emerge as the sole sovereign. Very well, unleash your Bai Shinshin, Gao Yu nodded. Her gaze locked onto Lin Fan's. He was already prepared. After the invocation of Bai Shinshin, Gao Yu's manner of addressing Lin Fan naturally transformed. Young master, she exclaimed. You must feel it. Aside from your allegiance to me, you remain fundamentally unchanged, Lin Fan chuckled. Thank you, young master, she replied, to which he responded. No need for gratitude. We shall be akin to family henceforth. Lin Fan grinned mischievously. Gao Yu blushed profusely before hastily changing the subject. Young master, do you have any plans for the future? Indeed, I do. I aim to construct a base, gather talent, and forge an army of ability wielders, Lin Fan declared, adding that understanding the truth of this apocalypse made such endeavors even more imperative. Are you aware of the core of all this, young master? Gao Yu pressed further. Electricity. Perhaps, Lin Fan smiled. Exactly, Gao Yu affirmed. Without electricity, many simple machines cannot be created, and only through simple mechanisms can we manufacture the complex, thus enabling continuous development. It seems we must establish a power station first, Lin Fan stated. By the way, regarding the Zhao brothers, Zhao Jiejuan and Zhao Bojan. Young master, their capabilities are limited to maintaining the elevators, lights, and other minor research within a single building. After all, they are merely ability wielders with finite energy, Gao Yu explained. If we are to build a base centered around this community, we require a genuine power station capable of supplying energy to a small urban area. Chapter 48, Commencement. It appears that constructing a base is no simple task, Lin Fan remarked. Young master, how could it be simple? If it were, anyone could survive in this apocalypse. Gao Yu replied. The road ahead is long and fraught with responsibility, Lin Fan mused. Yet, the mantle of sovereignty is never easily attained. Every inch must be fought for and forged by one's own hands. By the way, Xiaoyu, since you are a researcher under Ji Yichen, what brings you to this small county? Shouldn't you be in the capital? And how did Ji Yichen permit your departure? Young master, I naturally utilized my spatial abilities to escape, Gao Yu explained. Ah, of course, spatial abilities, Lin Fan nodded in understanding. Young master, the management of the inhabitants of building number 17 is now entrusted to you. I shall focus solely on my research, Gao Yu remarked. Lin Fan nodded in agreement and promptly cast the heavenly divine technique on Zhao Jiejuan and Zhao Bojan, enhancing their already formidable lightning abilities. Subsequently, the consolidation of all survivors within the community was delegated to Ming Lei, Niu Jianxi, and the Zhao brothers. Lin Fan then began to gather chakra, as he needed to perform a particular ninjutsu to establish a defense for the entire community. This required a vast amount of chakra, and even with the sage body, it took him a full day and night to accumulate it. Once the chakra was amassed, Lin Fan divided it into 2,000 shadow clones. Each side of the community was manned by 500 clones, all of whom simultaneously executed the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. In an instant, the entire community was enveloped by thick earthen walls, 3 meters wide and 20 meters high. As the technique concluded, the 2,000 shadow clones dissipated, leaving Lin Fan in his original form, breathless and utterly exhausted. Young master, that was incredible, exclaimed Ming Lei and the others from the 6th floor rooftop, astonished. Is this the power of ninjutsu? In the blink of an eye, such formidable defenses were erected. We truly seem like children before you. Zhao Jiejuan and Zhao Bojan expressed their admiration as well. This can only be considered a temporary defense, Lin Fan stated. While it will suffice against ordinary zombies, it is of little consequence when faced with truly powerful ones. Therefore, we must expedite the process and establish an absolute defense before a horde of formidable zombies emerges. Understood, young master, Ming Lei nodded, though he added, however, relying solely on my ability to forge new steel from gold through my abilities will not suffice, and we lack sufficient steel. Then it is time to venture outside the community, Lin Fan declared. We must scavenge for all necessary materials to construct a base, as well as food. Speaking of which, Ming Lei, please lead a team to transform the large open spaces within the community into fields and set up greenhouses for crops. Xiaoyu has amassed a considerable amount of seeds. Understood, young master, but considering the cold, I'm afraid even greenhouses may not suffice, Ming Lei replied. Regardless, we must at least attempt it, Lin Fan insisted. Xiaoyu and Xian are also researching seeds that can thrive in such frigid conditions. Yes, young master, Ming Lei acknowledged. By the way, I wish to implement certain policies. Essentially, the more zombies one slays, particularly the stronger ones, the greater and better the food rewards. Additionally, those who work more diligently or invent practical new items should also be rewarded with superior food. Indeed, such a system must be established, Lin Fan concurred. And it is equally essential to have a system of penalties. Take your time in setting this up, but avoid any form of cruelty. Fair rewards and punishments will suffice. Of course, if there are truly unruly individuals, do not hesitate to act decisively as a warning to others. Also, it is crucial to distinguish between ordinary people and those with abilities that cannot be judged by the same standards. My lord, Ming Lei declared, I have devised a preliminary plan for the common folk, primarily focusing on cultivating vegetables and grains. Very well, for now. I shall entrust the community to you and old Neo, Lin Fan responded. Zhao Jiejuan and Zhao Bojun, you two shall select a number of abilities users to accompany me. Understood, my lord. The Zhao brothers nodded and promptly set about choosing the ability users. Neo Jianxi interjected, my lord, are you familiar with Zhang Village? Old Neo. Are you suggesting I retrieve the equipment from the power station in Zhang Village? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. Indeed, my lord, Neo Jianxi replied. With that equipment, establishing our own power station would be considerably simpler. Moreover, it is a coal-fired power station, which undoubtedly possesses a substantial supply of coal. With sufficient coal, we could even set up a small-scale steel mill, significantly accelerating our defensive construction. Then our immediate destination shall be Zhang Village, Lin Fan decided. Before long, the Zhao brothers had selected a total of 20 ability users. This time, Han Xuelu also joined, wielding fire abilities inclined towards combat, making it an opportune moment for her to hone her skills. Lin Fan chose not to transport them into the alternate space, opting instead to use earth manipulation techniques or the Six Paths power to fly to Zhang Village, as it would be impractical for him to always lead the group. Additionally, it was a fortuitous opportunity to clear the surrounding area of zombies. Zhang Village lay to the northwest of the Sunshine Joy community, blanketed in heavy snowfall, rendering the path nearly unrecognizable beneath the thick accumulation. Thus, the group proceeded in the designated direction, with Han Xuelu leading the way, using her fire abilities to forge a path. Although Lin Fan wished to spare Han Xuelu from such exertion, he recognized the necessity of enduring these trials in a post-apocalyptic world. Keeping her by his side perpetually was not her desire, nor his. Amidst the deep snow, there were indeed numerous zombies, though the highest level among them was merely mid-level 3, posing little significant threat to Lin Fan and his companions. After approximately half a day, they arrived at the outskirts of Zhang Village, catching a glimpse of the power station. My lord, Zhang Village is the largest village in county and has begun urbanization in recent years, so there are bound to be many people and, consequently, a great number of zombies, Zhao Jijuan remarked. Lin Fan nodded and cautioned everyone, be vigilant, maintain your focus. Yes, my lord, the group affirmed. Prepare for battle. Lin Fan's tone turned serious just as the words left his lips. Suddenly, the snow on both sides began to collapse, and countless icy blades shot forth. Lin Fan swiftly activated his Susanoo to shield himself, initially intending to encompass Han Xuelu as well, but she conjured a blazing barrier with her fire, melting all incoming icy blades into water. The Zhao brothers combined their lightning powers, ensuring not a single icy blade could approach them. The other ability users also employed their respective skills to fend off the icy onslaught. However, in no time, the frost blade transformed into a colossal frost spear, accompanied by an array of other formidable attacks such as zombie toxic claws, zombie toxic fangs, zombie toxic wind blades, and zombie toxic fireballs, among others. Chapter 49. The Zombie Army. Under the perceptive abilities of his celestial body, Lin Fan sensed a vast horde of zombies, marching in a meticulously organized formation with a methodical assault. The vision I dreaded has materialized. The zombie army, Lin Fan thought gravely. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Lin Fan hastily formed seals, employing earth escape to shield his companions from this wave of onslaught. Prepare for battle. We are confronted with a substantial horde of zombies, all of which have evolved due to the snowy environment, acquiring the power of ice. These zombies possess dual abilities, Lin Fan warned. Boom. Just as Lin Fan finished speaking, the earth escape defense was pierced and shattered by several massive spears, sending ice and snow flying. A gargantuan purple-blue zombie, towering at nearly 3 meters, emerged, all of them at the late stage of the 3rd level. Come forth. The Zhao brothers were the first to act, merging their powers to form a lethal thunderstorm net. With a single leap, 3 zombies were reduced to mere fragments. The 20 supernatural beings immediately paired off into groups of 2 or 3, embarking on the true battle. Han Xuelu spread her arms wide, conjuring a large Buddha's Wrath fire lotus, its flames roaring, instantly melting a significant amount of ice and snow to clear a substantial area. Otherwise, fighting amidst several meters of accumulated snow would severely diminish the combat effectiveness of the supernatural beings. Lin Fan directly summoned Susanoo, unleashing 2 colossal chakra swords that sliced through the air. At Earth command, Amaterasu blazed upon the chakra swords, with every strike. These immense ice zombies were swiftly incinerated into pools of blood. However, These colossal ice zombies were merely the first wave. Roar. Soon, a cacophony of howls echoed, deafeningly resonating, causing the accumulated snow in the region to continuously collapse as a multitude of relatively smaller ice zombies charged from all directions. The sheer number was overwhelming. Hearing Lin Fan speak of a vast horde of zombies and witnessing it firsthand were two entirely different experiences. Upon hearing, many felt eager, thinking that an opportunity had finally arrived to slay numerous zombies, showcase their prowess, and earn Lin Fan's admiration. Yet, upon truly beholding this immense horde, their hearts were filled with dread. Many supernatural beings trembled uncontrollably, some forgetting to fight altogether, as the colossal ice zombies crushed their skulls, devouring them on the spot. The brothers Zhao Jie and Zhao Bo grew anxious, suggesting a retreat. There were too many, and their numbers were far too few. The zombies were overwhelming. We would undoubtedly perish. Your adversaries are these colossal ice zombies. You need not concern yourselves with anything else, Lin Fan stated. Immediately, 3 Taoist pearls appeared behind Lin Fan, lifting him into the air. Humph, for me, this is the true battle, a cathartic and exhilarating conflict. Lin Fan snorted coldly, forming a seal as thousands of shadow clones sprang into existence. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. As thousands of shadow clones simultaneously unleashed the Great Fireball Technique, the surroundings transformed into a veritable hell of flames, melting ice and turning zombies to ash. Remarkably, Lin Fan's chakra did not deplete as it had during his defensive earth techniques in the community. At this moment, a continuous stream of chakra flowed from the depths of his dantian, emanating from the divine tree's fruit. Lin Fan had finally accessed the chakra contained within the divine tree's fruit. Witnessing this, the fear within the hearts of the ability users dissipated instantaneously, and they erupted in cheers, their fighting spirit rekindled as they resumed their fierce battle against the colossal ice zombies. With a thunderous laugh, Zhao the Ward double reveled in the electric surge, the net of destruction expanding ever larger. Han Xuelu transformed into flames, her various fire techniques proving to be the perfect counter against the ice zombies. During these past few days, she had also developed her own unique fiery techniques. Firestar Fall. With a fiery mark appearing on her forehead, a crimson flame canopy manifested above, and swirling vortexes emerged, causing massive fireball meteors to rain down, each striking a giant ice zombie. With the ability to harness the chakra from the divine tree combined with the 6-path sage body, Lin Fan no longer feared chakra shortages. Come forth, zombies. Let us engage in a glorious battle. His spirit surged with determination. Wood release. Birth of the tree realm. The ground trembled with a deafening roar. Ice and snow swirled as the earth cracked open. Lush vines rapidly spread, transforming the area into a forest within mere seconds. The remaining ice zombies that had not perished in the flames were ensnared by the vines, which promptly drained their energy. Yet, this was not the end. A cacophony of shrieks erupted as a multitude of zombie horses, mules, pigs, and dogs appeared on either side, each ridden by even stronger ice zombies wielding ice spears. They charged forward with a trampling force, their icy blades swiftly dismantling Lin Fan's tree realm. His shadow clones were rapidly overwhelmed, half of them dissipating in an instant. Goodness! Are these zombie cavalry? Those horses, mules, and pigs must belong to Zhang Village, Lin Fan muttered in astonishment, though a weightiness settled upon him. This was merely a fraction of the zombies from a single village. How many would there be across the entire blue planet, and how many survivors could remain? Amidst the gravity of the situation, Lin Fan's expression shifted suddenly, and he chuckled. That's right, white Zetsu. I must create white Zetsu. But it requires infinite Tsukuyami and a vast amount of chakra from the divine tree's fruit. In response to the onslaught of the cavalry zombies, Lin Fan swiftly executed the Earth Release. Earth Release. Great Earthquake Core. The ground on either side collapsed and heaved, burying numerous cavalry zombies. As the earthquake core restored the land, the cavalry zombies were crushed in an instant, suffering devastating casualties. Is this the power of the young master's ninjutsu? It feels even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. The Zhao brothers, along with the surviving ability users, were filled with profound emotions. At this moment, the colossal ice zombie had been utterly vanquished. Particularly, the surviving ability users gazed at Lin Fan with eyes brimming with terror, their minds devoid of any other thoughts. Open fire, commanded Han Xuelu. The Zhao brothers and Han Xuelu brandished laser pistols crafted by Gao Yu, while the other ability users wielded the bullet guns that Lin Fan had stockpiled. They stood in 2 rows, back to back, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon the remaining cavalry zombies. Ha ha ha, we are on the verge of victory. Just imagine how many zombie brainstems we will collect from this battle. The Zhao brothers laughed heartily. Lin Fan continued to channel his earthquake core. However, this time, as he formed the seals, the earthquake core did not activate. Lin Fan's expression suddenly hardened, his body trembling involuntarily. The six-paths sage body, with its acute perception, sensed an unimaginable, bone-chilling force at that moment. Crack, crack. Soon after, the sound of shattering echoed. But upon closer inspection, it was not the sound of something breaking. It was the sound of freezing. Chapter 50, Level 6. In that instant, everything on both sides was completely encased in ice, the freezing rapidly spreading as if a glacier had descended. This excruciating cold was on par with the ice abilities of the little black girl, yet even more refined in its execution. Lin Fan thought heavily. He dared not hesitate, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear beside Han Shuelu, using divine power to transport her to another dimension while simultaneously creating shadow clones to bring the Zhao brothers and the other ability users into that space. Lin Fan did not enter the alternate realm. He wished to confront the leader of this zombie army. Moreover, there were still numerous zombie brainstems yet to be collected. Dissolution technique. With swift seals, Lin Fan expelled lava around himself, preventing his encasement in ice. Crack, crack. Before long, the ice layer before Lin Fan shattered, revealing the leader of the zombie army at last. Standing 2 meters tall, it was a tyrant zombie with 4 blood-red eyes. Mounted upon a zombie black bull that stood a staggering 4 meters high, its horns stretching 2 meters long. Both the tyrant zombie and the black bull radiated a chilling frost, each bearing an icy mark on their foreheads. The tyrant zombie was at the peak of level 6, and the black bull matched it in strength. Behind the tyrant zombie and the black bull were 9 other zombies, all riding zombie bulls, each at levels 5 and 6. Once I absorb the brain stems of these zombies and the black bull, I should reach the peak of level 6, Lin Fan murmured to himself. Suddenly, the tyrant zombie launched an assault, swirling with a tempest, instantaneously appearing amidst the lava, delivering a powerful punch that encased all the molten rock and ice. Lin Fan gasped. This creature wielded 3 abilities: the tyrant zombie's unique immense strength, its ice powers, and storm capabilities, and through the storm ability, it had developed an extreme velocity. As Lin Fan's words faded, the tyrant zombie appeared before him, a tempest swirling into a colossal vortex that drew Lin Fan within. Simultaneously, an icy chill spread forth, threatening to encase Lin Fan once more in frost. Yet, the Susanoo manifested, shielding him from all harm. However, with a thunderous crash, Lin Fan, along with the Susanoo, plummeted deep into the icy depths. The Susanoo endured a powerful blow from the tyrant zombie, a force more formidable than that of an ordinary 7th-level zombie, prompting Lin Fan to reflect on its terrifying might. Nevertheless, that strike was not in vain. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark upon the tyrant zombie. With a resounding moo, the black zombie bull charged at Lin Fan like a tank. In an instant, Lin Fan activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting behind the tyrant zombie, where a Dao stone transformed into a razor-sharp blade, descending with deadly intent. Yet, the tyrant zombie reacted swiftly, conjuring layers of ice to intercept Lin Fan's lethal strike before counterattacking. It turned, unleashing a tempestuous roar that released a whirlwind, rapidly expanding to engulf Lin Fan. With the reincarnation Sharingan activated, Lin Fan bellowed, Shinra Tensei. A resounding boom echoed as both the tyrant zombie and the black bull zombie were repelled deep into the icy layer, amidst the sound of shattering ice. The surrounding area collapsed under the force of Shinra Tensei. However, both the tyrant zombie and the black bull zombie emerged unscathed, their forms encased in the most resilient ice. The tyrant zombie shattered the ice, encasing it, rising in fury, while the other 9 formidable zombies charged alongside their black bull counterpart towards Lin Fan. Ah, splendid. Lin Fan scoffed, acknowledging that his current level rendered him incapable of inflicting substantial damage upon the tyrant zombie. Yet, in an instant, his body erupted with a violent force, crackling with thunderous energy. The thunder armor Susanoo enveloped him, maximizing both defense and speed, allowing him to swiftly appear behind a mid-stage 5th-level zombie, executing a devastating explosive takedown. Thunder Bomb. With a resounding explosion, the ice layer disintegrated, leaving only the zombie's brainstem behind. Simultaneously, Lin Fan utilized the divine might to draw in the brainstem, absorbing its energy through the realm of hungry ghosts. The tyrant zombie and its black bull counterpart possessed an impenetrable icy defense, rendering Lin Fan's 5th level power ineffective against them, necessitating his ascension to the 6th level. After dispatching the zombie, Lin Fan swiftly maneuvered to the back of the Black Bull zombie. The 6-path sage body instantaneously augmented his physical prowess, with a Dao Stone morphing into a fist guard encasing his hand. Heavy flow waterfall. With a single punch, the Black Bull zombie was reduced to mere pulp, leaving only its brainstem intact. At that moment, 3 zombies and 3 zombie bulls encircled him, launching a simultaneous assault. Concurrently, the tyrant zombie unleashed its flawless ice abilities, freezing the 3 Dao Stones adjacent to Lin Fan in an instant. Indeed, the intellect is truly exceptional. Have I discovered that my leverage in the air lies with these 3 Daoist gems? Witnessing the tyrant zombie encase the Daoist gems in ice, Lin Fan murmured, "Without my points of leverage, I am but a living target for these 3 zombies and 3 zombie bulls. Alas, I have thoroughly familiarized myself with the flight capabilities of the 6-path celestial body. Even in the absence of flight, I possess the art of earth escape." Swiftly, Lin Fan pivoted, gathering thunderous chakra in his right hand, unleashing the Chidori stream to paralyze the 3 zombies and 3 zombie bulls. Thunderous torment at the level of Chiyo's dance. His palm, akin to the sharpest thunder blade, swept horizontally as he turned, causing the 3 zombies and 3 zombie bulls to be reduced to a gory spectacle. The speed of lightning escape. Lin Fan seemed to transform into lightning itself, reaching an unparalleled velocity. 4-fingered thrust of the lightning escape hell assault, before the tyrant zombie could react. The remaining 5 zombies and 5 zombie bulls had their skulls pierced by Lin Fan. The tyrant zombie erupted in a fit of rage, dark veins spreading across its blood-red eyes, its body swelling as crimson energy enveloped it like a fiery aura. A state of fury, akin to my lightning escape's wrath. Lin Fan mused, as the celestial body fervently absorbed chakra from the surroundings, further intensifying his lightning escape's wrath. Boom. In an instant, Lin Fan clashed with the tyrant zombie. The zombie bull joined the fray, seeking to exploit the brief moments of vulnerability following Lin Fan and the tyrant zombie's exchanges, attempting to pierce Lin Fan's form with its icy horns. Yet, the combination of lightning armor and Susanoo rendered Lin Fan's defense exceedingly formidable. Even a level 7 zombie would struggle to breach it. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Fan's energy surged dramatically at that moment. He had finally drained the energy from the brainstems of the 9 zombies and 9 zombie bulls through the realm of hungry ghosts, achieving the early stages of level 6. As the tyrant zombie and the zombie bull launched another assault, Lin Fan invoked the Shinra Tensei once more. This time, the tyrant zombie and the zombie bull were powerless to resist, tumbling violently upon the thick ice, blood, and flesh scattering. Chapter 51. One Tail. It seems that absorbing the brainstems of zombies accelerates my advancement. The energy within their brainstems appears to be the essence of the current energy on Blue Star. Otherwise, it would not be that over 98% of humans and animals have transformed into zombies, Lin Fan reflected. As he pondered, a peculiar sensation arose within his dantian. The divine tree fruit began to transform. While still a complete fruit, Lin Fan sensed it fracturing into 9 distinct parts, each embodying a different chakra. He whispered in wonder, his eyes widening in excitement. Could these 9 distinct chakras be the 9-tailed beasts? Soon, one particular chakra rapidly expanded, as the divine tree fruit seemed to morph into a vessel, accommodating this immense chakra. Before long, a raccoon covered in sand and sealed with enchantments appeared, possessing a singular tail. The one-tails, Shikaku. Lin Fan exclaimed with delight, realizing that other tailed beasts would soon follow suit. As Shikaku opened its eyes, it immediately referred to Lin Fan as master. This took Lin Fan by surprise. "Oh, you acknowledge me as your master right away? I was born within your body. Thus I naturally recognize you as my master," Shikaku replied. "If you wish to harness my power, simply communicate with your thoughts." Understood, Lin Fan nodded. "By the way, must I become your Jinchuriki for us to cooperate effectively?" "There is no need, master. I already reside within you," Shikaku explained. "Moreover, becoming a Jinchuriki would significantly increase your risk. If we were to be forcibly separated, even with your sage body, you would face grave danger. However, master, we can establish a contract for summoning, which would make it easier for you to call me forth from your body. Then let us proceed with the summoning contract." Lin Fan agreed, and promptly established the pact with Shikaku. Roar. At that moment, the tyrant zombie became utterly frenzied with rage, its body drenched in repulsive zombie blood. Its blood-red eyes had turned into a toxic, bloody state, and claws sprouted from its hands and feet, while green fangs emerged at the corners of its mouth. It leapt onto the back of the zombie black bull, sinking its teeth into the very center of its skull, devouring the bull's spinal cord. By absorbing the black bull's energy and flesh, the tyrant zombie rapidly regained its peak strength and even surpassed it. With a vicious howl, the tyrant zombie charged towards Lin Fan once more. The powers of ice and storm fused completely, erupting from its inflated chest and forming a colossal ice storm giant, towering 10 meters high. Simultaneously, the tyrant zombie, having expanded, merged with the ice storm giant, its enormous claws tearing downward, unleashing not only a terrifying tearing force but also the sweeping might of the ice storm. "Shikaku, do you possess a rank?" Lin Fan inquired. "Master, our ranks are tied to yours. We are of the same level as you are," Shikaku responded. "Linked to me? How unfortunate. I had thought you would at least be around level 10, Lin Fan remarked with a smirk. "Master, while I may only be at the initial stage of level 6, my combat prowess will not disappoint you. Just like with this tyrant zombie, it's merely a trivial matter," Shikaku asserted. "Is that so? Then allow me to witness your power," Lin Fan said, filled with anticipation. In the next moment, a colossal tail of sand rapidly formed behind Lin Fan, stretching nearly 40 meters in length. Shikaku's voice echoed, "Haha, what a pathetic tyrant zombie. Just a little Camilla dares to provoke my master. Watch as I, Shikaku, swat you down with my tail." Boom. Amidst a swirling tempest of yellow sands and distorted space, the colossal tail of the guardian crane descended with a thunderous crash, obliterating the icy tempest conjured by the tyrant zombie, reducing it to mere fragments. The tyrant zombie itself was left in utter ruin, a pitiful puddle of muck. "Haha, guardian crane, splendid work," Lin Fan remarked with evident satisfaction. "My lord, that was rather anticlimactic. With a single strike, there was nothing left," the guardian crane replied, somewhat yearning for more. "Fear not. There are plenty of zombies, and many more battles await us," Lin Fan assured. He then summoned Hanshuelu, the twin Zhao brothers, and the other abilities users from the alternate space, instructing them to collect every zombie brainstem with utmost haste. "Yes, young master," they all nodded before springing into action. Lin Fan also dispatched his shadow clones to assist. Meanwhile, he gathered the remains of the 5 abilities users who had perished in this battle, conducting a cremation for them. Utilizing wind release, he allowed their ashes to be carried away by the breeze. "Born of Blue Star, you shall return to Blue Star. I had wished to bury you, to grant you peace in the earth, but in this apocalyptic world, corpses may easily transform into zombies, which is surely not your desire. Thus, let you drift with the wind," Lin Fan murmured. As he watched the ashes disperse, a grave expression settled upon Lin Fan's face. In this encounter, aside from Hanshuelu and the twin Zhao brothers, 5 out of 20 abilities users had met their demise, resulting in a mortality rate of 25%. This was with his presence, having shielded them from 90% of the zombies, allowing the 20 abilities users to face only the initial onslaught of the colossal icy zombie. Without his intervention, a total annihilation would have ensued. Establishing a truly formidable army of abilities users capable of combating the zombie horde was no simple task, Lin Fan pondered. And it would only become more arduous with time. As the battles progressed, nearly all zombies would evolve continuously, while the innate talents of abilities users were bound by their initial endowments, ceasing to improve once they reached a certain level. The development of gene-altering and enhancing substances was imperative. Otherwise, the chasm between abilities users and zombies would only widen. After half an hour, they had collected all the zombie brainstems, nearly 3,000 in total, with around 100 at level 5 and 500 at level 4. "Young master, these brainstems should be sufficient for our people to advance significantly, correct?" Hanshuelu inquired. "Indeed, it is sufficient. This is why we must venture out, despite the inevitable casualties. We must emerge to reap substantial rewards, to experience combat, and to truly grow," Lin Fan replied. Moreover, given the prolonged duration of the apocalypse, zombies had begun to establish their own factions and armies, as have the survivors. If we do not elevate our capabilities, we risk becoming mere prey for other survivor factions. Let us hasten and swiftly procure the equipment from the power station in Zhang Village. With Lin Fan's command, the group swiftly made their way toward Zhang Village. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Zhang Village, they beheld a gargantuan icy wall towering nearly 40 meters high. Chapter 52. Infiltration. "It resembles a castle," Zhao Jijuan remarked, noting the formidable ice abilities present in Zhang Village, perhaps even more than one. Bang! No sooner had Zhao Jijuan spoken than a gunshot resonated from the icy wall. Fortunately, Lin Fan had sensed the presence of a patrolling gunman on the wall and invoked divine might to divert the bullet. Otherwise, Zhao Zhejuan might not have been able to react in time. Water escape and mist concealment technique. Lin Fan immediately exhaled a mist, blending perfectly with the falling snow, effectively obscuring their group. It appears that the forces in Zhang Village have fully taken shape, Han Shuelu observed. That power station is likely under their control. While we can conceive of technology and electricity, others can as well. It won't be easy to obtain, Lin Fan murmured. In the midst of their conversation, Lin Fan sensed another bullet flying towards them. Is there a silencer? Lin Fan pondered, confused as to how they could still see through the mist concealment technique. After invoking divine might once more to divert the bullet, Lin Fan instructed everyone to retreat to a safe distance, away from the sniper's range. Once distanced, Lin Fan activated his Byakugan to observe, discovering a person on the icy wall with unique eyes, emanating strong energy waves, clearly the one targeting them amidst the mist. Young master, someone possesses the Eye of Abilities, doesn't he? Zhao Bojan inquired. Lin Fan nodded. Indeed. The Eye of Abilities can penetrate my mist concealment technique to observe and shoot. It must be a remarkable pair of eyes. It seems that entering will require some careful consideration. Damn it, these fellows. Lin Fan exclaimed suddenly, cursing. What is wrong, young master? Han Shuelu asked anxiously. They intend to use rocket launchers, and not just one, but 10. Lin Fan chuckled wryly, incredulous at their aggression. 10 rocket launchers? Han Shuelu and the Zhao brothers stared in disbelief. Perhaps they possess many rocket launchers, Lin Fan mused, a glint of greed in his eyes. When they attack, Lao Zhao and Lao Zhao, you two pretend to exert all your might to block the projectiles with lightning. We need to make them believe we are utterly devastated by the bombardment. Understood, young master. The Zhao brothers nodded, but young master, when you refer to us as brothers, could you clarify? Lao Zhao and Lao Zhao sounds rather awkward. How about distinguishing as Big Zhao and Little Zhao? The key is that you both are nearing 50. Lin Fan chuckled. Hiki, Han Shuelu also chuckled lightly. Young master, let us use Old Jie and Old Bo instead. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue. Lin Fan remarked. I still prefer Lao Zhao and Lao Zhao. After all, you brothers look quite similar. When I call for one Lao Zhao, it's the same for both. All right, young master, you make a fair point. The Zhao brothers conceded with a sigh. At that moment, an ability user voiced a concern. Young master, I understand your intent to transport us into your alternate space the moment the projectiles are fired, but given that someone possesses the Eye of Abilities, they can see through the mist concealment technique. Surely, they would be able to discern that we are evading into another realm, would they not? It is evident. And I have just utilized the divine transfer of bullets several times. He must be aware of my spatial abilities and perhaps even the extraordinary nature of my eyes. Lin Fan declared, thus I shall eliminate the one possessing the Eye of supernatural abilities first. With that, Lin Fan's reincarnation Sharingan began to bleed. He unleashed Amaterasu. The moment he activated the Byakugan, he simultaneously locked onto that extraordinary individual while gathering chakra, for the distance was considerable. At that moment, the crowd also heard the anguished cries emanating from the icy giant wall. Damn it, is that Amaterasu from Naruto? How is it possible for someone to possess such power? Blast it. Fire the cannons. Immediately, rocket projectiles were launched in succession. The Zhao brothers, adhering to Lin Fan's instructions, pretended to exert all their strength in defense, roaring loudly, their eyes bulging as they conjured a massive electric net to intercept the projectiles. Boom. As the shells detonated, shockwaves surged, the ground trembled, and flames soared skyward. Then came more projectiles. Before long, a multitude of zombies was drawn toward the commotion. This only heightened the excitement of those atop the icy wall, who eagerly seized submachine guns to spray bullets. It was evident that countless zombie corpses lay amid the snow outside the icy wall. Clearly, the people of Zhang Village frequently engaged in such activities. At this juncture, none from Zhang Village paid heed to the skies, engrossed in their fervent extermination of zombies. While Lin Fan soared high above, with such an arsenal, it appeared that someone in Zhang Village was trafficking arms, and on a grand scale. Lin Fan mused, how fortuitous. They have unwittingly prepared a wedding dress for me. Although Gao Yu had developed laser guns, the limitations of technology, machinery, and materials meant mass production was not yet feasible. Thus, prior to the large-scale manufacture of laser weapons, reliance on pre-apocalyptic firearms remained necessary. Besides, laser guns were still inferior to artillery shells. Subsequently, Lin Fan, utilizing the sage body, merged with nature, gradually approached directly above Zhang village, ensuring he remained undetected, hovering at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Upon reaching the zenith above Zhang village, Lin Fan inscribed flying thunder god marks on numerous snowflakes. As these snowflakes descended into Zhang village, Lin Fan infiltrated the area via the flying thunder god technique. With the aid of the sage body and Byakugan, Lin Fan swiftly located an unoccupied courtyard devoid of both humans and zombies, concealing himself within. Infiltration successful, Lin Fan murmured softly. He then amassed chakra, fully activating the sage body and Byakugan to perceive and observe the entirety of Zhang village. Soon, Lin Fan discovered that the survivors of Zhang village were all congregated within the power station. Indeed, these individuals had taken control of the power station, Lin Fan reflected. However, he also sensed and witnessed a multitude of zombies confined within the warehouse of the power station. Is it possible for someone to control zombies? Yet, these zombies appeared to be of the most ordinary variety, almost entirely level 1 zombies. What purpose could there be in controlling such low-tier undead? Lin Fan murmured in confusion. But he did not dwell on it. He promptly set off towards the power station. As he approached, he caught sight of 4 individuals emerging from a corner of the station, 2 men and 2 women, all of modest rank, with the highest only at the late 2nd level. It appeared they were attempting to flee the power station. Lin Fan thought it fortuitous and decided to inquire about the specific circumstances within. Consequently, he positioned himself along the escape route of the 4, lying in wait. However, before 10 minutes had elapsed since their escape, the gates of the power station swung open, and 6 ability users quickly pursued the fleeing quartet. All 6 were at the 4th level, making the task of apprehending the 2-level individuals exceedingly effortless. Within 3 minutes, they had encircled the escapees. Chapter 53, Old Classmate Yang Heng. The 6 4th-level ability users donned camouflage uniforms, rugged boots, and were equipped with wolf-tooth daggers and dual pistols, each brandishing submachine guns. A burly man with a white beard, evidently their leader, seized a youth with a distinctive 3-7 hairstyle and grinned menacingly. I say, young Master Yang, this is rather ungrateful of you. Our 3 supervisors have treated you with utmost respect, yet you still contemplate escape? Why should I not flee? Do I wait to be fed to zombies by you wretches? The youth with the 3-7 hairstyle retorted fiercely. Slap. Before he could finish, the bearded man delivered a resounding slap, causing the youth to lose 2 teeth and leaving half of his face swollen and bruised, his eyes glazing over in a state of near unconsciousness. Young Hung, let him go, cried out a short-haired woman among the 4, rushing towards the bearded man. However, she was met with a brutal kick that sent her tumbling into the snow, immobilized. The remaining man and woman shouted in fury, "We'll fight you." Humph. Do you think you stand a chance? The bearded man sneered, discarding Young Hung before executing a swift spinning kick, sending the last 2 into the snow where they too could not rise. Take them away, the bearded man commanded the others. Haha, Captain. Why not wait a moment before heading back? These 2 women are quite the catch. The brothers have been itching for a taste. The 5 exchanged wicked grins. Humph. You pathetic fools, the bearded man scoffed. Yet, he soon lit a cigarette, waving his hand dismissively. Hurry up, but don't kill them. After all, our 3 supervisors still wish for these individuals to remain alive. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Captain. The 5 laughed heartily. But Captain, won't you indulge just once? I can't stand you inept fools, but very well, I shall partake. The bearded man sighed helplessly after taking a deep drag on his cigarette. Ha ha. With that, the 6 men dragged Yang Hong and his companions toward a nearby courtyard, laughing. Young Master Yang, since you are so unappreciative, I shall see how your wife submits beneath me. Let us see how defiant you remain. The cries, howls, and curses gradually transformed into pleas for mercy. Yet they could not drown out the sinister laughter of the 6. Suddenly, 6 darts whizzed through the falling snow, aimed directly at the napes of the 6 burly men with white beards. Who? The men reacted swiftly, turning around instantly and drawing their daggers to deflect the darts, raising their submachine guns in unison. However, before the deflected darts could touch the ground, a figure darted past them, slipping by the 6 projectiles. When the darts finally landed, the 6 burly men lay motionless in the snow, their eyes forever closed. This scene left Yang Heng and his companions in a state of shock and terror. A calm voice broke the silence. Old classmate, I must say you're having a rough time. How is it that you're only at the late 2nd level? How many days has it been since the apocalypse began? At that moment, Lin Fan appeared before Yang Heng. Startled, Yang Heng instinctively stammered, Why, you're Lin Fan. This isn't the place for conversation. Let us find somewhere else. Lin Fan replied with a smile, leading Yang Heng and his companions into an alternate space. Yang Heng, a former elementary school classmate of Lin Fan, had a generally good family background and pursued his studies up to the graduate level. Their continued acquaintance stemmed from Yang Heng, returning home after graduation to inherit his father's thousands of pigs and cattle, along with several hundred acres of land. Lin Fan frequently purchased land from him, and through these transactions, they discovered their shared history as schoolmates. Within the alternate space, Yang Heng and his companions were utterly astounded, repeatedly exclaiming, Lin Fan, is this your ability? A space? Simultaneously, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, this is my ability, Lin Fan chuckled. As for thanks, there's no need. You've offered me plenty of discounts when I bought lamb from you. Compared to saving my life, that's hardly significant. Yang Heng could only smile wryly. Lin Fan was also aware of the other three individuals. The short-haired woman was Yang Heng's wife, Zhu Yu. The man was Yang Heng's younger brother, Yang Ke, and the girl with a high ponytail was Yang Ku's wife, Gao Xiaona. Let us not dwell on that. I'll help you recover, Lin Fan said with a grin. He then activated the healing abilities of the celestial body to assist Yang Heng and his companions. Due to insufficient level, he could not restore Yang Heng's two lost teeth. This is the celestial body, right? Yang Ke said, increasingly astonished. Indeed, the celestial body. My supernatural ability encompasses all forms of ninjutsu, Lin Fan replied with a smile. What? The four exchanged incredulous glances, taking quite some time to process this revelation. By the way, what are your supernatural abilities? Lin Fan inquired curiously. Under the perception of the celestial body, your energies appear immense. Yet none of you are even at level 3? We four possess seed abilities, Yang Heng explained. Seed abilities? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes in contemplation. We can develop various super seeds, Yang Heng elaborated. The so-called super seeds surpass all seeds that existed before the apocalypse, capable of thriving in extreme environments and growing at an astonishing rate. So, you four are like mobile food warehouses, no? Describing you as mere mobile grain warehouses would be an insult. You must be the progenitors of sustenance in this apocalypse, Lin Fan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Brother Lin, please don't elevate us so highly. Yang Ke chuckled wryly, stating that in this apocalyptic world, without formidable combat abilities, one is merely a piece of flesh awaiting slaughter. Had it not been for Brother Lin, one can only imagine the dire fate that would have befallen us. The villagers of Zhang are so short-sighted that they fail to comprehend the roles you play in this desolate era. Lin Fan replied earnestly, So, are you interested in conducting your seed research on my territory? Of course, you must pledge absolute loyalty to me. He then mentioned the name Tian Shan. Upon hearing this, Yang Heng and his companions fell silent. Noticing their quietude, Lin Fan smiled and said, Hey, don't feel pressured. I am not coercing you. You are entirely free to refuse if you wish. I would like to see your territory first, Yang Heng said, not declining but proposing. Then we can make our decision. Shall we? Of course, Lin Fan replied with a smile. I will take you to my territory immediately, but first, please inform me about the situation in Zhang Village. Brother Lin, you don't intend to attack Zhang Village, do you? Yang Ke inquired. Lin Fan nodded, saying, The construction of the Apocalypse base requires electricity. Hence I need the equipment from that power station. Lin Fan, I think it's better to reconsider. I know you are strong, but those individuals are even stronger. Armed with a vast array of weapons, artillery, tanks, and long-range missiles, Yang Heng advised. Who are they? Where did they acquire such a stockpile of arms? Lin Fan questioned. Perplexed. In places like ours, there shouldn't be tanks and long-range missiles. Chapter 54, Not Dead. Do you know about the Taiwei Mountain behind Zhang Village? Deep within lies a secret military base, Yang Heng explained. That base belongs to a division. Do you think it lacks tanks and long-range missiles? I see now. So, the individuals currently dominating Zhang Village are remnants of that division, Lin Fan concluded. Yes, approximately 150 survivors from that division arrived in tanks, bringing a considerable amount of weaponry to occupy the power station in Zhang Village shortly after the apocalypse began, Yang Heng affirmed. There are two leaders, known only as the Great Supervisor and the Second Supervisor. The Great Supervisor possesses two abilities, the power of giants and the ability of ice, which has resulted in the entire Zhang Village being surrounded by towering icy walls. As for the Second Supervisor, little is known, as he rarely shows himself. Two abilities? Lin Fan murmured. What level are they? Probably late 6th level, or perhaps they have already reached the 7th level, Yang Heng replied. So Lin Fan, it's best you refrain from attacking. They are far too powerful. Indeed powerful, but not to the extent that I will abandon my plans for the power station. Lin Fan said with a smile. All right, but do exercise caution, Yang Heng urged. Lin Fan nodded, then continued. By the way, those 6 individuals earlier mentioned 3 supervisors, right? Yes, 3 supervisors, but these 3 are from Zhang Village, Yang Heng clarified. Moreover, Lin Fan, you are acquainted with one of these 3 supervisors. And I recall you mentioning some past grievances. Understood. The former village chief of Zhang Village, Yang Wenbin, is quite an intriguing character, remarked Lin Fan. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. By the way, what kind of supernatural ability does he possess? Yang Heng responded, his eyes revealing a depth of knowledge. He has a pair of eyes with 3 pupils, each representing a distinct power. The first is the 1,000-mile eye, which allows him to perceive events occurring 1,000 miles away. The second is the ability to manipulate gravity, enabling him to render any object incredibly heavy or astonishingly light. And with this capability, he is also able to fly. As for the third ability, it remains a mystery. The 1,000-mile eye, Lin Fan murmured. It appears he is the one who previously fell victim to my Amaterasu. What a pity that his demise was so simplistic. What? You have already killed him? Yang Heng and the others exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded, recounting the events that transpired when he first arrived outside Zhang Village. Amaterasu, the eternal flame of darkness. Brother Lin, your ninjutsu is truly enviable, Yangku expressed with admiration. I wonder if you could teach me a few techniques? Certainly. Although Amaterasu cannot be imparted to you, as it requires the Sharingan, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Brother Lin, please teach me a few techniques of earth release. As my seed ability leans towards the earth element, Yangku said with excitement. All right, once I manage the equipment at the power station, I will teach you without delay. Lin Fan assured him with a nod. Thank you, Brother Lin. Yangku exclaimed, his excitement palpable. By the way, Yang Heng, I observed through my Byakugan that there are numerous zombies imprisoned in a warehouse within the power station, all of which are either first or second-tier zombies. What purpose do they serve? Lin Fan inquired further, wondering if there were any ability users controlling the zombies for training purposes. At that moment, the expressions of Yang Heng and Yang could turn to one of anger. Yang Heng's wife, Zhu Yi, spoke with indignation. That is their way of deriving amusement and gambling for food. I understand the laws of the apocalypse. It is a matter of the survival of the fittest. But their cruelty knows no bounds. They are not human and do not deserve to be called such. Please elaborate, Lin Fan urged. Gao Xiaona responded, Brother Lin. Your Byakugan must have seen many ordinary people imprisoned by them, right? They force those ordinary individuals to duel with the zombies, placing bets on the outcomes. However, they are not wagering on who will win or lose, for even a first-tier zombie would overpower an ordinary survivor. What, then, do they wager? Lin Fan inquired. Narrowing his eyes, Gao Xiaona's anger drew tears from her eyes, rendering her momentarily speechless. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to Yang Heng. With heavy breaths, Yang Heng declared, they bet on which part of the human body the zombies will consume first. If it's a woman, they wager on whether it will be her left breast or right breast. If it's a man, Yang Heng's words trailed off, yet Lin Fan comprehended the implication. At that moment, a profound rage surged within Lin Fan, accompanied by a palpable desire for vengeance. Lin Fan was not a good person, nor did he aspire to be one, and he had no intention of saving anyone or anything. Yet, as he often reiterated, he held his own moral boundaries. The inherent limits of humanity. He would never abandon these principles, for he believed they defined whether he remained human. Infants represent one of the fundamental aspects of humanity. And it is also Lin Fan's principle not to actively bully ordinary survivors. Patting Yang Heng on the shoulder, Lin Fan addressed the group with a tone of promise, declaring that if he could, he would rescue the remaining individuals and bring them to his territory to live. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yang Heng and his companions were taken aback. They could not perceive Lin Fan as a man devoid of ruthlessness, for it was precisely this quality that enabled him to establish his own domain. They understood that Lin Fan's courteous demeanor towards them stemmed from their past acquaintanceship and a modicum of favor he had received from them, as well as his desire to win them over. Thus, when Lin Fan spoke earnestly about saving those ordinary people, their astonishment was warranted. Do not be surprised, Lin Fan remarked, observing their expressions of disbelief. In this apocalypse, although the strong devour the weak in a brutal and bloody fashion, to remain truly human, one must discern when to act and when to refrain. With a resolute tone, he asserted, "In this apocalypse, I, Lin Fan, remain human, now and forever. I shall never be a beast." Hearing these words, Yang Heng looked at Lin Fan, admiration flickering in his eyes, a sentiment echoed by the other three. "Now, you wish to see my territory, do you not? Allow me to take you there," Lin Fan smiled. Subsequently activating the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Sunshine Joy Villa, where he entrusted Yang Heng and his companions to Ming Lei. He then employed the Divine Space and Flying Thunder God to arrive at Zhang Village. However, just as Lin Fan landed, a flurry of snowflakes erupted around him, resembling the sharpest of blades descending upon him. Simultaneously, he felt as if his body had suddenly gained 20-fold weight. This was the power of gravity manipulation. Could it be that someone other than Yang Wenbin possessed such an ability? Lin Fan gasped. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out. "You little bastard, you've indeed come. I guessed correctly. Not only can you wield Amaterasu, but you also master the Flying Thunder God in Divine Space. Otherwise, you could not have entered Zhang Village, nor could you have rescued those four miscreants." Lin Fan swiftly turned to face the speaker, and to his astonishment, it was none other than Yang Wenbin. "How is this possible? You're not dead?" Lin Fan exclaimed, his shock palpable. Chapter 55, The Third Ability. With a square jaw and rat-like eyes, Yang Wenbin's visage was unforgettable, especially considering his height of less than 5 feet 3 inches. The enmity between Lin Fan and Yang Wenbin had its origins on the basketball court. During one encounter, they had been guarding each other closely. Lin Fan, a frequent player, possessed superior skills and a height advantage, which led to him easily outmaneuvering Yang Wenbin. Being the son of the former village chief and coming from a wealthy family, Yang Wenbin retaliated by physically assaulting Lin Fan, resulting in a brawl. Soon, the small-time thugs accompanying Yang Wenbin joined the fray, ganging up on Lin Fan. Fortunately, Lin Fan's team included a second-generation official who stepped in to halt Yang Wenbin, providing Lin Fan with a much-needed reprieve. Otherwise, Lin Fan would undoubtedly suffer several broken ribs. Or even worse. "Humph. To think you could incinerate me with Amaterasu, such foolish delusions." Yang Wenbin hissed, "Yet the pain inflicted upon me is indeed severe, you little wretch. If I do not dismember you into pieces, I would truly be remiss in bearing this agony. Brother, first, relieve this little scoundrel of his hands and feet." With that, Yang Wenbin turned his gaze to the other side and spoke. Snowflakes converged, forming ice, which then transformed into the likeness of a middle-aged man, with a rugged countenance and a robust physique. This figure was none other than the Grand Overseer. His violet blue eyes resembled 2 shards of a frozen world, piercing Lin Fan with an icy glare, as he coldly remarked, "You not only infiltrated my territory, but you also killed my men, abducted my desired individual, and nearly burnt my brother to death. Tell me, is it not justified for me to flay you alive?" "Indeed, it is justified, provided you can accomplish it." Recovering from the shock that Yang Wenbin had survived, Lin Fan coldly scoffed in disdain. "Seeking death?" Witnessing Lin Fan's contemptuous expression ignited the Grand Overseer's fury. Instantly, the ice and snow surrounding Lin Fan coalesced into 4 icy blades, slicing toward his hands and feet. Yang Wenbin made his move once more, coldly declaring, "You little wretch. Do not even think about using Flying Thunder God or returning to that formidable space of yours." 30-fold gravity field. His 3 pupils swiftly rotated, one of them continuously gathering the energy of the supernatural, the one responsible for controlling gravity. In an instant, Lin Fan's gravity surged from 20-fold to 30-fold. Simultaneously, the area where the 3 stood seemed to generate a magnetic field, creating a unique space imbued with formidable sealing power. "Humph, now that I am here, I have no intention of leaving empty-handed," Lin Fan scoffed. Earth Escape, Super Light Heavy Rock Technique. With a single execution of the Super Light Heavy Rock Technique, Lin Fan's body returned to normal. Concentrating Wind Escape in his palm, he formed a massive Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken, which shattered the Grand Overseer's 4 icy blades effortlessly. He then hurled the Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken toward the Grand Overseer. "Ice Shield." With a wave of his right hand, the Grand Overseer summoned countless snowflakes, forming 3 layers of ice shields that effortlessly blocked the Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken. 7th level. Early stage, Lin Fan murmured, his tone slightly grave. "Thus, in the eyes of this Overseer, you are merely a jester." The Grand Overseer scoffed. "Can you still use Earth Escape?" Yang Wenbin roared in fury, "Damn it." At that moment, Lin Fan appeared behind Yang Wenbin. Having previously marked numerous locations in this area with the Flying Thunder God technique, he thought, "Let me see whether your control over gravity is superior or my Earth escape is more formidable." Lin Fan coldly declared, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth escape, super heavy rock technique. Yang Wenbin immediately felt his body weighed down by an unimaginable number of times, prompting him to activate his supernatural powers to alleviate his gravity. The Grand Overseer would not let slip the opportunity to confront Lin Fan as he dealt with Yang Wenbin. With a single hand, he fiercely grasped towards Lin Fan's direction, causing countless fragments of ice and snow to coalesce once more into an icy armor, poised to envelop Lin Fan and encase him in ice. Lin Fan, disdainful, let out a cold snort. From his back, the wood release surged forth, manifesting a wood clone. The wood clone swiftly executed the art of dissolution. The searing magma spread outward, effortlessly blocking the descending icy armor. At this moment, Lin Fan held the upper hand in his standoff with Yang Wenbin, casually remarking, "It seems that reducing the gravitational force to 40 times is your limit, while my Earth release can elevate it to 50 times at will. Now, let me witness how you intend to extinguish the flames of Amaterasu." As the reincarnation Sharingan bled, Amaterasu ignited once more deep within Yang Wenbin's eyes. A cry of agony escaped Yang Wenbin's lips. The Grand Overseer, taken aback, dared not underestimate the situation any longer and immediately unleashed all his extraordinary powers. Ice pillars. With a swift motion of his hands amidst the falling snowflakes, numerous ice pillars erupted from the ground, separating Lin Fan and Yang Wenbin. Simultaneously, these pillars encased the magma in ice. One of the ice pillars ensnared Yang Wenbin, attempting to extinguish the black flames of Amaterasu within his eyes. Another colossal ice pillar surged from beneath Lin Fan's feet, aiming to freeze him. This particular pillar was immensely larger, roughly 30 times the size of the others. Super Wind Release, Great Wind Shuriken. In a swift maneuver, Lin Fan condensed the strongest form of the Wind Release Rasengan, delivering a powerful strike. With a resounding crash, the ice pillar shattered instantly. Die. Yet at that moment, the Grand Overseer had already appeared above Lin Fan, clad in layers of icy armor, his hands tightly gripping as he brought down a crushing blow towards Lin Fan's head. Surrounding him were colossal icy hands coalescing, effectively sealing the space and preventing Lin Fan from activating the Flying Thunder God technique or the Divine Might. Shinra Tensei. Lin Fan extended his right hand, invoking Shinra Tensei, which instantly repelled the surrounding icy hands and the descending Grand Overseer. However, the Grand Overseer was not sent flying far. Barely 100 meters, for behind him appeared layers of ice skates that shielded him from the impact of Shinra Tensei. At this juncture, Amaterasu had already incinerated the icy pillars that saved the Grand Overseer, enveloping Yang Wenbin entirely. In a fit of rage, Yang Wenbin shouted, "Nirvana!" As he did, one of his pupils expanded infinitely, resembling a colorful black hole, granting him rapid rebirth as Amaterasu swiftly vanished. "Nirvana, is this the third ability of your eyes?" Lin Fan remarked gravely, "Indeed, it is a commendable power, successfully evoking the greed within me. Yang Wenbin, I shall claim the third ability of your eyes." Chapter 56, The Great Battle. "I shall slay you," Yang Wenbin roared, his entire being consumed by fury. "You wretched scoundrel. It is you who forced me to use the Nirvana ability twice within the span of a single day." At this moment, the pupil in Yang Wenbin SI, which held the power of Nirvana, rapidly constricted until it became a mere pinprick. Under Lin Fan's perception, he could sense that there was hardly a trace of Nirvana's extraordinary power left within. To recover, it would likely take years, if not longer. "Humph," Lin Fan scoffed. "You lament your own impotence, yet blame me. Your current weakness mirrors your helplessness when you faced me on the basketball court." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yang Wenbin's expression shifted, and with an intensified hatred, he retorted, "I recognize you now, scoundrel. If it weren't for that bureaucrat Guaziming, you would have long since met your demise at my hands. Thus, our paths are destined to cross." Lin Fan replied coolly, "Indeed." In that moment, he no longer suppressed the rage within, his entire being igniting with fury as his reincarnation Sharingan swiftly spun, entering its activated state. Universal Attraction. He unleashed the Universal Attraction, conjuring the Taoist jade in his palm, transforming it into the shape of a dagger. Although Yang Wenbin was at the late 6th level, with Lin Fan's ascension to the early 6th level, he was no match for Lin Fan and could not withstand the Universal Attraction. However, at the crucial moment, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, seizing Yang Wenbin. A resonant voice echoed amidst the wind and snow, Third, you are no match for him. He possesses every jutsu within him, granting him the combat prowess of the 7th level despite being merely at the early 6th level. The hand then hurled Yang Wenbin towards the power station. Lin Fan looked up to see a giant towering at least 50 meters high before him. A giant's extraordinary power. Lin Fan exclaimed. Prepare to be crushed. The Grand Supervisor's voice was like thunder, reverberating in Lin Fan's ears as he prepared to stomp down with great force. Lin Fan showed no fear, biting his fingertip to draw blood and forming seals to invoke the summoning technique. Guardian Crane, emerge and engage this behemoth. As the summoning pattern spread, a maniacal laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. Instantly, the snow on the ground swirled, and the frozen soil rapidly transformed into a whirlwind of yellow sand, creating a sandstorm nearly 100 meters high, with the Guardian Crane at its center. What a tailed beast it truly is, the Grand Supervisor gasped, his voice laced with dread. The Guardian Crane, showing no mercy, leaped from the sandstorm and unleashed a powerful air bullet. 1,000 layers of ice gate. The gigantic Grand Supervisor erupted with icy power, conjuring 1,000 layers of ice before him. With a resounding crash, the layers shattered under the onslaught of the air bullet. Yet by the time it reached the Grand Supervisor, its strength had diminished considerably. Remarkable, it withstood that. Let us see how it fares against this tailed beast ball. The Guardian Crane cackled maniacally, opening its mouth wide to rapidly gather chakra. Fire. Aim and shoot. The thunderous voice of Yang Wenbin echoed through the air. At the power station, several tanks emerged, accompanied by 20 rocket launchers and 2 military trucks, each bearing a large missile. Old 3, you better fire. I'm still here. The great commander fumed upon witnessing Yang Wenbin's reckless disregard for his own life as he commanded the artillery. Do you not realize the might of the enemy? Are you aiming at the air? Amidst his tirade, the great commander's expression shifted, his fury intensifying. I see your plan, Old 3. You intend to drag me down with you. Have you asked my men if they consent to this? Yet. Yang Wenbin paid no heed to the great commander's protests and continued to issue orders to fire. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, tanks, rocket launchers, and missiles unleashed their wrath. Have you manipulated the souls under the great commander? Lin Fan chuckled. Then, without hesitation, he entered the alternate space. With his compatriots turning against one another, Lin Fan found himself relieved of the burden. Naturally, he severed the telepathic connection with Shoha, allowing him to return to his own being. Old 3, I will end you. The great commander's voice was ultimately drowned out by the cacophony of artillery. After a while, Lin Fan emerged from the alternate space to find the great commander charred and bloodied, collapsing in the snow, barely clinging to life. Even at level 7. One cannot withstand missiles and artillery, Lin Fan mused. Save me. The great commander cried out to Lin Fan with his last ounce of strength. I can be your slave. In this icy apocalypse, I possess the powers of giants in ice, capable of constructing an ice castle for you overnight. Your abilities are indeed commendable, alas. Your actions have crossed my threshold, Lin Fan replied coolly, subsequently invoking the hungry ghost path to absorb the energy within the great commander's dantian. At that moment, a second wave of artillery approached. Upon seeing Lin Fan emerge, Yang Wenbin immediately ordered another barrage. Damn it, how many shells has this scoundrel wasted? Lin Fan felt a pang of regret. Master, allow me. I believe I can catch these shells, Shoa's voice resonated within him. Nonsense, Lin Fan retorted. You saw the fate of the great commander. Even a level 7 cannot withstand artillery. I want to risk your safety. With that, Lin Fan vanished. Boom. The great commander's body was obliterated in this subsequent barrage. Listen well. The great commander is dead, and the second commander has not shown his face in ages. He is likely dead as well. Therefore, you must all heed my command. I am the sole commander. Yang Wenbin, in a state of frenzy, shouted at the gathered superhumans. None dared oppose him. They all reverently acquiesced to his authority. Bring forth all the artillery and position every machine gun and submachine gun around the power station. Also, remain vigilant of the sky above. The moment that Ret shows itself, bombard it without hesitation. We must not allow it to approach the power station. Yang Wenbin expressed his satisfaction with the obedience of the supernatural beings, instructing them accordingly. Yes, Supervisor, the supernatural beings replied in unison. At that moment, Lin Fan's voice suddenly broke through. I say, Yang Wenbin, are you contemplating using guns and shells to restrain me while planning your escape? This declaration instantly captured the attention of all present. Lin Fan was perched upon one of the military trucks. In a heartbeat, silence enveloped the area. Following the fleeting moment, Yang Wenbin's eyes widened in disbelief as he screamed, Why? Why are you here? Chapter 57, A Bountiful Harvest. Amidst his screams, Yang Wenbin recalled every detail of his battle with Lin Fan. He was utterly certain that Lin Fan had not marked him with the Flying Thunder God technique. It could not be the Flying Thunder God. Could it possibly be the far-reaching divine might? Yang Wenbin's voice trembled, yet that didn't seem right either. The speed of spatial distortion from such a distance was exceedingly slow, and he should have been able to perceive it. Lin Fan smiled lightly. Oh, you possess a profound understanding of divine might. As you surmise, it is not the far-reaching divine might. I am currently unable to manifest it unless I reach level 7. Could it be the ability of the reincarnation eye, the heavenly hand power? Yang Wenbin pondered, his expression shifting as he grasped the reason. Indeed. The heavenly hand power is precisely at this distance, Lin Fan confirmed. Ah, Yang Wenbin roared in frustration. Why? Why do you possess so many ninjutsu techniques? Each technique is a unique ability. This is not fair. Not fair at all. Oh? Do you even have the word fair in your vocabulary? Lin Fan feigned astonishment. It shouldn't be surprising. When you flaunted your father's power and wealth, you never considered fairness. Yet now you demand it. How utterly unjust. With that, employing the cosmic attraction technique, Lin Fan drew Yang Wenbin closer, gripping his neck and rendering him immobile. Fire! Fire! In that moment, all Yang Wenbin could feel was fear. The only glimmer of hope lying in the machine gunners hitting Lin Fan. However, at this juncture, no one dared to pull the trigger. Instead, whether they were manning machine guns, operating tanks, or handling missiles, they all knelt before Lin Fan, pleading for mercy. This time, your father will be unable to save you. Lin Fan scoffed. As the reincarnation Sharingan began to turn and focus, he mused, twice the Amaterasu failed to consume you. I wonder if you will survive this time. Let me make you a promise. If you endure this, I shall spare your life. With that, Lin Fan infused chakra into his left hand and proceeded to gouge out Yang Wenbin's eyes. Ah! The agonizing scream reverberated through the air. Suddenly, Amaterasu ignited once more, amplifying the anguished cries that filled the air. Deprived of his sight, Yang Wenbin lost his powers and was soon incinerated entirely by Amaterasu. What of the second deputy? Where is he? Lin Fan inquired coldly, surveying the remaining individuals, while unleashing Amaterasu upon Yang Wenbin. Lin Fan had also invoked Suki no Yomi to glimpse into Yang Wenbin's memories, discovering that he was unaware of the second deputy's whereabouts or his abilities. The other remaining ability users were equally uninformed. Lin Fan refrained from further questioning, recognizing that if Yang Wenbin was in the dark, it was improbable that anyone else would possess the knowledge. Casting a sweeping glance, Lin Fan commanded the group, "You are to execute 3 tasks. First, eliminate all the zombies imprisoned within the power station. Second, gather all the ordinary people held captive in the power station. Third, consolidate all the weaponry." The individuals dared not hesitate and immediately sprang into action. Lin Fan then entered the power station, utilizing his divine might to relocate all equipment within, followed by the coal stored therein. Upon completion, Lin Fan proceeded to the rear of the power station, where a greenhouse stood, the very place where Yang Heng and his companions cultivated vegetables and grains. The produce included tomatoes, green beans, cucumbers, peppers, pumpkins, zucchini, and more. While the grains consisted of corn and sorghum, both the vegetables and grains were markedly different from those before the apocalypse in terms of color, shape, and size. Notably, the tomatoes were as large as a human head, cucumbers measured half a meter in length, pumpkins had a diameter of at least 2 meters, and the corn was as thick as a human thigh. Lin Fan, sensing the essence of these foods with his divine perception, was increasingly astonished, realizing that each bore a degree of pure ability energy. This Yang Heng possessed extraordinary powers, indeed a most precious ability in this post-apocalyptic world. Lin Fan resolved that he must secure Yang Heng, his old classmate. He proceeded to collect all the vegetables and grains, including the seedlings, roots, and soil, planning to transfer them directly to the greenhouse constructed by Ming Lei. Next, Lin Fan ventured into a storage room within the power station, where pigs, cows, sheep, donkeys, mules, and numerous chickens and ducks were confined, along with some rabbits. Fresh meat at last, Lin Fan chuckled, gathering everything into his divine space. Subsequently, he inspected the armaments: 300 handguns, 50 machine guns, 100 submachine guns, and 10 Gatling guns, each accompanied by countless rounds of ammunition. There were 20 rocket launchers, with 100 rockets to match, 5 tanks with 200 shells, and 2 missile launchers equipped with 30 missiles. What a bountiful harvest! Lin Fan marveled. He then inquired, "Is this all that remains from your previous military base?" "No," one ability user replied. At the time, the zombie horde was overwhelming, and many of our comrades mutated into formidable zombies. We survivors had to make a hasty retreat, taking only what we could. "Is it true that there are more munitions within the military base?" Lin Fan inquired. "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan smiled. "By the way, what is the name of your military base?" "Anda military camp." Lin Fan mused to himself. "It appears I must pay a visit to the Anda military camp. Perhaps the second commander has returned there after becoming stronger, bringing the munitions and these extraordinary individuals, along with the ordinary folks from Zhang village, into the alternate space." Through the alternate space, and using the Flying Thunder God technique, Lin Fan returned to the Sunshine UFO community. After entrusting everything to Ming Lei, Niu Jianxi, and the twin Zhao brothers, Lin Fan naturally sought solace with Han Xuelu and Li Xiner. Although he wished to include Gao Yu, he realized that Gao Yu was solely devoted to him and was not yet ready to embrace the next step. Lin Fan was in no rush, knowing that it was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, Han Xuelu and Li Xiner sufficed, as even with his formidable celestial physique, he could only have one beloved younger brother. Lin Fan indulged in this intimacy for 3 whole days. However, it could not be deemed purely hedonistic, as during these 3 days, Lin Fan made significant progress by absorbing the energy from the Great Commander and Yang Wenbin's dantians. Coupled with the brainstem of the Tyrant Zombie and the Zombie Bull, Lin Fan's level ascended once more, reaching the mid-level of the 6th tier. And he was not far from the late 6th tier. Naturally, others also experienced enhancements. Once the indulgence was over, it was time to attend to serious matters. Lin Fan summoned the twin Zhao brothers and stated, "You two shall bear the burden from now on. Please give your orders, young master," they replied. "From today onward, you will lead our people outside. First, to seek food and various necessities. Second, to gather clues from all avenues. And third, and most crucially, to enable all extraordinary individuals to grow stronger through battle." "Understood, young master," the Zhao brothers nodded. "Of course, I will send a wood clone to accompany you, but it will only intervene to rescue individuals when confronted with vast hordes of zombies." "We understand, young master," without undergoing the trials of life and death battles. "How shall we face the stronger undead that lie ahead?" the Zhao brothers replied. "I am glad you comprehend," Lin Fan said. "One more thing. You must identify genuine talents in battle and prioritize their cultivation." After the Zhao brothers departed, Yang Heng and Yang Ku arrived. "Since you have come to seek me, I presume you have reached a decision," Lin Fan remarked. "Yes, we brothers have resolved to accept the legacy of the Tian God," Yang Heng affirmed. "Haha, welcome," Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement. How could he not be thrilled? Once these brothers and their wives enhanced their abilities further, there would be no concerns regarding sustenance. Subsequently, Lin Fan bestowed the Tian God technique upon the 2 brothers. Their titles as young master transformed accordingly. "Haha, splendid," Lin Fan nodded. "From now on, the logistics will be entirely entrusted to you brothers, and the management of ordinary survivors will also fall to you. They may lack abilities and combat skills, but they must have tasks to perform." "Yes, young master," the brothers responded. "Indeed, Lao Hang, please expedite the research on the super seeds for fruits. It has been too long since I last savored fresh fruit," Lin Fan remarked with a smile. "Rest assured, my brother will hasten the process. Furthermore, regarding the animal aspect, how capable are you?" Lin Fan inquired further. "For instance, could we develop super beef cattle, super meat sheep, and super meat rabbits?" "My lord, that is quite beyond our reach. Our abilities pertain solely to plants," Yang Heng replied with a hint of helplessness. "However, my lord, given that we have exceptional abilities among us, surely there are others who specialize in animal research. It seems we must proceed gradually," Lin Fan mused. After the 2 brothers departed, Gao Yu returned from outside. During the past 3 days, Gao Yu and Niu Jianxi had been working on the power station. "How is it coming along?" Lin Fan asked. "It's nearly complete," Gao Yu responded. "That is splendid. Electricity is finally on the horizon. Regardless of the era or the might of one's abilities, life with electricity is fundamentally different from life without it," Lin Fan expressed with anticipation. "Indeed, my lord. Electricity is an absolute dividing line in the nature of life," Gao Yu echoed, expressing his own excitement at the transformative potential of electricity. "Xiao Yu, please ensure the entire community is electrified as soon as possible. I can hardly contain my eagerness." "Within 3 days at most," Gao Yu affirmed. "Excellent," Lin Fan nodded. "However, My lord, if we desire a truly revolutionary change for our base, we will require a particular ability, Gao Yu stated, one that can fabricate various new materials. Defense necessitates new materials. Various machinery requires new materials, and weapons, even more so, depend on new materials, which ultimately determine the lethality of the weapon, defining its tier. Weapons have tiers? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Gao Yu nodded. Indeed, there are tiers, ranging from 1 to 10, with each tier further divided into 10 stars. I see. Lin Fan acknowledged. Gao Yu continued. For instance, handguns from before the apocalypse typically fall into the 3-star category, while machine guns and submachine guns are rated at 4 stars. And the Gatling gun stands at 5 stars. What about rocket launchers, tanks, and missiles? Lin Fan questioned. My lord, those are classified as 6 stars and above, possessing absolute lethality against all beings of tier 7 and below, Gao Yu explained. As for missiles, they are generally rated above 7 stars, capable of inflicting damage on beings below tier 10. Weapons of 7 stars possess absolute lethality against beings below tier 10. What are the even more formidable tiers, such as 8 and 9? Lin Fan pressed. My lord, in my previous life, I came across numerous records within ancient civilization ruins and extraterrestrial remnants indicating that tier 10 and above marks the true commencement for ability users, Gao Yu elaborated. Moreover, my lord, the zombies we refer to are actually among the highest beings in the universe, known as the Undying Corpse Clan. Of course, evolution is necessary, but zombies possess such genetic potential. Ji Chen and those in power ultimately aspire to become part of the Undying Corpse Clan. It appears the world is indeed vast. Lin Fan reflected deeply upon hearing Gao Yu's revelations. My lord, our blue planet is but a minuscule speck in the vast cosmos, teeming with a multitude of life forms, Gao Yu remarked. Moreover, our blue planet represents the most primitive level of civilization, if it can even be deemed a civilization at all. Can it truly be regarded as civilization? Lin Fan sighed with a resigned smile. Alas, it seems I cannot indulge for much longer. If we do not rapidly enhance our level, a mere extraterrestrial being could spell our doom. My lord, the zombies are, in fact, extraterrestrial entities that will continue to evolve, Gao Yu commented. Damn it, let's get to work, Lin Fan declared, preparing to venture into the depths of Taiwei Mountain to the end of military camp. Before departing, Lin Fan entrusted Yang Wenbin's pair of eyes to Li Xianer, inquiring, Is it possible to transplant them? My lord, I desire the smallest pair of pupils, Li Xianer replied. According to my theories on supernatural abilities, it is indeed feasible, but it necessitates instruments, various surgical tools, and they must be innovative, she continued. As long as it is possible. Lin Fan nodded. When the time comes, you will implant the pair of pupils endowed with eagle-eyed capabilities, which will greatly augment your surgical powers. My lord, you cannot be biased. That pair of gravity-manipulating pupils belongs to me. Han Shuelu interjected promptly. Ha ha ha. Very well, Lin Fan chuckled. Li Xianer added, My lord, I can sense that as this pair of eyes loses its master, the supernatural abilities contained within the 3 pairs of pupils are gradually dissipating, thus requiring nurturing. Your 6 paths immortal body's life energy is perfectly suited for this task. All right, I shall nurture these eyes daily, Lin Fan affirmed. By the way, Xianer, the instruments you mentioned will need to be sourced from the hospital, correct? Li Xianer nodded. Yes, my lord. We must retrieve the instruments from the hospital and innovate upon that foundation, but I must admit, this is not my forte. Chapter 59, The Mighty Termite Queen. Once again, Lin Fan lamented the scarcity of talent. All manner of supernatural ability practitioners are in short supply. Just then, he heard a faint explosion from the direction of Zhang Village. He immediately asked Li Xianer and Han Shuelu if they had heard it, but both shook their heads in negation. At that moment, Shui Yangyang arrived at the door, knocking and stating, My lord, my spiritual energy has sensed a tremendous energy fluctuation coming from the direction of Zhang Village, likely the aftermath of shell or missile explosions. It must be that second supervisor in Taiwei Mountain, Lin Fan murmured. After instructing everyone to attend to their duties, Lin Fan, accompanied by Han Shuelu, traversed through the spatial realm and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the power station at Zhang Village. Lin Fan first employed his Byakugan for observation and attempted to sense with his immortal body, yet the distance was too great for either to perceive anything. Shuelu, it seems we have no choice but to delve directly into the Taiwei Mountain range, Lin Fan stated. My lord, might it be too perilous? The mountains are likely rife with mutated flora and fauna, as well as formidable animal zombies, Han Shuelu expressed her concerns. The second commander must be dealt with, otherwise. He poses a perilous threat to the safety of our base, akin to a bomb that could detonate at any moment, Lin Fan remarked. Rest assured. With the power of Shenwei and the Flying Thunder God, there will be no issues. Moreover, I am gradually mastering the formidable abilities of the Reincarnation Eye. Additionally, the Heavenly Hand Force will no longer hinder my capacity to seal space. Let us proceed. With that, Lin Fan and Han Xuelu soared into the depths of Mount Taiwei. As they approached the outskirts of the mountain, the snow swirled upwards like a tornado, rushing towards Lin Fan and Han Xuelu. Mutated termites, Lin Fan murmured, realizing that the mountains indeed harbored greater dangers, as they were immediately confronted with a swarm of mutated termites. Young master, allow me, Han Xuelu said. Detaching herself from Lin Fan's power, flames coalesced beneath her feet, forming steps as she raised her hands, summoning a blazing celestial body of fire that descended fiercely upon the encroaching snowstorm. The snow melted, ignited by the flames, and the scent of charred insects filled the air as roasted termites scattered. Yet, an even greater number surged forth. Each termite, the size of a human, was entirely snow-white, exuding an intense chill and spewing icy acid. Han Xuelu's fiery assault was initially encased in ice, then swiftly corroded into oblivion. The termites stacked upon one another, advancing towards Han Xuelu, their icy acid saturating the space around her. Psychic energy evaporated, reaching 2,000 degrees Celsius. In the depths of Han Xuelu's beautiful eyes, a white flame ignited, exuding immense heat, as if it had birthed an independent realm. Those touched by this scorching radiance contorted and warped. Lin Fan marveled at the remarkable development of Han Xuelu's fire abilities. Under the searing temperatures of 2,000 degrees Celsius, the icy acid permeating the space instantly evaporated, and numerous termites within this intense heat were reduced to ashes. However, the sheer number of termites was staggering, continuously emerging from the thick blanket of snow. They showed no fear of Han Xuelu's searing heat. Each termite unleashed extreme cold, seemingly inexhaustible, swiftly overwhelming Han Xuelu's flames. The sound of ice cracking echoed as Han Xuelu was encased in ice. Through her wide eyes, Lin Fan beheld the vast multitude of termites hidden within the snow and the ground, reflecting on the sheer volume despite each being merely level 2 or 3. Yet, Han Xuelu was not to be underestimated. As the termites encased her in ice, they began to disperse into 12 groups, each entering a state of cold, as if merging together to form colossal pillars of ice. The 12 icy pillars connected their frost-laden powers, akin to a formation, continuously releasing an extreme chill that layered upon the already encased Han Xuelu. Such formidable ice abilities were impressive, resonating with the uniqueness of Xuelu's white flames. Lin Fan remarked gravely that the icy chill of these termites surpassed even that of the Grand Commander. Unbeknownst to him, Xuelu was preparing to strike. Suddenly, the atmosphere around them turned intensely heated, accompanied by the sound of shattering as all 12 ice pillars exploded into a flurry of termites. The power of the white blazing light unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. The previously sweltering space ignited with white flames, their brilliance slicing through the very fabric of the surroundings, rendering the 12 ice pillars to mere fragments. Han Xuelu was engulfed in these white flames, causing the ice encasing her to evaporate instantly. The technique of the blazing fireball technique. Subsequently, Han Xuelu fused her fire technique with her extraordinary ability, launching a colossal white fireball that obliterated the snow beneath, incinerating all the termites within. Boom. At that moment, Han Xuelu's level surged once more, reaching the late stage of level 5. Upon sensing her advancement, Lin Fan realized that the white flames, after incinerating the termites, had absorbed the energy from their cores. Xuelu, you are formidable, Lin Fan praised. Hee hee. Han Xuelu replied joyfully, finally feeling capable of standing on her own. Xuelu, the true battle is only beginning, be cautious, Lin Fan reminded after his commendation. I understand, young master, Han Xuelu nodded, her tone turning serious, aware that the mightiest among the swarm was the queen ant. Rumble, rumble. Just as Han Xuelu finished speaking, the ground beneath them collapsed, the multitude of termites paving the way, transforming the fallen earth into a grand thoroughfare. A giant queen termite, measuring 40 meters in length, emerged from the ground, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a fierce exhalation, it unleashed a highly corrosive acid that surged toward Han Xuelu like a fountain. Sensing the aura of this colossal creature, she recognized it as being at the early stage of level 6. Han Xuelu immediately summoned a fierce blaze of white flames, pushing the fire to its utmost limit. 3,000 degrees Celsius. Sizzle. The corrosive acid and flames intertwined, yet the acid gained the upper hand, extinguishing the white flames with its potent corrosive force. What impressive acid! Lin Fan exclaimed, astonished that a unique flame of 3,000 degrees Celsius could be so easily extinguished. Perhaps Gao Yu and Xian could study this. They might invent formidable weapons. At that moment, Lin Fan too prepared to intervene. However, Han Xuelu halted him, saying, "Young master, do not worry, I can handle this." Chapter 60. The Sea of Flames. Very well, Lin Fan conceded, sensing Han Xuelu's determination. Whoosh! In that instant, the queen termite sprouted 6 wings from its sides. Moving with incredible speed to confront Han Xuelu once more, unleashing another torrent of corrosive acid. Triple fire gate, evaporate. Han Xuelu's gaze was resolute. She neither flinched nor retreated as white flames surged before her, instantly transforming into 3 fiery gates for defense. Ultimately, the formidable formic acid of the Ant Queen corroded and extinguished 2 of the gates. However, the Ant Queen's ice power proved even more potent and flawless. Frost rapidly spread across her 6 wings, enveloping them in an ominous, chilling darkness that pierced to the bone. This was a truly complete manifestation of ice. Lin Fan pondered. In a contest between the complete special ice and the complete special flame, which would emerge superior? Crack! The dark, frigid frost swiftly coalesced into an ice blade that pierced through the final white fire gate, instantaneously freezing it. It then shot towards Han Xuelu's forehead. Unfazed, she faced the Ant Queen's assault head-on. Fire escape, great white flame bullet. A colossal orb of white flame erupted, its scorching heat exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius, directly vaporizing the chilling ice blade, although the white flame bullet extinguished soon after. Ice and fire intertwined, leading to an unceasing clash between the Ant Queen and Han Xuelu, with neither side gaining the upper hand for the moment. However, as time passed, it became evident that the Ant Queen was losing stamina. Her massive form, despite possessing 3 pairs of wings, could not sustain prolonged flight at such heights. Han Xuelu had mastered her fiery abilities. Her flames danced to her will. Each step she took in midair conjured flames that served as leverage points. Although this was a significant exertion for her, it paled in comparison to the Ant Queen's consumption of energy. Boom! With another explosive clash of ice and fire, the Ant Queen was compelled to descend. Han Xuelu immediately seized the advantageous high ground, unleashing a barrage of fire techniques that swiftly put the Ant Queen at a disadvantage. Yet, the Ant Queen would not allow herself to be scorched by the flames. Her abdomen rapidly swelled, her 40-meter frame expanding to over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Terrifyingly potent formic acid began to seep from her distended body, forming a vast pool of acid in mere seconds. Within this pool, it seemed as though life was birthed. Writhing tendrils emerged, simultaneously infused with the chilling dark frost that propelled their rapid growth toward Han Xuelu. These tendrils possessed both the properties of formic acid and the ominous, frigid ice. The fire techniques descending from Han Xuelu inflicted no harm upon these acid tendrils. The 2 attributes had fused completely, causing the essence of her white flames to falter in comparison. Given her lower level, it appeared that Han Xuelu was on the verge of defeat, Lin Fan analyzed. Yet, in that moment, Han Xuelu's fighting spirit intensified. At the same time, her energy surged dramatically, causing her white flames to undergo a transformation, revealing a tricolored luminescence within their pale depths. Ah, Xuelu's white flames have evolved. Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Then, this battle, indeed, how could my woman be inferior? Tricolored white flame meteors. Han Xuelu's voice rang out fiercely as she raised her hands, swiftly manifesting a resplendent tricolor white flame canopy above her head, seemingly connecting to a terrifying realm of extraordinary powers. Distorted fissures emerged, and from them, enormous tricolor white fireballs, each 5 meters in diameter, plummeted downwards. Boom! As these fireballs plunged into the ant acid pool of the termite queen, they disintegrated rapidly, producing a blinding radiance that consumed the pool, causing the ant acid to vanish in an instant. Even as the termite queen frantically unleashed chilling, pitch-black ice, she could not thwart Han Xuelu's assault. Subsequently, the ant acid pool vanished entirely, along with the wilting vines. Yet it was not over. Han Xuelu proclaimed, "Inferno grave." Soon, the searing radiance transformed into sparks that scattered in all directions. Each droplet of fire burned fiercely, weaving intricate tricolor white patterns that interconnected and sealed the space. An independent realm was wholly established. Upon closer inspection, while flames were not visible within, The essence of fire permeated everywhere, as if an infinite sea of flames had coalesced here. A wretched wail echoed as the termite queen could no longer withstand Han Shuelu's fiery onslaught. Her massive form gradually engulfed by the inferno. Sizzle! The remaining termites, desperate to rescue their queen, charged into Han Shuelu's inferno grave, frantically exuding ant acid and conjuring ice. But their efforts only intensified the flames. Yet, not a single termite retreated. Ultimately, all the termites became sustenance for Han Shuelu's fiery domain. My lord, they are truly valiant. Han Shuelu remarked appreciatively upon seeing Lin Fan descend beside her. Indeed, it is a tragic valor, Lin Fan echoed, observing that none of the termites exhibited any cowardice, all rushing headlong into the inferno to save their queen. Lin Fan further mused, thus, many times, we humans fall short in comparison to numerous creatures. If only all of us, the capable, could unite sincerely, what would this apocalypse signify? Alas, where there are people, there are bound to be schemes and intrigues. Humanity's greatest adversary will forever be humanity itself. Humph. Yet humanity often prides itself as the most magnificent of beings. Lin Fan shook his head in disbelief. Enough of such thoughts. Shuelu, quickly absorb all the energy from these termite cores, especially that of the queen, and see if you can reach level 6. Yes, my lord. Han Shuelu nodded, immediately channeling her tricolor white flame to absorb the energy. Regrettably, she fell just short of her goal and did not attain the initial stage of level 6. It is a pity, Han Shuelu lamented, though there were many termites. The majority were merely level 2 or 3. Had half of them reached level 4, coupled with the Queen's energy, I would have surely achieved level 6. Do not worry, there are plenty of mutated plants and animals, as well as zombie creatures, in the mountains. Opportunities abound, Lin Fan replied, and together with Han Shuelu, they continued their descent into the depths. As Lin Fan had anticipated, the mountains were indeed teeming with mutated flora and fauna, as well as zombie creatures. Within a short span, Lin Fan's celestial senses detected a large herd of wild boars charging forth. Wild boars, Lin Fan murmured, noting that there were over 50 mutated wild boars, most of which were at levels 4 and 5, with the leading one being at the initial stage of level 6. He then chuckled, Shuelu, it seems you are destined to reach level 6 now, and we shall also indulge ourselves. Wild boar meat is already delectable, and mutated wild boar meat will be even more exquisite. However, before Lin Fan could finish, his expression drastically changed. Chapter 61, The Clash of Behemoths. Lin Fan reaps the benefits. A wolf. A wolf was fiercely pursuing these mutated wild boars. Its aura indicated that it was a zombie dire wolf. Lin Fan immediately activated his wide-eye ability, revealing a zombie dire wolf towering 10 meters high, with protruding white bones along its ribs and spine, and a head that was grotesquely split open, filled with jagged teeth, rendering its entire visage a gaping maw. With a thunderous howl, the zombie dire wolf summoned a multitude of zombie wolves from all directions. Han Shuelu, witnessing this, inquired with a furrowed brow, My lord, how formidable is the wolf king among these wolves? They are all zombie wolves, Lin Fan replied gravely. If my perception is correct, the level of that zombie wolf king is at the late stage of level 8. What? Late stage level 8? Han Shuelu gasped in shock. Yet, before her surprise could settle, another piercing howl resonated through the air, exuding an overwhelming authority, its sound waves causing the snowflakes in the vicinity to disintegrate into nothingness. Both Lin Fan and Han Shuelu stumbled slightly. A mutated giant tiger. Lin Fan swiftly directed his white eye towards the source of the sound, his tone growing increasingly serious. It was also at the late stage of level 8, standing 13 meters tall and 20 meters long. Is this what resides in the mountains? Han Shuelu mused. At my level, I wouldn't even be a mere snack. Suddenly, Lin Fan's expression turned even more solemn. In the northeastern direction, an avalanche erupted from the mountain, snow cascading like a torrential wave, and a dark figure emerged from the endless expanse of white, rapidly heading towards the wild boars. Han Shuelu spotted the shadow as well, her pupils constricting. My lord, could that be a snake? What else could it be? It is a colossal python, a titan among serpents. In comparison to the ancient titanic pythons of Blue Star, it would merely be a small snake, Lin Fan whispered, estimating it to be nearly 40 meters long. 40 meters? Han Shuelu shook her head with a bitter smile. She had thought that upon reaching the late stage of level 5 and mastering her fire abilities, she could stand on her own. Yet, in the face of these mutated creatures and zombie beasts, she felt truly disheartened. Xuelu, it seems that we will not be able to savor the mutated wild boar meat after all, Lin Fan lamented, feeling both helpless and pained at the thought of such deliciousness slipping away. The howls of the zombie wolves echoed relentlessly, swiftly surrounding the herd of wild boars. However, the mutant tiger and the mutant python also arrived, and instead of confronting each other, they launched a direct assault on the horde of mutated wild boars. In less than half an hour, over 50 of the mutated wild boars lay slain. Roars echoed through the air. Hisses filled the atmosphere. At this moment, the three parties finally faced off, each issuing their own cries, proclaiming their dominance over this territory. My lord, perhaps we still have hope, Han Xuelu smiled, observing the standoff below. With the three beasts contending, we stand to gain. That will depend on whether the outcome leads to mutual destruction, Lin Fan replied, feeling a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating a scenario where all three beasts would be gravely wounded. The standoff continued indefinitely until the mutant tiger launched the first attack, charging towards the zombie giant wolf. Snowflakes swirled as the energies of the undead and the extraordinary clashed violently. Claws tore at each other, and jaws clamped down with ferocity. For a time, the mutant tiger and the zombie giant wolf were evenly matched. Meanwhile, the mutant python targeted the remaining zombie wolves, its massive tail striking with force, entwining its foes in a deadly embrace, unleashing a plethora of dark venomous tactics. Wherever its colossal body trampled, the zombie wolves fell one after another. However, the zombie wolves were numerous, and these undead beings were often fearless. Once they latched onto the mutant python, they would not relinquish their grip. Even if they were reduced to mere heads, these zombie wolves remained animated, fiercely clinging to the mutant python. Moreover, among these zombie wolves, some were of the 7th level, which meant that while the mutant python appeared to dominate, it was also sustaining significant injuries. It was clear that the mutant python and the remaining zombie wolves would inevitably suffer mutual destruction. Seeing this, Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement, I just wonder how the mutant tiger and the zombie giant wolf are faring. Immediately, both Lin Fan's and Han Xuelu's gazes were fixed upon the battle between the mutant tiger and the zombie giant wolf. The ultimate outcome aligned with Lin Fan's expectations. The zombie giant wolf, capable of regeneration in both bones and flesh, was somewhat at a disadvantage in terms of strength and energy. Yet, each reckless assault managed to etch scars upon the mutant tiger, and the zombie venom began to corrode its body through the wounds. Each swipe of the mutant tiger contained immense power, especially that robust tail, which lashed out like a heavenly whip. With every strike, the breath of the zombie giant wolf diminished, and the speed of its regeneration slowed. In the end, both colossal beasts collapsed simultaneously. On the other side, the mutant python was also on the brink of exhaustion, its body adorned with the heads of defeated zombie wolves, still clinging tenaciously. Xuelu, as you predicted, it is indeed mutual destruction, Lin Fan exclaimed with exhilaration. Tonight, we shall still have the meat of the mutated wild boars. The only lament was that nearly half of the mutated wild boars had been killed by the zombie wolves, transforming into undead themselves, rendering them inedible. Xuelu, let us act. You handle those wild boars slain by the zombie wolves. I can sense their bodies are already undergoing transformation into that of the undead and will soon revive. Understood. My lord, Han Xuelu nodded, and with a blaze of 3-colored white flames, swiftly descended below. Lin Faxian arrived atop the mutated giant python, unleashing the power of lightning release, which manifested as 1,000 birds' sharp spears, piercing through the creature's head and bringing a definitive end to its existence. Roar! Roar! The zombie giant wolf and the mutated giant tiger, witnessing this scene, howled incessantly, preparing to rise once more. Wood release, wood dragon. Lin Fan swiftly executed the wood dragon technique, binding the two colossal beasts. The zombie giant wolf and the mutated giant tiger were in a much better state than the mutated python, making Lin Fan's task exceedingly strenuous. He had to maintain the hand seals for the wood dragon technique at all times. Otherwise, the two beasts could easily break free from their restraints. Truly, they were formidable 8th-level zombie and mutated beasts. Lin Fan mused, despite being on the brink of death, they still possessed strength comparable to that of early 7th-level beings. Master, I see that you are unable to move due to the continuous use of the wood dragon technique, Han Xuelu remarked. Lin Fan shook his head. Xuelu, your strength may not be sufficient to defeat them. By the way, Master, don't you have your wood release clone in the alternate space? Han Xuelu inquired. Indeed. But the level and power of the wood release clone would be significantly diminished. It likely won't suffice, Lin Fan replied. For now, we can only let Xiaoyu give it a try. Xiaoyu will surely succeed. She has already reached the 7th level, and with her spatial abilities. Her spatial strangulation techniques possess tremendous lethality. Han Xuelu nodded in agreement. Chapter 62. The Camp of the General. Soon, Gaoyu was brought here by the wood release clone in the alternate space using the divine might and flying thunder god techniques. Lin Fan immediately dispelled the wood release clone, channeling all his energy into the wood dragon technique to bind the two beasts as effectively as possible. Xiaoyu, can you do it? And quickly, Lin Fan urged, knowing he could only hold on for a short while longer, at most 15 minutes. As the beasts were recovering every second. Rest assured, Master, I can handle it, Gaoyu replied confidently. She then activated her spatial abilities, conjuring over 100 small spatial strangulation nets, dividing them into two groups that fused together. Spatial passage, Gaoyu shouted, employing a more powerful spatial technique. Her hands seemingly delving into the depths of the void, tearing open two invisible spatial passages that led directly into the brains of the zombie giant wolf and the mutated giant tiger. The two groups of fused spatial strangulation nets then entered the beast's heads through the passages. The net within the zombie giant wolf's head severed all connections between its brainstem and the surrounding flesh, nerves, and veins, while the net within the mutated giant tiger's head mercilessly destroyed its brain. With a gasp, Gaoyu completed her task and collapsed onto the snow, out of breath. Both beasts were on the verge of collapse, and Lin Fan's binding with the wood dragon had exhausted her strength to achieve this slaughter. At that moment, Lin Fan also sat down heavily, panting. Indeed, the 8th level later stage is not something we can currently contend with. He quickly utilized it to recover rapidly, also providing restoration for Gaoyu. Although exhausting and perilous, the experience was undeniably exhilarating. The three formidable beasts at the late 8th level provided Lin Fan and his companions with a significant opportunity for advancement. Promptly, the trio gathered the spoils with utmost haste and returned to the alternate space to absorb their gains. Lin Fan also brought Li Xiner into this alternate realm, intending for the four of them to jointly assimilate a brainstem in the two dantians. However, Gaoyu interjected, "My lord, I believe it would be best for you to absorb the brainstem and the two dantians alone. Today's encounter has illuminated the formidable nature of the zombies and mutated creatures within the mountains. Thus, we must have a top-tier combatant to truly safeguard our base and ourselves. Indeed, my lord, you must undertake this alone. Only by fortifying yourself can we secure a future," echoed Han Xuelu and Li Xiner in agreement. "As for us, we can manage to absorb other brainstems. Several of those zombie wolves were at level 7, with many more at level 6, which is sufficient for us." Lin Fan, recognizing the wisdom in their words, nodded in acquiescence. He understood that only by strengthening himself could he ensure a future for all. Immediately, he immersed himself in the absorption process, which lasted 3 days. The brainstem and dantians of the late 8th level did not disappoint. Within just 3 days, Lin Fan achieved the mid-level of 7th rank, with his combat strength reaching mid-level 8th. Even when confronting some late 8th level foes, he would not falter, thanks to his diverse ninjutsu. While the three women continued their absorption, Lin Fan refrained from interrupting them. He dispatched a wood clone and exited the alternate space, arriving at Mount Taiwa. In the span of 3 days, heavy snowfall had covered all traces of the battles that had occurred, restoring tranquility to the area. Lin Fan pressed deeper, traversing the chasms between several peaks, until he finally beheld the Andam military camp. Utilizing his Byakugan, Lin Fan discerned signs of missile explosions. Evidently, the resounding blast from days prior had originated from this very location. As he activated his Byakugan further, he noticed something peculiar. Many of the metallic objects within the camp exhibited strange characteristics. Firstly, the electric fence encircling the camp emitted an unsettling vitality upon Lin Fan's celestial perception. Upon closer examination with his Byakugan, it appeared that something was writhing upon it. This eerie sensation extended to the various military vehicles and the doors and windows of the buildings within the camp. It seemed as though all the metallic items within the Andam military camp may no longer be mere metal. Lin Fan pondered deeply, questioning what this could mean. Despite being at mid-level 7th rank, neither his Byakugan nor his celestial body could unravel the mystery. For a moment, he hesitated to approach the Andam military camp, opting instead to continue observing with his Byakugan and sensing with his celestial body. Numerous zombies roamed the premises, some wielding machine guns and rocket launchers, while others operated tanks and launched missiles. Outside, in the snow, more zombies meandered, many similarly armed with machine guns, rocket launchers, and even driving tanks. The zombies appeared to be patrolling, and Lin Fan couldn't help but speculate whether there existed a highly intelligent zombie orchestrating their movements and instructing them in the use of weaponry. As he continued to observe with his Byakugan, Lin Fan discovered numerous skeletal remains embedded in the snow, remnants of various creatures. Had the nearby animals ventured here only to be slain and consumed by these zombies? He pondered, yet soon realized something was amiss. The bones were remarkably clean, devoid of any flesh or blood. Zombies typically devoured their prey voraciously. How could they have consumed everything so thoroughly? Even with their tongues, they could not achieve such cleanliness, for human tongues lack the barbs found on carnivorous creatures. Moreover, the presence of so many animal bones implied an abundance of flesh, yet these zombies appeared emaciated. Little more than skin stretched over bones, and they moved with a staggering gait. It was evident that they had not fed on flesh since their transformation. All these peculiarities left Lin Fan increasingly perplexed. He could only continue to observe, for without understanding the situation, entering the military encampment would be inadvisable. After half a day of scrutiny, he had yet to encounter any so-called zombie leaders. What could be the cause? Surely, a leader must exist. How could his Byakugan fail to detect it? Furthermore, he sensed no other zombies with his celestial body. Lin Fan felt a wave of confusion wash over him, struggling to comprehend the circumstances. At that moment, a buzzing sound reached his ears. He focused and spotted a mosquito, one of a golden hue. A mutated mosquito, perhaps? No wonder it could survive in such frigid conditions. Paying it little mind, Lin Fan muttered softly and resumed his observation of the military encampment. Suddenly, the golden mosquito exploded. Reacting swiftly, he unleashed his Susanoo. However, the explosion produced no energy fluctuations. It simply disintegrated into countless particles. Something was amiss, and Lin Fan felt a jolt of alarm. Just then, bullets began to rain towards him from the encampment. Chapter 63, The Perception of the Ninetales. Lin Fan immediately activated his divine might, retreating into a different space. After what felt like an eternity, he emerged once more. Yet, upon his return, the zombies raised their machine guns, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon him, accompanied by several rocket-propelled grenades descending from above. Reluctantly, Lin Fan retreated again into the alternate space. What was happening? Why was he detected the moment he stepped out? Confusion clouded his thoughts. This should not be the case. Perhaps the dust from the exploded mosquito contained an anomaly, but he had immediately activated his Susanoo, which should have shielded him from any remnants. What could be going on? He attempted to exit again, only to face the same outcome. It seemed he carried something undetectable, elements that even his celestial body and Byakugan could not sense or perceive. Lin Fan remarked, "Thus, the current course of action is clear." He then seated himself, channeling all his vitality and strength into his Dantian. Simultaneously, he communicated with the Guardian Crane. "Guardian Crane, lend me your power." The Guardian Crane responded, "Master, you intend to summon that wretched fox, do you not? Only its perceptive abilities can discern what lies upon you. Indeed, let the Ninetales sense it." "I refuse to believe it cannot identify what is present," Lin Fan declared emphatically. With the chakra of the Guardian Crane and Lin Fan's own mid-level strength, after 2 days of diligent effort, Lin Fan finally succeeded in separating and summoning the Ninetales from the fruit of the divine tree. "Master." The deep voice of the Ninetales resounded. Simultaneously, it expressed its displeasure, saying, "How dare that insufferable raccoon emerge before me? This truly vexes me. Foul fox. Let me hear you call me brother. Insufferable raccoon, do you seek a beating? I shall tear you apart. Enough of the bickering. Ninetales, lend me your chakra." With the sage mode, "I shall uncover what lies hidden," Lin Fan commanded. "Understood, master." As Lin Fan spoke, the two-tailed beasts fell silent, and the Ninetales promptly shared its chakra with him, allowing Lin Fan to enter Sage Ninetales mode. In this heightened state of perception, Lin Fan immediately sensed the substance upon him, the residue from the explosion of the golden mosquito. This was no ordinary powder. It possessed the ability to absorb Lin Fan's energy, transforming into his skin, flesh, and other tissues. No wonder it eluded the senses of even the most adept sage. It was undetectable even to the Byakugan. It appeared that this powder first absorbed the chakra of Susanoo, becoming a part of it, before transferring to Lin Fan, assimilating his own energy and becoming an integral part of his being. Lin Fan pondered, is this a more advanced form of assimilation than the devourer I encountered initially? However, as Lin Fan continued to sense, he discovered an electric energy within the powder. This energy resembled circuitry and wiring. What could it mean? Lin Fan was astonished. Could it be that the golden mosquito was not a mutant, but rather a synthetic creation? He swiftly activated his Byakugan for further investigation and indeed uncovered a multitude of microcircuitry within the powder, as well as a medium for transmitting information. Goodness! It is truly a synthetic mosquito. Lin Fan was taken aback. After the initial shock, he understood why the zombies had been able to detect him instantaneously. They must possess some means of receiving signals, allowing them to ascertain Lin Fan's location whenever he was within range. There are indeed remarkable individuals within this and a military camp. Could it be that esteemed second commander? Lin Fan speculated to himself. Surely, it cannot be an exceptionally intelligent zombie. Guardian Crane, Ninetails, gather the tailed beast balls. Lin Fan promptly instructed the two powerful beings. Understood, Master. Before long, the two-tailed beast balls were successfully coalesced. Lin Fan summoned two-tailed beasts into a different dimension through spiritual conjuration. They then appeared together under divine might. With no powder on Lin Fan, the zombies could no longer sense him, and by the time they could, the two-tailed beast orbs had already descended from the heavens. Boom! The entire Anda military camp was instantly engulfed by the explosive energy, reducing all structures to mere rubble. It was a pity for the firearms in the hands of the zombies, but fortunately there were still plenty in the warehouses, alleviating some of the loss. Lin Fan murmured to himself. Immediately, he entered the nine-tailed immortal mode once more, re-establishing his perception of the Anda military camp. This time, he detected the basement. The basement was covered by a dense swarm of golden mosquitoes, which had integrated with the space and nature around them, making it imperceptible to those with undeveloped Byakugan and ordinary immortal bodies. Within the basement lay numerous instruments and devices, most importantly, a single individual. Buzzing. The endless drone of mosquitoes filled the air. Lin Fan glanced around and saw that all metallic objects had transformed into golden mosquitoes. No wonder he had been detected even from a high altitude, he thought with a cold smile. These golden mosquitoes were rapidly transforming, their mouths enlarging, sprouting miniature mechanical fangs. It seemed that the flesh and blood of animals had been consumed by these golden mosquitoes. Lin Fan pondered whether these golden mosquitoes were merely machines or a fusion of machinery and flesh through advanced technology. He could not decipher the truth, nor did he have the time to analyze it further, as the next moment, a relentless tide of golden mosquitoes surged toward Lin Fan and the two-tailed beasts. Leave it to you, Lin Fan instructed Shoha and Kurama. Yes, Master. The two-tailed beast swiftly enlarged. Shoha was the first to act. Wind release. A colossal vortex storm manifested in midair, sweeping infinitely and continuously drawing the encroaching golden mosquitoes into its center. In no time, nearly all of the overwhelming golden mosquitoes were absorbed into the massive windstorm. However, the assimilation ability of these golden mosquitoes was terrifying, one by one. They quickly transformed into the storm, attempting to break free from Shoha's wind vortex. Shoha let out a cold laugh. Ha ha ha. A bunch of little chimera. Do not even think about escaping from my wind. He then promptly executed a large-scale sealing technique. Magnet release, desert burial seal. The wind dispersed the accumulated snow on a vast expanse of ground in the Anda military camp. Shoha's claws embedded into the soil, which rapidly transformed into sand. The sand surged like a tide, converging from all sides, and under the enhancement of Shoha's sealing spells, it rapidly coalesced into a massive pyramid-like seal, wielding formidable sealing power that significantly weakened the assimilation capabilities of the golden mosquitoes. Chapter 64, The Second Deputy. Shoha's wind techniques and sealing arts were indeed unparalleled. Witnessing the methods employed by Shoha, Lin Fan expressed his admiration, particularly for the sealing technique. The golden mosquitoes, utilizing their assimilation abilities to break free from the storm, would typically require 5 to 6 seconds. However, at present, they would not emerge in less than 5 to 6 hours. Upon hearing Lin Fan's praise, Shoha laughed triumphantly at QB, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! You foul fox, did you hear that? My master is lauding me. Now you understand my esteemed position in their heart. Do you not? So hurry, call me big brother a few more times. I shall protect you once my other siblings emerge. I will not allow them to bully you. Shoha, remember. I will seize the opportunity to tear your mouth apart." QB retorted angrily. Simultaneously, refusing to be outdone, its 9 tails coalesced a tremendous amount of chakra, forming the most powerful tailed beast ball capable of cataclysmic destruction. As this tailed beast ball descended, Shoha's desert burial sealing technique, along with the golden mosquitoes within, was obliterated into nothingness. QB then reveled in its triumph, laughing, "Ha ha ha, you stinky raccoon, do you see? Your power pales in comparison to mine. So be cautious and align with me, or else I shall unleash a tailed beast ball that will reduce you to dust. Humph, you foul fox. Do you think yourself formidable? Let me tell you, had it not been for my master's need to eradicate those golden mosquitoes, your so-called tailed beast ball would leave not a trace upon my seal, let alone break it." Showa scoffed. "Unconvinced? Then let us compete." QB bellowed. "Come on." Lin Fan, weary of the bickering between the two-tailed beasts, absorbed them into his being. He then activated Susanoo, coalescing a giant chakra sword, and calmly stated, "Come forth. Let us battle above. Otherwise, this sword will obliterate everything in your basement." Ha ha ha, who would have thought that someone's extraordinary ability is ninjutsu? Possessing both a Byakugan and a Rinnegan, and even able to summon tailed beasts? A voice of astonishment echoed. Subsequently, a young man clad in camouflage emerged from the basement, gliding on a skateboard-like apparatus that facilitated his flight. Susanoo, a once-cherished dream, both handsome and imposing, the young man admired Lin Fan's Byakugan and Rinnegan, saying, "Tell me, if I were to transplant your eyes into myself, would I be able to wield ninjutsu as well?" Perhaps. Lin Fan nodded. "But the condition is that you must defeat me." "Aha, then it is settled. If I best you, your Byakugan and Rinnegan shall belong to me." The young man laughed, adding, "Of course, I would not allow you to become blind. It is only fair that my eyes become yours in return." Lin Fan chuckled. "Then I truly thank you." "No need for thanks, it would be rude," the young man replied with a grin. "After all, I am the one gaining an advantage." Lin Fan's gaze shifted as he inquired, "By the way, you must be the second commander of Zhang Village, correct?" The young man nodded, "Yes. But I have since distanced myself. To be honest, those fellows can be rather ruthless. Although it is the end of days, I could not abide by their ways. So I chose to leave." "Your tone suggests that you have already eliminated those fellows?" "Indeed, I have," Lin Fan replied. "Oh, how impressive." The second supervisor's demeanor turned grave. "Make your move." Lin Fan spoke calmly, "Otherwise, you shall not claim my eyes." "As you wish." The second supervisor instantly radiated a lethal aura, unleashing his early-stage level 8 abilities, arriving before Lin Fan in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch. "If I can shatter this Susanoo with a single blow, it would indeed be quite formidable," the second supervisor boasted, his entire being seemingly embodying that very punch. The second supervisor unleashed his full strength from the outset. Early-stage level 8, commendable, yet still regrettable, Lin Fan chuckled. The Susanoo crossed its arms, effortlessly blocking the second supervisor's full-force punch, and with a casual tremor, sent the second supervisor reeling back, tumbling through the snow for an unknown number of rotations. Ultimately, his flying board caught him. The second supervisor's expression grew even more astonished. He gasped, "Mid-level level 7, yet possessing the combat prowess of early level 8. Is this the might of ninjutsu?" "Second supervisor, if this is all the strength you possess, you shall never take my eyes today," Lin Fan declared with a smile as the Susanoo surged forward, swiftly closing the distance to the second supervisor. The chakra greatsword descending in an instant. At this moment, however, the second supervisor chuckled. "Very well, let us engage in earnest." Raising his right hand, energy rippled outward, as golden-purple metal rapidly transformed, forming a shield to deflect Lin Fan's chakra greatsword. Metal abilities, yet it is not, Lin Fan mused in confusion. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lin Fan pondered, the second supervisor raised his left hand toward him. The sound of bullets being fired echoed instantly, several bullets racing toward Lin Fan's forehead. Looking at the second supervisor's left hand, he now donned a golden-purple metal glove, each fingertip equipped with a bullet chamber. The Quest Orb. Lin Fan swiftly summoned the Quest Orb. At that moment, Lin Fan had managed to conjure 5 Quest Orbs, perfectly intercepting the incoming 5 bullets. The Quest Orbs. The second supervisor's tone grew serious once more. Indeed, obtaining the Byakugan and the Rinnegan is no simple feat, yet that is of no consequence. For if it were easily acquired, it would lose its significance. Immediately, the second supervisor soared into the air. This time, he did not rely on the flying board. His feet, enveloped in energy fluctuations, donned a pair of golden-purple battle boots, with flying apparatus beneath. Crack, crack, crack. Simultaneously, the sound of metal clashing reverberated as the golden-purple metal morphed around the second supervisor, swiftly forming a suit of armor, with golden-purple long blades and shields materializing in succession. Every part of the armor featured bullet chambers, and many areas were equipped with projectile launchers. Impressive, Lin Fan could not help but exclaim, though his tone was undeniably grave. An instinct told him that the second supervisor, in this state, possessed the combat strength of late level 8. However, this should not be attributed to your abilities. After a moment of reflection, Lin Fan continued, "For I have not sensed a hint of metallic essence within your extraordinary powers. This is the strength of technology. Your abilities must stem from technological advancements. Truly, you possess the body of an immortal, with profound perception." The second supervisor did not conceal anything from Lin Fan and replied, "Indeed, my powers are rooted in technology, encompassing 3 aspects: circuits, mechs, and metal synthesis." Chapter 65, The Might of the Second Supervisor. Lin Fan acknowledged gravely. Subsequently, he extended an olive branch to this second supervisor. "Since you have chosen to sever ties with Zhang Village, it indicates that your heart is not so tainted. I am intrigued by your abilities. How about accepting my divine transformation and joining my ranks?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Lin Fan's invitation, the second supervisor could not help but laugh. "I must say, this is how you recruit people? What is even more audacious is your proposal of the divine transformation. The divine transformation will merely alter your loyalty to me. You will remain yourself," Lin Fan stated. "That is quite an interesting remark," the second supervisor replied. "Then let me borrow your words. If you defeat me, I shall follow you willingly and accept your divine transformation." With that, the second supervisor, clad in a mech suit, instantly appeared before Lin Fan, delivering yet another punch, yet this one was on an entirely different scale, its force magnified 100-fold. Crack! With that punch, Lin Fan's Susanoo began to show signs of fissures. A true 8th-tier late-stage combat power. Lin Fan marveled inwardly. But the second supervisor's offensive did not end with that punch. As the fissures spread across the Susanoo, the missile ports on his arms opened, launching 3 small projectiles in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fan was sent tumbling from the explosions, the chakra of Susanoo depleting rapidly, leaving only a few ribs of the Susanoo intact. This was still due to the support of the Tao-seeking orbs, 5 of which had transformed and enveloped the ribs of Susanoo. The immortal body. Lin Fan immediately entered the mode of the immortal body, and Susanoo swiftly reformed, reaching 3/4 of its complete manifestation. Second supervisor. "It seems your talent in munitions is rather lacking," Lin Fan remarked. "True artillery possesses destructive power at the tier. Your recent blasts were sufficient to obliterate me. But your projectiles are no more potent than those of a submachine gun. That is beyond my control, as I have awakened extraordinary powers in 3 technological domains." The second supervisor responded, "Nevertheless, I believe I can defeat you adequately. With the defense of Susanoo combined with the Tao-seeking orbs, that must be your strongest defense, correct?" The second supervisor then opened a missile port in the chest of his mech suit, the size of a fist. This is the most formidable projectile of the second supervisor. In succession, 5 projectiles were unleashed, bombarding Lin Fan once more. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a tempest arose, dust swirling, energy surging, and smoke enveloping the area. It was not until a full quarter of an hour later that everything began to dissipate. The second supervisor, it appears, still falls short. Wrapped in the aura of Susanoo and the questing pearl, Lin Fan emerged from the dust, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This shouldn't be the case. "This projectile is significantly more potent," the second deputy remarked, squinting beneath his mech suit. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he noticed the thunderous energy enveloping Susanoo. "Is that the lightning release armor?" the second deputy hissed. "Indeed," Lin Fan replied with a chuckle. "It seems you are quite the aficionado of Hokage lore. You truly possess an array of ninjutsu. Each technique is akin to a unique power, which is quite enviable," the second deputy commented. "To not reciprocate is impolite." "I shall strike," Lin Fan declared, baring his teeth as he activated Heavenly Force, swapping places with a flurry of snowflakes behind the second deputy. In an instant, he unleashed the almighty push. Boom. The formidable rebound force bore down upon the second deputy, who felt as though he would traverse 10,000 miles before halting. Yet, it was merely a sensation. The second deputy quickly retaliated, summoning massive mechanical arms from his suit that plunged into the ground, effectively countering Lin Fan's almighty push. Simultaneously, a purple-gold long sword materialized, radiating a potent aura as it descended upon Lin Fan. 2 questing pearls enveloped Susanoo's hands, bolstered by the Thunder Armor's defense, firmly grasping the purple-gold blade. Then, 2 foxtails appeared behind Lin Fan, executing the Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Lin Fan exclaimed as the fox tails elongated, forcefully driving the shuriken into the second deputy's mech suit. With a thunderous crash, the wind release energy surged forth, causing the second deputy's armor to disintegrate. However, the nanometal's resilience was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, all damage was mended. The second deputy, feeling a surge of pride, boasted, "What do you think of my nanometal?" Lin Fan, not one to withhold praise, replied, "It's truly admirable." Yet, amidst their banter, Lin Fan's resolve remained unyielding. Susanoo conjured another pair of colossal hands, clutching a chakra-infused greatsword poised to strike. This blade, as you must know, is called the all-encompassing nature. Lin Fan shouted, "I wonder how many times your nanometal can repair your mech suit." Boom. The strike descended like a relentless torrent of blades. The second deputy, refusing to underestimate the situation, activated his powers, forming a new mech suit atop the original. Black God Nanometal, arise. In an instant, his suit transformed into a deep black hue, with his long sword and shield mirroring this color, standing resilient against Susanoo's all-encompassing nature. Is there even stronger nanometal? Lin Fan's expression turned grave, as both his Byakugan observation and sage body perception indicated that this so-called Black God nanometal was beyond his current capacity to contend with. At that moment, the second deputy launched another offensive. Mechanical arms sprouted once more from his suit, swiftly pushing Lin Fan back and seizing the opportunity of Lin Fan's retreat. He swung his long sword downwards. Amidst the thunderous roar, Lei Kai scattered and Susanoo shattered, while the jade of seeking the path twisted as well. What of the black divine nanometal? The second supervisor inquired. Naturally, it evokes envy and is equally irresistible, Lin Fan remarked with admiration. Since you have said so. Being defeated by my hand is not unjust, the second supervisor chuckled. Subsequently, every mechanical arm coalesced into a black divine nanosword. And as the second supervisor continued to channel the mech's extraordinary abilities, the number of mechanical arms perpetually increased. Is this in preparation for the Heavenly Hand Force and the Flying Thunder God? Lin Fan asked. Indeed. The second supervisor nodded, stating that your only means of evasion is the divine might, yet this battle is our agreed-upon contest. Should you retreat into the divine might, it would signify your defeat. Of course, you may choose not to honor our agreement. How to decide is entirely up to you. What choice is there? Lin Fan laughed, asserting that in this battle, he would not enter the divine might space, yet he would not be defeated. He would emerge victorious. Ha ha ha, is that so? So confident. But what will you use to win? Hearing Lin Fan's words, the second supervisor chuckled helplessly. Chapter 66, Subduing the Second Supervisor. Amidst the laughter, the second supervisor launched a strike. In that instant, the black divine nanometal sword in his hand moved with astonishing swiftness, poised to cleave Lin Fan. Yet suddenly, the descending sword halted, and all the swords from the mechanical arms plummeted, with the mechanical arms themselves crashing heavily to the ground. The gravity is terrifying. What is happening? The second supervisor exclaimed in shock. With a resounding thud, he too knelt, utterly unable to rise. At that moment, Lin Fan roared, his Byakugan continuously releasing chakra. The second supervisor glanced around, realizing the environment had transformed into a grayish expanse, the ground resembling an inexplicable state akin to tiles. With a thud, Lin Fan also knelt heavily, his body immobilized. This is one of the 6 spaces of the Byakugan, the gravity space. The second supervisor's pupils constricted sharply as he spoke gravely. Indeed, it is one of the 6 spaces of the Byakugan, the moment your mech suit appeared. I understood that while I could remain undefeated as a mid-level 7th tier, I could not triumph over you, Lin Fan declared. Thus, from that moment forth, I began gathering chakra within my Byakugan. As he spoke, Lin Fan activated the divine might, summoning 100 shadow clones, which could not withstand the gravity of this space and dissipated upon appearance. However, what Lin Fan sought was the chakra from those 100 shadow clones. Witnessing this, the second supervisor trembled again, realizing you have calculated everything. Naturally, bringing us here requires a vast amount of chakra. The chakra accumulated by 100 shadow clones during this time is sufficient. Lin Fan proclaimed, Second supervisor, it seems I have won. Not necessarily, you cannot move either. The second supervisor replied, stating that shadow clones cannot exist here, and wooden clones likely cannot either. Only the physical form can endure in this space. However, Master Air, it seems you have overlooked a crucial point. Lin Fan smiled faintly, proclaiming, I possess all forms of ninjutsu. Upon hearing Lin Fan's declaration, Master Air's pupils contracted once more. Earth release. ultra-lightweight rock technique. After laboriously forming the seals, Lin Fan grinned and staggered to his feet. After a moment of adjustment, he slowly yet effortlessly approached Master Air. What now? Master Air laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ninjutsu truly renders one defenseless. You may concede." Lin Fan replied with a gentle smile, "No, I have not yet lost." Although Master Air shook his head with difficulty, a confident smile graced his face. "What do you mean?" "My black god nanometal," Master Air stated. "What do you imply?" Lin Fan inquired, still puzzled. Master Air chuckled, "In this realm, the gravity is immensely heavy, which renders the nanomolecules denser. Consequently, the defensive capabilities of my black god nanometal will be enhanced by 100-fold. Originally, breaching my black god nanometal was a formidable task. Now, with a 100-fold increase in defense, how will you overcome it?" "I see," Lin Fan replied slightly. "But Master Air, since you are aware of the gravitational space, you must also know that the Byakugan has another technique. This technique is called Kongsha Huegu. What is your impression of this technique, Master Air?" Master Air's demeanor shifted entirely. Disbelief evident in his voice as he asked, "Can you execute this technique?" "It is impossible. That is a lethal ninjutsu. Even the most advanced sage of 6 paths cannot withstand it, let alone evade it. Therefore, it normally requires a considerable amount of chakra. And I doubt that a mid-level rank 7 is sufficient." Lin Fan said nothing further, his hands forming a seal as he gathered all the chakra from 100 shadow clones into his Byakugan. Extending his right hand, Kongsha Huegu gradually materialized. Lin Fan once again bore an immense burden, howling in agony. "I concede," Master Air said with a resigned smile. He was neither a petty man nor one who could not accept defeat. The moment Lin Fan manifested Kongsha Huegu, his failure was inevitable. There was no need for Lin Fan to endure the immense strain to fully materialize the technique. "Thank you," Lin Fan expressed, as Master Air promptly conceded. Lin Fan instantly withdrew from the state of gathering Kongsha Huegu and expressed his gratitude. Even at mid-level rank 7, should he continue to gather, he would still require several days for recovery, akin to the previous experience. Thus, Master Air's early concession spared him from days of recovery and suffering. This expression of thanks was essential. Defeat is defeat. Even amidst this lawless apocalypse, I wish to uphold the integrity within my heart, Master Air declared. "Proceed, unleash your Baishinshin." "Then I shall not hold back," Lin Fan replied, performing Baishinshin for Master Air. Once everything concluded, Lin Fan returned with Master Air to their original world. The young master removed his mech suit, and the second deputy respectfully expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young master. This has only altered my perception of your loyalty. Yet I shall remain true to myself. You have honored your promise, and naturally, I, Lin Fan, shall honor mine. What is your name?" "Surely, you cannot simply be called the second deputy," Lin Fan inquired. "Yu Fei," the second deputy replied. "Well then, you shall be called Old Yu," Lin Fan chuckled. "Old Fei works as well," Yu Fei responded, both men sharing a hearty laugh. "By the way, Old Yu, what about the equipment in your basement? Will you be retrieving it?" Lin Fan asked. "Of course, young master. That represents my hard work over these past days," Yu Fei replied. "If we are to forge a mech army for you in the future, this equipment is the foundation. It is the manifestation of my mech abilities." "A mech army, indeed. I eagerly anticipate it. However, first and foremost, you must quickly prepare a set of the Black God nanometal mechs for me, akin to yours," Lin Fan stated. Within 10 days at most, Yu Fei nodded in agreement. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Subsequently, Lin Fan transferred all of Yu Fei's equipment from the basement into another dimension, followed by a substantial amount of armaments from the military camp's warehouse. Additionally, he gathered all the electronic satellite equipment from the camp, which was undoubtedly among the most advanced prior to the apocalypse, certain to prove immensely beneficial. The camp also boasted a considerable supply of food, including meat, vegetables, and a multitude of compressed biscuits and canned goods. While Lin Fan, accompanied by Yang Heng and the others, had no need for such provisions. They represented high-quality sustenance for others. Even a single compressed biscuit could inspire many to serve him loyally. This haul was indeed significant, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. "Young master, in truth, these are not particularly remarkable acquisitions," Yu Fei countered. Chapter 67, The Mutated Willow Tree. "Oh, are there indeed more treasures within the military camp?" Lin Fan inquired, intrigued by Yu Fei's words. "The true treasures do not lie within the military camp, but rather deeper in Taiwei Mountain," Yu Fei explained. "There exists a mutated willow tree that bears fruit. I was fortunate enough to acquire one of its fruits, which enabled me to rapidly reach level 8. Furthermore, many level 8 mutated animals and zombie creatures in Taiwan Mountain attain their stature by consuming the fruit of this willow tree. What kind of fruit is so extraordinary? Lin Fan asked with increasing curiosity, particularly about a willow tree bearing fruit. Before the apocalypse, willows did not bear fruit. Indeed, the apocalypse had rendered the impossible possible. Yufei continued, "Young master, acquiring this fruit is no simple task. I estimate our chances at only 20%. 20%? That seems rather conservative. Did you not successfully seize one before? With me by your side, it should be a mere formality," Lin Fan asserted confidently. "When I seized it, there were not many beings present, making it relatively easier," Yufei explained. "Now, however, numerous formidable mutated animals and zombie creatures are guarding it. Furthermore, the willow tree has grown formidable in its own right. A few days ago, I visited and sensed its aura from a distance. This willow has likely reached level 9. Level 9, indeed, poses a considerable challenge," Lin Fan murmured. "Yet one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tigeress den. The most exquisite treasures are often accompanied by great peril. Moreover, if the willow has matured, then surely its fruits are also extraordinary? Young master, it should be so." Yufei nodded. "Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way," Lin Fan commanded. "If possible, I would like to uproot this willow and transplant it to our base." Thus, the two ventured deeper into Mount Taiwei. "By the way, old you, how do you control those zombies?" Along the way, Lin Fan voiced his curiosity, astonished that they could handle firearms, cannons, and even drive tanks. "Young master, this is no great feat. It merely involves using electrical waves to control the brainstems of these zombies," Yufei explained. "You must have seen that they are merely ordinary zombies. Those with slightly higher levels or special abilities cannot be controlled. Electrical wave control, if further researched, could it be possible to govern powerful and unique zombies?" Lin Fan inquired. "It should be feasible," Yufei affirmed. "Then we shall rely on you, old you. In this apocalypse, where zombies have become the norm, if we can indeed control a multitude of powerful and special zombies, we would secure an everlasting position of invincibility," Lin Fan declared. "I will do my utmost, young master." After a considerable time, the two reached the deepest and most central part of Mount Taiwei. As they surveyed the area, spanning several miles, they found no other flora besides a colossal willow tree. This willow towered skyward, nearly level with the towering peaks that soared thousands of meters high. Covered in snow, it appeared from afar to be yet another mountain. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan was utterly astonished, noting that the tree was growing at a visibly rapid pace. This was indeed a true giant. As he sensed its presence, Lin Fan's expression grew solemn. "Level 9, early stage. Indeed, it has reached level 9, Yufei remarked gravely. "Yet, is there only one fruit?" Lin Fan's gaze settled on the center of the mutated willow, where a vibrant green fruit resided. Despite the tree's vastness, this fruit was only the size of a basketball. "Yes, young master, there is but one," Yufei nodded. "However, once this one ripens, another will emerge shortly thereafter, with a cycle of approximately 3 months. Currently, this one should have about a month left. What happens if we were to harvest it before it matures?" Lin Fan asked. "If the fruit is not mature, it becomes the most dreadful poison. Any creature that dares to consume even a morsel will, within 3 seconds, turn into a pool of toxic blood," Yufei warned. "I have visited several times and witnessed numerous level 8 mutated creatures and level 8 zombie animals compete for it before maturity, all of them perishing within 3 seconds, dissolving into toxic blood. Young master may observe with your Byakugan, beneath the willow-s roots, amidst the snow, there lies much frozen toxic blood." Lin Fan promptly activated his Byakugan, discovering indeed that beneath the willow-s roots, there were patches of frozen toxic blood. No wonder the snow-laden surroundings concealed numerous mutated creatures, among which were several formidable level 8 and even some level 9 beings, yet none dared to act recklessly. Lin Fan spoke solemnly. Additionally, many animal zombies also refrained from taking action. It is well known that zombies are inherently brutal and bloodthirsty, yet at this moment, they lay in wait, motionless. "My lord, even zombies possess a semblance of intelligence. Their so-called brutality and bloodlust merely arise from a lack of encounters with something that instills genuine terror within them. The toxins contained within this fruit, before it ripens, are indeed the very essence that terrifies the zombies," Yufei remarked. "Thus, my lord, if we could harness this toxin, it would serve as one of our most potent weapons against the zombies. However, it is exceedingly challenging. I have attempted it before. In prolonged exposure, even my black god nanometal cannot withstand the corrosive nature of the toxin. Since my lord possesses all forms of ninjutsu, I wonder if you have also mastered the talents of Chiyo in toxin manipulation and Tsunade in medical arts. I am not yet familiar, but a few days should suffice. Lin Fan replied. Then I must trouble you, my lord, Yufei said. I say, old you, your true purpose in bringing me here must surely revolve around this toxin. Lin Fan chuckled. Hiki, nothing escapes your keen perception, my lord, Yufei laughed. But tell me, do you not desire to wield such a toxin? It is undoubtedly one of the formidable mutated toxins of the post-apocalyptic era. Subsequently, to ensure absolute safety, Lin Fan dedicated 5 full days to familiarizing himself with Chiyo's expertise in toxins and Tsunade's medical techniques. Old you, be prepared. Even aside from the mutated willow tree itself, the mutated creatures and animal zombies lurking beneath the snow will not allow us to approach it, Lin Fan stated. I understand. My lord, Yufei nodded. I shall provide cover for you. Immediately, Yufei activated the Black God Nanomecha suit and soared directly toward the mutated willow tree. Roar! 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 The moment Yufei appeared, the previously tranquil area erupted into chaos, reverberating with roars and howls. The intense sonic waves causing the still snow to surge like tumultuous waves. From beneath the snow nearest to Yufei, a 20-meter-long mutated centipede sprang forth. Chapter 68. Naming the first exotic toxin. This centipede, with a body as hard as steel, exhaled a terrifying toxin and, upon sensing its presence, was identified as being at the late level 7. With a swift motion, Yufei fired a projectile directly beneath his right foot, obliterating the centipede in an instant. However, there were even larger centipedes lurking beyond. Evidently, this area harbored a nest of them, as 4 emerged simultaneously from the depths of the snow. Their formidable toxins converging to form a toxic net that enveloped Yufei. 8 mechanical arms extended, each wielding a Black God nano blade, and with several swift strikes. He severed the toxic net, simultaneously dispatching the 4 enormous centipedes. Boom, boom, boom. Yet this was merely the beginning, as the surge of anomalous energy continued to swell, prompting numerous mutated creatures and animal zombies to launch an offensive against Yufei. Amidst this turmoil, gaps began to emerge in certain areas. Lin Fan immediately activated his celestial force, seamlessly exchanging positions with the falling snow, encountering no obstacles as he swiftly approached the mutated willow tree's roots. With utmost speed, he collected several blocks of the frozen venomous blood. Laoyu, I'm leaving, Lin Fan shouted before promptly entering the otherworldly space. Young master, couldn't you use the flying thunder god to teleport to my side and bring me directly into the otherworldly space? Yufei lamented. For he found himself surrounded at that moment, and breaking free was no simple feat. Fortunately, the Black Divine Nanometal defense was sufficiently robust, and with an ample supply of bullets and shells, he managed to escape half an hour later, albeit in a rather disheveled state. Lin Fan emerged from the otherworldly space. Young master, I must ask, if I, Laoyu, were a beautiful woman, would you treat me the same way? Yufei rolled his eyes in response. Certainly not, Lin Fan replied with a hearty laugh. Within the otherworldly space, the frozen venomous blood had thawed, and Lin Fan summoned Li Xianer to collaborate with him on research. As the process of study often proved tedious, and the blend of male and female efforts alleviated the monotony. In merely half a day, Li Xianer utilized her unique abilities to uncover significant insights. Young master, this toxin appears to be a fusion of 49 terrifying poisons, achieved through genetic breakthroughs, Li Xianer explained, noting that each molecular structure was distinct. To be frank, an antidote for this toxin is nearly non-existent unless we develop a life form that is thousands or even tens of thousands of times more complex than this toxin. Truly commendable. My Xianer, in just half a day, you've grasped the essence of this toxin, Lin Fan remarked. Now, I entrust you with the task of mastering its control. You certainly overestimate me, young master, Li Xianer replied with a hint of melancholy. Haha, just jesting, Lin Fan chuckled, then extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and activated the toxic ninja technique to absorb all the toxins from the venomous blood. Li Xianer and Yufei were taken aback by Lin Fan's sudden action, their hearts racing. It's fine, Lin Fan reassured them, shaking his head. I have cultivated a ninja toxin within my body that mirrors the complexity of this toxin structure, enabling me to withstand its corrosive effects. Indeed, Lin Fan was unharmed. Impressive, Yufei exclaimed in admiration. Young master, might you impart the toxic ninja technique to me? Lao Yu. As much as I desire to, I fear it is quite challenging. The toxic ninja technique, unlike other ninja techniques, demands the mastery of hand seals and chakra, as well as an extensive understanding of various toxins and medicines, including the results of their interactions, Lin Fan explained. This entails a vast amount of knowledge. So you must first study these concepts. I suspect that by the time you finish, Xian'er will have already devised a method to control this toxin. Very well. I shall wait for Xian'er's research, Yu Fei conceded with resignation. Subsequently, Lin Fan named this toxin, First Anomalous Toxin. Next, it was time to test the formidable power of the first, Lin Fan proclaimed as he stepped out of the once again arriving at the periphery of the mutated willow tree. This area teemed with numerous level 7 and level 8 mutated animals and animal zombies, presenting the perfect hunting ground. Activating his Byakugan, Lin Fan fixed his gaze upon a spider zombie, whose 8 curled legs, if fully extended, would reach a staggering 60 meters. He summoned Susanoo, coalescing a colossal chakra sword, and swung it down upon the spider zombie. The chakra sword was already imbued with the first. The spider zombie spewed forth a massive web of corpse poison, erecting an absolute defense to thwart Lin Fan's Susanoo's devastating strike. It managed to block the attack effortlessly, as this spider zombie was not far from reaching level 9. However, in the next moment, the creature began to wail in agony, for its body was rapidly decaying. While zombies are typically impervious to decay, this particular deterioration was exceptionally thorough, reducing everything to a pool of blood, devoid of any trace of vitality. Even the most formidable regenerative abilities could not resurrect flesh, meridians, or bones from such sanguine remnants. The first indeed proved its potency. Even though Lin Fan had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly shaken and contemplative. With this poison in his possession, my combat prowess has significantly escalated. As I nurture this first with the chakra of Mai, its toxicity will continually amplify. This first can stand alongside the as my 2 ultimate lethal techniques. While the first corroded the spider zombie's body, it simultaneously eroded its vitality and abilities. In merely 1 second, the spider zombie regressed from late level 8 to early level 7. A level 7 spider zombie was no match for Lin Fan's divine might. He immediately activated his power, transferring the creature's brainstem to the. Within just 2 seconds, the spider zombie was reduced to a puddle of toxic blood. Now was the perfect opportunity to hunt these mutated animals and animal zombies before the fruit ripened, in order to elevate his level. Should he reach level 8, this mutated willow tree would stand no chance against him, Lin Fan mused. He then sought his next target, a swarm of mutated rats. The leading giant rat stood a towering 12 meters tall, its glistening teeth radiating a cold gleam, as if capable of crushing anything in their path. Yet, regrettably, it too succumbed to Lin Fan's first. Due to the swarm of rats, he amassed a considerable number of cores. As Lin Fan continued to search for his next target, Yu Fei within the expressed a desire to speak. Lin Fan promptly summoned Yu Fei and inquired, "What is it, old Yu?" Yu Fei replied earnestly, "Young master, it would be wise to refrain from hunting level 8 mutated animals and animal zombies, let alone those at level 9, before the fruit ripens." Lin Fan, perplexed by Yu Fei's words, asked why. Yu Fei responded, "The moment the fruit ripens signifies the complete awakening of this mutated willow tree." Yu Fei remarked that although this mutated willow tree was only at the initial stage of level 9, its immense size guaranteed formidable combat prowess. Thus, we must ensure that these mutated animals and zombie creatures expend their strength against the willow tree. Indeed, you are correct, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. By the way, while the willow tree remains in its slumber, I shall inscribe some flying thunder god marks near the fruit. My lord, that would be unwise, Yu Fei interjected once more. Approaching the mutated willow tree now would not only awaken it prematurely, but would also cause the fruit to wither, making us wait another 3 months. Is that so? Lin Fan pondered. In the ensuing days, Lin Fan adhered to Yu Fei's advice, hunting only mutated animals and zombie creatures below level 8, while also venturing to other areas to pursue additional prey. This relentless pursuit significantly enhanced Lin Fan's strength, and on the eve of the fruit's ripening, he reached the initial stage of level 8, drawing near to the mid-stage. At that moment, the fruit on the mutated willow tree was visibly turning crimson. Roars echoed as all mutated animals and zombie creatures emerged from their concealment beneath the deep snow. In certain areas, colossal mutated flora began to sprout, vying for the coveted fruit. The branches of the mutated willow swayed, exuding a powerful essence of life, signaling its awakening. On the following day, As the critical moment arrived, the instant the fruit achieved its full crimson hue, all mutated animals, plants, and zombie creatures surged into action. Lin Fan and Yu Fei had positioned themselves at a distance above, with Lin Fan observing through his Byakugan while Yu Fei utilized binoculars. It seems there are also zombie plants. Lin Fan murmured. Can plants truly exist in a zombie state? My lord, indeed they can, Yu Fei replied. Many mutated plants have begun to consume flesh and blood. If they devour zombie flesh, there is a strong possibility they will transform into zombie plants. The amalgamation of mutated animals, plants, and zombie creatures surged forth like a colossal army, sweeping through the snow, converging upon the mutated willow tree, all with the singular aim of claiming the fruit. Boom, boom. The mutated willow tree initiated its counteroffensive, its robust roots emerging from the depths of the earth like endless vines, impaling numerous mutated animals and zombie creatures in an instant. With the relentless assault between mutated animals and zombie creatures, the willow tree dispatched many foes with a single strike. As for the mutated plants, the willow tree drained their anomalous energy completely. In the case of the zombie plants, the willow tree unleashed its first toxin, swiftly dissolving them into a puddle of viscous liquid. Just as you mentioned, this mutated willow tree is indeed formidable, Lin Fan mused. Though it is also at the initial stage of level 9, its combat capability exists on an entirely different echelon. The ability to hinder this mutated willow tree will rely upon those unique level 8 mutated animals, zombie creatures, and the level 9s, Yu Fei remarked. Zzz. The jarring noise caught the attention of Lin Fan and Yu Fei. It was a massive horde of mutated dung beetles. Each beetle measured 4 to 5 meters in length, with the leader reaching an astonishing 10 meters. As they advanced, each beetle excreted an overwhelming amount of feces, which emitted an unbearable stench. The foul odor wafted through the air, incapacitating numerous mutated creatures, both plant and animal, as well as the undead variants of both. Though Lin Fan and Yu Fei were at a distance, they still rolled their eyes in disgust. What on earth is that foul excrement? Lin Fan exclaimed. But he was abruptly choked by the noxious smell, silencing him instantly. Young master, here, the Black God Nano gas mask, Yu Fei said, conjuring a gas mask with his mechanized abilities and handing it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurriedly donned it, finding some relief. Yu Fei also materialized a Black God Nano armor, which included a gas mask. However, as the mutated dung beetles continued to excrete their foul waste, even the gas mask struggled to contain the acrid scent. In response, Lin Fan summoned the Tao-seeking jade, enveloping both himself and Yu Fei within its protective embrace. Harnessing the power of the guardian crane, he formed an eye of sand to observe from outside. The white eye could not penetrate the Tao-seeking jade for observation. It was not just Lin Fan and Yu Fei who found the stench unbearable. Even the mutated willow trees recoiled, retracting their roots deep into the soil upon encountering the foul odor. Ultimately, more mutated creatures, both plant and animal, as well as their undead counterparts, succumbed to the overpowering stench emanating from the beetle's waste. Within half an hour, fewer than 20 mutated beings remained standing. However, this was not the end of the mutated dung beetles. Rather, it marked the beginning. Once they had excreted an ample amount, they began to consolidate the waste into a massive spherical ball. Their unique abilities infused this colossal dung sphere with even more potent and acrid stench, enhancing its lethal properties. Soon, all the roots of the mutated willow trees retreated deep into the earth, while their branches, resembling long whips, stretched eagerly skyward. My goodness! The mutated willow trees have abandoned their fruit. Lin Fan was astounded. How foul must that smell be? At that moment, a formidable dark horse had indeed emerged unexpectedly. Could it be true, young master, that the stench is so unbearable that the mutated willow trees have relinquished their guardianship over their own fruit? Yu Fei, initially incredulous, questioned. Well, see for yourself, Lin Fan replied, but do you dare to look? You and I are at a considerable distance, and with the Black God Nano gas mask. A brief glance should pose no issue, right? Yu Fei suggested. That should be fine, Lin Fan responded. Then, young master, could you open a small slit in the Tao-seeking jade for me to take a peek? Yu Fei inquired. All right, Lin Fan nodded. Yet, at that moment, he summoned another Tao-seeking jade to encase himself separately. Young master, is this truly necessary? Yu Fei remarked with a hint of resignation upon witnessing Lin Fan's actions. Old you, it's better to be safe than sorry, Lin Fan replied earnestly. If something were to go awry, it would not only result in us being overwhelmed by the stench, but could also cost us our lives. As he spoke, Lin Fan carefully opened a narrow crack in the Tao-seeking jade before Yufei. At that very moment, Yufei rolled his eyes and began to convulse. Chapter 70. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Lin Fan observed intently through the sand eye and, upon seeing Yufei's condition, swiftly commanded the Tao-seeking jade to heal him. However, it was too late. Yufei collapsed, unconscious. Fortunately, Lin Fan had prepared in advance and summoned another Tao-seeking jade to envelop himself. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer invincibility of these mutated dung beetles, whose secretions were truly formidable. As for Yufei, Lin Fan was not overly concerned. Although the feces were foul, they were non-toxic. Nevertheless, he estimated that Yufei would remain in a comatose state for several days. Subsequently, Lin Fan transported Yufei to a different space and began to ponder how to deal with these mutated dung beetles. The stench was overpowering. Even with his six-path sage body, a mere whiff would be enough to render him unconscious. Shohei, Ninetails, can you withstand such a level of foul odor? Lin Fan inquired of the two-tailed beasts. Both responded promptly. Master, the stench of the fox is manageable. After all, foxes are inherently foul and quite brazen, easily suppressing this level of odor. Master, the stink of the raccoon cat is absolutely bearable, having spent its days hunting in sewers and dark corners. Its nose is immune to various unpleasant smells. Master, the foul fox. Master, the stinky raccoon cat. Lin Fan realized he had asked a futile question and quickly silenced the two-tailed beasts. As the stench intensified, the mutated animals, along with the plant and animal zombies, began to succumb one after another. The mutated dung beetles seized the fruit in question. Damn it. I hope this fruit doesn't become utterly repugnant after passing through the mutated dung beetles, Lin Fan lamented with a twinge of regret. Once the fruit was harvested, the mutated willow tree fell back into a deep slumber. The spot from which it was taken quickly bloomed a flower, indicating that new fruit would soon emerge, albeit not for another 3 months. Lin Fan had no time to wait for 3 months, nor did he possess the patience for it. Before long, the mutated dung beetles departed the area, for they could not maintain such a high level of foulness indefinitely. Soon, the mutated animals, mutated plants, and their respective zombies would awaken, and at that point, they would not be trifled with. Lin Fan followed closely behind the mutated dung beetles, and as he had anticipated, the stench was a product of supernatural abilities, not something ordinary feces could produce. Along the way, Lin Fan chuckled to himself, the opportunity has arrived. With that, Lin Fan transformed his reincarnation Sharingan into the Rinnegan, rapidly gathering an immense amount of chakra. As the chakra reached sufficient levels, Lin Fan activated the Tao-seeking jade, descending not far above the swarm of mutated dung beetles. The mutated beetles, sensing Lin Fan's presence, hastily began excreting waste once more. However, it was too late. With a cold declaration, Lin Fan invoked the Earth Explosion Star. Instantly, a gravitational core composed of condensed chakra manifested above the swarm, emanating an immense pulling force that voraciously attracted everything within its vicinity. The mutated beetles found themselves utterly powerless against this onslaught, and in the blink of an eye, they were all drawn upwards, along with the accumulated snow and soil, resulting in their immediate demise. The only one exhibiting a semblance of resistance was the leader of the mutated beetles, who managed to hold its ground for a considerable time, even attempting to burrow deep into the earth. Yet, alas, the Earth Explosion Star absorbed not only the surface, but also the soil beneath. The leader attempted to excrete waste, but Lin Fan would not grant it such an opportunity. Activating his Rinnegan, he cast the Earth Explosion Star specifically upon the beetle leader. Subsequently, he summoned divine power to transfer the fruits contained within the gravitational core. Ultimately, they belonged to him, though he pondered their odor as he returned to the alternate space. Upon arriving in the alternate dimension, Lin Fan was immediately assaulted by a pungent stench, prompting him to vomit repeatedly. Thankfully, it was not overwhelmingly foul, nonetheless. He expressed his relief. He then procured several bottles of perfume from the alternate space, pouring them into a water bucket and submerging the fruit within. This would have to suffice. After 3 days and nights of soaking, the odor should dissipate. Next, Lin Fan activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the location of the mutated willow trees, observing the still-dazed state of the mutated flora and the plant zombies. Lin Fan could not help but smile, offering his gratitude to the mutated dung beetles. Their assistance had proven invaluable. Without hesitation, he unleashed Wood Release techniques. Wood Release, Tree World Descends. Wood Release, Tree Binding, Eternal Burial. Within mere seconds, Almost all the mutated flora and plant zombies were ensnared by his wood techniques. Employing the multiple shadow clone technique, Lin Fan formed 100 shadow clones to extract the cores of the mutated flora and the brainstems of the plant zombies. After this endeavor, Lin Fan reaped a bountiful harvest. He then utilized the hungry ghost path to absorb the energy from the trapped mutated flora and plant zombies. In just 3 hours, Lin Fan's level surged once more, reaching the mid-8th tier. After a single breath, he ascended to the late 8th tier, murmuring about enhancing the hungry ghost path. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. A level 9 early-stage mutated silverback gorilla awoke, unleashing a furious roar that shattered the bindings of the wood release. Then there was a level 9 early-stage mutated man-eating flower that, rather unexpectedly, absorbed the chakra of the tree binding eternal burial, thereby enhancing itself to a certain extent. Additionally, there was a zombie grizzly bear, also at the initial level 9, whose massive claws effortlessly tore apart the tree binding eternal burial. Furthermore, a vine zombie ensnared the trees of the tree binding eternal burial, continually releasing corpse poison, allowing the venom to transfer through the trees to Lin Fan. It seemed inevitable that a confrontation was necessary. Lin Fan smiled slightly, acknowledging the reality that there are no free lunches in this world, especially in the apocalypse. Subsequently, he withdrew from the use of his wood release technique to avoid contamination from the corpse poison. At this moment, whether it was the mutated silverback gorilla, the man-eating flower, the zombie grizzly bear, or the vine zombie, their target was Lin Fan. All of these beings were at level 9, endowed with exceptional intelligence, rivaling that of humans. The group of mutated dung beetles had vanished, leading them to reasonably suspect that the fruit had fallen into Lin Fan's possession. In truth, the fruit indeed lay within Lin Fan's grasp. The mutated silverback gorilla even spoke, inquiring if the fruit was in the hands of the human. "Oh, so you can speak our tongue? No wonder you are one of the creatures closely related to humanity," Lin Fan remarked with mild astonishment. Chapter 71. Fierce Battle Against the Mutated Willow Tree. Very well, in light of our shared ancestry, I shall speak a truth to you. The fruit is indeed in my possession. However, regrettably, you shall never claim it, even if I were to perish. The mutated silverback gorilla, uninterested in Lin Fan's verbose explanations, let out a furious roar upon hearing Lin Fan's admission. Its already enormous form expanded further, reaching a staggering 50 meters in height. Lin Fan swiftly formed hand seals, employing a summoning technique to call forth the guardian crane and the 9 tails. "You too? Who will contend with this mutated silverback gorilla?" Lin Fan inquired. "Master, this gorilla reeks just like that foul fox, so let the foul fox deal with it." The guardian crane replied, crossing its claws over its chest. Foul raccoon, are you perhaps afraid? This gorilla possesses considerable strength and is at the initial level 9. The 9 tails scoffed. "What? Foul fox, do you dare to belittle me? Is there a need for such disdain, foul raccoon? It is merely a fact." "Very well. Then I shall let you witness my strength. However, foul fox, do not think that I am angered into fighting this gorilla due to your provocation. That mutated man-eating flower is yours. Let us see who can defeat their opponent first. Foul raccoon, let us settle this contest to determine who is the mightiest tailed beast." With a resounding roar, the guardian crane charged towards the mutated silverback gorilla, while the 9 tails leaped toward the man-eating flower. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the zombie grizzly bear and the vine zombie. With a thunderous roar, the zombie grizzly bear unleashed its tremendous power, its massive paw crashing down, sending a torrent of snow swirling up, and the frozen ground cracked open, forming a trench. The soil coalesced under the influence of its supernatural energy, shaping into a claw of earthen might, covered in corpse poison. Thunder armor. Lin Fan swiftly coalesced the armor of lightning release, and with a single step, the assault of the zombie bear dissipated into nothingness. At that moment, putrid tendrils of flesh erupted from the ground, each adorned with bloodthirsty fangs, spiraling forth like a tempest, entwining Lin Fan in layers. Instantly, Lin Fan soared into the sky, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed, unleashing the technique of wood release. The realm of wood release descended. Countless robust vines sprouted from the depths of the earth, transforming the landscape and uprooting the zombie tendrils entirely. The zombie vines, considered the nemesis of wood release, rapidly morphed into decayed flesh, from which numerous bloody, tentacle-like suckers emerged, voraciously absorbing the energy of wood release, causing the realm to wither at an observable rate. However, Lin Fan did not intend to vanquish the zombie tendrils with wood release. His objective was to sever their connection to the earth. With his Byakugan activated, Lin Fan discerned the core of the zombie tendrils, the very zombie brainstem. Simultaneously, lightning chakra surged in his right hand. Lightning release. Hell's assault. 3 fingers piercing. In the next instant, Lin Fan darted towards the zombie tendrils like a bolt of lightning. Concurrently, his left hand activated the universal attraction, channeling all chakra towards the core of the zombie tendrils. Thus, propelled by his already incredible speed and the pull of universal attraction, the zombie tendrils were caught off guard, and Lin Fan pierced through the core. In that fleeting moment, the core was ensnared in an alternate space. Consequently, the zombie tendrils collapsed, rapidly decaying and withering. Roar. The assault of the zombie bear descended from the sky, ready to bite down. Susanoo. Instantly, Lin Fan summoned Susanoo atop his lightning armor. The zombie bear's fangs sank into Susanoo, shattering several incisors in the process. Chidori Stream. Susanoo unleashed the Chidori Stream, instantaneously paralyzing the zombie bear. Simultaneously, a truth-seeking ball appeared behind the zombie bear and under the Flying Thunder God technique. Lin Fan also materialized at its rear. Susanoo's colossal hand had already formed a giant wind release, Rasen Shuriken, crashing down with tremendous force. A tempest swept through, energy surged. And the zombie bear was obliterated, its flesh scattering as its massive skeletal frame collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. For its brainstem had been transported to an alternate space by the divine might. I, at the mid-8th level, possess the combat prowess of a mid-9th level, Lin Fan murmured. Then turned his gaze towards the guardian crane and Kurama, both tailed beasts having achieved victory. Ultimately, Kurama dispatched its adversary with greater swiftness. Thus, the air resonated with Kurama's jubilant laughter. Ha ha ha. Smelly raccoon, do you see? This is my power. You are leagues behind me. I dispatched this mutated man-eating flower in less time than 1/3 of yours. Ha ha ha. From this moment on, the hierarchy is established, and my master can attest to it. The expression on the face of the guardian crane was one of ferocity, brimming with irritation as it bellowed. Humph. How could a mere flower compare to a mighty gorilla? The combat prowess of this gorilla far exceeds that of the flower by several multiples. Under normal circumstances, the time you require should be merely a fraction of what I need, yet you have taken nearly 1/3. Thus, foul fox, it is I who reign supreme. The disdainful remarks continued. You truly possess a most annoying tongue, you vile weasel. Naturally, Lin Fan was disinterested in the incessant chatter of the two-tailed beasts and promptly dispelled the summoning technique. He then turned to the mutated willow tree and murmured, Now it is your turn, mutated willow. As he spoke, an immense surge of celestial chakra surged through Lin Fan's being, and his hands swiftly formed seals. Earth release, earthquake core. Instantly, the soil within a radius of several miles began to upheave, revealing the enormous roots of the mutated willow tree beneath. Once the soil was entirely liberated from the earth, the chakra he had condensed in his Rinnegan was sufficient, causing his Rinnegan to shift into its Sharingan state. Lin Fan intended to wield divine authority over this towering tree, transporting it to a different dimension and subsequently to his own base, claiming this fruit-bearing mutated willow as his own. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A colossal surge of energy erupted, awakening the mutated willow tree. Boom, boom, boom. All the branches, akin to celestial whips, trembled violently, generating intense gravitational waves that shattered Lin Fan's earthquake core and returned the tree to the ground. With a whoosh, the wind began to roar, escalating from a gentle breeze to a tempestuous storm within mere seconds, engulfing the space surrounding the mutated willow tree. The relentless power of the storm bore down upon Lin Fan, even with the protection of Susanoo and the Raijin armor. He found himself struggling against the onslaught of the storm's fury, though the mutated willow tree was only at the initial stage of level 9. Its true combat strength likely reached the late stage of level 9, Lin Fan mused. Chapter 72, Stalemate. Crack, crack. As Lin Fan pondered gravely, numerous fissures appeared on the surface of Susanoo. The essence of this wind was likely not inferior to that of the guardian crane's wind release. Lin Fan's concern deepened, though it remained merely that concern. With a singular hand forming seals to gather chakra, he shouted, Freeze. Susanoo instantly expanded, manifesting its unique armor, for arms, and dual swords. Resembling a valiant warrior, the complete form of Susanoo emerged, rendering the storm's power of the mutated willow tree incapable of inflicting any harm upon Lin Fan. Yet this was merely a casual strike from the mutated willow. The whip-like branches continued to tremble, and vast leaves cascaded downwards, converging to form blades of foliage. Though it appeared to descend slowly, it was, in reality, incredibly swift, slashing through the air with a sound that tore open vast rifts in space. At this juncture, the mutated willow tree unleashed its first. Regarding the first anomaly toxin, Lin Fan exhibited no fear. He refrained from utilizing the first anomaly toxin, as the mutated willow tree posed no threat, rendering such an action a mere waste of chakra, the manifestation of the universe. In its complete form, the Susanoo was finally capable of unleashing the mightiest sword of the cosmos, clashing with the blade-like leaves of the mutated willow tree. A tremendous roar echoed as the space trembled, fissures spreading endlessly, and energy erupted violently, engulfing both parties. Yet, the ground swiftly heaved, roots morphing into countless vines that ensnared Lin Fan's left leg of Susanoo, attempting to overturn him. 9 tails. Lin Fan bellowed, summoning the 9 tails, and in that instant, the Susanoo acted upon the 9 tails, causing 9 elongated tails to extend deep into the earth, entangling with the roots of the mutated willow tree. The mutated willow tree, naturally, would not remain passive. Its trunk quaked, fissures appearing on its surface, each crack resembling a colossal wind tunnel, expelling new vines that coiled around the 9 tails form. In an instant, the mutated willow tree significantly restrained the 9 tails. This mutated willow tree shared the same characteristics as my would release, possessing the ability to bind tailed beasts. Lin Fan gasped, recognizing it as the absolute nemesis of his would release. To aid the 9 tails in breaking free from the mutated willow's grasp, Lin Fan soared into the sky, forming hand seals to perform fire release. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A roaring inferno erupted, incinerating the vines sprouting from the mutated willow's trunk, granting the 9 tails the opportunity to escape the entanglement. Master. This mutated willow possesses formidable wood attribute power, binding tailed beasts even more effectively than your would release, the 9 tails hissed. I am aware. And it is indeed the nemesis of my would release. Should I employ would release, I would merely serve as its nourishment, Lin Fan remarked, thus determining that he must resort to Amaterasu. However, given its vast size, a localized Amaterasu would hardly inflict substantial damage. A strategy was necessary to expand the reach of Amaterasu. Master, use Amaterasu to ignite my chakra, the 9 tails suggested, promptly releasing a vast amount of chakra. Lin Fan immediately activated Amaterasu, allowing the flames to engulf the immense chakra of the 9 tails, which then encircled the mutated willow tree. Success! Lin Fan exclaimed with delight. Subsequently using his Rinnegan to control Amaterasu, continuously diminishing the area of the flames. The mutated willow tree, of course, would retaliate. Each massive willow leaf began to radiate light, and droplets of water emerged from the brilliance. Simultaneously, the mutated willow tree released vast amounts of energy, raising the temperature in the vicinity. Otherwise, the condensed water would instantly freeze. Ultimately, all the water from the willow leaves fell simultaneously, transforming the area into a torrential downpour. As the mutated willow tree conjured a storm, using the wind to drench Amaterasu in an attempt to extinguish it. However, the mutated willow tree was mistaken. Amaterasu would never be extinguished, and the water would simply be consumed by the flames. It seemed this would be the conclusion. Lin Fan chuckled and remarked, unless you can sprout wings and take flight, alas, you remain fundamentally a tree, tethered to the soil. The mutated willow continued its counterattack, as leaves began to fall, intertwining to form a sturdy defense. Water began to pool upon the willow leaves, yet this time, the mutated willow refrained from releasing energy to elevate the temperature, thus transforming the water into ice, which solidified into a protective wall. Each leaf of the mutated willow perpetually generated water, resulting in layers of ice. With every layer that Amaterasu consumed, a new one would emerge to take its place. In that moment, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Humph. I possess an inexhaustible reservoir of chakra, the 9 tails scoffed disdainfully. You, a mere plant, regardless of your size, how much energy can you truly harness? It seemed that the only course of action was to endure this impasse. Lin Fan sighed in resignation, wishing to avoid a war of attrition, yet finding himself with no alternatives at this juncture. At that moment, the voice of the guardian crane resonated. Humph, Val Fox. Do not take pride in your seemingly boundless chakra. This mutated willow may very well match you in endurance, and ultimately you might find yourself outlasted. Val Raccoon. What did you say? How dare you suggest that I cannot outlast a mere tree? The 9 tails temper flared at the guardian crane's derision. Shall we make a wager? The guardian crane proposed with a sly grin. If I win, you shall clean my behind next time. If I lose, I'll take care of yours. One wager is not enough. Let us wager 10 times, the 9 tails declared emphatically. Ha ha ha, very well, Valfox, I accept your challenge for 10 wagers, replied the guardian crane. Enough of your nonsense. Just tell me what you mean, Lin Fan interjected coldly. I have no time to squander here with this mutated willow. Sensing the chill in Lin Fan's tone, the guardian crane's demeanor shifted to a serious one as he said, Master, if you use your Byakugan to peer deep into the earth, or even employ sage mode, you will discern the truth. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales directed its senses downward. Upon doing so, its expression shifted dramatically. Ha ha ha, Valfox, you've sensed it? Haven to you? If it weren't for our master, you would have already lost 10 times and been tasked with cleaning my rear end. The guardian crane laughed heartily. The Ninetales remained silent, its face growing fierce and solemn, berating itself internally for its oversight. Damn it, I was careless. How could I have overlooked the depth of the earth? Flora and trees are, after all, inextricably linked to the ground. I allowed that vile raccoon to regain some dignity. Moreover, had the master not intervened in time, would I truly have had to clean that vile raccooness behind? 10 times, no less. Chapter 73, Subjugation. To directly draw energy from the earth? Lin Fan mused thoughtfully as he observed with his Byakugan. At that moment, the roots of the mutated willow had already extended thousands of meters beneath the surface, likely numbering in the millions, with each root splitting into countless tiny mouths, voraciously absorbing the energy from the earth. Guardian Crane, do you have any means to counter this? Lin Fan inquired of the Guardian Crane. Master, naturally, the Guardian of the Crane responded. Unlike that foul fox, I possess immense chakra, but am otherwise worthless. What did you say, you stinking raccoon? The Ninetales roared in fury. What shall we do? Lin Fan disregarded the mutual insults exchanged between the two-tailed beasts and posed his own inquiry. Master, turn all the soil in this area into sand. My surroundings are parched, devoid of moisture and any energy from the earth, the Crane Guardian replied. Without hesitation, Lin Fan summoned the Guardian from within him. The Crane Guardian immediately maximized its form, its claws transforming into sand that merged with the ground. Magnetic sand burial. In the next moment, the soil surrounding the crane transformed rapidly into sand, extending deep into the earth. However, it only reached a depth of 2,000 meters before the crane's chakra ran low. Ha ha ha, you foul fox, now your useless chakra has become quite useful. Thank this lord, the Crane Guardian laughed at the Ninetales. I want to thank you, you old fool. The Ninetales retorted angrily. Yet, he promptly allocated a significant amount of chakra to the Crane Guardian. Despite their banter and mutual disdain, they dared not hinder Lin Fan's grand endeavor. With the chakra from the Ninetales, the extent of the sand burial expanded immensely, reaching a breadth of 5 miles and a depth exceeding 5,000 meters. This area transformed into the most terrifying quicksand zone. The parched sand swiftly absorbed nearly all the moisture from the mutated willow tree, completely severing its continuous supply of earth energy. In less than a quarter of an hour, the mutated willow began to wither, and the surrounding flames of sunlight rapidly diminished, soon to ignite the tree's very trunk. At this moment, the mutated willow found itself in dire straits. Lin Fan proclaimed, You too are one of the spiritual roots in this apocalypse, and should comprehend my words. You now have 2 choices, perish as ashes in this quicksand or submit to me. 3 seconds, choose wisely. The Crane Guardian and the Ninetales, in perfect synchrony, began to count together, 1, 2, 3. Before they could finish, all the branches of the mutated willow drooped down in a gesture of submission. Simultaneously, Lin Fan received a message in his mind, a melodious feminine voice pleading, Do not burn me. I beg you, spare me, and from this moment forth, I shall follow you. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have spared myself this torment, Lin Fan remarked. However, since you are unable to withstand my illusions, I must inscribe a curse upon your core. It shall be a curse unique to me. Should you dare betray me, it will annihilate your core. I am willing to accept your curse. The mutated willow tree dared not refuse Lin Fan and promptly conveyed its acquiescence through its powers, revealing its core. Lin Fan wasted no time inscribing the curse at the swiftest pace. Only then did Lin Fan truly breathe a sigh of relief. Both the Ninetales and the Guardian Crane were utterly exhausted, their spiritual connection severed, and they returned to Lin Fan's body. Just wait for me to rest for half a day, then I will transfer you along with the soil to another dimension, and subsequently return you to the base. Lin Fan addressed the mutated willow tree. Master, there is no need for such exertion. I am capable of transforming, replied the mutated willow, which then began to shrink continuously until it resembled an ordinary tree in size. Oh, you can indeed transform, Lin Fan remarked with mild astonishment. You are truly unlike other mutated plants. No wonder you bear fruit capable of elevating the levels of living beings. Afterwards, Lin Fan collected all the cores and brainstems, utilizing the spatial dimension and flying thunder god technique to return to the base. He promptly arranged a space for the mutated willow tree, clearing a section of land exclusively for it with Ming Lei's assistance. The ability of the mutated willow to shrink made matters significantly easier. Next came the distribution of the cores and brainstems, with an abundance of level 7 and 8 cores and brainstems, as well as some level 9. Lin Fan was confident that his superpowered subordinates would experience a substantial enhancement in a short time. After several outings, the Zhao brothers had also returned with numerous superpowered individuals and ordinary survivors, causing Lin Fan's team to grow increasingly formidable. Additionally, with a significant cache of weaponry procured from the Anda military camp, the combat strength of Lin Fan's faction would only intensify. Lin Fan had initially wished to consume the fruit, but its taste compelled him to wait a few more days. During this time, he naturally indulged in tender moments with Han Xuelu and Li Xianer, and even included Gao Yu. After 5 days, the fruit finally lost its peculiar odor, prompting Lin Fan to enter the spatial dimension and consume it. Instantly, an immense surge of energy filled his body, transforming him continuously. Late stage level 8. Early stage level 9. Early stage level 10. In less than half a day, Lin Fan's level reached early stage level 10. Yet he sensed that this was by no means the pinnacle. In the forthcoming period, he would swiftly ascend to late stage level 10, or even surpass it. Han Xuelu and Ming Lei, having been subjected to the divine transformation, either possessed level 9 cores or late-stage level 8 brainstems, thus experiencing significant advancement, either reaching level 7 or level 8. The remaining superpowered individuals mostly attained level 5, with many achieving level 6. Upon exiting the spatial dimension, Yu Fei was already waiting. Ha ha ha. Old Yu, how does the stench of the mutated dung beetle's ability compare? Lin Fan inquired with hearty laughter. Young master, let's not discuss such disgraceful matters. It was my folly to provoke the mutated dung beetle, Yu Fei replied with resignation. He then produced a ring for Lin Fan, adorned with diamonds. Young master, the diamond is a button. Once pressed, the Black God Nano Mech will attach itself to you, Yu Fei explained. Oh, my mech suit is ready? Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. Yu Fei nodded. However, young master, it is still inferior to my own mech ability, so this suit can only be utilized 10 times. Enough, Lin Fan exclaimed excitedly, taking the ring and slipping it onto his finger. If it weren't limited to just 10 uses, he would be tempted to test it immediately. At that moment, Li Zuner approached him with palpable enthusiasm. My lord, I believe my medical skills are now sufficient to perform a pupil transplant. Chapter 74, The Six-Legged Giant Beast. Upon hearing Li Zuner's words, Lin Fan felt an immense thrill. This meant he would soon acquire the power of rebirth. However, my lord, we will require some equipment, Li Zuner continued. In the entire county, only the city hospital possesses what we need. The city hospital is located in the most bustling area of the city, the place with the highest population. And it was crawling with zombies. After consuming that fruit, my level has reached 10, Lin Fan declared. Level 10? Li Zuner and Yu Fei gasped in astonishment. Wait. I'll make a trip to the city hospital and bring back all the equipment, Lin Fan asserted. My lord, I shall accompany you, Yu Fei offered. I have just reached the early stage of level 9, and my battle power is comparable to the late stage of level 9. Although it pales in comparison to your level 10, I assure you, I will not be a hindrance. Old Yu, make sure to expedite the creation of more sets of mecha armor. First, prepare 2 for the Zhao brothers. They frequently venture out, Lin Fan advised gently. Rest assured, with my current level 10 strength, I am invincible among my peers. Moreover, I possess the abilities of Heavenly Hand, Divine Might, and Flying Thunder God. As my level increases, I can easily access the 6 spaces of Byakugan, and I can also utilize the space-jumping power of the Rinnegan. Very well. I will hasten the production of additional mecha suits, Yu Fei nodded in agreement. Lin Fan then surveyed his base, feeling quite satisfied. Behind the earthen walls, various defensive measures had been constructed, and the military supplies he had procured were all in their designated places. Furthermore, Yu Fei had a continuous supply of Black God nanometal. He was confident that soon, his base would be as solid as a fortress. The foundation of the base was beginning to take shape. In this apocalypse, Lin Fan was destined to become the most formidable overlord, without question. It appears that the continuation of human civilization rests upon my shoulders, Lin Fan declared resolutely. Soaring into the air, Lin Fan headed toward the city. Caw caw caw. After flying a distance through the heavy snow and frost fog, Lin Fan's keen ears detected a piercing cry. He immediately activated his Byakugan and noticed a massive flock of giant crows approaching. Zombie crows, Lin Fan murmured. With hands forming seals, he unleashed a powerful fireball technique. However, these zombie crows released ice energy, effectively countering Lin Fan's fireball. It seems I require a greater fire technique. Lin Fan mused, forming seals again to summon a spirit. Yet, what appeared was not a guardian crane nor a nine-tailed fox, but a demon cat engulfed in blue flames. Possessing two tails. Two-tailed demon cat. Upon reaching the 10th level, the other-tailed beasts within the divine tree's fruit gradually awakened. Yulu, showcase your fire techniques to these undead crows, Lin Fan commanded. Yes, master. In the moment Yulu nodded, he sprang into action, moving like a specter, akin to a bolt of blue lightning. In an instant, he darted through the swarm of undead crows, none of which managed to react. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at Yulu's astonishing speed. By the time the undead crows responded, all of them were engulfed in blue flames. The roaring inferno intensifying dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, the undead crows had turned into a sea of blue fire. In a desperate attempt to extinguish Yulu's flames, the undead crows conjured ice filled with toxic miasma, but alas, the ice and poison merely fueled Yulu's blue blaze, causing it to grow ever more ferocious, and swathes of undead crows were reduced to ash. At that moment, Lin Fan sensed a formidable presence approaching. Raising his gaze, he beheld a colossal undead beast nearly 100 meters in length. It bore wings reminiscent of a wind-god's dragon and a body akin to that of a Tyrannosaurus rex, with 6 menacing claws beneath its belly. This must be a mutated dinosaur gene manifesting as a 6-legged undead behemoth, Lin Fan murmured. The monstrous creature blotted out the sky as it advanced, a stench of blood pervading the air. Its massive maw, filled with jagged teeth, suddenly inhaled, drawing in all of Yulu's blue flames and sparing a multitude of undead crows. Simultaneously, various other undead avians surged from all directions, clearly under the dominion of this 6-legged undead beast, which commanded the skies. Master, the numbers are quite substantial, Yulu remarked, his form rapidly expanding. As the blue flames painted the white sky, confronting the 6-legged undead behemoth head-on, Lin Fan retrieved a bottle of ergwotu, a bag of peanuts, and some spiced beef. Summoning 3 Dao-seeking jades, one transformed into a table, another into a chair, and the last formed a protective barrier around him. Yulu, we are not far from our base. To prevent these undead avians from disturbing our sanctuary, you know what must be done, Lin Fan said, leisurely sipping a small amount of ergwotu to warm his stomach. Understood, master. None shall escape, Yulu replied. Then let us commence. With a slight gesture, Lin Fan enveloped himself completely with the Dao-seeking jade, for he was indulging in his meal, and witnessing anything too bloody would surely spoil his appetite. As for Yulu, Lin Fan felt no concern, despite the multitude of undead aviants and the 6-legged beast being at the mid-9th level. Yulu had already reached the early 10th level, rendering these foes as trivial as dealing with minor adversaries. Indeed, Yulu faced the undead aviants like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a massacre. With a sweeping motion of his twin tails, large swathes of undead aviants were instantly incinerated to ash by the blue flames. The 6-legged undead behemoth, engulfed in flames, resembled a creature that had just emerged from the depths of magma, seeking to absorb Yulu's blue inferno once more. Very well. Let us allow you to indulge to your heart's content. Once again, the traveler emitted a cold snort, his twin tails converging as he unleashed a formidable surge of chakra. Within 3 seconds, he conjured an immense-tailed beast ball, imbued with a plethora of blue flame chakra, which shot forth directly towards the 6-legged zombie behemoth. Oblivious to the impending threat, the creature opened its maw and consumed the tailed beast ball. In the next moment, blue flames erupted from within its body, causing it to wail and roll in agony. However, before it could hit the ground, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. The tailed beast ball detonated, obliterating the mid-tier 9th-level zombie beast into mere ashes. Fire release, blue flame burial. The traveler bellowed, executing his most potent fire technique. The very fabric of the air distorted as blue flames ignited from the depths of space, rapidly transforming the surroundings into a sea of azure fire, claiming the lives of all the zombie avians within. Chapter 75, The Eerie City Hospital. With a mighty roar, the traveler summoned forth countless small blue flames, each containing a brainstem, remnants of the fallen zombie avians. Among them, One particularly large brainstem belonged to the six-legged zombie behemoth. At that moment, Lin Fan emerged from the Tao-seeking Jade, savoring the victory. "Traveler, well done. Here, enjoy a piece of beef," Lin Fan chuckled, offering a slice of meat to the traveler. "Master, you are so stingy. Just this tiny piece?" The traveler pouted. "Haha, fret not. Once we retrieve the equipment from the city hospital, you shall feast to your heart's content," Lin Fan reassured, gathering all the zombie brainstems. Before long, Lin Fan arrived in the city. The streets were teeming with zombies, densely packed from all directions. "Are there any survivors left in this city?" Lin Fan pondered, feeling a chill run down his spine at the sight of the overwhelming horde. He activated his Byakugan to survey the area and utilized his sage sensory perception. However, in an instant, Lin Fan sensed the energy fluctuations of the zombies converging upon him. Roar! The zombies erupted in a cacophony of wails, each raising their heads to howl at the sky. On the rooftops, numerous zombies leapt in frenzied abandon, their target being Lin Fan. Many flying zombies ascended directly into the air, intent on tearing Lin Fan to shreds. Could my Byakugan and sage sensory perception have been detected so quickly? Lin Fan mused gravely, realizing that formidable zombies, potentially even 10th level ones, lurked in the city. Shinra Tensei. Lin Fan extended his right hand and unleashed the powerful repulsion technique, shattering the airborne zombies before they could touch the ground. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the city hospital. Suddenly, the snowflakes around him began to swirl like a storm, countless icy blades slicing through the air, aiming to pierce his very being. From above, a chilling spear descended, laced with deadly corpse poison, emanating an ominous energy wave of mid-tier 10th level. Such formidable energy, Lin Fan murmured, swiftly forming hand seals to execute dust release. Dust release, disintegration technique. A blinding white light erupted, sweeping through the surroundings and obliterating all icy assaults. Under the piercing gaze of the wide eye, Lin Fan discerned the zombie that had launched an assault against him. It was a towering white magic zombie, standing at an imposing height of 4 meters, adorned with pale, flesh-like wings and possessing 6 arms. Its eyes radiated a toxic energy, manifesting intricate patterns. Soon, a series of formidable auras emerged in succession. Lin Fan could not help but exclaim in disbelief, "Goodness, they are all level 10. The sheer number of level 10 zombies was staggering for such a small county. One could only imagine the multitude that might exist in a larger city. He had initially believed that attaining level 10 would render him invincible, only to realize that the depths of this small county's district were far more profound than he anticipated. No wonder Xiaoyu had remarked that level 10 was merely the beginning in the apocalypse. Suddenly, a massive maw descended from above, revealing a winged shark zombie. Lin Fan had no desire to linger in battle. The overwhelming number of zombies posed a grave threat, and a single misstep could lead to his demise. Thus, he promptly activated his celestial force, simultaneously hurling a dart and using his divine might to shift away, followed by the teleportation technique known as Flying Thunder God. In no time, Lin Fan arrived near the city hospital and entered an alternate dimension, choosing to wait there for a day before re-emerging. Upon his return, Lin Fan scrutinized the city hospital, quickly realizing something was amiss. There was not a single zombie in the vicinity of the hospital, and upon further inspection with his white eye, he discerned that not one zombie inhabited the entire establishment. "What on earth is happening?" Lin Fan murmured. Soon, he discovered a number of supernatural beings in the hospital's basement, and through his celestial perception, he noted that their levels were impressively high, ranging from 8 to 9, with some reaching level 10. Yet, these beings emanated an odd aura. The most striking aspect was their outwardly strong appearance belied by an underlying frailty. There is something amiss, Lin Fan pondered as he descended into the hospital, making his way directly to the basement. The basement door stood ajar, revealing a space devoid of any substantial defenses. It remained unchanged since the onset of the apocalypse. As Lin Fan entered, the supernatural beings merely cast him a cursory glance before resuming their own activities. He then took a closer look at them. Despite their high levels, they appeared dazed and lethargic, reminiscent of individuals suffering from severe substance abuse. What on earth is going on with these individuals? Lin Fan's confusion deepened. Although they were of high rank, they seemed almost hollowed out. These beings could hardly contend with the formidable zombies outside, and with the sheer numbers of the undead. It was perplexing that not a single one had ventured near the hospital. The more he contemplated, the greater his bewilderment grew. At that moment, he sensed the presence of others approaching, but upon turning to look, he found nothing amiss. Although he considered using his wide eye for observation or his celestial perception, He refrained from doing so in order to avoid revealing too much. Lin Fan remained vigilant. His instincts proved correct as a voice suddenly resonated. Ha ha ha. Welcome, new friends. Then, for individuals clad in white coats, adorned with white hats and masked faces, materialized out of thin air, advancing towards Lin Fan. Upon witnessing these four figures, the other supernatural beings instantly became invigorated. Their previously numb expressions transformed into smiles as they bowed and prostrated themselves before the newcomers. However, Lin Fan was taken aback, his heart racing at their sudden appearance. It was not a mere manifestation of spatial energy. He could sense that they had appeared purely ex nihilo. What kind of power is this? Lin Fan pondered intensely. Is it an invisibility ability? Yet, it did not feel like it. Or perhaps it is an extraordinarily advanced form of invisibility, beyond my comprehension? Lin Fan decided to abandon his reservations and directly employed his celestial perception. This heightened awareness left him even more astonished. He could hardly detect any energy from these four individuals, who appeared as ordinary as common folk. Yet, how could they possibly be unremarkable? In that fleeting moment, they exuded an aura of profound danger, a sensation that resonated with Lin Fan's instinctual sixth sense. Often, especially in the face of formidable threats, this intuition proved remarkably accurate. What transpired within this city hospital? Lin Fan's curiosity deepened, and his demeanor grew increasingly grave as he silently contemplated the nature of the extraordinary beings that resided here. His celestial perception continued to scan the hospital, revealing that aside from the basement, every other area was utterly devoid of presence, not a single trace of energy detected, nor any fluctuations that might obstruct his perception. How eerie. At that moment, the four figures approached Lin Fan directly. Chapter 76, Extraterrestrial Civilization. Please. They spoke in unison, extending their hands simultaneously as an impressively sophisticated stretcher materialized before them, much like the four had done earlier. Although their tone was calm, and they instinctively bowed, the invitation brooked no refusal. An invisible pressure began to emanate from them. Should Lin Fan hesitate or decline, they would undoubtedly compel him. Driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the truth behind this enigmatic situation, Lin Fan could not afford to reject their offer. He nodded slightly and reclined onto the stretcher. As he lay down, his gaze swept across the four figures. The Sharingan manifested in his eyes, and he attempted to cast an illusion upon them. Yet, he failed. The four, however, seemed unfazed by Lin Fan's attempt with the Sharingan. This realization struck Lin Fan deeply, despite having reached the pinnacle of level 10. He felt akin to a mere jester. It was the first time he experienced such a sensation, especially at his current level. Lin Fan felt a surge of dissatisfaction within him, yet the more he felt this way, the more determined he became to unveil the true nature of these formidable entities. Lin Fan was carried away on a stretcher, eliciting intense envy from the other supernatural beings present. Some could not contain their curiosity and began to inquire about the four emissaries. However, before their question could fully materialize, the four emissaries cast a piercing gaze upon the inquirer, their eyes erupting with beams of light that swiftly penetrated the individual's forehead, extinguishing their life in an instant. The body dissipated so completely that it was as if it had never existed. Lin Fan, observing this display of lethal precision reminiscent of the laser technology researched by Xiao Yu, found his mind racing with speculation. This scene rendered the remaining supernatural beings silent, forcing them to await further developments with bated breath. Upon exiting the underground chamber, an invisible pillar of light enveloped Lin Fan and the four emissaries. And in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan found himself in a new location, an expanse of blinding white. This place was dominated by numerous laboratories, constructed entirely from a gleaming white metal that Lin Fan sensed was far superior to the black nanometal of the abyss. Each laboratory was manned by individuals clad in white lab coats, white hats, and white masks, conducting experiments on various supernatural beings and an array of zombies. Led deeper into this enigmatic facility by the four emissaries, Lin Fan eventually entered a concealed grand laboratory. An overwhelming sense of extraterrestrial civilization washed over him. He murmured to himself, "It cannot be wrong. This must be the base of an alien civilization, and these individuals are aliens." As the grand laboratory doors swung open, Lin Fan was greeted by the sight of an elderly man with a receding hairline and white hair. Lin Fan recognized him as the renowned expert Baidaki from the city hospital. Not an alien? Lin Fan's mind raced again, but if he were not an alien, how could he have constructed such a high-tech facility? Had Baidaki attained level 10 on the very first day of the apocalypse? Or perhaps he was akin to Ji Chen, one of the masterminds behind this cataclysm? Dr. Bai. The four emissaries addressed him with reverence. Haha. Yet another friend from Blue Star has joined us. Bai Daki exclaimed with a smile, gesturing for the four to commence their actions. They promptly led Lin Fan to a machine designed for scanning. The mention of Blue Star puzzled Lin Fan. Was he not from Blue Star himself? After all, Bai Daki was undeniably a prominent figure at the city hospital, his large portrait still adorning the entrance of the outpatient department. At that moment, Lin Fan was engulfed by the machine, which immediately deployed 10 thick tubes, injecting him with an unknown liquid. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the grand laboratory. Upon further inspection, it became clear that Lin Fan had transformed into a wooden clone, his wood-style doppelganger. Furious, Bai Daki's eyes ignited with laser-like fury, obliterating Lin Fan's wooden avatar. With a roar that was both fearsome and menacing, he commanded, "Find him." "Yes, Dr. Bai," the four emissaries responded, their eyes morphing into scanning devices as they began to search the entire grand laboratory. Outside, others began their scanning operations, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, ultimately, they found nothing. "Dr. Bai, his true form may be in the hospital's basement," one of the four suddenly proclaimed. "Go immediately." Bai Dashi bellowed in anger. He was incensed. Believing himself to be an arrogant extraterrestrial who alone could toy with the denizens of Blue Star, now, he found himself outmaneuvered by them, a source of profound fury. "Disassemble him completely. No, I shall transform you into the most perfect human puppet." At this moment, Bai Dashi began to contemplate how to deal with Lin Fan. "No need." Lin Fan's voice resonated. "I am right here." Then, ripples in space manifested, and Lin Fan's true form appeared. The four in the grand laboratory instantly launched an attack on Lin Fan, unleashing beams of intense laser that curved towards him. However, they were oblivious to the fact that Lin Fan had already marked them with the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, all four collapsed. Their heads severed in an instant. Crack, 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 zing. Countless electrical circuits were embedded at the junction of their necks and heads. So they are indeed aliens. Lin Fan mused, then turned his gaze towards the grotesque Bai Dashi, casually inquiring, "But why do you inhabit the body of a Blue Star being?" "Spatial abilities." Bai Dashi would not deign to answer Lin Fan's question. He bared his teeth and unleashed an aura that surged to a peak of level 10. Then, he pressed a button on his console. In the next moment, Lin Fan was enveloped by an invisible beam of light. Not only Lin Fan, but Bai Dashi as well. Along with other extraterrestrials in the laboratory, the enhanced beings under study, and various zombies. Lin Fan sensed that this invisible beam possessed formidable spatial confinement capabilities. Should he wish to escape, whether employing heavenly hand power, Flying Thunder God, or divine might, he would require some time, at least 3 seconds. But 3 seconds would prove too late, as the invisible beam could transport Lin Fan to several locations. Thus, he did not resist being taken away. Instead, Lin Fan activated the Thunder Escape technique, coalescing into Thunder Armor. His reincarnation Sharingan fully transformed into its Sharingan state, and in an instant, the complete body of Susanoo manifested. In the next moment, Lin Fan found himself in a vast new space, surrounded by white metallic barriers, devoid of anything else. Shortly thereafter, the extraterrestrials appeared, followed by the enhanced beings and various zombies. Kill. Chapter 77. Confrontation with Extraterrestrial Civilization. Although Bai Dashi did not physically appear, his menacing voice echoed throughout the space. Roar, roar, roar. The enhanced beings and zombies descended into madness, entering a frenzied state. Some of their bodies swelled, while others consumed their own vitality at an alarming rate. In any case, all had ascended 2 to 3 levels from their original states, charging towards Lin Fan. Among them, there exists a multitude of level 10 psychics and zombies. Although these level 10 psychics and zombies are merely hollow shells, forcefully enhanced by Bai Dashi through pharmaceuticals, their sheer numbers pose a significant threat, rendering it a life and death battle for Lin Fan. "Come on," Lin Fan bellowed, forming seals with his hands, summoning nearly 10,000 shadow clones. Celestial Art, Grand Spiral Sphere. The shadow clones, undeterred by the zombies' bites, displayed no concept of death. Each one was even more frenzied than the rampaging psychics and zombies, unleashing a relentless barrage with the Grand Spiral Sphere. Boom, boom. Following this tumultuous onslaught, the psychics and zombies suffered catastrophic losses, with over half of their ranks falling. During this chaos, every shadow clone inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark at their respective locations. Enveloped in lightning armor, Lin Fan executed the lightning release, hell-piercing strike. Then, beneath the flying thunder god, the space became saturated with lightning, exuding an overwhelming and destructive force, blood splattering, flesh flying, and bones scattering. In mere seconds, the remaining psychics and zombies crumbled, torn asunder. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan ascended into the air, the reincarnation Sharingan spinning, transforming into the Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. With a swift motion, all corpses and remnants of flesh were repelled against the surrounding white metal, ground to dust. The extraterrestrials, however, evaded the Shinra Tensei, their bodies becoming transparent as they delved into the depths of space. This was not a psychic ability, but rather a manifestation of technological prowess over spatial forces. Lin Fan pondered, marveling at the advanced nature of this alien civilization. If only he could seize this place. At that moment, he could not help but feel a twinge of greed for such perfection. This was indeed a paradise amidst the apocalypse. However, it was still too early for such thoughts. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the extraterrestrials vanishing into space, his Byakugan and Sharingan both scrutinizing, sensing that these beings were far from ordinary. Engage. At that moment, Baidashi's chilling voice rang out once more. All the extraterrestrials immediately removed their hats, masks, and lab coats, revealing their true forms, metallic skin and robotic bodies. Invisible currents of electricity coursed through them, intertwining with the fabric of this space. In that instant, the Byakugan detected an abundance of energy spheres of various attributes within this realm: golden, fiery, and spatial energy spheres. The essence of these energy spheres was transmitted through the invisible currents to the extraterrestrials, bestowing them with the abilities inherent to these energy spheres. The earlier manipulation of space was a result of their connection to the spatial energy spheres. So that's how it is, Lin Fan murmured to himself. With a commanding order from Baidashi, the extraterrestrial beings unleashed a barrage of fiery lasers, golden rays, and earth-based beams, each possessing a formidable power of at least level 9, with many exceeding level 10. Each laser was imbued with a potent electric current, so intense that merely sensing it would awaken an instinctive awareness of its ability to conduct through any material. In the face of such currents, it seemed that no insulator could withstand their might. Thus, even if Lin Fan invoked earth and wood techniques for defense, he would inevitably be struck by these lasers. Determined to retaliate, he declared, "An eye for an eye. Lightning release. Qilin." Lin Fan swiftly activated his lightning technique, willingly absorbing the electric currents from the alien onslaught and transforming them into an even more powerful Qilin, devoid of the currents. The lasers were thwarted by the full manifestation of Susanoo, which greatly enlarged the Qilin. However, mere thunder from the Qilin was insufficient to vanquish these aliens, prompting Lin Fan to employ one of the techniques from his Rinnegan, the Sage Art, in-release lightning style. This unique lightning was fused into the Qilin's ninjutsu, morphing into the form of 1,000 birds, which were released instantaneously, overwhelming all the extraterrestrials. Crackling sounds echoed as each alien was reduced to ashes, their boundless electric currents proving utterly ineffective against Lin Fan's integrated lightning technique. Some aliens, quick to react, evaded into the depths of space. "Humph," Lin Fan scoffed, before unleashing his divine might, instantly appearing behind one of the aliens that had retreated into the spatial depths. He unleashed a Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken, which obliterated the alien into fragments, scattering electric circuits across the ground. After reaching level 10, Lin Fan's mastery of divine might had ascended to a realm akin to that of Uchiha Obito. To him, the hidden spaces of these extraterrestrials were merely a matter of a glance. Next, Lin Fan's Rinnegan underwent a complete transformation into the divine might Sharingan. With each rotation of the pattern within his eyes, he would materialize behind an alien concealed in space, bestowing upon them the same fate with a Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken. What? At this moment, Baidashi could no longer maintain his composure. His voice filled with disbelief. How can this be? Space is infinite, layered upon layers. Even with your extraordinary spatial abilities, it's impossible to pinpoint every hidden spatial node so precisely. My powers are beyond your comprehension, Lin Fan retorted with a cold smile. Reveal yourself. These insignificant creatures meet a fate harsher than the last, only to further darken your mood. You are not worthy to contend with me. Baidashi bellowed in rage. Suddenly, from all directions, white metallic cages emerged, totaling 16 in number. Lin Fan's expression hardened as he sensed the danger emanating from within the white metallic confines. What exquisite white metal! It certainly surpassed the inferior black god nanometal by several tiers. Despite my close-range observation with Byakugan and sensory perception, I failed to detect its presence. At that moment, Lin Fan was once again overwhelmed with deep emotions. The sound of rustling filled the air. As the 16 white metallic cages swung open, enormous dinosaurs emerged. Undoubtedly, these were mutated and modified creatures, their bodies a fusion of machinery and flesh. However, at this moment, the dinosaurs remained with their eyes closed, clearly indicating that the scientist had yet to awaken them. The dinosaurs had arrived on Blue Star 65 million years ago, Lin Fan inquired with great intensity. Chapter 78, Unrivaled Beneath the King Level, a one-for-one exchange above the 10th level. Humph. I once conquered this blue planet, and now awakened, I shall conquer it once more. The cold voice of Baidashi proclaimed that these are the strongest 16 mutated dinosaurs, transformed by my own hand, truly unparalleled. Each of them stands at the pinnacle of level 10. All are invincible beneath the kingly rank. Are they truly unrivaled below the monarch level? Lin Fan scoffed. I cannot concur with your assertion, for the true invincibility beneath the rank of kings belongs to me in this present moment. What an arrogant monkey he is. Baidu was filled with amusement, laughing heartily. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, 16 mutated dinosaurs awakened. Among them were the Tyrannosaurus rex, Spinosaurus, Giganotosaurus, Megalodon, and Carcharodontosaurus, some of the most formidable carnivorous dinosaurs. Thus, after their mutation, they became exceptionally powerful, and with the enhancement of technology, they could truly be deemed unparalleled. The sheer volume of their roars left Lin Fan somewhat disoriented. It is important to note that Lin Fan was currently under the complete manifestation of Susanoo. You shall rend him apart. With this final command from Baida, the 16 mutated dinosaurs launched a genuine offensive, charging forward to savagely tear at Lin Fan. Crack! Crack! 16 gaping maws clamped onto the Susanoo, their relentless gnashing causing the mighty construct to fracture and crumble. Halt! Lin Fan swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra to stabilize the complete Susanoo, and then wielded the colossal chakra sword in a sweeping strike. All-encompassing, with a single strike. The three-headed mutated dinosaur was cleaved in twain. Next, allow me to demonstrate what it means to be invincible beneath the royal level. Exhibiting a one-for-one combat prowess above the 10th tier, Lin Fan scoffed coldly and then invoked a summoning technique within his Susanoo. He unleashed it successively 9 times. Boom, boom, boom. All 9-tailed beasts have made their appearance. How could this be? What manner of colossal creature is this? At this moment, Baidashi was not merely unable to maintain his composure, rather, he was engulfed in a profound panic. This was his territory, where he could perceive everything through the currents of electricity. He sensed the formidable presence of the 9-tailed beasts, each as powerful as Lin Fan. Lin Fan calmly remarked, I have dealt with 3 of them, yet there remain 13, although their numbers exceed yours. I hope to witness all 13 of these mutated dinosaurs fall before I finish this exquisite ribeye steak and this glass of red wine. As he spoke, the jade of seeking Tao transformed once more into a seat, and shortly thereafter, steaming steak and wine materialized. This was prepared by Han Shuelu at the behest of Lin Fan's clone. Indeed, master, the 9-tailed beast responded in unison, and thus, the assault commenced. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, the battle between the colossal beasts commenced. The mutated dinosaurs, possessing mechanical defenses, compelled Lin Fan to ensure that his tailed beasts were not at a disadvantage in this regard. After savoring a morsel of steak, he promptly summoned 9 clones, directing them to coalesce the Susanoo for the 9-tailed beasts. With an impenetrable defense established, the tailed beast launched a frenzied assault, toppling all 16 mutated dinosaurs in less than a quarter of an hour. Is this what you deem the strongest beneath the unparalleled royal level? Lin Fan scoffed, continuously scanning for Baidashi with his Byakugan, yet finding him elusive. Baidashi remained silent, but one could surmise he was engulfed in rage and loathing. Unable to accept such a dismal outcome, Lin Fan continued, What is the matter? Still not revealing yourself? He contemplated uniting the 9-tailed beasts to forge the ultimate tailed beast orb, capable of piercing through this realm, but he hesitated, reluctant to part with such a perfect space. Should it fall into the hands of Yu Fei, Gao Yu, and Li Shinner for research, it would undoubtedly yield significant discoveries. At that moment, another white metallic cage materialized. As the door swung open, a relatively small mutated dinosaur emerged. This creature was extraordinary, resembling various carnivorous dinosaurs, Spinosaurus, Tyrannosaurus rex, Therizinosaurus, and others. In essence, any carnivorous dinosaur Lin Fan could envision manifested within this being. Moreover, its flesh was intricately fused with the white metal. the strongest mutated dinosaur. Baidashi's voice resounded once more, frenzied and fervent. All carnivorous dinosaur genes have amalgamated, bestowing it with the most exquisite attributes of its kind. It is the ultimate weapon. Indeed, a sense of peril enveloped Lin Fan. I feel the danger, he murmured, employing his Byakugan and Rinnegan to scrutinize the creature. While also utilizing sage sensory perception, his expression gradually turning contemplative. However, he sensed no sentience emanating from it. In other words, it lacks intelligence, he surmised. If I am not mistaken, this mutation of yours is far from flawless. Have you discovered it? Baidashi roared. Indeed, it is imperfect. It lacks the most crucial element, an extraordinary intelligence to control all dinosaur abilities. Thus, monkey, you have forced my hand. If I do not dismantle you piece by piece and transform your consciousness into a robotic entity, forever enslaved to my will, my heart's vengeance shall remain unquenched. Upon hearing Baidashi's frenzied and vengeful declarations, Lin Fan's gaze shifted as realization dawned upon him. I see now. You intend to control this dinosaur with your own intellect. No, you must become this mutated dinosaur, Baidashi retorted. Indeed, monkey, you are perceptive. To wield perfect control over all the capabilities of this mutated dinosaur, only my own intelligence will suffice. Yet, if that were to occur, due to the research still being incomplete, my consciousness would forever remain within this creature. Baidashi howled. In that moment, I would be this mutated dinosaur. The intensity of Baidashi's roar mirrored the depth of his hatred. Were it not for dire necessity, who would desire to be eternally transformed into a mutated dinosaur? Humph, you brought this upon yourself, Lin Fan sneered coldly. Of course, if you submit to me, you can remain as you are. What do you say? Consider it. Monkey. I'll consider your mother. Baidashi roared furiously. You, a lowly monkey, how dare you compare yourself to my noble self? Only you should bow before me. With a furious bellow, Baidashi finally revealed himself, emerging from a white metal cage. As he stepped out, his naked body crackled with white electricity, which surged into the mutated dinosaur beside him, instantly reviving it. Simultaneously, Baidashi's original human form began to disintegrate, dissolving into nothingness under the electric current. Meanwhile, the mutated dinosaur's eyes snapped open, its aura skyrocketing beyond the peak of level 10, though not quite reaching the true king level beyond. It was a transitional state, half-step king level. Sensing this overwhelming presence, Lin Fan's expression darkened completely. This guy, though not yet king level, he has undoubtedly surpassed the peak of level 10. Chapter 79, An Illusion? Roar. With a deafening roar, Baidashi, now fully transformed into the mutated dinosaur, launched his attack. Master, don't worry, Shikaka boasted arrogantly, still oblivious to the severity of the situation. Even if this two-legged beast is strong, with the 9 of us, we'll crush him in no time. Bam. Yet the moment Shikaka finished speaking, a massive tail slammed into him, sending him flying with a pained groan, rendering him nearly incapacitated. The tail belonged to Baidashi, who had appeared before Shikaku in an instant, leaving no time for reaction. The other tailed beasts tensed immediately, bracing for battle, but none could match Baidashi's speed. Even Matatabi, the fastest among them, was swatted aside with a single claw strike, knocked unconscious. Bam! 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 In less than 10 seconds, all 9-tailed beasts lay defeated, either unconscious or barely clinging to life. Had they not been clad in Susanoo armor, they likely would have perished outright. After this devastating assault, the Susanoo protecting the tailed beasts shattered completely, and Lin Fan's wood clones crumbled into lifeless wood. Without hesitation, Lin Fan dispelled the summoning jutsu, recalling the tailed beasts into his body to recover using the chakra of the divine tree's fruit. Baidashi's overwhelming power left Lin Fan deeply unsettled. This strength, it truly surpasses the peak of level 10. He exists on an entirely different level. The only way I can kill him is with the all-killing ash bones or the first poison. But to use the all-killing ash bones, I must drag him into the Byakugan's gravity dimension. Here, the spatial suppression is too strong. It would take at least 5 seconds to pull him in, and he'd never give me that time. As for the first poison, he'd recognize its lethality instantly and never allow me the chance. Does this mean I'm doomed to lose? A wave of analysis culminated in an undoubtedly disastrous outcome, leaving Lin Fan profoundly shaken and his expression increasingly grave. Baidashi approached with heavy steps, his imposing figure swaying, a sinister grin upon his face. Mere dismemberment would not suffice to quench my deep-seated hatred. I yearn for your eternal servitude as a mechanical slave, for I shall exist in this form perpetually. Indeed, after your dissection, I could resurrect your flesh, subjecting you to ceaseless cycles of torment. With this resolution, Baidashi surged toward Lin Fan. Electricity crackled, lasers convulsed, and energy surged forth. The death claw of the dinosaur emerged, bearing an overwhelming force as it descended upon Lin Fan with ferocity, its talons glistening with a metallic sheen. Lin Fan deftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the attack. However, as he maneuvered to a specific location, Baidashi appeared instantaneously beside him. How could this be? It was Lin Fan's turn to be astonished, soon realizing the cause. Behind him, Baidashi had consumed the spatial energy of the area, granting him formidable spatial abilities, thus enabling him to keep pace with Lin Fan's technique. Boom! The space trembled as the claw struck Lin Fan. Yet it passed through him, for he had invoked divine might. I can sense that employing such spatial abilities drains a tremendous amount of energy. And within the confines of my spatial blockade, your consumption is magnified several-fold, Baidashi declared coldly. So, how many times can you evade? Even if it takes a century, I shall remain relentless. With that, Baidashi launched a relentless barrage of attacks. After a series of over 10 strikes, Lin Fan found himself utterly exhausted, panting heavily. It ends now, Baidashi roared, pursuing him relentlessly. Electricity crackled and enveloped the area. One sweeping tail unleashed countless strikes, threatening to overwhelm Lin Fan in an instant. Yet, suddenly, Lin Fan's divine might augmented his speed, allowing him to delve deeper into the spatial nodes, effortlessly evading Baidashi's onslaught. Observing Lin Fan now, he appeared far from fatigued. Instead, he radiated vitality. During the earlier confrontation with the 16 mutated dinosaurs, Baidashi had failed to notice Lin Fan utilizing divine might. Unaware that Lin Fan had transferred the cores of those creatures into an alternate space, during this time of attack, Lin Fan had been absorbing the cores using the Hungry Ghost path, thus enabling his rapid recovery. How is this possible? Baidashi's fury reached new heights. With a flourish, he conjured 20 phantasmal duplicates of himself, each launching a swift assault on Lin Fan. Divine Might, Flying Thunder God, Celestial Hand Force. Lin Fan deftly wielded 3 abilities to evade the onslaught. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless game of chase, a pursuit that stretched over 2 full days. Boom. At last, Baidashi finally caught up with Lin Fan, his claws slashing through the air. Even though Lin Fan had summoned the Susanoo and Thunder Armor, the dinosaur's talons still tore deep wounds into his chest. The recoil sent Lin Fan flying backward, tumbling uncontrollably through the air. Baidashi would not grant him even a moment's respite. He pressed his assault with increasing ferocity, leaving Lin Fan riddled with wounds. Yet, Lin Fan remained standing. And so the onslaught continued. But this time, Lin Fan's Susanoo effortlessly intercepted Baidashi's strike, flinging him aside with disdainful ease. The dinosaur crashed to the ground, the impact threatening to shatter his entire skeletal frame. How is this possible? Baidashi's massive dinosaur head shook in disbelief as he scrambled to his feet, frantically assessing Lin Fan's power level. It hadn't increased, still at the early 9th rank. What is happening? Baidashi's mind teetered on the edge of collapse. He charged again, only to be effortlessly hurled down once more. In a flash, Lin Fan's Susanoo descended, its colossal foot crushing Baidashi's skull. Death came swiftly. Yet, in the next instant, Baidashi reappeared, whole, unharmed, on the opposite side. The sight of his own resurrection left him stunned. His bloodshot eyes darted wildly before a flicker of realization dawned. Trembling, he whispered, none of this is real." Lin Fan laughed. "Ha. Of course it isn't. Otherwise, you'd already be dead beneath my foot. How else could you still be breathing? An illusion, this is an illusion. You possess illusionary abilities too? But when did I fall into your trap?" Panic seized Baidashi. Chapter 80. The Titan. This isn't an illusion, it's ninjutsu. A technique that traps you in an endless cycle, Lin Fan stated calmly. Impossible. My will is fused with electricity, eternal, unbreakable. No illusion or ninjutsu can ensnare me. Baidashi refused to believe it. With a furious roar, his dinosaur form swelled, power surging through him as he launched another desperate assault. Rip! His claws sent Lin Fan flying, blood spraying from the wounds. Soon, Lin Fan was drenched in crimson. Yet, in the next moment, he effortlessly blocked Baidashi's strike, then crushed his skull beneath his foot once more. The cycle repeated. Again, Baidashi revived. Again, the same scene unfolded. "I don't believe this." Baidashi raged, attacking with reckless abandon, only to be trapped in the same relentless loop. "You will never know how you truly die." Lin Fan's icy voice echoed before he withdrew from the genjutsu. In reality, Baidashi stood motionless before him, eyes closed. though Lin Fan was covered in blood. The wounds were superficial. What truly mattered was his Rinnegan, now drained of light, faded into a lifeless, ashen white. The usage of Izanami has led to this predicament. Baidashi has fallen victim to an illusion, one that can ensnare living beings in a cycle of reincarnation, much like Izanami herself. At this moment, Lin Fan's level is at the late stage of the 10th rank. After absorbing the cores of those mutated dinosaurs through the realm of hungry ghosts, Lin Fan believed that his late-stage 10th rank would grant him the extraordinary strength to surpass that very threshold. However, he soon realized his overestimation. It was simply unattainable. Upon reaching the 10th rank, he found himself unable to engage in combat beyond his level. At least not to possess the strength of a half-step king rank within the 10th rank, he could only approach it infinitely. Consequently, Lin Fan was left with no alternative. Disregarding the blindness of his reincarnation Sharingan as he invoked Izanami. Covering his blinded eye, he immediately summoned the power of the sage body for healing, and gradually, the reincarnation Sharingan began to regain its vitality. This prompted Lin Fan to laugh heartily, for he had anticipated that the recovery abilities of the sage body would suffice to restore his Sharingan after using Izanami. Although the process was slow, the mere possibility of restoration was enough to bring him relief. At that moment, the space of Kamui opened, revealing Lin Fan's would release clone. Without Baidashi's manipulation of the spatial lockdown, the original spatial barriers were insufficient to impede even Lin Fan's would release clone. Subsequently, Han Xuelu, Gao Yu, Li Xianer, Yu Fei, and Ming Lei also arrived. The sight of the white metal, far surpassing his own black god nano gold, left Lin Fan utterly astonished. If only he could forge a nanosuit from this white metal, what a marvel that would be. Lin Fan then handed over the black god nano mecha ring previously given by Yu Fei, stating that in the face of this white metal, the mecha was rendered utterly useless and required swift modification. Indeed, young master, Yu Fei nodded. The three women from the alien civilization and Ming Lei were equally astounded. Pondering the nature of this metal, you shall soon discover, Lin Fan replied, as his would release clone cast Tsukuyami upon Baidashi, probing the depths of his knowledge. Only then did the others realize that Lin Fan's true eyes were blinded, which filled them with immense concern. Young master, your reincarnation Sharingan. Young master, did you use Izanami on this mutated dinosaur? Lin Fan nodded affirmatively, assuring them, indeed, but fear not. The recovery power of the sage body will restore my sight. It merely requires time. Hearing that there was hope for recovery, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Through Tsukuyami, Lin Fan and his companions learned of Baidashi's origins and everything pertaining to him. He hailed from a planet known as the Mechanical Planet, inhabited entirely by mechanical life forms. Baidashi, having faced adversity there, departed in a spaceship, arriving on Blue Star during the Age of Dinosaurs. He then began to modify the dinosaurs. However, this period of prosperity was short-lived, as numerous alien civilizations invaded Blue Star during the dinosaur era. In the ensuing battles, Baidashi sustained grave injuries, and his mechanical body was utterly obliterated, leaving only his consciousness and will fused with electricity, which lay dormant within the Titan spaceship he had hidden away in advance. Only recently did it awaken and subsequently seize the corporeal form of Dr. Baidashi. The Titan, an extraterrestrial vessel, is equipped with an array of advanced technological devices. Young master, this truly heralds our moment of fortune, Gao Yu remarked, endowing us with the means to contend against Ji Chen. Furthermore, Baidashi has developed numerous genetic serums, while many possess side effects with enhancements. These serums will undoubtedly evolve into ones devoid of any adverse reactions, significantly augmenting the talents and physiques of our endowed individuals. Even more astonishing is that ordinary survivors, upon utilizing these genetic serums, will transform into genuine supernatural beings. The mere thought of it is exhilarating, Lin Fan proclaimed. Han Xuelu also expressed her sentiments, asserting that among all the genetic serums produced by this man, the most formidable is the one capable of repelling zombies. The absence of any undead within the city hospital is attributable to this serum, which Baidashi referred to as Zombie Number 1. By dispersing this serum around our base, we can essentially eliminate the worry of zombie ambushes. Lin Fan promptly instructed Ming Lei, extract the Zombie Number 1 serum and immediately disperse it around our base. Also, ensure that the ground beneath the base is treated, to guarantee our utmost security. Understood, young master, Ming Lei nodded. Yu Fei, Xiaoyu, Xuelu, and Zuner. The operation of the Titan is entrusted to you. Navigate it over our base. Lin Fan continued his directives. Acknowledged, young master, the group affirmed. Remember, for the time being. Do not disclose the existence of the Titan to anyone outside our core circle, Lin Fan cautioned. The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they each undertook their respective tasks. While Lin Fan eliminated Bai Dashi and obtained his core, retreating to the laboratory for rest and recuperation, the high-tech abode was remarkable, with every task automated. Even personal hygiene attended to by mechanical arms. In this sanctuary, Lin Fan reclined on a spatial bed, free from all concerns. Undressing, bathing, and brushing his teeth were all managed through automation. Compared to pre-apocalypse 5-star hotels, this Titan was undoubtedly his greatest acquisition amidst the apocalypse. In sheer comfort, Lin Fan found himself compelled to reflect on his circumstances. Chapter 81, Transplantation. Before long, Lin Fan drifted into slumber, sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. This was the first true rest Lin Fan experienced. The earlier encounters with Han Xuelu, Gao Yu, and Li Zuner were not sleep but rather epic battles. Upon awakening, Lin Fan discovered that his reincarnation Sharingan had regained a faint visibility, and the essence chakra in his eyes had begun to converge anew. In approximately 10 days, I shall be fully restored, Lin Fan murmured. At that moment, Yu Fei and the others had already maneuvered the Titan over the base. The Titan possessed self-hiding capabilities, remarkably advanced, having entered a profound spatial node. Without an exceptionally powerful spatial ability, one would be utterly oblivious to its presence. At first, Lin Fan failed to recognize that the Titan was a prime example of its kind. It is worth noting that Lin Fan possessed formidable abilities, the divine might, the flying thunder god technique, the heavenly hand strength, spatial teleportation, and the exclusive space of the Byakugan. In terms of spatial capabilities, he was unrivaled. Meanwhile, Yu Fei, Gao Yu, Han Xuelu, and Li Zuner were all preoccupied with their tasks, so Lin Fan refrained from disturbing them. After a brief acknowledgement, he ascended to a high altitude to absorb natural energy, which would expedite the recovery of his reincarnation Sharingan and allow him to attempt to reach the threshold of half-step king level. On the 9th day, the reincarnation Sharingan was fully restored, marking a rebirth that rendered it more resilient than ever. Lin Fan sensed that should he employ his Zanami again, he could recover within 5 days at most. Subsequently, Lin Fan dedicated an entire month to achieving the half-step king level. During this period, he either meditated to comprehend his powers or sought formidable zombies and mutated flora and fauna to engage in fierce battles. He ventured into the urban area multiple times, directly confronting vast hordes of zombies. However, he consistently fell short of reaching that critical juncture of half-step king level. This half-step king level is indeed elusive, Lin Fan mused. Recognizing the need for an opportunity, perhaps a chance for rebirth or a moment of enlightenment, he decided to accept the reality of his current limitations with grace and returned to the Titan. Everyone remained engrossed in their tasks. Although he had learned everything about the Titan through Suki's insights from Bai Dashi, practical application was an entirely different matter. Without ample time, familiarity was unattainable, and the spaceship housed many obscure spatial elements that needed exploration. Initially intending to continue his slumber, Lin Fan was interrupted by Li Zuner, who approached without uttering a word. She promptly pushed him onto the bed and fed him. Satisfied, she finally spoke. "My lord, after you adjust your state, we shall prepare for the transplant. With the precise instruments and equipment aboard this ship, coupled with my surgical abilities, I can ensure that the Nirvana pupils are implanted into your eyes with complete success." "Is that so?" Lin Fan replied, filled with excitement. The Nirvana ability means that, theoretically, as long as the energy is sufficient and chakra is inexhaustible, one can continuously be reborn. As long as the Nirvana pupils are protected in battle, ensuring their survival, my life could be considered limitless. "Indeed, prepare yourself, my lord," Li Zuner said. "Also, have Xuelu prepare. Once your transplant is complete, I will immediately proceed with the implantation of the gravity-controlling pupils for her." "Very well," Lin Fan responded eagerly. "By the way, Zuner, what about you? That eagle-eyed pupil would greatly enhance your surgical prowess. How will you manage your own implantation?" "My lord, I would have to rely entirely on the autonomy and precision of the equipment for my own transplantation. However, I have yet to master the medical devices aboard this ship fully, so I will need to wait a while longer, at most 3 months, Li Zuner explained. "That is understandable. After all, you are the sole practitioner of surgical abilities here," Lin Fan acknowledged. After half a day of adjusting his state, Li Zuner commenced Lin Fan's transplant surgery, which lasted 3 days and nights. Afterwards, Lin Fan needed to close his eyes and adapt for approximately 10 days, thus remaining in the Grand Laboratory throughout this period. Conversely, Han Xuelu required a month to acclimate due to her lack of a celestial body. The month-long adjustment was facilitated by the abundance of restorative super potions aboard the spacecraft. Otherwise, it might have taken her 6 months to fully adapt. During this adaptation phase, joyous events unfolded. Yufei discovered a plethora of exceptionally strong metals within a concealed space, each rivaling the quality of white metal. He also unearthed numerous robots, all of which, once activated, possessed capabilities exceeding level 8. Even more astonishing was the presence of a reformed army of mutated dinosaurs, all uniformly at level 9. Gao Yu stumbled upon a wealth of research manuscripts on genetic potions, signifying their ability to swiftly mass-produce potions that could alter innate talents and physical attributes. Han Xuelu made her own discoveries as well, uncovering over 10,000 sets of formidable mechas when donned by beings of level 8. They could elevate their combat prowess to level 9, and for level 9 beings, the potential rose to level 10. My lord, we truly need not fear any forces in this apocalyptic world, Yufei exclaimed, even that Ji Chen would have no chance of return. With genetic potions secured, mechas at hand, and weapons available, the only scarcity remained in personnel. Lin Fan remarked, continue your research. More is always better, provided that it is built on a foundation of quality. I shall seek out individuals. Although there are nearly no survivors in the city, the mountain villages should harbor a significant number of them. They would not reject our base. They certainly would not decline. Here we have water, electricity, heating, a continuous supply of food, and a secure order with established rules, Yufei added. Once the 10 days had elapsed and Lin Fan had adapted to the abilities of the Nirvana pupils, he promptly set off with the Zhao brothers. The Zhao brothers had made tremendous progress, both reaching the late stage of level 9, just a step away from level 10. And their mastery of lightning abilities had grown increasingly refined. Within a day, Lin Fan and the Zhao brothers traversed 4 villages, discovering nearly 100 survivors. In the ensuing days, Lin Fan, alongside the Zhao brothers, continued to seek out survivors, gradually increasing the number of ability users in the base to 2,000. As for ordinary individuals, not a single one remained. Thanks to the genetic potions, all had transformed into ability users. Perhaps it was due to the natural course of events. Or perhaps it was the buoyancy of Lin Fan's spirits during these days. But at a certain moment, he sensed he was on the brink of reaching the threshold of Half-Step King level. Is the Half-Step King level finally within reach? Lin Fan was overwhelmed with excitement as he directly traversed the alternate space to return to the Titan, entering a state of seclusion to enhance his abilities. After 3 days, Lin Fan finally attained his long-cherished Half-Step King level, now just 1 step away from the true King level. It appears that the advancement beyond level 10 is not merely a matter of accumulation, Lin Fan mused. It also requires a state of mind, an exquisitely perfected state of mind. Chapter 82. The Great General under Ji Chen. The higher the rank, the more talent and mindset are accentuated. It appears that in order to truly reach the realm of kings, I must pay greater attention to this aspect. Otherwise, no matter how much I accumulate, I will only achieve a marginal improvement within my current level, unable to attain a genuine transformation. The mindset requires tempering. One must not be hasty or overly eager. Over these past few days, it is precisely because I have ceased to be impatient and fervent that I have naturally progressed to a Half-Step King level. Lin Fan immediately became anxious and relayed the concept of mindset to all the core individuals under Yufei and Han Xuelu. Gao Yu promptly remarked that the reason he failed to reach the Half-Step King level in his previous life, and even to engage with the realm of kings, was due to neglecting this very mindset. Others began to reflect on this as well. In the ensuing period, everyone's levels experienced a remarkable surge. By acknowledging the significance of mindset, their talents manifested, and the rate of improvement accelerated, with all reaching level 10. Yufei and Gao Yu even touched upon the Half-Step King level, just as peace reigned in the base. Lin Fan sensed an unexpected visitor through his celestial perception, an extraordinary being, causing his expression to grow grave. My lord, what troubles you? Upon noticing Lin Fan's solemn demeanor, Yufei, Gao Yu, and others immediately inquired with concern. The newcomer's level is akin to mine, Half-Step King, Lin Fan replied gravely. Moreover, if my perception is accurate, he has likely reached this state long ago. What? Someone has achieved Half-Step King level even faster than you? How can that be? Han Xuelu and Ming Lei expressed their disbelief. If he is one of the apocalyptic decision-makers, it is indeed possible, Gao Yu interjected. Wait here. I shall meet this extraordinary being, Lin Fan declared. then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to await outside the Titan. Before long, an extraordinary being clad in golden mechanized armor approached with great speed. Lin Fan released his aura, causing the newcomer to immediately sense his level, which startled him. The helmet of the armor retracted, revealing a handsome visage, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "How is it possible that a mere county could harbor a half-step king-level extraordinary being? Surely level 7 is the utmost limit." Lin Fan replied coolly, "My friend, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our base?" Recovering from his astonishment at Lin Fan's level, the approaching extraordinary being adopted an imperious demeanor, coldly stating, "Listen closely. I shall say this only once. I am here to find Gaoyu. She should be in your custody. Yes?" "Yes," Lin Fan nodded, quickly confirming that the visitor was indeed one of the apocalyptic planners. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him, further aggravated by the newcomer's condescending attitude. "Indeed. She should have become one of your subordinates by now, so hand her over," the extraordinary being commanded, pointing a finger at Lin Fan with an undeniable tone. Lin Fan smiled wryly, lifting his gaze slightly and saying, "Actually, I wish to pose a question to you." "What question?" the extraordinary being responded, somewhat perplexed by Lin Fan's words. The atmosphere shifted abruptly as Lin Fan's tone turned ominously severe. "Who do you think you are, speaking so arrogantly before me? Why should I comply with your demands to hand over Gaoyu? Listen well, I shall repeat myself only once. Leave now, or I will end your life without hesitation." At the sound of Lin Fan's words, indignation surged among those present. The formidable aura of this extraordinary being radiated powerfully as he entered a state of readiness for battle. "Do you even comprehend to whom you are speaking? Are you aware of the orders you are defying?" He continued, "Let me enlighten you. I am Wang Yuqiang, one of the generals under the esteemed Ji Guoshi. Are you familiar with Ji Guoshi, the unparalleled sovereign who commands all technology and is the progenitor of extraordinary abilities on this blue star? Kneel and prostrate yourself immediately. And I, Wang Yuqiang, might consider sparing your life." Lin Fan's disdainful laughter echoed in response. "What absurdity! This so-called unparalleled sovereign is merely a self-serving instigator of this apocalypse. If he were present, I would have already dispatched him." Die. Wang Yuqiang could hardly contain his fury upon hearing Lin Fan's disdain for Ji Chen. With a swift motion, he conjured a golden battle blade aimed directly at Lin Fan. At that moment, Gaoyu emerged from the Titan, clad in a mechanized suit. "Wang Yuqiang, what brings you here?" she questioned sharply. Upon seeing Gaoyu, Wang Yuqiang's gaze fixated upon her. "You traitor! You dare to betray Ji Guoshi. You deserve a fate worse than death. Return with me at once to repent, or else. I have never served him. How could I betray him?" Gaoyu retorted coldly. "It is he who has betrayed the trust of the entire Yanhuang nation and all the people of Blue Star. Everyone revered him, believed he would deliver a promising future for all. Yet, for his selfish pursuit of immortality and the perfect genes of the undead, he unleashed this apocalypse, turning over 99% of humanity into zombies. You know nothing of greatness. That is true magnificence," Wang Yuqiang countered. "Blue Star's resources can no longer sustain such a population, and countless extraterrestrial civilizations covet our world. For humanity to endure, evolution is imperative. This apocalypse marks the beginning of that evolution. In the future, the inhabitants of Blue Star will be the elite among elites, a decision of unparalleled greatness. Only Ji Guoshi possesses such ambition. Such grandiloquence is laughable," Gaoyu scoffed. "But mark my words, he will fail, for my master shall vanquish him, shattering his delusions of grandeur and supremacy. Begone. I spare you today. But carry a message back to Ji Chen. It will not be long before I, Lin Fan, come to the capital to personally sever his head and use his blood to honor those who fell victim to this apocalypse," Lin Fan declared, waving dismissively at Wang Yuqiang. Upon hearing Lin Fan's declaration of intent to kill Ji Chen, Wang Yuqiang not only refrained from anger, but instead erupted into laughter, a scornful mirth directed at Lin Fan. "Youngster, your insults towards Ji Guoshi indeed ignite my fury, for Ji Guoshi is not one to be trifled with. Yet, your claim of wanting to kill him brings me genuine amusement." Lin Fan chuckled in return. "You find it amusing because Ji Chen has truly ascended to the realm of the genuine king level, haven't you?" Chapter 83, Complete Domination. "Oh, you are not as foolish as I presumed. Knowing this, yet you dare to act so brazenly. On what grounds?" Wang Yuqiang scoffed. "Do you believe you can rely on being a half-step king level? Ha ha ha. To be fair, you are quite impressive, establishing your own base and reaching the half-step king level. But having attained this rank, you ought to comprehend the terror it embodies and understand what the true king level signifies. Let me present you with an opportunity. Become Jiguisher's slave, and you may continue to live. Otherwise, your prattle is excessive, Lin Fan interjected coldly. Since you have no desire to return and convey messages to that so-called Ji Chen, you may remain here forever. With that, Lin Fan launched into action, raising his right hand while forming seals with his left, unleashing a lightning-style thousand-bird sharp gun that tore through the fabric of space and aimed directly at Wang Yuqiang's brow. Remain forever? Wang Yuqiang snorted. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the true prowess of a general under Ji Guosher and reveal to you that even among half-step king levels, the chasm between us is akin to a celestial divide. Wang Yuqiang effortlessly severed the thousand-bird sharp gun with his golden battle blade. The thunderous abilities, typically the most destructive, seemed trivial in his hands. His ease in dismantling Lin Fan's assault only deepened Wang Yuqiang's disdain. You must have stumbled upon your half-step king level status by sheer luck. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Fan appeared at Wang Yuqiang's side, not through celestial strength, divine might, or spatial leap, but via the flying thunder god technique. Upon reaching the half-step king level, Lin Fan's physical essence underwent a transformation, as did his mastery over energy, leading to an elevated understanding of various ninjutsu. With the flying thunder god, he could essentially mark anything, tangible or intangible. If it existed, it could bear his mark. The previous thousand-bird sharp gun was not merely an assault on Wang Yuqiang. It contained a mark of the flying thunder god. Lightning-style hell-piercing fingers. With lightning armor enveloping his form, Lin Fan unleashed the most potent lightning body technique. Wang Yuqiang's response was swift. His expression shifted dramatically, alongside his thunderous abilities. He sensed a spatial power that was extraordinary, a teleportation that bore no trace of spatial disturbance. It seemed he had underestimated Lin Fan. Understanding now why he had reached the half-step king level, the manifestation of spatial prowess compelled Wang Yuqiang to take the matter seriously. In an instant, he pivoted, unleashing his golden ability, akin to Ming Lei's powers, condensing into golden escape, which surged like molten lava, exhibiting a state of forging. This is a means of absolute defense coupled with a terrifying melting force. Every attack that strikes it will not only be repelled, but will also be transformed into nothingness. The melting shield, Wang Yuqiang bellowed. However, Lin Fan's thunderbolt descended, piercing through the melting shield directly. The hell stab, executed with unwavering dominance, shattered the golden mech suit encasing Wang Yuqiang. The sound of clattering metal echoed, accompanied by a scream. Ah! It was, of course, Wang Yuqiang's. The immense penetrating power of the lightning promptly sent him crashing down, contorting his body grotesquely, and the audible snap of breaking bones could be heard. Nevertheless, Wang Yuqiang, being a half-step king-level warrior, possessed astonishing physical resilience. He instantly recovered, springing back to his feet and retrieving a small vial of Jin serum from his pocket, which he consumed. His bones crackled once more as they mended. You dared to destroy my mech. Wang Yuqiang glared fiercely at Lin Fan, his voice a venomous roar, unforgiving and unrelenting. That was bestowed upon me by the esteemed Ji Guosher. Humph, a heap of scrap metal, and you dare to flaunt it, Lin Fan scoffed. Is this truly the great general under the so-called unparalleled Ji Chen? You have genuinely disappointed me. It seems your half-step king level might have been artificially enhanced through Jin serums. Ah, die. Infuriated by Lin Fan's scorn, Wang Yuqiang unleashed his golden abilities, enveloping himself in a radiant aura, transforming into a towering 20-meter golden giant clad in golden armor and wielding a colossal golden blade. Concurrently, the space around them began to distort as the golden melting power converged upon Wang Yuqiang. Ultimate strike, melting blade, he declared, launching himself skyward, aiming his strike directly at Lin Fan. A commendable attack, capable of effortlessly obliterating any late-stage 10th-level ability user. Yet alas, that was all it was, Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. He then adjusted his stance, transforming his two fingers into one supreme hell stab. With that, Lin Fan descended from the heavens, once again asserting his dominance. The aura of thunderous destruction crackling around him, shattering the surrounding space. This time, Lin Fan's onslaught was even more thorough. Wang Yuqiang's ultimate strike, which should have made him invincible, obliterating all in its path, dissipated into flowing gold at the moment of the lightning's eruption. Boom! Wang Yuqiang plummeted like a cannonball, crashing through the thick snow and creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Resuming his original state, he lay twisted and incapacitated, unable to move, barely clinging to life. Any discerning ability user observing Wang Yuqiang at this moment would notice that all his bones had been shattered. At this moment, Wang Yuqiang was engulfed by despair, his expression marred by sheer terror as he gazed upon the descending Lin Fan. He roared threats. Do you dare to kill me? I am a general under the command of the illustrious Ji Guoshi, the only true king-level ability user on this blue star. Though his muscles trembled with fear, his defiance remained. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, preparing to pierce Wang Yuqiang's skull with a deadly strike. Faced with impending death, Wang Yuqiang ceased his threats and howled for mercy. Do not kill me. I will tell you everything you wish to know. Just spare my life. At that moment, a foul stench wafted through the air, and in his fright, Wang Yuqiang lost all composure, trembling and soiling himself. Ha ha, Xiaoyu, is this the so-called unparalleled great general under Ji Guoshi? Is this all he amounts to? Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. My lord, there is no greatness to be found here. Just a collection of hypocritical cowards, Gao Yu retorted disdainfully. Their so-called superiority is merely a facade, one that crumbles when they confront true mortality. Well said, Xiaoyu. Lin Fan replied, but you should return now. The sight of such filth is rather unseemly in your presence. Yes, my lord, Gao Yu responded. Making her way towards the base, she refrained from heading directly back to the Titan as she was uncertain whether Lin Fan intended to spare Wang Yuqiang. Should he choose not to, her immediate return would compromise their position. Spare me. Spare me. Wang Yuqiang continued to plead for his life. Lin Fan, however, did not employ his moon-reading technique. Instead, he directly inquired, Speak. What is the extent of Ji Chen's power? Share this with me, and you may return. But do not deceive me, for when Ji Chen arrives, I shall reveal everything that transpired here. I have had everything documented with a camera. I will not deceive you. Wang Yuqiang hastily assured, divulging all he knew to Lin Fan. True to his word, Lin Fan administered a gene serum to Wang Yuqiang before allowing him to depart. Afterward, Lin Fan returned to the Titan alongside Gao Yu, gathering Yu Fei, Han Xuelu, and the others. His demeanor was grave as he declared, on Ji Chen's side. Aside from Ji Chen himself, there are no fewer than 20 half-step king-level ability users. Furthermore, Ji Chen has developed numerous formidable zombies, all of which are also half-step king-level. The exact number of these creatures remains unknown to Wang Yuqiang. Moreover, he mentioned that among these powerful zombies, there could very well be king-level entities. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions instantly shifting to one of profound seriousness. Lin Fan continued, stating that not only had Ji Chen discovered an extraterrestrial civilization and an ancient culture, but he had also acquired various genetic serums and the means to manufacture mechs, which are now in mass production. Among the ranks of superhumans, Ji Chen commands an army of over 10,000. Furthermore, he possesses legions of countless zombies, and his arsenal is even more extensive. The reason I have refrained from eliminating Wang Yuqiang is to avoid inciting Ji Chen's wrath completely, allowing us to gain precious time. My lord, the only solution lies in your ascension to the king level, Yu Fei said gravely. If you do not reach that level before Ji Chen arrives, all our efforts will be in vain. The weight of this prospect bore heavily on Lin Fan. Having endured the trials of the half-king level, he understood that ascending to the king level was no trivial feat. Even with his extraordinary talent, time was not on his side. My lord, it seems we must journey to a specific location, Gao Yu proposed. What location? Lin Fan inquired, turning his attention, along with Yu Fei and the others, towards Gao Yu. A site of ruins. In my previous life, I stumbled upon this very place, where countless colossal beasts lie in slumber, many of which are at the half-king level. With several being true king-level beasts, Gao Yu explained. I believe there must be something extraordinary there to harbor so many half-king and king-level creatures. Much like the mutated willow trees, it is precisely because they bear fruit that the Taiwei Mountains teem with numerous level 8 and 9 mutated flora and fauna, as well as their undead counterparts. Xiaoyu, does such a place truly exist? Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement. Yes, my lord, it does. I distinctly remember intending to inform you, but I forgot amidst my research, Gao Yu confirmed. Xiaoyu, prepare yourself. We shall head there at once, Lin Fan commanded. Understood. My lord, Gao Yu replied with a nod as he began to make preparations. Lin Fan then instructed the others, Old Yu, Xuelu, while I am at the ruins, distribute all the mech suits to arm our people. Ensure that you can fully control those mutated dinosaurs. Additionally, bring forth all the weaponry aboard the Titan and distribute it. Prepare everything meticulously. Yes, my lord, Yu Fei and Han Shuelu affirmed with solemn nods. Xin'er, you, along with the Zhao brothers and Yang Hong, must gather enough provisions. If I do not attain the king level before Ji Chen arrives, we shall have to abandon this base and seek refuge in the Divine Might Dimension. Lin Fan continued with urgency. Also, ensure that all equipment and instruments are ready. Understood, my lord, Li Xian'er nodded. The outcome hinges on this decisive moment. If I, Lin Fan, can discover a way to reach the king level within the ruins Xiaoyu mentioned, our painstakingly established base shall endure. If not, we are destined to become wretched strays. Lin Fan uttered gravely. With Gao Yu prepared, Lin Fan and he hastened to the ruins with utmost speed. The two traveled aboard their mech for 3 days and nights, arriving above the vast expanse of the Great Ice Ocean, the largest sea on Blue Star. The Great Ice Ocean presents a state of a mixture of ice and water. At its heart lies the deepest trench on the blue planet, the Abyssal Trench. This site is located at a depth of 40,000 meters beneath the Earth. My lord, at that depth, the water pressure is unimaginable. I wonder if we can reach it. In my previous life, I stumbled upon this place thanks to a robust spacecraft capable of withstanding such pressure, Gao Yu solemnly remarked. Moreover, this lifetime has seen certain changes, particularly concerning the ice and water of the Great Ice Ocean. What is the matter with the ice and water of the Great Ice Ocean? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. My lord, the ice and water here manifest a unique mixture, with a density exceeding 10 times that of ordinary ocean water. Consequently, the underwater pressure is also more than 10 times that found in the depths of a typical ocean. Gao Yu explained. At this moment, if my senses do not deceive me, the density of the Great Ice Ocean has significantly increased, likely due to a mutation affecting the entirety of its ice and water, possibly exceeding 30 times that of the previous life. Thus, compared to ordinary ocean depths, the pressure in the depths of the Great Ice Ocean could reach over 300 times that. 300 times? At a depth of 40,000 meters? Lin Fan responded gravely. It will depend on whether the most powerful mech, enhanced by the abilities of Yu Fei, can withstand the terrifying pressure down there. Exchanging a determined glance, the two leapt into the Great Ice Ocean, hastily plunging deeper, racing against time. In the ocean, mutated flora and fauna were abundant, along with numerous undead creatures. Within a mere kilometer, they encountered a massive swarm of mutated piranhas, stretching endlessly before them, each at least at level 6. The spiritual beings sensed even more at the late stage of level 10 among them. Chapter 85, Peril Beneath the Sea. A solution. My lord, should we retreat into the alternate space for safety? Gao Yu suggested. These mutated piranhas are likely more ferocious and brutal than the raging undead. Engaging them would be a waste of time. Lin Fan nodded, promptly leading Gao Yu into the alternate space. After half an hour, they emerged. Yet the swarm of mutated piranhas still lingered in the vicinity. The expressions of Lin Fan and Gao Yu turned grave. Xiao Yu. It seems these mutated piranhas possess an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Even after half an hour, they can still detect our lingering scent, Lin Fan stated somberly. When we entered the alternate space through divine might, the scent at the point of spatial distortion is difficult for seawater to wash away. There is no other option. We must confront these piranhas head-on. Lin Fan swiftly formed seals and executed the water escape technique. Water escape, water dragon bullet. Being in water amplified the technique's power nearly 100-fold, as a water dragon, stretching 1,000 meters in length, roared forth, colliding with the approaching swarm of mutated piranhas. Blood instantly stained the waters, and with just one strike, Lin Fan annihilated thousands of mutated piranhas, including many at level 10. Yet, this was merely a drop in the ocean, for the swarm was overwhelmingly vast. In this vast ocean, such a group faces virtually no natural enemies. They consume anything they encounter and proliferate at an astonishing rate. Indeed, as the mutated piranhas surged to attack Lin Fan, many were still laying eggs, which hatched within mere moments, rapidly devouring the blood and flesh of their fallen kin, growing at a visibly accelerated pace. My lord, while we engage, we must delve deeper. Otherwise, even if we fight for 3 days and nights, we shall not eradicate this horde of mutated piranhas, Gao Yu urged. Consequently, Gao Yu employed his spatial techniques. Illusion of the void. Layers of space trembled, giving rise to countless ethereal blossoms that drifted into the swarm of mutated piranhas, disorienting those at the forefront and ensnaring them within intricate spatial nodes from which they could not escape. As chaos ensued among the front ranks of piranhas, the rear ranks followed suit, granting Lin Fan and Gao Yu precious time. It became evident that confronting such a multitude of mutated piranhas could not rely solely on slaughter. For the blood and flesh of the slain would only expedite the emergence of new piranhas, resulting in an inexorable increase rather than a decrease. Lin Fan pondered gravely. Without hesitation, he unleashed the water release, water dragon bullet. This time, the technique was not offensive. It served to propel himself and Gao Yu deeper into the abyss. However, it could only stave off the pursuit for a brief moment, as within a mere quarter hour, the piranhas were once again hot on their trail. They are astonishingly swift, Gao Yu exclaimed. After all, they were creatures of the water, now mutated and perched atop the aquatic food chain. Their speed in the water was formidable. Lin Fan remarked. Our only hope lies in their inability to withstand the immense pressure of the deeper waters. As he spoke, Lin Fan swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, 3,000 water barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Countless torrents of water, summoned by Lin Fan's chakra, coalesced into immense barriers, numbering in the tens of thousands, effectively obstructing the swarm of mutated piranhas and buying the duo essential time to venture further down. Suddenly, flames erupted, igniting the sea and painting the waters crimson. In an instant, the 3,000 water barriers evaporated. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that many mutated piranhas had self-ignited in a fiery explosion. These dreadful creatures are indeed ruthless, Lin Fan hissed. Xiaoyu, how deep are we now? My lord, we are approximately 10,000 meters down, Gao Yu replied gravely. At this depth, the mutated piranhas seemed largely unfazed by the pressure of the ocean, while we were beginning to feel the crushing force bearing down upon us. Lin Fan's demeanor grew increasingly serious. The abyss is perilous. He had not intended to resort to such extremes, but necessity compelled him. With a heavy heart, Lin Fan prepared to unleash his first toxic substance. The release of this initial toxin would undoubtedly bring calamity to countless beings of the deep, yet there was no alternative. Lin Fan spoke resolutely as the first toxin began to manifest between his 10 fingers. At that moment, Lin Fan's expression shifted in surprise. Suddenly, the chaotic swarm of mutated piranhas began to disperse rapidly. Young master, what is happening? Gao Yu inquired, perplexed. Could it be that these creatures sense the terrifying essence of the first toxic entity? It is not merely the fear of the first toxic entity they perceive, but rather the presence of something far more dreadful, a zombie great white shark, Lin Fan replied. If there were anything in these depths that could instill fear in such a vast school of mutated piranhas, it would undoubtedly be the zombie great white shark. Startled, Gao Yu instinctively recoiled. Then, with a thunderous roar, the waters surged as a colossal silhouette surged upwards, bringing with it a noxious stench and a bloody aura that filled the ocean. In the next moment, Gao Yu beheld an immense, gaping maw, measuring 300 to 400 meters wide. Following closely, the decaying, blood-soaked form of the gigantic great white shark, laden with corpse poison, loomed before Gao Yu, stretching to a staggering length of over 1,000 meters. Its presence radiated power, akin to that of a half-step king-level creature, the half-step king-level zombie great white shark. With an insatiable appetite, found its hunger amplified by its undead form, rendering it the ultimate predator of the mutated piranhas. Gao Yu's pupils constricted in shock. Initially, the zombie great white shark had targeted the swarm of mutated piranhas, but in an instant, it locked onto Lin Fan, sensing that he too was a half-step king-level being, and was irresistibly drawn by the scent of his fresh blood and flesh. Instantaneously, the zombie great white shark disregarded the piranhas, lunging towards Lin Fan with its massive jaws agape, causing torrents of seawater to cascade into its cavernous mouth, creating a tremendous whirlpool that was irresistibly alluring. Xiaoyu, perhaps we possess a means to traverse unimpeded to the depths of the Taiyuan trench, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. Young master, what do you mean? Gao Yu asked, somewhat bewildered. Xiaoyu, you must consider this. What creature in these depths would not fear the zombie great white shark before us? Lin Fan chuckled. Realization dawned on Gao Yu. Young master, are you suggesting we leverage its fearsome presence? Precisely. By harnessing the blood and flesh aura of the zombie great white shark, we can intimidate all surrounding beings. Thus we need only contend with the formidable pressure of the ocean, Lin Fan explained. Young master, that is indeed a brilliant strategy, Gao Yu nodded emphatically. Chapter 86. Overwhelming Pressure. Gao Yu continued, just think, such an enormous school of mutated piranhas scattered in fear upon sensing the aura of the zombie great white shark. What of other creatures? Xiaoyu, you enter the spatial anomaly, and I shall confront the zombie great white shark, Lin Fan declared, promptly transferring Gao Yu to the alternate space. Initially, Lin Fan refrained from countering, allowing the zombie great white shark to engulf him. With a slosh, he traversed the bloody, foul-smelling esophagus of the undead beast, plummeting into its colossal stomach, akin to a small lake. Within, countless tentacles with suction cups awaited, each capable of exerting a force sufficient to rend apart even late-stage level 10 beings in an instant. In an instant, all the tentacle suckers surged towards Lin Fan. Susanoo. Lin Fan bellowed, invoking the mighty Susanoo, coalescing 4 enormous chakra swords. At the power of the earth, Amaterasu blazed fiercely upon the chakra swords. The colossal swords swung wildly, each strike wielding the might to sever countless tentacle suckers. The black flames of Amaterasu ignited along the severed tentacles, swiftly engulfing the entire massive stomach in a sea of darkness. However, as the great stomach writhed violently, a layer of flesh and blood peeled away, causing all the black flames to dissipate and be swept away by the ocean currents, leaving the zombie great white shark unscathed. With a deafening roar, the zombie great white shark howled, its enormous stomach continuing to convulse, revealing numerous bloody, dark green orifices from which a torrent of corrosive gastric fluid erupted, instantly engulfing Lin Fan's Susanoo, eroding it in mere moments. Toxic mist spewed forth, a deadly miasma, undoubtedly the most fearsome poison Lin Fan had encountered thus far. As this miasma surged forth, the remnants of Susanoo were swiftly corroded away. Quite a troublesome foe, but alas, by swallowing me, you seal your own fate, Lin Fan scoffed, his hands forming a decisive seal, fully manifesting his Susanoo. Stabilize. With a powerful shout, the great fireball technique fused with Amaterasu, igniting the entirety of the zombie great white shark's stomach. Would release, the forest of the world. His hands flew deftly through the seals, transforming the interior of the zombie great white shark into a verdant forest, which then ruptured the colossal body. Here in the ocean, the boundless energy of water amplified the wood release beyond terrestrial limits. Susanoo sprouted wings, bursting forth alongside the wood release. Wood release, eternal binding. Wood release, divine gate. Upon emerging, Lin Fan continued to unleash wood release techniques, rapidly desiccating the flesh and bones of the zombie great white shark, severely suppressing its immense undead energy. Yet, even so, the zombie great white shark devised a means to escape the wood release's grasp. It autonomously disintegrated its flesh and bones, leaving only the brainstem and a small portion of surrounding tissue. Then, the brainstem surged forth, breaking free from the confines of the wood release. As energy surged around the brainstem, flesh began to regenerate, bones were formed, and the veins of the undead connected, rapidly reshaping the silhouette of the zombie great white shark. Is it truly this formidable? Lin Fan marveled. In less than 3 breaths, it had achieved rebirth truly befitting a half-step king-level undead beast. Yet still, the decree remained. You must perish. Divine might. Lin Fan roared once more, unleashing a sweeping wave of divine might, warping the space surrounding the zombie great white shark's brainstem, thwarting the rebirth of its flesh, bones, veins, and blood vessels, all efforts rendered futile. The divine might pressed on, relentlessly obstructing the resurrection of the zombie great white shark. For half an hour, the Sharingan bled profusely as Lin Fan nearly reached the limit of his Kimui's duration. However, the brainstem of the zombie megalodon no longer emitted energy. Finally, it's over, Lin Fan declared heavily, immediately transferring the brainstem into his alternate dimension before collecting the creature's flesh and blood. Once Gaoyu emerged, the two swiftly activated their mech suits, coating them with the zombie megalodon's remains. Using energy to bind the flesh ensured it wouldn't be washed away by the currents. At such depths, the ocean's flow was minimal, making erosion even less likely. With preparations complete, they wasted no time, descending at full speed. The pressure at around 10,000 meters was negligible now. Soon, they reached a depth of approximately 30,000 meters without obstruction. Here, the water pressure far exceeded anything Lin Fan and Gaoyu had imagined. Even their mech suits, forged from 10 ultra-resistant metals, began to warp and deform. Breathing grew labored, their bodies feeling as though they might be crushed into dust. Young master, this is bad, Gaoyu said gravely. At just 30,000 meters, we've hit the mech's limit. And from here, every meter deeper multiplies the pressure. Then we rely on our last resort, Lin Fan stated firmly. If even this fails, we'll have no choice but to return and approach via the Titan. But that would mean abandoning the base we've spent days building. You still have a trump card? Gaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fan swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the 3 tails, Isabu. Seeing the massive creature, Gaoyu brightened instantly. Water release, water prison jutsu. Lin Fan cast again, encasing himself and Gaoyu in a water prison within Isabu's maw. Isabu, the rest is up to you, Lin Fan said. Master, Don't worry. This pressure is child's play for me, Isabu replied confidently. Apply the zombie megalodon's flesh to your body too, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Time is too precious for us now. Lin Fan instructed. Hearing this, Isabu whined in protest. Don't worry, I'll shield you completely with Susanoo, Lin Fan reassured with a laugh, enveloping the beast in the ethereal armor. Wah. Thank you, master. In the next moment, Isabu shot downward like an arrow. Within half an hour, they reached 40,000 meters, where the abyssal trench's floor came into view. The landscape was dominated by subterranean volcanic formations, craters spewing magma one after another. Yet the immense pressure forced the eruptions to cool instantly, solidifying like sluggish streams. Xiaoyu, where's the entrance to the ruins? Lin Fan asked. Chapter 87. The Death Struggle of Two Colossal Beasts. Wait a moment, Gao Yu said, as he searched. Suddenly, two distinct roars reverberated through the air, creating waves that surged like tides in the depths of the ocean, 4,000 meters below. The immense force overwhelmed the creature, forcing it to retreat several hundred meters. Lin Fan's gaze was immediately drawn to the mountains, where he beheld two colossal beasts engaged in a fierce struggle. Larger than the undead giant-toothed sharks. One was an octopus with 8 tentacles, its body a deep shade of black, covered in countless suckers, spewing forth black ink with terrifying corrosive properties. Nearly a drop of this ink could cause a small mountain to collapse. It was a mutated giant octopus. The other creature resembled a gigantic python, its body adorned with scales and featuring 4 sharp claws on its belly. Its head was a hybrid between a serpent and a dragon, complete with dragon horns and whiskers. Lin Fan was taken aback. Gao Yu, equally astonished, exclaimed, My lord, I must not be mistaken. Is that truly the legendary Jiaolong? Indeed, it is a Jiaolong, Lin Fan replied gravely. Although it has only just evolved from a giant python into its initial form as a Jiaolong, it is unmistakably one. He marveled at the sight, expressing his astonishment at the emergence of such legendary beasts from the myths of the Yinhuang nation in this apocalyptic era. Jiaolong, Gao Yu remained in shock. I must capture a photograph. My lord, the aura of these two beasts is immensely powerful. I fear I am no match for them. Are they the royal class? Asked the three-tailed creature with a serious tone. Not only are you no match, but I, too, might not stand a chance, Lin Fan responded. However, they are not royal yet. They remain half a step from that level, but they are close to reaching it, having touched that realm. Four-legged mudfish. The dragon blood within you belongs to me. The mutated giant octopus roared, speaking human language. The Jiaolong also spoke, laughing. A mere diminutive octopus dares to covet the dragon blood within me? You are truly unaware of your own mortality. With a thunderous roar, the Jiaolong struck down, toppling the mutated giant octopus, crushing numerous volcanoes in an instant. The ground trembled as volcanoes collapsed and magma surged, transforming this oceanic realm into a boiling world. The temperature soaring dramatically, creating a spatial anomaly. Yet, in the next moment, the sea surged again, the immense pressure escalating exponentially, causing the three-tailed creature to struggle under the weight. Its tough shell began to creak ominously. Are you all right, Jifu? Lin Fan asked anxiously. Do not worry, my lord. I am fine, Jifu grinned, baring its teeth menacingly. It promptly enacted a water escape, enveloping itself in countless layers of water prisons, no fewer than 1,000. Only then could it barely withstand the onslaught. The mutated giant octopus was not dissolved by the relentless magma. Instead, it reveled in it, frantically absorbing the molten rock. Within mere moments, it transformed into a mutated giant magma octopus. Then, the black ink melded with the magma, giving birth to its most formidable attack, directed towards the dragon. Humph, playing with fire in front of this dragon? The dragon scoffed, soaring into the sky, its scales shimmering with a cerulean glow, ascending towards the ocean's surface. Simultaneously, the surrounding waters surged, and one could distinctly sense the endless energy of water merging into the dragon's being. The breath of the water dragon. Then, fire and water clashed. Boom, boom. A tremendous shockwave reverberated outward, as the sea and magma appeared to form two opposing heavens, locked in a stalemate. Initially, their strengths were evenly matched. But as time progressed, the magma gained the upper hand, for that dreadful black ink began to corrode everything, devouring the surrounding water energy. My lord, it seems this dragon is on the verge of defeat, Gao Yu remarked. Although they were in the ocean, where water energy was boundless, the dragon's own realm dictated the limit of its water energy's eruption. In contrast, the mutated colossal octopus, having fused its black ink with the magma, continuously drew from its source, resulting in a synergy that exceeded mere addition, thus gaining the advantage. Indeed, after merging with the magma, the octopus's momentum surged. Nearing the realm of kings, even a slight elevation in its realm resulted in a monumental increase in battle prowess. Lin Fan nodded. Boom. Just as Lin Fan nodded, the black ink and magma completely engulfed the breath of the water dragon, crashing into the dragon's body. The dragon's scales shattered, flesh torn, as it tumbled and spiraled backward, unaware of how many volcanoes it crushed in its wake. However, as the magma increased, the mutated colossal octopus would only grow stronger. Its 8 limbs danced as if to stir the heavens and earth, howling, ha. The dragon blood within you is now mine, ha ha ha. It then unleashed an even more potent black ink and magma, delivering a fatal blow to the dragon. An octopus dares to claim my dragon blood? The dragon roared, launching a final counterattack. Yet, the dragon's efforts proved futile. The black ink and magma effortlessly overwhelmed the breath of the water dragon once more. Just as the black ink and magma were about to submerge the dragon again, Lin Fan and the three-tailed beast appeared before it. Together, they launched an assault. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A colossal water dragon bullet materialized from the ocean, blocking the black ink and magma, rescuing the dragon. Lin Fan's intention to save this dragon was not born of pity, but rather a desire to have it as one of his spiritual beasts. The dragon was inherently magnificent, and should it evolve into a true dragon in the future, Lin Fan would reap immense rewards. After rescuing the dragon, Lin Fan promptly tossed it 3 vials of restorative gene elixir, urging, consume this, and you shall swiftly regain your peak condition. Then we shall fight the mutated colossal octopus together. The dragon hesitated for a moment, but quickly swallowed the elixir without further ado. Its wounds, both external and internal, healed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its peak state. Thank you. The dragon is somber in its speech. The mutated giant octopus, pushed to the brink of fury, glared at Lin Fan and the grotesque turtle with a roar of indignation. How dare a mere human and an ugly creature meddle in my affairs? Die. The mutated giant octopus descended into madness, its body swelling to the point of fissures, spewing forth black ink and magma. Dragon, join me, or we shall perish. Lin Fan implored the dragon, urging it to channel all its formidable water powers into them. Initially, the dragon's immense eyes reflected reluctance, but as the dreadful tide of black ink and magma surged forth, it ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 88. The True Corpse of the Dragon. Roar. The dragon coiled and summoned every ounce of its strength, pouring all its water attributes into Lin Fan. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Lin Fan unleashed the water dragon once more, a colossal torrent that swept through the area, akin to a true dragon of the waters, commanding the very essence of nature. Roaring forth and engulfing the black ink and magma, the mutated giant octopus let out anguished cries, its internal magma visibly cooling and extinguishing, its formidable presence waning. Merely 3 seconds later, it could no longer withstand the overwhelming force of the water dragon bullet, being sent careening backwards. Seizing the opportunity, the turtle concentrated its energy into the tailed beast orb, launching it towards the mutated giant octopus's head. The dragon, in perfect synchrony, had unknowingly positioned itself beneath the mutated giant octopus, rising like a tempest, ensnaring it tightly, its claws digging into the octopus's form, further suppressing its strength. Dragon lock. The dragon roared, exerting every ounce of its might. With a thunderous crash, the tailed beast orb pierced through the mutated giant octopus's head. Thus, the mutated giant octopus succumbed to the combined assault of Lin Fan, the turtle, and the dragon. Soon after, Lin Fan and the dragon found themselves in a standoff. However, no battle ensued. The dragon inquired, its tone laden with caution, "Human, what brings you to the depths of this ocean?" "Naturally, it's because there are valuable treasures here. I suspect your transformation from a giant python to a dragon is due to these treasures," Lin Fan replied with a smile. Roar. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the dragon immediately erupted in anger. "Human, I advise you to refrain from coveting what belongs to me. It is mine by right." "Not necessarily. That treasure bears no inscription of your name," Lin Fan retorted with a faint smile. "It is a relic left by my mother. Do you not agree it is mine?" The dragon hissed. "Oh, your mother?" Lin Fan's eyes widened with surprise, swiftly contemplating. "Let me guess, your mother must indeed be a true dragon. Perhaps even very close to a true dragon. According to legend, dragons possess their own dragon orbs. Could it be that the treasure is the dragon orb within your mother?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the dragon's expression darkened entirely, and it began to gather the breath of the water dragon, directing it towards Lin Fan. Hello. I have saved your life, so please do not be so heartless. Moreover, your mother's Dragon Ball may not necessarily belong to you. Otherwise, you would have consumed it long ago. Lin Fan maintained his cheerful demeanor. Let us join forces. The Dragon Ball shall remain yours. But I require its assistance to attain the king level. Surely, the Dragon Ball possesses such capability. Do not hastily refuse. Ponder it a bit longer. Indeed, the dragon remained silent. After a brief interval, the dragon inquired gravely. Do you truly only seek to use the Dragon Ball to reach the king level and not to seize the Dragon Ball left by my mother? Naturally. Lin Fan affirmed with a nod. My sole purpose for coming here is to achieve the king level. I am fully aware that the Dragon Ball does not significantly enhance my abilities. It is far better to forge a friendship with you. If I could have the protection of a true dragon in the future, would I not reign supreme on this blue planet? The mention of a future true dragon visibly swelled the dragon's pride, causing its head to rise high. Very well, human, I consent to ally with you. I shall use the Dragon Ball to assist you in attaining the king level, and once I achieve my true dragon form, I will aid you in vanquishing all the undead and mutated beings on the surface, allowing you to become the sovereign of this blue planet. Ha ha ha, thank you. Lin Fan exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, under the dragon's guidance, Lin Fan arrived at the site described by Gao Yu. Navigating through the mountains, they discovered a narrow sea trench deep within, which, upon entry, would trigger spatial fluctuations. Passing through these fluctuations would lead them into a new realm. What lay before them was an ancient, primordial forest. Roar, roar. Upon entering, they were greeted by the roars of countless colossal beasts. The dragon led Lin Fan to the pinnacle of a tree soaring over 10,000 meters. Do you see that waterfall across from us, also towering above 10,000 meters? Not only did Lin Fan see the waterfall, but he also noticed a massive dragon carcass within it. That must be your mother, he remarked. At that moment, Lin Fan activated his Byakugan. Your eyes, they are extraordinary. The dragon noted, slightly taken aback. Not only is there your mother's corpse, but numerous colossal beasts as well. Each one a half-step to the king level, with a mutated azure dragon among them, a true king level. Lin Fan continued. Your vision is indeed formidable. You can perceive such distances with such ease, and yet you remain undetected by those colossal beasts and the mutated azure dragon. The dragon expressed with admiration. Yet, human, how do you intend to deal with the mutated king-level azure dragon? All those colossal beasts follow its command. The only reason they have not claimed the Dragon Ball from your mother's body is that its power is overwhelmingly potent, but such power cannot persist indefinitely. It will eventually dissipate, and that day is fast approaching. Indeed, the greatest threat is that mutated azure dragon, a genuine king level, Lin Fan concurred. So, dragon, if I were to divert the attention of this mutated azure dragon, would you be able to retrieve the Dragon Ball and your mother's corpse within half an hour? Divert? The dragon scoffed. What makes you think you can accomplish that? The mutated azure dragon has remained here, steadfastly guarding the site since the discovery of my mother's corpse. I cannot fathom that you possess anything capable of rivaling the allure of the dragon pearl to this aberrant creature. Moreover, even if you could divert its attention, do you truly believe your strength is sufficient to withstand a single strike from the mutated dragon's tail? Additionally, let us not forget the remaining mutated king-level beasts, which are no trifles. Although I am formidable, your altered turtle is certainly not without merit. However, to confront these mutated king-level beasts and successfully retrieve my mother's corpse within half an hour is utterly implausible. This matter is beyond your concern. When I say I will draw it away for half an hour, I shall ensure that it is accomplished, Lin Fan declared. He then invoked his summoning technique, bringing forth the remaining 8-tailed beasts. Upon witnessing the emergence of 8-tailed beasts, all of which were at the threshold of king level, the great azure dragon's pupils constricted sharply, overwhelmed with emotion. These are all yours, Lin Fan stated with a slight nod, continuing. What I require from you is a response. With these 8, is it possible to obtain your mother's corpse within half an hour? To be precise, within that time frame, can you lead my 9 companions to shield my wood clone from the onslaught of the remaining mutated beasts, ensuring that not a single one disturbs my clone? Chapter 89. Divert. What do you mean? What spatial technique? The azure dragon's tone grew stern once more. You are well aware of the immense size of your mother's corpse. It is utterly unrealistic to carry it away so brazenly unless we possess the absolute strength to eliminate the mutated azure dragon, Lin Fan explained. Thus, we must employ spatial techniques for the transfer. I possess such capabilities, but alas, My true self must draw away the mutated dragon, relying solely on my clone. Yet, the clone's power is inherently inferior to my own. Therefore, any disturbance during the process would render our efforts futile. This transfer will require no less than half an hour. I comprehend your intent, but do you truly believe I would acquiesce? The Azure Dragon coldly retorted. Your spatial technique belongs to you. Once you have obtained my mother's corpse and the dragon pearl within, I would be powerless against you. Azure Dragon, at this moment. You have no other choice but to trust me, Lin Fan urged, for if the dragon pearl falls into the clutches of that mutated Azure Dragon, your mother's corpse will only be devoured by those beasts. Furthermore, you will become a target for the mutated Azure Dragon, which will pursue you relentlessly. The ocean may be vast, but it cannot compare to the expanse of a blue planet. Ultimately, it is finite. And your demise at the hands of the mutated Azure Dragon is merely a matter of time. Even if the mutated Azure Dragon spares you, what of the other beasts? Which of them does not covet the dragon blood within you? Upon hearing Lin Fan's analysis, the Azure Dragon found itself unable to remain silent. For his words rang with undeniable truth. It was trapped in a deadlock. Trust me, this is your sole opportunity, Lin Fan reiterated. Otherwise, your fate will be to be devoured by the multitude of beasts, along with your mother's corpse. Certainly, you possess another opportunity, one that entails reaching the pinnacle of the king level in the shortest time conceivable. However, this is an arduous endeavor, as the evolution of the Jiao Dragon is exceedingly challenging, given that it already embodies the realm of spiritual beasts. Time passed, and the Jiao Dragon capitulated, solemnly addressing Lin Fan with the hope that he would not renege on his word. Rest assured, a gentleman's promise is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Lin Fan replied. By the way, there is one more matter, the Jiao Dragon suddenly interjected. I hope you can acquiesce to my request. Speak, Lin Fan urged. The Jiao Dragon articulated with great gravity, in this battle, I shall fight to the death. For I cannot bear the thought of my mother's remains being devoured by those despicable fiends. Should I perish, the dragon pearl within my mother's body shall be yours. I implore you, based on that pearl, to ensure my mother's remains are buried honorably, rather than allowing them to be claimed by these 9 beings beside you. I can sense their bloodline is strong enough. Thus they have no need for my mother's flesh. Do not worry, you shall not die. Lin Fan replied with a smile. You merely need to assist me and my 9 companions in staving off those colossal beasts for half an hour, preventing them from impacting my clones in any way. You will become a true dragon. Trust in me. With that, Lin Fan summoned a wooden clone. Yes, master, declared the 9-tailed beasts, their resolve palpable. The Jiao Dragon was also influenced by the fighting spirit of the 9, declaring, Human, if we truly succeed this time, I would be willing to become your ally. Just like these 9. Ha ha ha, Jiao Dragon. From the very beginning, my intention in rescuing you was to await this very statement. Lin Fan exclaimed with exuberance upon hearing the Jiao Dragon finally utter those words. With such a declaration, I find myself inclined to trust you. The Jiao Dragon responded with a smile. This revelation indicated that Lin Fan's intentions were no longer solely focused on the Dragon Pearl and its mother's remains. Now that trust has been established, let us strive earnestly, for we possess but one opportunity. If we fail this time, that mutated Azure Dragon shall never again be lured away by me, Lin Fan stated. Having said this, Lin Fan advanced towards the waterfall. Roar, roar, roar. As Lin Fan made his appearance, numerous half-step king-level colossal beasts commenced their assault, each capable of wreaking havoc upon mountains and splitting the earth. The sheer force of their roars rendered Lin Fan momentarily immobile. How dare a mere human monkey come here with such arrogance? Eliminate him, commanded the mutated Azure Dragon. Casting a glance at Lin Fan, the other mutated beasts echoed its directive and began their onslaught. Thanks to the energy of the Dragon Pearl, these mutated beasts had not only effortlessly attained half-step king-level strength, but had also awakened their intellect, enabling them to speak. A massive squid erupted from the ground, appending 2 hills as it surged toward Lin Fan. In that moment, Lin Fan found himself paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of these beasts, making it seem certain that this mutated giant squid would cleave him in 2. However, to their dismay, it was merely an afterimage of Lin Fan. The true Lin Fan had already positioned himself directly above the mutated Azure Dragon. Subsequently, Lin Fan formed a series of hand seals, unleashing a tremendous surge of chakra. The immense aura of chakra instantly captivated the attention of all the colossal beasts. The mutated Azure Dragon was equally drawn in, fixating its gaze intently on Lin Fan. From afar, the dragon perched atop the giant tree was startled, pondering what extraordinary essence resided within Lin Fan. Such purity and magnitude of energy seemed to promise the ability to soar to great heights. The essence's very foundation lay within the dragon pearl nestled within its mother. To be precise, the dragon pearl within her could hardly compare. Hiki, chuckled the guardian crane, thus, Azure Dragon. You should now fully believe that your master holds no interest in your dragon pearl, but rather in the king-level experience contained within it, experience akin to what your mother possessed when she attained that level. Indeed, the Azure Dragon replied solemnly. Human, you possess something remarkable within you. The mutated Azure Dragon finally stirred, its massive form propelling itself skyward as its 4 fins began to stir the water, lifting its colossal body toward Lin Fan's position above. The dragon pearl is indeed a treasure, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. How about we make an exchange? I shall trade the essence within me for your dragon pearl and the Azure Dragon's corpse. The chakra aura released by Lin Fan was none other than that of the divine tree's fruit. The energy of the divine tree's fruit undoubtedly surpassed that of the dragon pearl, which is precisely why it attracted the mutated Azure Dragon. Ha ha, human monkey. Everything here belongs to this dragon. Since you have arrived, all that you possess shall be mine, the mutated Azure Dragon proclaimed with a booming laugh. To me, a mere half-step king-level being is less than an ant. Ha ha ha, a 4-finned wretch dares to proclaim itself as my equal? How laughable. Lin Fan scoffed in derision. Upon hearing Lin Fan's mockery, the mutated Azure Dragon was immediately incensed. You seek your own demise. Come, monkey, let me devour you. It roared, its massive maw opening wide, casting a shadow over Lin Fan as it lunged forward. Chapter 90. Life and Death in Half an Hour. The speed of a true king-level being was indeed astonishing. Lin Fan barely perceived the instant the dragon's maw opened before it was upon him, and there was no way he could evade it based solely on speed. Furthermore, he could not withstand the force of its bite. As the wheel of reincarnation spun, Lin Fan activated the Heavenly Hand technique, exchanging positions with a distant leaf. What? The mutated Azure Dragon was taken aback, realizing Lin Fan possessed the rare ability of spatial manipulation. No wonder he dared to provoke this dragon. Yet, what could spatial abilities accomplish? This dragon could shatter space with a single bite. Tsunami. The mutated Azure Dragon immediately unleashed its power, its gaping maw opening once more to bite down, warping the surrounding space for miles. Countless torrents surged forth, creating a unique aquatic domain, complete with an impenetrable barrier that partially sealed off the area. Swirling, the waters converged towards the center, generating a formidable vortex that could draw in everything from the deeper nodes of space. Indeed, it was a king-level being, Lin Fan mused, marveling at such strength. Even if I were to hide deep within the nodes of space using my divine might, I would inevitably be drawn to the very heart of this tumultuous water. At the very center lies the gaping maw of the mutated Azure Dragon. With a surge of power from his Byakugan, Lin Fan intended to summon one of the 6 realms of the Byakugan, having amassed a sufficient amount of chakra in advance, coupled with his semi-king level prowess. The summoning process became remarkably effortless. Ice domain. A frigid tempest erupted, enveloping the surroundings in an extreme chill, manifesting a world blanketed in white. In an instant, the tidal waves stirred by the mutated Azure Dragon were entirely encased in ice, catching the creature off guard and sealing it within the frost. This sealing rendered all the forces within the vast oceanic region impotent, allowing Lin Fan to swiftly activate his celestial manipulation technique and evade the tsunami's reach. Crack, crack. In merely a heartbeat, the mutated Azure Dragon shattered its icy prison. Lin Fan, sensing the urgency, dared not to hesitate any longer. His reincarnated Sharingan transformed into the Rinnegan, spinning fervently as he invoked the space-jumping technique. The distance covered by this leap surpassed that of celestial manipulation, albeit at a greater chakra cost. Therefore, Lin Fan had preemptively dispatched over 10,000 shadow clones to the ancient tree, each entering sage mode to gather chakra for his true self. The space leap consumed the chakra of 3 clones, which subsequently dissipated. Roar. The mutated Azure Dragon was thoroughly incensed, since ascending to king level. It had never been so frozen by any being. Die. Water surged from the void, manifesting a colossal passageway unique to the mutated Azure Dragon, extending directly towards Lin Fan. Wherever this watery conduit reached, the dragon could instantaneously appear. The speed at which this passage extended rivaled Lin Fan's space leap. However, for Lin Fan, as long as he was not immediately pursued, he could achieve his objective of diverting the dragon's attention. As the Azure Dragon and the 9-tailed beast sensed the absence of the mutated Azure Dragon's presence, they swiftly launched their attacks. Lin Fan's would clone activated celestial manipulation, approaching the carcass of the dragon's mother. Roar, roar, roar. A fierce battle erupted in that locale. Meanwhile, the mutated azure dragon, frustrated by its inability to catch Lin Fan, unleashed its fury, howling towards the heavens, swallowed the heavens with water. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding area spanning several miles became saturated with the dragon's water-infused energy, coalescing into a colossal maw. No matter how Lin Fan leaped through space, he found himself ensnared within this gigantic mouth. How formidable! Lin Fan could not help but marvel. At king level, the creature's might was indeed formidable, capable of exerting control over such a vast distance without breaking a sweat. However, he was now far from the waterfall and deemed it unnecessary to flee any longer. Instead, he could engage in a tactical dance with it. Human monkey, flee. Keep fleeing. The mutated azure dragon roared, advancing swiftly as its four fins continued to propel it, rapidly constricting the water maw, intent on swallowing Lin Fan whole. Humph, you think you can devour me? You lack the capability. Even as a king-level behemoth, Lin Fan scoffed. Swallow. The mutated azure dragon disregarded Lin Fan entirely, focusing all its might on consuming him in an instant. It had grown weary of Lin Fan's incessant antics before it. In a fleeting moment, Lin Fan was engulfed by the dragon's colossal maw. This was the moment he had awaited. Whispering softly, Lin Fan swiftly formed hand seals to unleash the water escape technique. The water escape unleashed a formidable torrent. Immediately, Lin Fan's form began to swell, transforming into a gigantic water entity, which then erupted within the dragon's immense mouth. The explosion resounded with thunderous roars. This was an infinite explosive ninjutsu. Following the detonation, droplets of water swiftly amalgamated, giving rise to a renewed torrent, perpetuating an endless cycle. Moreover, as all of the mutated dragon's attributes were aligned with water, the potency of the torrent was significantly amplified. The dragon's anguished cries echoed as it was besieged by the relentless deluge, blood gushing from its maw like a river of crimson. Its mouth was undoubtedly one of the dragon's most vulnerable points. Thus, despite the fact that the torrent's power did not reach the level of a king, it inflicted considerable injury and intense agony upon the mutated dragon. Lin Fan had already utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to retreat to a safe distance. However, he had no time to dwell on the dragon's cries. He continued to move swiftly, marking the surroundings with the Flying Thunder God seal, preparing for his subsequent maneuver. Lin Fan understood that no matter how formidable his techniques were, they could merely inflict superficial wounds upon the dragon. Even in its suffering, it would only endure external injuries. Indeed, despite the dragon's mouth appearing grotesque and blood pouring forth like a river, it was still merely a superficial injury. Soon, water flowed from its belly, expelling the torrent's power from its mouth, and its already mangled maw quickly began to heal. Had it truly escaped the torrent so swiftly in just 3 minutes? Lin Fan pondered. The mutated azure dragon's fury was beyond description, as it once again summoned its powers, transforming the surroundings into an even larger expanse of ocean. Thousands of azure dragon phantoms materialized. In an instant, countless water dragons coalesced, each possessing nearly 90% of the mutated dragon's strength, surging towards Lin Fan like an overwhelming army. The torrent had delayed the inevitable for 3 minutes, but Lin Fan wondered how long this next assault would buy him. With a fierce shout, Lin Fan locked his hands in place, and the space marked by the Flying Thunder God distorted under the might of his technique, revealing a surge of white clay. Chapter 91. I will annihilate you. This was explosive clay derived from the Earth Release technique. Earth Release, 3 puppets. As Lin Fan formed hand seals, the explosive clay emerging from the space morphed into gigantic humanoid shapes. With a snap, he declared, "This is art, emulating Daedara." Activating all 3 puppets, the ground shook with thunderous applause. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, the shockwave engulfing everything in its path, while flames and smoke obliterated the aquatic dragon's shadow. As for Lin Fan, he once again retreated into another dimension. Each time the explosion occurred, he seized the opportunity to evade, leaving the mutated dragon unaware of his ability to access this alternate space. Roar! Another bomb detonated, the mutated dragon's fury reaching unprecedented heights as its colossal body soared skyward, summoning an even vaster expanse of water that drowned the remnants of smoke and debris. Yet, the explosive clay was unyielding to water. Moreover, the clay figures continuously spewed forth new explosive clay, an almost endless supply. Boom! Amidst the relentless detonations, the water was evaporated, Although the mutated dragon possessed thick skin and robust flesh, it succumbed to the incessant explosions, soon bleeding profusely as its massive form writhed in agony. However, this eruption was merely the beginning. As the three clay figures were systematically dispatched by the mutated dragon, a rain of small clay bombs began to descend from above. Another round of bombardment ensued, lasting a full 5 to 6 minutes. Yet, this was not the conclusion, for the space was now saturated with countless miniature bombs. The mutated dragon, in a moment of carelessness, inhaled many of them, and by the time it realized the peril, it was too late. The bombs had already multiplied within its body. Lin Fan reappeared, a cold smirk gracing his lips. How do you find these explosive tactics? Although they may only inflict superficial wounds, they are sufficient to bring you endless torment, and I can only imagine your discomfort. However, the true suffering was yet to come. Once those bombs within you detonate, he chuckled ominously. With a crack, the bombs erupted. The mutated dragoness anguished screams filling the air as every part of its body was shredded. The faster it attempted to heal, the more intense the agony became. Yet it was compelled to recover. Ultimately, the explosions of the clay figures persisted for a full 15 minutes. When the dust of the explosions settled, the mutated dragon lay there, nearly resembling a puddle of mud, on the brink of death. At this moment, had any other superpowered beings been present, they might have rushed in for a fatal blow. Yet Lin Fan remained unmoved, a faint, disdainful smile on his face. Mutated dragon, spare me your pretense. While my explosive methods are indeed varied and powerful, I am acutely aware of my limits. You are not destined to perish by my hand. Roar. As Lin Fan's words echoed, the mutated dragon regained some strength, roaring defiantly. Though I would relish prolonging this engagement, it is no longer necessary. Lin Fan continued with a calm smile, for he had already achieved what he sought. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the mutated azure dragon's gaze shifted dramatically, instantly grasping the reason behind it. You human monkey, your objective is the dragon pearl within the little dragon. Everything you have done thus far has been to divert my attention. You conspired with that little dragon. Indeed, you are quite astute, Lin Fan replied. The mutated azure dragon, now laughing, retorted, do you truly believe that little dragon can contend with the colossal beasts under my command? I possess my own methods, and success is imminent. Lin Fan responded with a smile. I regret to inform you, mutated azure dragon, that the dragon pearl you have awaited for so long ultimately does not belong to you. Seeing Lin Fan's unwavering confidence, the mutated azure dragon felt a twinge of anxiety and chose not to linger any longer, swiftly retreating towards the waterfall. Hey, mutated azure dragon. I mentioned that success is merely on the horizon, which means you cannot return just yet, Lin Fan called out. Moreover, I have one final explosive surprise in store for you. 100,000 detonating talismans. As Lin Fan's words echoed, the space above began to warp once more. And numerous talismans rained down, swiftly engulfing the area. Fire style, great fireball technique. With the 100,000 talismans in place, Lin Fan immediately unleashed his fire technique and entered the alternate space. At that moment, the mutated azure dragon finally noticed Lin Fan's entrance into the alternate dimension, its expression darkening. Could it be that he intended to transfer the corpse of that massive dragon into this isolated realm? Boom, boom, boom. Before the mutated azure dragon could ponder further, the talismans began to detonate, one after another, transforming the region into an inferno. With the mutated azure dragon at the forefront of the chaos, a new wave of anguish cries reverberated through the air. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, Lin Fan ascended to the highest point, gazing down at the sea of flames with a tinge of sorrow. 100,000 talismans, all of my possessions. Enough to ensure your demise. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Fan had tirelessly crafted these detonating talismans, culminating in a total of 100,000. Now, he had wagered them all. Though it pained him, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Farewell, mutated azure dragon. He uttered softly as he swiftly returned to the waterfall through the flying thunder god technique in the alternate space. At this juncture, his would-release clone was nearing completion. With only the massive dragon's tail remaining to be transferred into the alternate space, Lin Fan promptly merged with his would-release clone to finalize the transfer. At this moment, both the dragon and the nine-tailed beasts had reached their limits. Master, your true self has finally returned, the guardian crane exclaimed excitedly. It is over, Lin Fan said with a narrowed smile, completing the transfer of the last remaining tail before severing the spiritual connection with the nine-tailed beasts. Dragon, do not resist. I'm aware, the dragon nodded, and soon, it too was transported into the alternate space. Roar, roar. Roar. At that moment, the mutated azure dragon's roar echoed ominously. This creature is remarkably swift, Lin Fan remarked, not daring to linger any longer, and promptly entered the alternate space. With a powerful roar, the dragon resolved to collapse the entire spatial expanse in search of its lost realm. The absence of the dragon's corpse ignited a furious blaze within the mutated dragon, a fire potent enough to incinerate everything in its path. All mutated beasts, compelled by the mutated dragon's command, dispersed in haste, recklessly assaulting every dimension. Alas, their endeavors were ultimately in vain. Within the alternate dimension, Lin Fan administered additional genetic serums to the dragon, who was grievously injured. Chapter 92, The Royal Level. The dragon, with a solemn nod, refrained from consuming the serum. Instead, it approached its mother's lifeless body, shedding silent tears for a full day and night. In the absence of words, its grief spoke volumes. Subsequently, the dragon retrieved a pearl of water, the size of a human head, from its mother's remains. It resembled a watery celestial sphere, brimming with an immense reservoir of water attribute energy. Lin Fan, seek enlightenment from this. All of my mother's insights into achieving the royal level reside within, the dragon declared. Please, return me and my mother to the ocean. I wish to traverse all seas with her. Once you have gleaned the knowledge, simply use the Flying Thunder God technique to return the pearl to me. Understood. Lin Fan replied, though cautioned, be wary, the mutated dragon will not spare you, and it may attempt to relay the existence of the pearl to all mutated royal beasts in the sea. I am aware, the dragon nodded. Lin Fan then transported the dragon and its mother away. Watching the dragon depart with its mother, Lin Fan could not suppress his tears. The concept of mother felt distant and foreign to him. Pushing aside his emotions, Lin Fan returned to the alternate dimension, focusing on the pearl to comprehend the essence of attaining the royal level. This contemplation spanned 3 days and nights, culminating in success as he grasped the profound realization of the royal level. Emerging from the alternate dimension, he found himself amidst the ocean, enveloped by the chilling waves, with the pearl orbiting around him. Gradually, his being began to transcend. With an explosive surge of energy, Lin Fan radiated an aura akin to divine illumination. Reaching a new echelon of life. I have achieved the royal level, he exclaimed, feeling an immense elevation in his existence, a complete transformation of life's essence. He sensed an instinctive awareness that he would possess a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. After a moment of exhilaration, Lin Fan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to locate the dragon, intent on returning the pearl. At that moment, the dragon faced dire circumstances. The mutated dragon had found it, accompanied by a mutated giant whale, also at the royal level, its presence indicating that it had long since attained this status. What astonished Lin Fan was the realization that the dragon had also reached the royal level, despite not having the pearl. It seemed this creature possessed remarkable talent. Without hesitation, Lin Fan joined the fray, targeting the mutated giant whale, as it clearly surpassed the mutated dragon in strength. With a thunderous roar, the battle commenced. The Dragon King, having attained the royal level, has refined its own water dragon pearl. In a one-on-two battle, it was compelled to summon the dragon pearl to fight. The influence of the dragon pearl on the Dragon King is absolute, despite being at a disadvantage. The mutated azure dragon and the mutated giant whale could do nothing to the Dragon King for the time being. Water escape, water shark bomb technique. Lin Fan executed the water escape, coalescing into the form of a shark to shield the Dragon King from the mutated giant whale. He then remarked, "It seems I have arrived just in time." Subsequently, he utilized his divine prowess to transfer the dragon pearl to the Dragon King. It is certainly not too late. Upon receiving the dragon pearl, the Dragon King's fighting spirit surged, challenging, "How about we compete to see who can defeat the foe before us first?" Ha ha ha, very well. Lin Fan laughed heartily, continuing to execute the water escape. Water escape, great shark bomb technique. Instantly, the previously formed water shark grew immensely, devouring the gigantic whale. The giant whale, with its back spraying a unique stream of water, roared and howled, unleashing a violent torrent. Boom, boom, boom. The singular stream contained an indescribable force, threatening to break through the massive water shark. "Humph, I shall not allow you to break through," Lin Fan retorted coldly, his hands forming seals at such speed that they left after images. The interior of the giant water shark began to swell with independent chakra clusters. Water escape, 1,000 feeding sharks. With a powerful shout from Lin Fan, the chakra clusters transformed into numerous lifelike large sharks, numbering over 1,000, bloodthirsty and ferocious, ravenously tearing into the mutated giant whale. To facilitate this massive assault, Lin Fan also utilized Wood Escape. In the water, the power of Wood Escape was immensely amplified. Wood Escape, Tree Whirl descends. Wood Escape, Binding Eternal Burial. Under the dual application of Wood Escape, the mutated whale found itself nearly immobilized, enduring the relentless onslaught of the 1,000 large sharks, which feasted upon it, eliciting continuous cries for mercy. Within a minute, the mutated giant whale was reduced to mere bones in its core. As Lin Fan wreaked havoc, the Dragon King was equally formidable, with 2 dragon pearls orbiting around it, its combat prowess multiplying severfold. A breath of water was unleashed, piercing through the mutated Azure Dragon's watery assault and colossal form. The brilliance of the water erupted, and the mutated Azure Dragon was reduced to a mist of blood. It seems we have not determined a victor, the Dragon King chuckled. Haha, you have won with a single technique, while I have employed multiple ninjutsu. Lin Fan replied with a smile, thus your achievement bears greater weight. But I possess the enhancement of 2 dragon pearls, the Dragon King responded, however. Let us not dwell on that. Take this dragon pearl from my mother. I have already formed my own. Please, you should keep it. After all, it is a legacy from your mother, and the dragon pearl does not significantly augment my power, while it would greatly enhance yours. Are you certain you do not wish to take it? The Dragon King inquired once more. If you desire it, I shall not insist, Lin Fan replied with a smile. But you must promise me one thing. What is it? The Dragon King asked. In the near future, I shall engage in a confrontation with the most formidable force upon the land. Should I suffer defeat? It is imperative that I and my companions take refuge in the site you inhabit. You must not refuse, Lin Fan declared. I had thought it was a matter of significant complexity, the dragon chuckled. Rest assured, I shall return to the site forthwith, unifying the territory and compelling all colossal beasts to submit, while eternally reserving 1/3 of the land for you and your people. I am most grateful. Lin Fan responded with a respectful gesture. By the way, do not forget to summon me for this battle. I am quite curious to see what kind of adversary could compel you to consider an escape route in advance, the dragon stated. Even without your prompting, I would insist on your involvement. Your royal lineage and the possession of 2 dragon orbs signify immense combat prowess, Lin Fan replied with a smile. It is agreed then. At the onset of battle, summon me without delay. Do not wait until the conflict is nearly concluded to inform me. Moreover, I have promised to enter into a pact with you, akin to your tail beasts, becoming your spirit beast. Let us formalize this contract now, the dragon proclaimed. In that case, I shall not hold back, Lin Fan responded with a grin. What need is there for formality? The dragon replied. Thus, Lin Fan and the dragon formalized their spirit beast contract. Chapter 93, The Creation of Baiju. After establishing the spirit beast contract with the dragon, Lin Fan accompanied it back to the site. At the base, Ji Qin had yet to arrive, so Lin Fan set about assisting the dragon in unifying the area. In just 3 days, the duo succeeded in securing the allegiance of all colossal beasts. Among these titans, countless were of the 9th and 10th tiers. With nearly 100 at the threshold of royal rank and 3 royal beasts, a mutated emperor crocodile, a mutated white bear, and a mutated sea lion. These mutated giants followed the dragon's command, aligning themselves with Lin Fan's forces. With this formidable army of mutated beasts under his command, Lin Fan felt a surge of confidence regarding his upcoming battle against Ji Chen. Lin Fan candidly addressed the dragon. Should war arise, you must mobilize this army of giants with utmost urgency. Do not worry, it shall be done, the dragon assured, gesturing with its claw. When the time comes, I will inform them that should victory be attained, they will all receive a single blessing from the power of the dragon orbs. Additionally, let us distribute gene elixirs to enhance their talents and bloodlines in advance, Lin Fan suggested. This will significantly amplify their combat capabilities. Upon my return, I will promptly deliver sufficient gene elixirs to you, as well as nanomechanical armor sets, for which there will be ample time for fabrication. I understand, the dragon nodded. Very well, I shall take my leave for now, Lin Fan stated, and then, utilizing divine might and the flying thunder god technique, he returned to the base, summoning Yu Fei, Han Shuelu, Li Zuner, and others to absorb the cores of the 2 royal beasts, along with several cores and brainstems from the half-step royal tier. Ming Lei raised a concern. Young master, this seems rather unusual. It has been several days, and Ji Chen's people have yet to arrive. Gao Yu echoed this sentiment. Indeed, it is rather anomalous. A person like Ji Chen would not let a slip through his fingers, especially considering you nearly dispatched Wang Yuqiang in an instant. Ji Chen would be even less inclined to allow your growth unchecked. The later he arrives, the better it is for us, is it not? Lin Fan stated. Thus there is no need for excessive contemplation. However, we must constantly strive for improvement, not wasting a single moment. Indeed, my lord. The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they all entered a state of absorption. Lin Fan continued to enhance himself, diligently researching the synergy of various ninjutsu. With a primary focus on honing his mastery over the 6 spaces of the shared bone and Byakugan. Lin Fan aimed to effortlessly wield the powers of the shared bone and Byakugan's 6 spaces before Ji Chen's arrival. For he possessed unwavering confidence that he would at least remain undefeated. Time flew by swiftly. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan accomplished what he sought, achieving a level of proficiency in the shared bone and Byakugan's 6 spaces akin to that of Kagaya. During this period, all core abilities within Lin Fan's ranks, including Yu Fei, Han Xuelu, Li Zuner, and Gao Yu, reached the threshold of half-step king level. The mutated dinosaur army, robotic battalion, mecha forces, arms division, and laser weaponry under Lin Fan's command had all matured. In total, Lin Fan commanded an impressive force of 30,000. The logistical support, including provisions and gene serums, was thoroughly prepared by Yang Heng and Ming Lei. On the side of the dragon, preparations were equally robust. With a team of metallic mutated beasts, a squad of wooden mutated beasts, and another team of water attribute mutated beasts, summing up to over a dozen squads, each comprising more than 300 formidable creatures. Furthermore, these squads of mutated beasts were clad in nanomechs, exponentially enhancing their already formidable combat prowess. In essence, throughout these 3 months, Lin Fan and his comrades not only elevated their levels in combat strength, but also made all necessary preparations. My lord, it has been over 3 months, yet there is still no sign of Ji Chen. Could he have truly forgotten us? Ming Lei inquired. Or perhaps Wang Yuqiang encountered a powerful zombie or mutated creature on his way back, leaving Ji Chen unaware of our presence here. Regardless, the longer he delays, the more advantageous it is for us, Lin Fan responded. Since he has not yet arrived, there is a task that must be undertaken. My lord, what task? Han Xuelu asked. To create white Zetsu. Lin Fan declared. As a king level, I can fully harness the power of the cells within my body can be transformed into those of Hashirama Senju at will. So, are we to expect a legion of white Zetsu? The crowd exclaimed with delight. Indeed, a legion of white Zetsu, Lin Fan affirmed. Thus, the later Ji Chen arrives, the more it favors us. You are all aware of white Zetsu's capabilities, the art of disguise. Regardless of the energy type, white Zetsu can replicate it and assume the identity of its master. Infiltrating Ji Chen's army with white Zetsu would yield unimaginable results. My lord, I have been contemplating this battle, one that will determine the future of Blue Star. We must emerge victorious, Ming Lei remarked with a smile. We must win, and we shall, for otherwise, all our efforts thus far would be in vain. Lin Fan asserted gravely. Moreover, we would be reduced to fleeing like the hounds of the Shang family, wandering aimlessly. We are the sole rulers in this apocalypse. Prepare to manufacture the white Zetsu. Yes, my lord. The crowd nodded in unison. Subsequently, Lin Fan began to gather the chakra of the 1,000-hand Senju in a designated space aboard the Titan. This accumulation persisted for an entire month, during which Lin Fan directly manifested over 1,000 wood clone avatars to assist in the gathering. Consequently, the volume of chakra amassed was sufficient to create 100,000 white Zetsu. At that moment, the mutated willow tree bore yet another fruit. To enhance the strength and would release attributes of the white Zetsu, Lin Fan infused the energy of this fruit into the gathered chakra. With everything prepared, Lin Fan summoned the Outer Path Golem from the Divine Tree-S fruit, under the influence of the demonic energy and the chakra of the 1,000-hand Senju. Combined with Lin Fan's will, the first white Zetsu was born swiftly. With the first one complete, the subsequent creations became a mere formality. Yu Fei and Li Xian had successfully developed a cloning gene serum. Under its effect, the white Zetsu were rapidly cloned. In just 3 days, their numbers surged to 100,000. My lord, we are running low on chakra. Yu Fei and Li Xian immediately reported to Lin Fan. How many do we have? 100,000. That is sufficient, Lin Fan replied. If we go beyond this, my will may become uncontrollable, which would lead to adverse effects. Moreover, these white Zetsu currently possess blank minds and require time to train and adapt to combat. learning to utilize their innate spore techniques and camouflage skills. Understood, my lord. Everyone nodded and subsequently followed Lin Fan's instructions, guided by his wood clone avatars, to commence training the 100,000 white Zetsu. Chapter 94. The Arrival of Ji Chen. This training continued for half a month. On this particular day, the entire base of Lin Fan was shaken by a deafening roar. It was the sound of fighter jets and large military vehicles. Lin Fan's expression shifted as he sensed the arrival of not just one, but multiple king-level ability users. In the next moment, he soared out of the Titan, with Yu Fei, Ming Lei, the Zhao brothers, and the three women, all core members, donned in mecha, following closely behind him. What lay before them left everyone, except Lin Fan, in utter astonishment, and in that instant, they understood why Ji Chen had arrived so late. Several meters of thick snow were effortlessly cleared by massive bulldozers, revealing an endless horde of zombies, charging forth behind the machinery, interspersed with numerous tanks and missile trucks. Leading the zombie army were various forms of tyrants, lickers, white demons, night demons, and ancient skeletal zombies. In the skies above, flying forms of tyrants and lickers, accompanied by countless avian and colossal beast zombies, soared through the air. A multitude of fighter jets was also intermingled within the chaos. Good heavens! Ji Chen must have brought along every zombie in his path. Yu Fei coldly remarked that this journey of his was not only aimed at purging us, but also at cleansing the entirety of Yin Huang's borders. How on earth does he control these zombies? Ming Lei rasped. Gao Yu replied calmly. He has merely managed to control a faction of zombie kings, various types of tyrants. Lickers, night demons, white demons, and skeletons. Otherwise, no matter how formidable his subordinates' abilities or how extraordinary his technology, it would be impossible for him to command such a vast multitude of zombies, counting in the billions. Han Shuilu noted, to be candid. I find myself somewhat apprehensive at this moment, and honestly, it is fortunate that the young master has created the white absolute. Otherwise, would we truly have any chance of victory? Ming Lei, is the white absolute ready? Lin Fan inquired. Rest assured, young master, it has long been prepared, awaiting your command. Ming Lei responded. At that moment, a voice echoed, Lin Fan, I shall reiterate Ji Guisher's words. Surrender Gao Yu and lead your subordinates to capitulate, becoming Ji Guisher's dog. To spare yourselves from death. Lao Yu, Sha Yu, fire at will. Lin Fan declared with a cold smirk. Boom, boom, boom. The rocket launchers, tanks, and missiles acquired from the Indu army base immediately unleashed a barrage. Gao Yu's laser cannons also activated at that instant, seeking death. The furious voice of Ji Chen erupted as his side retaliated with their own artillery. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides engaged in a fierce exchange of artillery fire. However, Ji Chen's projectiles could not breach their defenses, as Gao Yu alone thwarted them all. It was not merely Gao Yu's strength that repelled the shells. Rather, she had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and transcended it. Gao Yu commanded space effortlessly, having developed a profound understanding of the technique. The so-called transcendence involved marking a location, allowing her to exert remote control over that space. In recent days, Gao Yu had inscribed marks within a 10-mile radius of the base, enabling her to create spatial rifts at will, drawing those projectiles deep into the void, where they would meet their destruction. Spatial abilities, indeed, rank among the most formidable powers. If perfected, they render one virtually invincible. Witnessing Gao Yu single-handedly halt a torrential downpour of shells and gunfire, Yu Fei and the others could not help but feel a heavy sense of awe. Conversely, on Ji Chen's side, no one could obstruct the artillery from Lin Fan's faction, resulting in a significant number of zombies being reduced to ashes. It is all thanks to the young master's vision. Had he not taught me to cultivate the Flying Thunder God and propose such an idea, I would never have developed my spatial abilities to this extent, Gao Yu stated. Sha Yu, I must admit, in terms of spatial prowess, you have indeed surpassed me. Lin Fan praised her. Young master, you are being overly modest. Your mastery of the 6 great spaces is truly the pinnacle of spatial power, Gao Yu retorted. Unable to suppress an eye roll at Lin Fan's compliment. The young master only ever thinks of us, Han Shuilu and Li Ziner chimed in, rolling their eyes in unison. How hypocritical. Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, Shui Yang suddenly spoke. Young master, an invisible battleship is approaching. Although it is well concealed, my spiritual power has nonetheless detected its presence. Indeed, spiritual power is a unique ability. The concealed battleship eluded even my celestial body's perception, and one could hardly detect it with mere observation. Lin Fan remarked with a hint of admiration. Then, Ji Yichen must be aboard this invisible battleship. Under the perception of the celestial body, it was evident that among the 10 royal-level abilities within the colossal mech tank at the rear, Ji Yichen was likely absent, as those 10 had only just attained the 10th level. Young Master, there are 4 individuals aboard the battleship, one of whom possesses an exceptionally formidable aura, rivaling your own. That must be Ji Yichen, Shui Yangyang stated. Lin Fan nodded and immediately called out towards Ji Yichen's direction. Ji Guoshi, what an impressive battleship indeed. Such a colossal vessel. Is it not a case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut on my behalf? Oh, you've actually noticed, a languid voice responded, imbued with genuine admiration. Indeed, you have reached the royal level, and you, Lin Fan, are the only ability user on Blue Star who has attained royal status without my assistance. To be frank, I, Ji Yichen, hold you in high regard. Buzzing. In the next moment, a tremendous humming sound erupted as a vast battleship gradually materialized in the sky, enormous enough to rival a large village. At this juncture, the seemingly endless horde of zombies also ceased its advance, while tanks, missiles, and fighter jets halted their assault. Lin Fan promptly ordered his side to cease their offensive as well. In times of conflict, it is customary for leaders to convene, with a swish, the 10 royal-level abilities, sensed by Lin Fan through his celestial body, emerged from the colossal mech tank. Among them was Wang Yuqiang, who had returned with a fierce glare directed at Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan paid him no heed. Despite Wang Yuqiang attaining royal status, he did not register in Lin Fan's eyes. As the 10 royal-level experts positioned themselves, Ji Yichen finally made his entrance from the battleship. Tall, slim, and robust, clad in a blue suit, he possessed a handsome visage, albeit somewhat less striking than Lin Fan's at present. The first impression he left on Lin Fan was one of unfathomable depth. Lin Fan contemplated gravely in his mind. This individual is truly formidable. My celestial body directly senses a threat of death. A confrontation with him will undoubtedly be a matter of life and death. Chapter 95. The Battle Determining the Fate of Blue Star. Behind Ji Yichen stood 3 others, whose restrained auras still conveyed their exceptional prowess. They were likely the first to be promoted by Ji Yichen upon his ascent to the royal level. One was diminutive in stature, sporting a mustache that inspired an urge to strike. Another was impressively robust, with dark skin resembling that of a fierce beast. The last was a woman, with golden hair and blue eyes, her figure strikingly alluring. Ji Yichen soared into the air, simultaneously beckoning Lin Fan and Gao Yu to approach. Lin Fan, accompanied by Gao Yu, swiftly arrived before Ji Yichen. Ji Yichen's gaze fell upon Gao Yu, and he praised, I did not misjudge you. Your spatial abilities truly allow you to shine. It is a pity, however, that you have yet to reach the king level. A half step to the king level is sufficient, and it is only a matter of time before I achieve it, Gao Yu replied with a smile. Ji Yichen, ever confident and somewhat arrogant, remarked lightly. I do not extend invitations a second time, but I shall make an exception for both of you. Ji Guoshi, spare us your words. For no amount of talk will alter the fact that it is a waste of time and energy, Lin Fan interjected with a smile. Command us, let us battle. For this confrontation will determine the fate of the entire Blue Star and its future. Ha ha ha. Are you so eager to meet your demise? Ji Yichen laughed. I fail to comprehend how you expect to prevail against an army of countless zombies. The concept of levels has become irrelevant. How will your base withstand their onslaught? We shall see, Lin Fan replied with a grin. I have encountered many vulgar individuals who only realize their folly when faced with the grave consequences. I never anticipated you would be among them, Ji Yichen. It seems I overestimated you. Ji Yichen's tone gradually turned menacing as he snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. The firepower immediately resumed. Simultaneously, a blonde beauty made her move, extending her hands to unleash her powerful sealing abilities, instantly sealing the surrounding space, rendering Gao Yu's spatial powers ineffective. Yana, impressive work. Your sealing capabilities have developed to this extent, Gao Yu remarked with a smile. Gao Yu, I have come for you. I will ensure that your spatial force finds no utility here, the cold-eyed Yana retorted. You may be disappointed. For the essence of this battle does not lie solely in spatial prowess, Gao Yu replied with a grin. At that moment, Lin Fan issued another command, and both sides resumed their fierce confrontation. Soon, Ji Yichen snapped his fingers again, and the massive battleship began to fire, revealing numerous nuclear missiles. Perhaps my zombie army need not even engage. How will you defend against these nuclear weapons? Ji Yichen sneered. Lin Fan immediately gestured towards Gao Yu, nodding. Got you addressed, Yana. You will soon understand the true significance of my involvement in this battle, which far surpasses your comprehension. With that, Galyu returned to the Titan, which immediately deactivated its cloaking and revealed itself to all, generating a colossal barrier that enveloped Lin Fan's entire base. Neither bullets nor missiles, nor even nuclear weapons could penetrate this barrier. Yet, this shield would not obstruct the firepower from Lin Fan's side, leading to waves of Ji Chen's zombie army collapsing in droves. An alien spacecraft? Ji Chen recognized the Titan at a glance and coldly stated, "I truly underestimated you. No wonder you dare to challenge me. Kill." Ji Chen then issued his commands in full. Roar, roar, roar. The horde of zombies surged forward with fervor, led by their royal-class leaders, who boldly clashed against the armaments and laser defenses of Lin Fan's forces aboard the Titan. Numerous mech users emerged, spearheaded by the 10 formidable royal-level practitioners under Wang Yuqiang, initiating an assault on the barrier descended by the Titan. The alien civilization's defensive shield was indeed formidable. But how long could it endure? Ji Chen scoffed. Humph, if it were merely this, how could I, Lin Fan, dare to contest the rights over this blue planet with such an unparalleled genius, the architect of this apocalypse? Lin Fan smiled faintly and then snapped his fingers at Ming Lei. Young master, we are already in motion. Ming Lei responded with a grin. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Following Ming Lei's laughter, the zombie army led by Ji Chen was suddenly filled with the laughter of children echoing from all directions. What is happening? Hearing the pervasive sounds of children's laughter, Ji Chen and his companions turned grave, sensing that something was amiss. Boom. The solid ground erupted with countless fissures. A resonant voice echoed, "Would release. Advent of the tree world." Within a radius of several miles, numerous tree realms appeared, transforming the battlefield into a forest in the blink of an eye. The one employing this ninjutsu was Lin Fan's would release clone. But that was not the end. Lin Fan's clone had long since amassed sufficient chakra and, after manifesting the tree world, unleashed another formidable ninjutsu. Sage art would release the true thousand-handed Buddha. With a thunderous roar, a colossal Buddha, towering over 100 meters and adorned with hundreds of massive arms, rose from the earth, wreaking havoc alongside the tree world upon the zombie horde. Unbeknownst to them, countless white Zetsu emerged from the endless vines of the tree world, laughing maniacally as they attached themselves to the zombies, some casting the spore technique while others disguised themselves. In less than a quarter of an hour, the zombie army began to descend into chaos. Sage art, supergiant Rasengan. Simultaneously, Lin Fan's myriad shadow clones surged forth from the ground, each unleashing the supergiant Rasengan, ruthlessly crushing the zombie horde. Such a spectacle left Ji Chen and all his practitioners speechless, shrouded in a grim silence. It felt as though a century had passed before Ji Chen finally roared, "How can you wield ninjutsu?" "Because my ability is ninjutsu, and it encompasses all forms of ninjutsu," Lin Fan retorted coldly. "But do not worry, this is merely the beginning. Next, I shall present you with a dazzling display of artistry." In the next moment, flying cranes formed from explosive clay materialized in the distant sky, each carrying Lin Fan's would release clones, which instantly transformed into towering puppets, over 100 meters tall, plummeting into the ranks of the zombie army. What is this? Ji Chen was utterly bewildered. How could this be? His subordinates, too, were driven to madness, many succumbing to fear. Infinite would escape, a myriad of white absolute, the boundless colossal tailed beast spiral, the artistry of explosion, the fleeting brilliance of art. The great scholar Jida, how do you find these gifts? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Yet, I ponder, after these gifts, how many of your undead army will remain? Chapter 96, The Pinnacle Battle. Seeking death. Ji Chen spat out those two words through clenched teeth. It seems your undead army is the one perishing. Lin Fan replied with a serene smile. Ah, after all, they're zombies. Why would you care? If I am not mistaken, your current anger stems from jealousy of my ninjutsu prowess. Ha ha ha, me, Ji Chen, jealous of you? Ji Chen laughed maniacally. How can a dead man provoke my jealousy? Your extraordinary ability is ninjutsu. Indeed, the myriad of white absolute exceeds my expectations. But how long can the defenses of your base withstand my 10 formidable generals? And what about those royal-level zombies? Preparation is essential, Lin Fan stated calmly. He then gently bit his finger, swiftly forming seals to perform the summoning technique 9 times. 9 colossal tailed beasts, each towering hundreds of meters and all at the royal level, manifested, confronting Ji Chen's 10 generals and the royal zombies. The presence of tailed beasts made Ji Yichen genuinely desire to kill. Oh, by the way, Lin Fan continued nonchalantly, I have also prepared opponents for these three beside you. Roar. In the next moment, an echoing cacophony of roars reverberated through the space, shattering any seals placed by Yana. Lin Fan activated his Rinnegan, causing the fabric of space to twist as gigantic beasts tore through, each a half-step royal level and clad in nano-armor, joining the undead army in a one-sided massacre. Above, three massive distortions in space heralded the emergence of three even larger beasts, the mutated emperor crocodile, the mutated white bear, and the mutated sea lion commanded by the dragon. Despite the terrifying might of these three royal beasts, they bowed their heads respectfully towards Lin Fan, igniting in Ji Yichen a profound envy and hatred. These three shall be entrusted to you, but remember, do not kill them. Royal-level superhumans are exceedingly rare in this blue star. I shall keep them for significant purposes. Lin Fan instructed the colossal beasts. Understood, Master Lin Fan. The three beasts nodded, each selecting their opponents. Xiao Yu, bring everything forth. This is the final battle. No need to hold back. Lin Fan then contacted Gao Yu, who had returned to the Titan. Instantly, the mechanized army appeared, along with the armored troops and the mutated dinosaur battalion. In essence, everything Lin Fan commanded dwarfed Ji Yichen's forces, as if he were the true architect of this apocalypse, having prepared extensively in advance. Wonderful! Ji Yichen roared in fury. Lin Fan, you have indeed astonished me greatly. But how will you contend with my latest research? With yourself? Are you merely a true undead? Lin Fan sneered. It appears that Wang Yuqiang divulged everything to you. Ji Yichen hissed. Yet what does it matter to know? Come, let me see what cards you still hold. If it is merely yourself, then you shall disappoint me. With that, Ji Yichen's worship radiated brilliance, summoning a colossal undead creature towering 300 meters high. The aura emanating from this behemoth was no longer that of a mere zombie, but rather an essence of immortality, seemingly eternal and indestructible. The Undying Corpse Clan, the ultimate evolutionary form of the zombie. Humph. Lin Fan scoffed, invoking his summoning technique once more. Roar. The dragon's roar resonated, shaking the heavens and the earth. A serpentine dragon ascended, coiling through the sky with a gaze that surveyed all with disdain. At that moment, both Ji Yichen's and Lin Fan's abilities were profoundly shaken. Such a creature, in the hearts of all beings, had always existed only in legend. Naturally, the reactions to this all were disparate. Ji Yichen experienced a terror-stricken shock, while Lin Fan was exhilarated by the spectacle. The tides of morale shifted dramatically, invigorating Lin Fan's side. Observing Ji Yichen's face twisted in a grimace of rage, Lin Fan chuckled. What do you think of this dragon? Majestic, is it not? Dazzling. Perhaps? Disdainful, surely? Do not doubt the authenticity of the dragon, for it is indeed real. Let this Ji Guasher witness your 2 dragon orbs. Lin Fan, emboldened, commanded the dragon. The deep voice of the dragon echoed, unleashing a skyward roar, its breath cascading forth as 2 luminous dragon orbs materialized. Upon seeing the dragon breath and orbs, the abilities of Ji Yichen's side were filled with dread. There was no denying the weight of this legendary being in the hearts of men. Indeed, even Ji Yichen himself had contorted into a visage of pure fury. Scarcely mentioning the prowess of his colossal Undying Corpse clan. Dragon, I entrust this grand creature to you. Exercise caution, lest it bites you, Lin Fan instructed the dragon. Rest assured, I am aware, it replied. The dragon's roar reverberated once more as it charged towards the gigantic Undying Corpse clan. Ji Yichen glared fiercely at Lin Fan. The earlier nonchalance evaporated, replaced by a ferocious intent. If I kill you, everything you possess shall belong to me, Ji Yichen. In this blue star, I shall remain the sovereign. With that, he surged directly towards Lin Fan. Ji Yichen understood that his only chance for reversal lay in slaying Lin Fan. He possessed unwavering confidence that he could accomplish this. Instantly, he transformed into flames, manifesting a torrent of fire that engulfed Lin Fan. Water escape, great waterfall. Lin Fan countered, unleashing a massive wave of water. Fire and water clashed, causing the void to erupt violently. Swish, swish. Yet, the 2 figures soared upwards, ascending to greater heights. Ji Yichen existed in a state of profound mystery, emanating powers of 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yet his mastery over these elemental forces was far from ordinary. From Wang Yuqiang, it was learned that Ji Yichen possesses the primordial 5 elemental attributes of the universe, resembling a nature of chaos. A vast expanse of ice was formed. In an instant, Upon ascending to a higher altitude, streams of water enveloped Ji-Chen, yet crystallized into ice, manifesting a boundless expanse of frozen terrain. Every inch of this ice was not mere frost, but ancient ice, aged over 1 billion years. Given that the universe itself is nearly 60 billion years old, such ancient ice is hardly an exaggeration. Furthermore, Lin Fan's large-scale fire technique failed to even melt a sliver of ice, affirming this reality, rendering Lin Fan utterly astonished. This ice was indeed ancient ice, aged for billions of years. What of ninjutsu? Ji-Chen coldly declared, with hands clasped, continuing to channel his extraordinary abilities as an endless frost began to shift. The ice ceiling absolute kill. With a flurry of movements, the essence of ancient ice gathered continuously, forming colossal blades. The infinite ice sealed the space entirely. An impregnable fortress of frost. In that moment, Lin Fan felt ensnared like a turtle in a jar. Chapter 97. I am the sovereign. Kill. Ji-Chen roared. As the absolute killing ice blades took shape, forming a definitive strangulation. As the reincarnation Sharingan spun, Lin Fan unleashed his Susanoo. With the power of earth. The Amaterasu enveloped Lin Fan, creating a protective sphere that blazed fiercely, melting all the lethal ice blades that came at him. Humph. Amaterasu is indeed formidable, Ji-Chen hissed. But how many Amaterasus can you summon? My ice, my water, is boundless in this realm of frost. With a sweeping motion, Ji-Chen commanded an endless flurry of snow to serve him. Lava release, lava flow. Lin Fan swiftly formed seals, invoking the lava release. Activating his Byakugan, he summoned a plethora of lava from the molten realm, creating an intense clash between ultimate ice and extreme heat, neither yielding. Golden Earth Battle Armor. Realizing that ice could not vanquish Lin Fan, Ji-Chen immediately employed another ability, merging metal and earth to form an indestructible armor. With his Byakugan, Lin Fan could perceive the true hardness of Ji-Chen's so-called Golden Earth Battle Armor, which was thousands of times tougher than mechs developed from alien metals. This individual's elemental attributes were indeed extraordinary. Lin Fan reflected, fully entering the Six Paths Sage body, merging the Tao-seeking Jade with the mech suit, further enhancing it with lightning release, rakeage, battle, battle. The resounding cries of war reverberated as the two collided with the ferocity of cannonballs, fracturing the very fabric of space, leading to a cascade of collapses. Their fists met flesh, their feet struck bodies. Each strike contained a terrifying force capable of slaying an ordinary king-level ability user. And neither retreated, engaging in a frenzied assault. Solar Gold. Ancient Earth. Ji-Chen bellowed as the Golden Earth Battle Armor grew increasingly resilient. Immersing himself within that realm of metal and earth, his strength surging exponentially in an instant. As a fist ascended, the very fabric of space trembled and shattered, leaving Lin Fan unable to employ his divine powers to evade, as the space had ceased to exist. Reluctantly, Lin Fan was compelled to utilize his heavenly force to escape. In that moment, Lin Fan's demeanor grew gravely serious. Ji-Chen's strength was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Humph. You may possess heavenly force, but how long can you evade? Ji-Chen sneered. And even if you manage to escape, I shall slay all the extraordinary beings under your command. Surely, a person like you cannot bear to witness such a scene. Did I ever claim I would flee? Lin Fan retorted with a cold smirk. I simply did not foresee your true prowess, which has indeed exceeded my expectations. Very well, it is time to get serious. The Six Paths celestial body reached its zenith, and Lin Fan felt as though his entire being was on the verge of exploding. Open the death gate, he bellowed with fervor. Blood-red steam instantly became a striking sight, and despite being merely steam, it erupted with formidable force, causing the very space to collapse and shatter. The fusion of the Six Paths celestial body and the death gate resulted in the infinite death gate. Witnessing Lin Fan in this moment, Ji-Chen's expression turned grave once more. He then unleashed a full-powered punch, the channel of gold and earth morphing, as in that fleeting instant. Lin Fan envisioned the primordial heavens and earth deep within chaos, a force of terrifying impact. Come forth. Yet in that moment, Lin Fan was primarily filled with a spirit of combat, charging directly forward. The blood-colored steam similarly manifested a fearsome passage as he took a step forward. Knight's Triumph. Boom. Boom. In the relentless collapse of space, the two collided with immense force once again. Power surged forth and shockwaves raged as their assaults struck one another. Blood spilling and bone shattering, leaving only two battered forms amidst the rising dust. Lin Fan, possessing the six paths celestial body, swiftly recuperated. Now at the king level, Lin Fan had fully unlocked the essence of the six paths celestial body. What is the celestial body? It is undying and imperishable. However, Lin Fan was taken aback to witness Ji Chen in his battered state, also recovering swiftly, his pace rivaling Lin Fan's, and he returned to his peak condition. One could see Ji Chen enveloped in vibrant green vitality, entering a state of immortality. Wood-based abilities, Lin Fan remarked coldly. And this body of yours must indeed be that of a true Undying Corpse. Indeed, the Undying Corpse clan, eternally unyielding, Ji Chen declared with a grimace. Yet I find myself envious of you, Lin Fan. Your celestial body is the epitome of true immortality. You are still human, whereas I am no longer human. I am a dead man, a zombie. What defines the Undying Corpse clan is that only through death can one achieve immortality. Observing Lin Fan's six paths celestial body and sensing that supreme celestial aura, Ji Chen's envy and resentment deepened. As the so-called Undying Corpse clan was more aptly described as monsters, each time he caught a whiff of the deathly aura emanating from his own corpse-like form, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Envy? Lin Fan let out a cold sneer. Very well, relinquish your current powers, and I promise that in the future, you shall also attain the status of an immortal body. Truly, a genuine promise. However, before Lin Fan could finish his words, he activated the Flying Thunder God. Appearing behind Ji Chen, where he concentrated his most formidable celestial energy and unleashed the divine Luo Tianzhong in a Deathgate state. The rebound force of the divine Luo Tianzhong in the Deathgate state was extraordinarily formidable, as one could imagine. In the initial moment, Ji Chen was unable to withstand it and was violently rebounded, plunging into a state of annihilation. Yet suddenly, his form transformed into a flowing stream, which then became a mirror, reflecting layers of phantoms, rendering the divine Luo Tianzhong incapable of rebounding against these illusions. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Ji Chen effortlessly evaded the divine Luo Tianzhong. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Ji Chen twisted once more, as if struck by an unseen force, and in an instant, his left shoulder was utterly shattered, causing him to crash down. Before he could fully fall, he was struck again. This time his left side of the abdomen was completely obliterated. Will grave, Ji Chen roared, unleashing the power of the five elements simultaneously. As a halo of vibrant colors emanated from his body, countering the wheel grave. Five elements defense, Ji Chen bellowed, and as his body trembled, this five elements defense unleashed a rebound force even stronger than the divine Luo Tianzhong, unexpectedly sending the wheel grave back into Lin Fan's form. This game must come to an end. The five elements halo expanded rapidly, enveloping the vast space in an instant, with Lin Fan caught within. In that moment, Lin Fan sensed an ominous shift. This individual is truly powerful, he thought, filled with awe once more. Soon, the power of the five elements began to change, becoming exceedingly chaotic, and Lin Fan felt as though his very being was on the verge of being decomposed into nothingness. Is this the power of five elements fusion? Lin Fan speculated, while his Byakugan and Rinnegan spun wildly, analyzing fervently. At a certain moment, Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply, and with a grim expression, he uttered, "This power is chaos. Chaos, from which all matter is birthed, can dissolve and consume everything. Its terrifying and chaotic force can reduce all matter to the void." Ji Chen, I never anticipated that you could derive chaotic power from the primordial five elements. I have stated, in this blue star, I am the sovereign, Ji Chen declared coldly. Lin Fan, dying under this chaotic power is no injustice. Die. As Ji Chen uttered the word die, the chaotic power manifested into the most terrifying vortex of chaos. Within that chaotic vortex, anything, regardless of its nature or strength, would be ensnared and disintegrated into nothingness by the dreadful chaos. At that moment, Lin Fan could not withstand it at all, and was instantly drawn into the center of the vortex. Neither his divine might, Flying Thunder God, celestial hand power, nor the spatial leaps of his Rinnegan or the spatial abilities of his Byakugan could aid Lin Fan in escaping. For the chaos of the void had obliterated this entire space. Soon, all of Lin Fan's defenses began to crumble, his thunder armor, Sisanu, and even the seeking Dao Jade gradually lost their strength. In the heart of chaos, Lin Fan was profoundly shaken. All matter was birthed from the chaos, and naturally, all warriors could be dismantled and devoured by its tumult. Thus, even the Dao-seeking Jade could no longer shield him. At this moment, The sole recourse was to cultivate a formidable gravitational pull to withstand the vortex and seek an opportunity. The tomo of the reincarnation Sharingan and the patterns of reincarnation spun wildly, instantaneously transforming into the reincarnation eye. Blood flowed from the reincarnation eye as the Tin Dao seeking jades behind him began to heed its call, merging completely to form an indestructible core. Earth Explosion Star. Lin Fan bellowed, and this invulnerable core unleashed a powerful attraction, rivaling Ji Chen's chaotic vortex. In that fleeting instance, their forces of attraction countered each other, allowing Lin Fan to narrowly evade disaster. Yet, he found himself immobile, for he had to concentrate all his vitality and strength to sustain the gravitational force of the Earth Explosion Star. Ji Chen immediately sensed this and sneered. "You are indeed formidable, beyond my imagination, but alas, I, Ji Chen, am the true sovereign of this blue star." Then, in a chaotic form, he appeared before Lin Fan, a miasma of chaos enveloping him. The dreadful force of disarray coalesced into a vortex upon his fist, aimed directly at Lin Fan's chest. Blood spilled forth as it pierced through. With a splatter, Lin Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. "It's over," Ji Chen laughed once more. But as soon as he uttered those words, his expression twisted into one of savagery. He abruptly withdrew his fist from Lin Fan's chest, only to find it impaled by a gray-black rod. From that point, his body began to disintegrate into ashes. At this moment, despite Ji Chen possessing the bloodline of the Undying Corpse clan and chaotic powers, he experienced the true essence of death. His pupils contracted sharply as he recognized the nature of the gray-black rod, and a desperate howl escaped him. The bone of mutual slaughter. Indeed, it was the bone of mutual slaughter, a strike of absolute annihilation. Lin Fan chuckled coldly. At this juncture, Ji Chen's form was already disintegrating. No matter how loudly he roared or how desperately he invoked the bloodline of the Undying Corpse clan and the chaos, it was futile. "Spare yourself the effort." Lin Fan scoffed. "This thing obliterates all." I, Ji Chen, will not yield." Ji Chen roared, his face twisted in fury as he glared at Lin Fan. "But you too shall perish." With his last ounce of strength, he shattered Lin Fan's head. Despite the extraordinary regenerative capabilities of Lin Fan's 6 paths immortal body, he too was destined to die. Yet in that moment, the remnants of Lin Fan's form ignited in flames. Not ordinary flames, but the purifying fire of rebirth. How could Ji Chen, imbued with chaos, be oblivious to the significance of this nirvana fire? He had gone mad. Within the nirvana fire, Lin Fan was reborn, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the ability of rebirth was the most formidable trump card. Ji Chen, I, Lin Fan, exchange one life for another. Your demise is worth the cost. Suddenly, with a flick of his eyes, several strands of gray bones emerged, piercing through Ji Chen's head, heart, and vital organs within his body. In less than 3 seconds, Ji Chen was reduced to ashes. "It is finished. In this blue star, I, Lin Fan, am the true sovereign," Lin Fan uttered calmly.